So £10 and 66 pence for 11 stamps. You're saving £10 as well, but you can do so much with them. So you can go from that, but then you can also go to that. Now, I love these designs when you just chop into them, to stamp them in black and do your backgrounds. By the way, we have also got the stencils on the show as well, but they are limited stock. We'll get to them shortly, do not worry. So shop ahead on the website if I was you. Very, very busy across the board. I knew we would be for our one-day special. By the way, I've not even said Happy Easter. Happy Easter. I've dressed the set. You'll see a few chickens as we go. There's only a few to go round, so I couldn't fill everywhere. I've taken them from other sets. Right then, stamps is what we're talking about next. I was talking about greyboard. Stamps is what we're talking about next as well. Now, these are the other ones that correspond with the sets with our one-day specials. So this is set 5 and set 3 that we're looking at now. So in theory, you then would have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you went for all of them. They're £13.99. Now, this is a choice, okay? So you're not getting both of these for £13.99. They're different options, but it comes under the same item number. So you've got 607839 is your item number. So set 5 and set 3, 2/3 of the overall stock has now gone, but they do come individually, okay? So this is set 5, this is set 3. And this is set 5 that we're looking at there with the bluebells as well. £13.99. There does seem more options on that flip round. Oh, set 4 in the one-day specials available individually as well. So you can also go for the individual. So if you want them individually, they're £13.99 on their own. Yeah. £13.99 on their own, but the other two, if you want these, set 6 and set 7 are only in the one-day special. They've already sold out. Already sold out on 6 and 7. Basically, you can go for everything individually. £13.99 for these. Jump to the website if you want them individually. If you want your set, go for your one-day special and pop these in your baskets as well as you go. Let's go for greyboard. Who doesn't love a bit of greyboard? What we've got now is sort of like a journal. It's your journal effect book that we've got here. No. So what you're getting, so basically everything's got little eyelets in there. Everything's got 2 little eyelets in the corner. If I take my little sausage fingers that we've got there. We've also got the books down the edge as well. But what you can do is you get the rings, and now you can pop your rings into the side and create your own journals and create your own books. So you could also pop them all in here. So you can now use these, if you wanted to, as little, like, sort of little sample cards. So little techniques, hints and tips that you think, well, I'd like to do that again. I'll do a little bit on here. A little swatch. Oh, yes. A little swatch on an Easter Sunday morning. Beautiful. So you can do your little swatches if you want to as well. And then you've also got your large books, £9.99. Now they're white on one side, they're grey on the back, so you've got the choice if you want to. So it is greyboard, but it is also the white. So if you haven't got things like your gesso, if you're brand new and starting out, you can just use the white side, and that is perfectly good to go if you want as well. 705023 is your item number. Then we have more greyboard. Now, if you missed the demonstration last night, you can watch it back on Rewind. Now, you're getting 4 sets, is what you're getting. You're getting 4 door hangers and 4 plaques as well, with added extras there as well. So you've also got these little bits pop out as well, so you could use these if you wanted to for your ATCs if you want. And then you've got your door hangers there as well. Don't throw any of this greyboard away, because it's all... I got that out and I knew I wouldn't be able to get it back in. Then you get your little swatches at the bottom as well. So now you can start building up your door frames if you wanted to. If you're going to start using your plaques, you could use your plaques that look something a little bit like this. Then, remember, all using the stamps from your one-day special. Well, I haven't got no door hangers here. There. Oh, look at these. we've only got plaques, but you can get the idea. Obviously, your door hangers would be slightly bigger, and you can do both sides as well, because on the back, it is greyboard. So you've got your white and you've also got your grey as well, is what we are looking at. Very busy last night, £9.99. 705023 is your item number for these as well. Next up is our papers. Now, I've gone all out on the decorations for the papers. Now, your papers. Now, there's two options for the papers. You've got lights and brights and darks and brights. Not confusing in the slightest, is it? So you've got lights and brights, which I'm guessing is this one. And this one's the dark and brights. That's what we'll go with. You've got your lights and brights and your darks and brights just here. With your darks and brights, though, you've got those beautiful butterflies. Now, these look like they've already been put together as finished pieces of work. You've also got things like the beautiful flowers that's in there that you could snip into if you wanted to. Remember, it's all from the beautiful range of That's Crafty. There is one in here, though, with words on as well. Look at that. That does look like a finished piece that our Leonie or our Lou Withers would come up with and that we'd do a demo on. How beautiful are these? 170 GSM, if I'm not mistaken. 170 GSM. You're getting a lot of sheets. You're getting 14 sheets as well. It's not double-sided, so you haven't got that worry about, do I use the back, do I use the front? You're getting full 14 sheets with white backs as well, so you haven't got to worry which sheet you want to use. So this is your bright dark. Bright dark, £9.99, and then your lights and brights are this side just here, okay? We'll go through more as the hour goes on. Last but no means least, though, we've also got stencils as well. Well, masks is what we've called them. We've got our stencils. That now these are, well, there's stencils, there's masks as well. There's so much options that you can use them for. You've got your mandala that's on there. You've also got your flowers as well. You've also got your bubbles that are on there. Bless our floor team, they're working so hard, bless them, and there's not many of them because of all our social distancing, so a little round of applause for Floor, Molly and Matt in this morning. You're doing good, bud, you're doing good, you're doing good. Don't care what they say, you're doing well. So, not you, Baker, everybody else, but you, Baker, as well, also jumped on the bandwagon. Now, 855081 is your item number. I've got your back, boy, I've got your back. £23.94 is what we're looking at. I can't go any further because our Catherine is just the other side of our mask. Let's look at our papers on the website. It's the quickest and the easiest places to do. There's the darks and brights that you're looking at the moment. You've also got the lights that's there with £9.99. Remember, it's all That's Crafty is what we're talking about. It's all That's Crafty, which you love as well. Your A4 paper packs, they're so busy at the moment, is what we're talking about. So, right then, I think it's now time to let Catherine loose, as it were. Am I staying here for these, or can I go?
You can go and have a sit down. Go and have an Easter egg.
I love this.
Do you know, I've just got one thing to say. Happy Easter, everybody, first of all, but isn't it fabulous that Easter Bunny is classed as an essential worker? That's what I'm really happy about. I certainly am. Right, now, he's a key worker, our Easter Bunny, working very hard. Now, what I'm going to start with is one of the greyboard covers, or one of the pages from the journal kit. You can use these as covers, you can use them as pages, you can make your own pages to go in between the covers, it's up to you. But we're going to decorate it. So, now, the lovely thing about these is you've got the white surface on one side and you've got grey on the other. So you've got, you've already kind of got that surface ready to go on there as well. Now I am going to bring in a couple of sheets from, this is the lights and brights, so the A4 paper, which is fabulous. And I'm going for a little bit of an orangey yellow theme on this one. So I'm looking at this one here and I'm liking what I'm seeing. But what I'm going to do is just kind of tear into this a little bit first. Just kind of tear it down randomly, don't throw any bits away obviously. And that is going to go onto my board there. Might as well keep, do you know, it doesn't matter if it hangs over, I can tear that down a little bit more. Let's just get rid of that edge. Okay, I can always pierce through the holes there as well when I've finished, if I want to put those back of course. Now I'm just going to put a little bit of glue on the back of this just to hold it down. Just to put that in place there. I'm going to gesso over the top of this in a little while, so I don't need too much glue in there. It's going to hold it down with the gesso as well. And then using my other sheet, which I've got this lovely sort of mandala in there as well, I'm going to bring that back out with one of the stencils in a little while. Just going to tear into this as well. Just randomly tear strips and shapes, that's all I'm going to do. Just lay these up a little bit. I can always go with some more of the original paper as well. So I'm just adding that little bit of interest in the corner there. So let's stick that down as well. Now, I just hope everybody is having a happy Easter. Are you up and about? Are you lying in bed watching the television? Are you busy? Have you had an Easter hunt in the garden this morning? Let us know. Do let us know what you're up to. Right, so I'm just going to pop that one down there, a little bit of glue under there as well. So what I'm going to do then is get my brush, and we're going to use the white gesso, which of course we've got on the shelf from That's Crafty. There we are. And I'm literally just going to put this right over the top of everything. I'm just going to put a bit on my mat there. Now, at home, make sure you stick yours down a little bit better than me, but it doesn't really matter because it's going to hold anyway. You may find the paper bubbles a little bit to start with because, you know, I'm adding quite a lot of moisture here. But what I'm doing is knocking back the colours a little bit. You can still see through, but it's not quite as bright. But we're going to bring the colours back in another way anyway. Now, because I'm working on the whiteboard, I don't really need to sort of go over the top with the gesso too much, but I am just going to add that just for a proper key and just to make sure that everything is just working nicely for me. So there we are. Right, okay. I'm just going to use that there. Gives us a really, really good base. So with the gesso, of course, you've got that key there. It's going to give us a really good base for everything that I'm putting there on top. Right, I'm just going to get my heat gun and give that a blast off. Bit of a dry. I'm going to be using one of the stamps from the One Day Special in a little while as well. And I can tell you, as an individual, if you're liking it, if you're going for the full One Day Special, of course you're making that saving there as well, but individually it's going to be set number 4 that I'm going to use this morning, or for this demonstration anyway. So you can see there, you can still see that colour coming through on the paper. You're not losing all of the detail in there, but it's just adding a little bit of colour to that side that we're going to work alongside. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring in one of the stencils next. So we've got various different, well, it's a mask really, they are masks. You're getting the full set. I think these are amazing. I love them. I think they're absolutely fabulous. I did say I'd bring in some detail from the mandala, so I'm going to go with that one there. And do you know what? I'm just going to use because I've got it out, I'm just going to use my little sponge here and bring out a little bit of a darker area. Okay, so we're starting to pull out some detail there. I'm going to go in this corner as well. Now, I do like the mask because you haven't got that solid edge, so you can go past, you can just pick out elements, you can sort of blend around the edge, so you're getting those different effects. I mean, I'm going to bring some more colour into this in a little while, but it just adds that interest, doesn't it? It's really, really nice. I'm not going to put another one on there, I'm going to use something else. Right, what I'm going to do then is go with another stencil, and I'm going to go with, I think I'm going to go with the bubbles, which is one of my favourites, and I'm going to work with the texture sand as well. Now we have this is really, really gritty. It's got a really good texture to it. Let me just find my spatula. Now you could add a little bit of colour to this if you wanted to as well, but I'm just going to stay with the white. If you wanted to use a bit of the paint, you could do. And I'm just going to pick out a little bit of detail, a little bit of texture. Oh, doesn't that sound like toast? It really does. Oh, stop it, Lottie in the gallery. You make me feel hungry. I've had no breakfast. Hot cross bun for Easter. Why not? Why not indeed? Right, let's just pick that up. So I'm adding some texture there as well. Let's put some more at this side. A little bit more of that there. Don't have to be precise about it, I'm just picking out little areas just to add that interest, as I say. Let's just take that one up, there we are. So I'm building those layers up. Let me just clean off my knife to a point and put that back in on the side there. I'm just going to have to dry that off a little bit. So the texture sand paste, actually, while I'm drying this off, the details are on the screen for you, £9.99. You get a huge pot as well, 250 millilitres in a pot. It's going to go a long, long way. Really love the fact that you've got that extra texture. And you can see as I'm drying it now as well, you can really see that texture coming through. There we are, look at that. Very nice indeed. Now, of course, if you're at home, you can let this dry naturally if you prefer. You could, of course, heat dry it, but just be aware when you're heat drying it, you're drying the top surface before you're drying the underneath. So just be aware that it still will be probably a little bit wet underneath when it feels dry on the top. You could actually heat from underneath as well, but I'm just wanting to sort of dry that off a little bit. You can make it foam up a little bit as well. If you put the heat on, then you want it to bubble a little bit more. Shall I do that just so you can see it? Can you see what's happening there? So you can change, you can make it bubble and give a different texture as well if you want to. Right, I'm going to make that do. And then something else that we've got on the show are the luster sprays. We've got luster sprays and we've got the flat matte ones as well. I'm going to be using the lemon and the pink and the blue as well. So I'm just going to bring in a couple of bits of scrap paper and put underneath here. You see, I haven't got my spare sheets of paper ready to go, so I'm going to end up wasting some here. I'm going to get told off, aren't I? Never mind, never mind. Mind you, I can cut those up as well. Right, I'm just going to add a little bit of colour, just spritz away. I don't want to put too much on because I've already stenciled. I want that to show through, but because I've gone with the black ink, it does still show through there. Just add a little bit of colour, and the colours that I've gone with, obviously with the pink and the yellow, you'll get more of a peachy colour coming through, and with the yellow and the blue, you'll see a little bit of green coming through as well. There we go. So I'm just going to dry that off as well. I do apologise for having to keep putting the heat gun on. Now the luster sprays are on a pick and mix for you, so £14.97 is the price. We'll have a look at the colours actually on the website just as I'm drying this, because there are a lot to choose from. You have got the luster sprays there. You can see lots of wonderful colours. You've got dark colours, bright colours, pastel colours. Oh, the frost is beautiful. The pale blue, the frost there, absolutely gorgeous. Really lovely. Lemon is the one I've used, also the pink and the blue as well. So choose any three, pop them into your basket. And of course, we've got the event going on, so that means you can split the cost down as well if you're spending £30 or more. So maybe you want to pop these in with your one-day special and split the cost on those as well. Right, okay, now it's almost there. I'm just going to leave it at that for a second and bring in my stamps while that's just finishing drying off, because I have got more work to do on that one. But let's just take these out of the way and give this a little bit of a wipe, just because I'm such a messy crafter. Right, back to the one-day special. Set number 4 is one of the stamp sets in the one-day special, which is absolutely lovely. It's a sunflower, so it's absolutely gorgeous. I'm just going to bring in some of the stamping cards, super smooth card, I should say, from Pink Frog. Pink Frog, we had it on the show yesterday as well. It was on the one-day special, but I believe it's always on the website, I think. Lovely card to stamp on and use your inks as well. It will take moisture, so you can still add your moisture, but if you want to really saturate it, go for the watercolour. Now the ink I'm using is actually the Picket Fence. I really like Picket Fence. It's a hybrid ink, so it's going to work with my watercolours, it will work with my alcohol pens and various other mediums as well. Right, now then, I've already done this before the show. I've stamped this out 3 times and I've then added some colour. So I'm just going to show you how I added the colour, because it was very, very easy to do. You don't even have to work into the outlines, because I'm going to cut this out. And I've used the luster sprays again for this. So what I've done, a little bit of yellow, just squirt that onto my mat. I'm using a water brush, but there's not actually water in it. I'm just using it as a general brush. And then just painting in. As I say, if you go over the edges, it doesn't really matter because you're going to cut this out. So I'm just adding some colour. If you let the ink dry, if you let the spray dry, you can start to build the colour up as well, make it darker. Just fill in those little flowers there. I'm going to add a little bit of the pink as well. Just one little spritz there. Of course, you can mop up with your cardstock as well and create your backgrounds. I'm just going to fill in a little bit of colour on one or two of these petals as well. Now I would let that dry normally and build another layer to bring the colour through a little bit more, but I've got some that are already done, so you'll be able to see that. And then on the leaves, a little bit of the green. This is the flat matte spray that I'm using for the green. It's really nice actually. They're on a pick and mix as well, so choosing any three of the flat matte. £14.97. They are great for your spritzing, great for using with your masks, and great for colouring as well. Now again, if you want to add them in with the one day special, you're going to be able to get them on that flexi for you as well. Just add a little bit of green just into the petals there as well. So that's how I coloured the flowers up. Okay, so keep that to one side for a little bit later. And I have already cut out all bits and pieces. Now what I like to do, because you're cutting out and you haven't got a die, so you're not going to get a perfect neat edge, but it's nice to add a little bit of black ink just to the edges, just to create that definition and that shadow, which it really does make a difference. So I'm just adding a little bit of ink there. Okay, now I'm going to do the same to the leaves as well. And what I'm going to do is then cut into one of these flowers because I want to decoupage this up. So before I ink this one, I'm just going to get my scissors and I'm going to snip away some of the petals. So we'll take away the underneath ones and we'll keep the top layer. So it's entirely up to you how you do this. You don't have to do it in the same way as me. You can decoupage in various different ways. But it's one great thing about the one day special and the stamps that we've got actually, because you have got those options. Right, so I've got that ready to go as well. So I'm just going to pop that to one side a minute again and bring back in my board. Now almost 70% of the one day special is now gone. Just going to blot off that where it's still a little bit wet. And before I go with my flowers, I'm just going to add some more stamped elements. So we've also got, it's the same set actually, I've got this little stamp in the background for a background stamp, which I'm just going to find a smaller acrylic block. A little bit of ink on this one as well, so we can start to add one or two elements into the background there, which really does look nice. Don't have to ink up every time. You could use your second generation stamping as well, so you've got sort of a different effect, which I quite like there as well. Let's just add one or two more of these and then we're going to go in with the main image. Just one at the other side I think, and that will do. Okay, right, now I'm going to put that to one side and come back with my flower now. Now the flower, I'm going to stamp it in its entirety onto my board. I'm not going in the middle, you'll see why in a second. And I'm going to, let's have a look, let's go about, trying to avoid where I've got the texture there. Doesn't matter if it doesn't fully stamp, this is just going to be a guide. Okay, so I've stamped there, so that's going to be my guide. What I'm going to do then is bring in some of the flower heads that I've got. A little bit of shaping. This is the one I've already inked up. Now you can use your gel glue or your foam pads. I'm just using my glue gun as a gel glue really here, just to give some definition and some height, because it's dry, it dries quickly. So just be careful obviously of using your heat guns because the glue gets very hot. A little bit of ink on my cutout. Just go around the edge there again. And what I'm going to do with this layer, I'm going to curl the petals upwards a little bit, just to give more definition again. So just using my scissors there, I'm just going to put a little bit of curl on those petals. And we'll pop that on top. So it's really sort of bringing this out, giving more depth to it. Okay, and then I continue in the same manner, just building up the leaves. Now I don't know if Adam wants to do a bit of a recap while I'm inking these up and putting these on, and then we'll come back to this. We do have a reminder of the one day special for you as well, but I shall be back shortly.
So, your one-day special looks a little bit like this. 232083 is your item number. 3 flexible payments of £10 and 66 pence, or a one-off payment of £31 and 97 pence. You're already saving £10 on this as well. As it is over that £30 mark, remember, as we are in that Easter Extra Flexi event, we are giving you extra flexible payments. It's normally £60. We've now lowered it down to £30, and you also get that extra flexi as well. But we are nearly 70% of your one-day special has now already gone. Let me show you some of the samples that we have here. They are absolutely extraordinary, is what we're talking about. Look at that, how beautiful is that. You also get this texture as well in the background. So these smaller circles, elements that you can also use. Look at those, all using your one-day special. And then you can go totally the opposite way if you want. I've got that ribbon caught around my finger. You can also go totally the opposite way and then do sort of your easel cuts. But look how the different colourways that you use really does stand out. So that is exactly the same stamp, but how different and aged does it look that you've also got on there? Not only from there, we've also got your little trading cards as well, is what we've got, which is absolutely stunning. So you can really go to town and use all of these. Then maybe you just want to use the same element and just keep changing the colour. I love these. That is a nice little door plaque that you could give someone as a gift. You could pop their name on if you wanted to. Yeah, even on the garden shed. Even if you know when you're planting up, these could be your nameplates, so you know where everything is. Not only though, they're not all on plaques either. We've also got cards. So you've got there's one more plaque that we've got, but then I also want to show you the cards that you can now start creating. How different. Journaling, your mixed media projects. You put these onto a canvas, you could really go out and about with them. Look at that. And that's using some of the papers on there as well, and then just cut into. There's so many things that you can do when you actually get these home. 232083 is your item number. Let's have a look as well. You can get them individually if you want, but, well, you can only get set 4 individually. We've also got another 2 sets for you as well. The details are just on your screen now. 607839 is your item number. So you could get some of the one-day special individually if you wanted to, but these 2 you can get individually. So set 4 we've got individually in your one-day special. These 2 are individually, but it's the same item number. So you put the same item number in, then it's down to you which one you want to go for then out of these. They're £13.99 each is what we're talking about. So you've got set 5, set 4 and set 3. Add them into your 3-way flexi if you wanted to as well. They are beautiful, beautiful stamps is what we're talking about. But then you've got things like these are beautiful. Look at that then on your craft card as well. That looks so expensive. So expensive. There's something about craft card that really does build out. Set 5 and set 3 are now limited stock. So these are the sets that I'm showing you at the moment. This is a mixture of both sets that we're showing you now. But they are now limited stock. I love that with the stitch detail around the edge. Let me hold that on its own. Show you to prove it is stitch detail from our Sue. Like that, and I don't know what they've done with that, but it feels beautiful. But then to maybe use smaller elements as your little artist trading cards there. Now these look like they've been taken out of the centre of the door hangings. Because remember, you get your 4 door hangings that you've got there as well. Another little stitch look that we've also got. Very busy, they're limited stock. If I was you, it would be fastest fingers first. I don't know when they were. I don't know when they'll stick around till, is my honest answer. Remember, you are watching your one-day special. Now we've also got the journal that Catherine's working with at the moment as well. Which is the journal is just here. So you are getting your 8x8 and also your 3x5s as well. So your 3x5s are obviously the ones down the front, your 8x8s are the bigger ones at the back. This is your journal set. You also get your eyelets in there. So you do get enough eyelets for both projects. You get 3 for your book, and then you also get 2 for your little cards as well. So you are getting enough eyelets in the set, so you haven't got to choose which one would I like to make. £10 and 99 pence, 226965 is your item number. Very busy across the board. Or something else that's very busy is your masks. Limited stock we are now, £23 and 94 pence. You are getting all 6 of the masks as well. Now, when we talk about a mask rather than a stencil, it's got no outer edge. So you could continue these if you wanted to. They could be continuous, especially on that bottom left, that jungle theme that you've got. You could really go out and about with that as well. 855081 is your item number. We've also got 2 sets of papers on the show. You've got your lights and brights that you're looking at the moment, £9.99. 354180 is your item number. You've also got the same item number, though, for your darks and brights that's on there. Personally, I think they are both beautiful, but they've both got the same sort of tones in there. Don't let lights and brights and darks and brights really put you off. They are all stunning papers, and when we say dark, they're not dark. If you get my gist. £9.99, 354180 is your item number. Let's hand it straight back over for another demonstration.
Hello, yes, I'm going to continue on with what I was doing. Now, I've done a little bit of work while you've been gone. So what I've done is I've just inked around the edge there. So you can see now I've got that frame. And I have stuck down my pieces of flower there. Now, I am going to add another flower. But I did something similar to this last night, and I'll show you the finished sample in a second. But I want another flower, but I don't want it going the same way. And I haven't got one of those mirror plates that our lovely Maggie Moore brings with us, so I'm going to do it in a different way. So what I'm going to do, I've already got cut out some more of the flower heads here. So I'm just going to start to stick these into place. So go with the larger one first. I'm going to decoupage up again. Let's just pop that there. I've curved the inner petals, or the outer petals actually I should say. I've curved them back. I need a little bit of colour on the centre of my flower in a second, but I can soon sort that out. So that's just there. Let's just make sure that's holding. And then I'm looking at where I want some more leaves. Again, I can give them a bit of a curl. I can cross the leaves over with the other one if I want to, so it looks like they're kind of growing from the same plant, so to speak. What I'm going to do is stick those down as well. Just one there. So I'm kind of just deciding where I want things to go. And this way, I can totally change the direction that the plant is growing. I'm just going to put one more little leaf, I think, about there. I'm not certain about that one, so what I'm going to do, before I decide fully, just move my glue gun so I don't burn my fingers. I'm looking for my fine liner, because what I'm going to do, if you look at the stalk on the original stamp, it's just a line. So you can draw your own stalks in. So that means then, of course, you can have the flowers going in whatever direction you want. Then if you're not sure where to put the leaves, just draw the stalk in first and then decide. So I could, you know, just overlap a little bit. I've also got some more flower heads here as well. So we can put those in and draw a stalk. Maybe I'll put one there. Yeah, let's go there. So let's draw that little stalk there as well. And we'll pop that down. So the glue gun back in. Remember, I'm using set number 4. Set number 4 is the one that I'm using from the one-day special. There's some beautiful, beautiful stamps right across the board here on the different ranges. There really are. Do you know, I'm going to put another petal on that one. Another leaf, I mean, on that one. And I think the flowers will be okay as they are. I'm going to save all the other bits and pieces. Right, okay, so there's only one more thing I'm going to do to this. I'm looking at that now and I'm thinking, yeah, I quite like that. I do quite like that, but there's a little bit more I want to do to it. So I'm going to bring in, there it is. Oh, I've got an update for you actually. Do you know, and I was going to use this one. I can't use it now because this one's sold out. Sold out. Set number 3, set number 5 and set number 4 are available individually. Just as a reminder, set number 4 is the one that I'm using now. So this is the one you're getting, and I love this stamp on it. So useful. And set number 5, I don't have the packet with me, so I can't show you that one. But it's limited stock, so just bear that in mind. Right, so all I'm going to do now is I'm going to use my white gesso again. I love doing this. Any stencils or masks that have got bubbles or circles on, I absolutely adore. So I'm just going to use a little bit of white gesso, and I'm just going to use my finger just to dot in a little white bubble there. And we'll just move 1 or 2 of these around. So we've got different shapes and sizes. Some of them could go off the page if I wanted them to, but it's just adding that little bit of interest. especially where you've got the darker areas. If you want to lighten it up again, you can do. So I'm just going to go like that there. I'm not going to do too many now. I can always add some more afterwards because obviously you can see where I'm going with this. Let's just go with one little one up here, and then I'm just going to give it a quick blast off. So you could do this before putting the flowers on, but it's one of those things that you can add afterwards if you think that you want to lighten areas up. And I can still see my torn edges of the paper. I can still see elements of the paper coming through as well. So, you know, it's all about those layers. And the papers themselves, I keep saying this, but do take inspiration from the actual papers, because there's so many beautiful designs in them. You'll be able to pick out details from things like the masks in there as well. Not quite dry this, so I'm probably going to mess my pen up, but let's just go with this. I'm just going to go with a fine liner around the edge, just to sort of bring these out a little bit more. Try not to get my head in the way for you. There we go. And I'm just going to add a couple of little sort of black dashes, so it really just sort of show where these are. Okay, so that's coming together. And then one last thing, I like the softness of the colour in the background there actually. We've also got the black gesso available for you as well. At least mine was, there it is. I'm just going to bring in a paintbrush and just put a little bit on my board. Now then, it's a pick and mix for the gesso, so you can go for one black, one white, or you could go for two white, two black. It's entirely up to you. So any two, great price, £9.99 is the price. That's fabulous. 120 millilitres. They are fantastic quality. Now then, I haven't got a bubble stamp. I could use the mask again, but I did this last night and I quite like this. I'm using the lid off a bottle. So I'm just going to stamp in one or two extra bubbles. They can overlap, they can hang off the edge, they can go on their own. It's entirely up to you. You can overlap where you've gone with the texture paste as well, but again it's just adding that little bit of interest. So I'm just kind of building around my flowers. Do you know, I quite like that as it is. I think I'm going to leave it there. So that's the way you can use the stamps, of course, from One Day Special and create your own version by changing the direction that they sit. So there's the front of my cover. All I need to do now is just pierce through again from the front, and that is a cover ready for my journal. There we go. Right, let's do a bit of a recap and I'll get tidied up. I think the website's going to be up next for you, so you can have a look on there. Don't forget the other pieces of greyboard we've got as well. Hopefully I'll get a chance to use some of that. The One Day Special as well. I'm going to let Adam give you a bit of a recap while I get tidied up right now.
There is indeed. Thank you very much. I'm loving these demonstrations. Everything is on the website for you as well. Use the website as a sort of the big shop, as it were, because you've got all the paints on there as well. Just because we've not seen them in the studio, I'll see Catherine's using them. Use the website. All your mediums are on there. That beautiful texture paste that's on there. Your sprays, your inks, your paints. Everything will be on the website or on the app as well. So really do shop ahead if I was you. But we've just come back down to the One Day Special because we've got 75% of the overall stock now of our One Day Special, and in theory this is only your second live hour. Okay, this is just, it launched last night at 6 o'clock. This is our new time for your One Day Special, 8 o'clock. Your next show's at 12 and then at 4 this afternoon. But we're 75% gone at the 8 a.m. hour. Well, who knows what's going to happen through the other two. It's your One Day Special is what we're looking at, but look at the size of the stamps that you are getting in your One Day Special. Remember, you're getting 3 payments on these as well of £10.66. You're already saving that £10 on top of that as well. They're meant to be £13.99 each, but you are getting, well, in theory, if you break that down, it's £10.66 per stamp set, isn't it? £10.66 for a stamp set each. They're meant to be £13.99 each. You are getting the load of the bigger elements on there. So if you are new to your watercolouring, I know I say this a lot, but if you are new to your watercolouring, you're new to your paints, you're new to your colours, you always want to start with a larger image because it's easier to blend, it's easier to practice with, as it were. These are the sort of stamps that you would go for. And flowers as well, which also, it gives you that bit of leeway when you're painting a flower, because in theory it could be any colour. So if you do go slightly wrong or your colour's bleeding and you don't really want them to do, no one will ever know, because it's your design, they're your flowers, it's your garden that you are now creating. You are your own gardener, as it were. There's so much you can do with them as well. 232083 is your item number for these. But I like things like this. Look at that. You've got the backgrounds that you've got on there. Then you've got your main image on there as well. But maybe you only want smaller elements. Maybe you're just starting out. This is perfect for those smaller elements that you want to use on there. Those smaller elements just to have a little go. Because then you've got all the little circles in here with the different elements of the flower, so you can really try out your colouring skills. Or you can go for your little trading cards as well. It's entirely up to you what you want to do with these. But there's so much versatility that you get in this stamp set. There's so much vibrancy as well, especially nowadays. Like everyone loves a bit of gardening. Everyone loves pottering in the gardening, and everyone loves the plants as well. £31.91 one-off payments, £10.66 across 3 flexible payments. That is your one-day special. Now, if you're liking your one-day special, you may have missed out on the stamps that we had been brought to you before on previous shows. We've still got a few in stock as well. These are your next two. Now, all the stamp sets are sets. They're numbered. They don't have names, they're just numbered. So you've got set 3 and set 5. Set 5, set 3's gone. Set 3 is gone. It is gone, and set 3 sold out. We've only got set 5 left, is what we've got now. So if you want set 5, it's £13.99. Very, very limited. You can also get set 4 on its own as well. They're all under this item number. 607839 is your item number. And then there'll be a drop-down box, and you just pick what you want. Or just tell the call centre, I want that one is showing on the TV at the moment, the one that's on its own. You can get that as well. Details have just gone off the screen. But now, we've also got your journals on the screen as well. Let's talk about your journal. Your journal is £10.99 is what we're looking at. You get enough rings to make both projects up as well. So you haven't got to decide when you get home which project you would like to make. You are getting both of the projects. Enough rings to make all the projects that you're getting, as the same. It's whiteboard and it's also greyboard on the back. So it's entirely up to you which method you want to go for. But in theory, you get best of both worlds, because you can now create best of both worlds as well. That is there. 226965 is your item number. You've got your 8x8 and you've also got your 3x5 in there as well. Something else, if you're liking greyboard, you're thinking, journals are not my sort of thing, but I'd like to make door handles, I like to make plaques, I like to make things that we can hang. Well, we've got them here as well. Now, don't just think door hangings, though. I was thinking you could put these over the neck of a bottle and use it as a bottle hanging, and like a little tag, like maybe a Christmas tag or a birthday tag that you've really gone to town with. And then from the bits that you've popped out, you've got your coins out of here as well. You've also got these little squares along the bottom that you can also pop out that you wanted to. So don't just think, oh, there's a door hanging. I don't have a door hanging. I don't have a door. Well, don't worry about it. Well, you might have a front door. I mean, you might not have internal doors. You might have, you know, them bead things that you walk through. Hello. You know, them beads that keep the flies out. You know, do you remember them? Little tassels of beads. Then you get ones for the flies. You have one on the back door and it catches all the flies. But if you were wrong, you got your hair stuck to it, your trousers would be stuck to it. Oh, I used to love the little beads because it makes a nice noise. You can make an entrance. Anyway, I digress. You could dangle it from your beads if you wanted to. £9.99 is what we're talking about for your little plaques. Love a little plaque. Love a little plaque. 705023 is your item number for these. Right then. Papers is what we're talking about now. We've got lights and brights, and we've got darks and brights as well. So this is your darks and brights, the one with the butterfly on the front. Your lights and brights are this one here. Now, for me, it might just be my eyes. I don't really see a difference. There is sort of a dark, like you've got this, that one. That's dark, because that's the only thing we're going off. All the rest, though, you could use for lots, isn't it? So that is your darks. We might leave that one at the front. That is your darks. They're single-sided, 170 GSM. You're getting 14 sheets of each as well for £9.99. So this is your darks. So you do get your tribal, sort of like your tribal, what am I looking for? Shields. Your tribal shields that you get in there as well. Or they could be leaves. It's entirely up to you what you want them to be. I do like these. I do like them because you can throw any medium on them, I'm guessing, as well. We've already seen Catherine put gesso over the top of them. And I did like Baker's question. I did like it, Baker. Why do you need to gesso a whiteboard? But it was covered very, very well. I was thinking the same from the other side of the studio. Because sometimes you think, well, we say whiteboard and you don't need to gesso, but then if you gesso, what's the point? If you're new to crafting, do I need it? Do I not need it? But then with papers like this, you can throw any medium on them as well. There's so much that you can do. You don't get the little chickens. Is it a chicken or is it a duck? It could be a cockerel that's not grown up. No baby chicken. Anyway, we digress. Papers is what we're talking about. Let's throw in this. And then we'll move to Catherine. So we've got stencils, we've got dies, we've got everything. We've not got no dies, but we've got stencils and masks is what we're talking about. Limited stock is what they are, £23. 94 pence is what we're talking about as well. Very, very versatile, very, very nice as well is what they are. Catherine, I'll let you be.
Oh, I'd love Adam. Right, okay, so the one-day special, I've got to tell you, is almost very limited. Almost, is that the right way of saying it?
Almost.
That's not right, is it? It's almost limited. It's very close to being limited. That's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say. We're getting close to telling you that we're almost at limited. Oh, I don't know. Everything's gone out the window. Everything's gone out the window for my next demonstration as well, because I did have one of the sets prepped that we haven't got anymore, but never mind. So I'll use something else from the one-day special again. Now, I am using one of the door hangers as well. And yes, you do get the grey side and you do get the white side. And because the white side is there, you don't have to gesso it. But I did on the previous demonstration simply because I knew I was going to be using gesso in other areas. And it would leave some bits that were more porous than others. So it depends what you're doing. Anyway, right, from the paper kit, this is the stamp I was going to use, which comes in set number 3, but you also get it in the papers with the brights, darks and brights, is it? The dark and bright one. Yep. It's, oh, now you've got me. It's the, let me just check. It is the darks and brights, from the darks and brights. Okay. So I am going to use this image, but I've just cut it out because it came, if I find it, it was on a sheet with 3 other images. You get 4. It's broken down into those at A6 size. So because I've got that edge there, I don't want that nice clean edge. So again, I'm just going to tear this down a little bit. So I can't go with the stamp that I really wanted to go with because obviously it's sold out. So I've got one that's stamped from the one-day special, which hopefully if I've got time I can bring in. And I'm just going to sort of tear this edge away. If you want to see the torn edge, tear towards yourself. If you don't want to see the core showing through, tear away from yourself. It makes a difference. But I don't mind seeing it. I'm not going to gesso over this one, so I am actually just going to catch that edge in a little bit, just so it defines it a bit more. You don't have to. You could have left it as it was. It's entirely up to you. But I just like to sort of define that edge a little bit. Okay, have we got any of the masks left? We have. Oh, good, because I want to use them. Right, so I'm going to pop that on there. I haven't got any gel medium, so what I'm using is just some PVA that I'm watering down a little bit. I'm using a wet brush because I do want this to stick a little bit better because I'm not gessoing over. Yes, I'm using a dirty brush, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I will tidy up for the next show, I promise. Let's just pop that down there. Okay, so we've got that on our hanger, and then what I'm going to do is bring in again one of the masks. Now, because I've got this certain flower, I do love this particular mask here. So you've got the leaves in there, you've got the flower head in there as well. Now, we've also got the multi-surface paints on, which are great. So I'm going to use this time some of the multi-purpose paint. You can choose any 3 for £14. And 99 pence, and there's lots of colours to choose from as well. There are some metallic ones. I'm using the non-metallic, the multi-surface one. I'm just trying to decide what colour to go. I'm going to stick with the lime green, I think. can just go with the lime green. Now I've got a sponge somewhere. Let me find the sponge. What I'm going to do is just give that a bit of a shake so I can work from the lid. I might go with a couple of colours actually. So lime green is one of them because it does work. It does work with the colours in there. Now I know I haven't got long left, so I'm just going to work around this a little bit. It doesn't matter that I'm going past that flower because it's a mask. It allows me to kind of go past there. If I just lift that up so you can see that coming through there. So I've only got about 3 minutes left, I think, so I might have to sort of dash ahead with this one a little bit and finish it off afterwards. So I'm just adding that little bit of colour. Let's just continue that around there just to blend it in. So I've got a little bit more interest there as well. And I'm going to, while I've got the paint on my sponge, I'm just also going to just add a little bit of paint, just as I would distress ink, around that edge. There we go. I was going to put some texture paste on, but I might have to do that afterwards. I will put this on Facebook if I don't get it finished this hour. Let's just add that there. Okay, so let's move that out of the way. And then I'm going to come in with, do you know what, I'm going to go with my mandala again because I'm kind of matching the leaf there. Let's go with a little bit of the darker colour on this side, just to kind of balance things out, which is looking nice. A little bit here as well. Okay, you can also have a little bit at the bottom because you can ink over your papers as well, of course, just to add a little bit of interest there, a little bit just in that corner. I do love these masks. Right, I've only got a minute and a half left, so what I'm going to do now is just grab my black gesso. Where's it gone, where's it gone, where's it gone? It's on the pick and mix. I'm going to use some white as well. It's got to that point in the show where I can't see what's in front of me. White, black as well. Just going to grab a paintbrush, a little bit of water on it. Just going to get some of the black first. A little bit of water. And then, oh, I've only got a minute left. Right, I'm going to do a few splatters, a bit of splattering. I'm going to do a bit of white splattering on there as well. And then I'm going to bring in one of the stamps from the one day special, which I will colour in with my satin inks that we've got on the show. So I'll be doing that ready for the next hour so you can see this finished then. The one day special is now limited stock. I have got to tell you that, limited stock. Do join us again. Remember, the new time is at 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock is the new time. Don't miss out. We'll see this finished as well. There's a bit more I need to do to it. Do you know what? Thanks for joining us as well. Happy Easter again. Yeah, do let us know. Email in. Let us know how you are this morning as well. Adam is here. He's around for a bit longer yet. He will be back at 10 o'clock. Alex is on next, but we're going to give you the menu. I can wave at Adam. He's down the other end of the studio.
Hi.
Oh.
I'm miles away though.
You know that essential worker, Easter Bunny? He's not been to see me.
Well, he's not been to me either. Social distancing.
I know.
That's what it is.
I know. Terrible. See you soon.
Even the postman's playing knock door run these days. Oh, pop it in, Pete. I've not seen him run so quick. Daisy and Grace is up next, and join me at 10 o'clock.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I've been working closely with Crafts2 on the development of the John Next Door brand and also working with their fantastic range of products. I'll be bringing you some fantastic shows that are combining the John Next Door and Crafts2 products. We'll be sharing things like the press cut dies and some of the Find It media and some of the other fantastic tools, accessories and other products that Crafts2 bring to everybody at home. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't miss the Crafts2 shows with me, John Lockwood, on Hochanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dies in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowendine. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowendine shows on Hochanda.
That little show opener. I love that the bunny's going up in a little balloon. I think that's really sweet. Good. I was going to say good afternoon. It's not. It's only 9 in the morning. It's because we've been up since 4:30. Feels like it's like 4 in the afternoon. Anywho, happy Easter to you. Right. So this show is all about Daisy and Grace, and hopefully we'll be able to chat to Nicola a little bit later on in the show. All about the templates, loving the templates, and you're also getting some patterns to go with it. Let me have a little look through. You're getting all these patterns. So this one, here you go, is your Quilt As You Go half hexagon, which is 1 1/4 inches. And again, you've got all the details through there. Templates. I always like that because it looks like an illusion, doesn't it? One of those optical illusions. Here's your template for your large bag handle there. That's there for you. That's one of your thingies, the patterns that you're getting in here, or instructions, I should say. Instructions. Okay, next one. Let's pick this one up. 1 1/4 inch hexagons. There you can see that. Requirements for each hexagon, gives you a method. There you go. And we're still going. Let's go down the front. What is that? The front. Gosh, got to be careful what I say. Last thing I want to say is accidentally a swear word. 1 1/4 quilt as you go jewels. Again, you've got the requirements, and you have also got the method there. Okay, and then down here, just to pick this one up, you've got your 2 1/2 inch crown. Oh, upside down. There you are, like so. And next one. Hang on a sec. Oh, it's not going to stand up for me, is it? You've got your triangle. This one is 2 1/2 inches. Bear with me. There you go. So you've got your instructions there. Marvellous. And then your last one. Oh, stay. You've got your diamond. I won't pick it up because I think I'm... and then you can see the actual templates at the front. That will correspond. Brilliant stuff. And I'll just show you, just to pick this one up while we're at it. Lovely. You're getting all of those and all of your instructions for £64.94. You've got an £8 saving. Now, because we're in our... I'm doing the same. I keep wanting to say extravaganza. It's Easter Extra Flexi. Right, because you're getting an extra flexi. Thank you. So 3 payments instead of 2 at £21.65. 509614 is your item number. Okay, we should have Nicola on the phone. Are you there, Nicola?
Hello, Alex.
Hey,
Good
how are
morning.
you doing?
Oh, I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I am good, thank you too. Whereabouts in the world are you? Or in England or the UK, I should say?
I'm in southeast London.
Oh, are you?
Hello.
Oh,
I'm
bless
waving
you.
back, but you can't see me. Sorry, Alex.
No, that's all good. That's lovely. I'll tell you what, Nicola, would you like to talk us through this first kit? You know, for maybe somebody's completely brand new to soft craft and they're like, well, do you know what? I've got the time now. I'd like to set up start a new hobby. What do we do with our lovely templates?
Oh, there is so much you can do, Alex.
Right.
The quilt as you go that I've created, they all fit together, so you can create some amazing patterns.
Yeah.
And really have a play, because normally I just bring the templates in one at a time. Mm-hmm. And because this is a whole set of the smalls, I call them, and people often ignore the smalls.
Right.
But they're so much fun, and they don't take up an awful lot of fabric. So you can raid your scrapbox.
Yeah.
And then you can just get crafting straight away with the quilt as you go. And the thing with quilt as you go is each one is a little individual quilt.
Right.
So every one is finished, and then you can join them all together, mm-hmm. and then you can create your quilt. So you never have a UFO.
Are you? Oh, is that
unfinished object?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Because you, as soon as you've made one, you've made a quilt. So then you're just joining them together to make a bigger quilt. So it's a really lovely way to mm-hmm. do quilting. And you can do it by hand, or you can do it by machine, or a mixture of both.
Oh, that's good. So could a beginner literally get these home and start quilting?
If they have got fabric and some scraps of wadding, yes.
Lovely. And you've also popped on the show our lovely shoulder bags. I'm loving what you've done with these. They are pretty.
Oh, thank you. I'm so excited about these, Alex, because they're brand new.
Yes.
And I can't wait to start using them, but obviously they're in the studio with you.
Oh, bless you. They're lovely. We've got a couple of options for you, actually. You've got the blue or the magenta. We'll see them in a bit more detail, but I just thought, they're so cute. I just wanted to show them because I really like that with our hexagons. So what, are you working on anything at the moment, Nicola, yourself?
Oh yes, I'm getting ready for the next Hochanda show, which is in a couple of weeks. So I'm working on other things at the moment as well. So I can't wait for that.
Cool. So you're keeping nice and busy.
Oh yeah, I'm horrendously busy. Nothing's changed for me, thankfully, and thank you for everyone out there.
Yeah, good. All right. Well, thank you so much, Nicola. Thank you for taking the time. I can see, I can feel your energy waving back at the screen.
Lovely.
All right. Stay safe. Speak to you soon.
Thank you, Alex. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Ah, that was nice. I love it that we get to chat to everybody. It's really good. Now, Nicola has done a demonstration for us about the Quilt As You Go templates. Again, details are on screen. Let's take a little look.
Hello, this is my small set of templates. I've put this set together so that you've got a bit of everything. You've got a crown, you've got a diamond, you've got a triangle, a half hexagon, a hexagon and a jewel, and you can make some amazing things just with these shapes. Firstly, I wanted to show you, this is a quilt my mum made for me, and apart from the star in the hexagon shapes, which is the hexagon, the jewel and the diamond, that creates your star in a hexagon, you're also getting your triangle and your half hexagon, which gives you this straight edge on a quilt. So on two sides you can create a straight edge, so you're getting that as well. But not only that, I've put in the jewel as well, because you can play with that with various ones of them. So let me show you. Oh, the other thing, I'm so excited, you can still sew these by machine. This one and this one's by machine, this one's by hand. So you can play with whatever technique of quilts you want to do, hand or machine. So the first thing, let's show you this. This is using all scraps from old shirts. This is the star in the hexagon, so you need 6 jewels, 1 hexagon and 6 diamonds. Voila! There we go, look, isn't that amazing? Like that. So, and then you have got the triangle and the half hexagons to create the edge. But you can also use your half hexagons. So I'm going to be a bit messy, I'm throwing everything away. You can use your half hexagons to make a bigger hexagon. And also, if you put the hexagons this way, you can stagger it around and make a bigger hexagon. Then you've got the crowns, so you can put the crowns together to create a hexagon. Fabulous. You don't have to you can play with the stripes and the checks and things as well. So here I've got 3 different stripes and checks. You put them together, you can create a tumbling block with your diamonds. But not just that with your diamonds. Honestly, this is so exciting, there's so much to do. You can create another type of I'm trying to find all my diamonds now. So you can create lines of diamonds. You can create sets of 4 diamonds. You can also create a star with your diamonds. Isn't that fab? So you can make those for Christmas, they're lovely, but you could then go out as well. So you could keep extending that diamond. So that's with the diamonds. Look what you can do with the triangles. Put 3 triangles together. So put 3 triangles together like that, and then join those 2 edges. You create a little bell for Christmas. How cute is that? Well, it doesn't have to be for Christmas either. Any time of the year, really. Oh, then what have we got? Then I wanted to show you, I'm going to try and get these on the internet. So these are downloads so that you can colour in and see where you want your colours to go. I just played with an orange, just so you can work out where you want your colours to go, or if you say you wanted to create tumbling blocks, you could work out where to go in there. This is with the crowns, and can you see there's a sort of a pattern going on here? That it creates a diamond. So you could create something with diamonds using those. This one has 3 templates in it, because you've got 2 diamonds, 2 triangles, and then the rest are crowns. So let's try and replicate that on here for you. So we have got 4 crowns, so they go like this. And I'm bound to muck it up now. I've got to keep looking at the, that's it, that way, and then we'll put one there, one there, and then the triangles on the end, and that gives you your diamond. But then if you use, look at this one, this gives you more like a triangle effect. So can you see there we've got triangles going on, And again, that is using I've got to concentrate now, 3 crowns. Is it that way round? Yeah, I think it is. And then some triangles on the end, and that creates a triangle. Let's move that up. Isn't that fab? So all of these I've created from old shirts, and I'm playing with, and I'm going to create a really fantastic quilt. I think it's a fabulous set. It will really get you going on quilt as you go. I hope you love it.
Now, wasn't that video fabulous? You can see you have got so many possibilities. Do you know what else? I was making myself chuckle a little bit because Nicola was saying, oh, you know, you could use, you maybe upcycle some clothes. And then in my head I was thinking, so if your other half has got a shirt that you absolutely can't stand, you could upcycle that. Or that you love, I don't know, but maybe, yeah. Meg just said maybe he doesn't fit into it anymore because all we're doing is eating at the moment. Anywho, right, we're losing a lot of stock of this. Over a third of the stock has now gone, and we're only 12 minutes in. Okay, so you're getting all of these fabulous templates, and to go along with it, you've also got some instructions in there as well with each one. So there we go. 2.5 inches on that one, and you've got the innie and the outie, as I like to say. That's what I always like to say. You've got a 1.25 inch hexagon there. There's a 1.25 inch of your half hexagon diamond. You've got the 2.5 inch diamond, and as I said, you get the what I call the innie and the outie. So you can do a nice bit of paper piecing as well. But yeah, making your quilts, or it doesn't have to be just for your quilts, I suppose, because of course we've got these bags that we'll show you in a second. So, right, £64.94 is the price, but we are splitting it 3 ways because of our Easter Extra Flexi, thanking you. Right, 3 payments of £21.65. 509, oh right, 509614 is your item number. And how much did you say, Meg? 45% of the stock has now gone. That is absolutely flying out the door. We have got some of the template options, and we can take a look at the hexagons on their own if you want. There it is. You're getting the actual templates and the instructions for £19.98. Now you've got the 1.25 hexagon and the 1.25 half hexagon in this set. 1998 262 017 is your item number. Now, if you just want to start with the 1.25 hexagon, we've got this available at £11.49. 489467 is your item number, and there's options to either get the full hexagon or the half hexagon. Again, just have a look on the website because we've got lots and lots of options for you. Right, now these lovely stylish shoulder bags that you can make. How cool is this? Really busy already. Look at that. It's really pretty. I'm liking the fabrics. You do get the fabrics. I'll show you those in a second. Now the blue option is super busy. Already a third of the stock gone. Goes with my outfit. Now you will get the hardware. Hang on. You will get the hardware. See if I can... Oh, where have you gone? There you go. You will get the hardware. Sorry, showing you a bit of armpit. Lovely. To go with it. So you're getting the D-rings. In fact, let's have a little look at those. You've got the D-rings down here, magnetic clasp. You've got your trigger clip, your slider. You've got the wadding, that's over here. You've got your fusible interlining. Then, of course, you've got your fabric squares down here, and your backing fabric, and then templates and your patterns. Thank you, Meg, for that, because I'm not quite sure what they're all called sometimes. Right, and then you've got, look at these fabrics, aren't they cute? You've got the love there. Fabric stash. Yes, it's actually got fabric stash on it. Love of fabric. Oh, I'm liking those. They're pretty, aren't they? Well, hang on, let me just open this up. There you go. Nice little fabrics there. Lovely. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. I'm liking these fabrics. They're funky, aren't they? All different shades of your blue. Marvellous. There we go. Let's have a little look at that bag once more. Of course, because you've got the slider, you can obviously This strap at the moment is quite long, but you can adjust it. And of course, the nice thing as well is that you could wear this type of bag almost like a satchel across the body or just over your shoulder. Totally up to you. And of course, once you've got the fabric, but you've still got the pattern, you can make it in different colours. Again, you can get all your lovely scraps out that you haven't used up. All right, half the stock of the blue has gone. It's going really quick. Oh, look at this. I love both. These are, yeah, all my colours, both of my colours. So you've got the magenta, and that is, again, gorgeous fabrics that are in here. Look at that. It's a really nice, unusual design. Let's have a little look, just so you can see. This is one of those wonderful bags that's perfect for your essentials. You know, so my essentials would be my purse, my phone, of course. I still take a charger with me, and of course my lippy. Oh, and door keys, and chewing gum. This is Meg, and chewing gum, and yeah, a little spray bottle of perfume. That would all go in there, I reckon. Again, just have a look at the hardware and the colours that you're getting, in the fabrics, I should say. It's a lovely fabric. It's a lovely weight, this, and it's such a pretty colour. And you've got the wadding, etc. Let's have a look at these. Really pretty fabrics. I'd get both. But that's just me. I love having a bag to match an outfit. I always think that's quite stylish. There you go. Oh, Meg's just said it will elevate your look. Even though we can't really go anywhere. It's still nice though. I don't know if you're finding this, but I still quite like to, you know, put my makeup on and whatever when I'm at home. So yeah, anyway. Then you've also once more got the templates. Same kit elements, your hardware, your magnetic clasp, and also those lovely patterns. You can spread the cost, 3 payments of £14.83, making it again very, very affordable for you. 076707 is your item number. And Nicola now has done a video, I believe, of one of these shoulder bags. Here we go.
So here's my lovely shoulder bag, and I'm going to give you some hints and tips on how to make it look fabulous. And as you can see, we've got these really lovely professional strap on here, so I'm going to give you some hints and tips on that. So first off, the way I've made it nice and firm is I've not only just used wadding, I have used an interlining on the back of the wadding as well. So I've done it in 2 stages. I've got the wadding and the interlining. If you fuse it before you cut it, it's much better result. So don't try and cut your wadding and then cut your interlining. It doesn't work as well. And as you can see, I've cut a strip which is, I believe, I can't remember, so I'm going to measure this for you, is the width of the hexagon, which I can't see because I haven't got my glasses on, which is about 2 1/8 inch. So I've cut a strip. You could do it 2 1/4 and then just trim on one edge as well, which makes it easier. So I'm just going to trim that hexagon, and I'm going to move my board round just to make it easier for cutting, because you should never cut towards yourself. So remove that, and here, see, look, I'm silly, I've left an edge, so I'll put that back on there. Let's move it that way so I can cut it easier. Put the hexagon back on, and just, that didn't quite cut, I didn't feel like it cut very well. There you've got your hexagon. You can see it's a little bit firmer, and it just makes the bag a lot firmer and nicer. And here's ones I've completed, and I can feel it. You won't at home, sorry, but it's a lot firmer just by having that interlining on the back. So that's just a tip and hint for the hexagons. I'm now going to show you how to do the D-rings. So the D-rings go onto the bag, and then the clasps attach onto it. So if you've got some spare fabric, you might want to make it into a little clutch bag and just do a small handle as well. Entirely up to you. But let's get on with the D-rings. So I have cut some fabric. I'm going to turn my board over because I am going to be ironing. So I've cut my piece of fabric. Now I think it's, I can't remember, 3 3/4 inches wide. And the first stage is you want to fold your fabric in half and give that a press. So you've got it in half, like so. And I'll remove the fluff. And then you're going to press one edge into that centre crease. I'm going to just put my fingers there. Try not to burn them. Would help, wouldn't it, if I didn't burn them? Press that in like so. So that's in there. And then I'm going to turn it over, and I'm going to do the same with the other side. Hold that there. Give a little press along there. Still try not to burn my fingers. So there you can see you've got all your creases in there. And then what I do is press one edge in, the other edge in, and then fold over and press. Nice and simple so far, isn't it? And it is simple. Just take your time and you'll get there. I'm going to put my glasses on because I'm going to just come over to the sewing machine, and I'm using white thread so I can show you. I'll move all these bits out of the way. I'm just going to quickly run down one side, and then I'm not going to bother cutting the thread. I'm just going to go down the other. Just top stitching both edges like so, and I'll just trim those threads because I do like to keep my threads trim. I'm going to give, because that's got a bit wibbly wobbly, I'm going to give that a quick press, and then I'm going to fold this piece in half because this makes 2 D-rings, and I haven't got my proper scissors, but that was all right. The snips worked. So I've got one section, and I'm going to thread the D-ring through. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave one edge about 1 centimetre, 1/4 inch, 1 centimetre shorter. And this is just a little hint and tip that I found. And then I'm going to fold that edge over. Sorry, I'm all fingers and thumbs here. Let's do that again. So I've folded that over. I've got about 1 centimetre or 1/4 inch over, and then I'm just going to press that there, like so. Move the iron out of the way. So you can see I've got the makings of my D-ring holder. So what I'm going to then do is take my hexagon. Now you can either sew it on the top of the hexagon so it's more decorative and you can see it, or you can sew it underneath so that you don't see it. So that's what you will see when it's finished, or like this. And what shall I do? I think I'll do it from underneath like I've done the rest of mine. So bear with me while I'm all fingers and thumbs. I'm going to place my D-ring so it's centre on there. I'm going to take some pins, and you can see my seam allowance is still folded under there. Take some pins. And now this is the trickier bit on my sewing machine. I'm going to start by sewing this edge here. Let's take that. Your sewing machine might struggle a little bit on this because it's quite a thickness. So be gentle, go slowly, and don't put too much strain on your machine. It is hard work, this, on your machine. So don't be speeding away, do it slowly. Try and remove your pins as you go, unlike myself who just left them in. And I'm going to go round. I'm making a square. And then come back down, remove that pin. And I'll just take that off. Now you would secure the ends. I haven't, because I am going to reuse this hexagon, and I'm obviously not going to stitch it in white thread. So I've done it in white just to show you. So here you go. It is secure onto your hexagon that's your top stitching, that's where I've stitched it, and that's where it is on the front, and that will go into your side panels, and that is how we do the D-rings.
Ah, that was a fabulous demo. Now, right, our blue option, just modelling this. This is limited stock on the blue option. I really like it. It's so pretty. And there you go. Remember, you do get all of your hardware and everything, but that is on screen for you. Don't forget, you have also got the magenta option also, but the details are on screen too. The magenta is fast catching up, I think. So 3 payments of £14.83, 076707. Now, something else that's been super busy. Now, it actually sold out during the demo that we saw, but obviously we didn't want to cut the demo in half or anything. So this has sold out, but is now back on extended delivery. It's going to be dispatched from the 20th of April. And again, you can see you're getting all your instructions and all of these fabulous templates. There you go, 2.5 inch, I think that's the crown. 1.25 inch, and of course you're getting the innie and the outie, as I like to say. You've got your 1.25 inch of your hexagon, and then you've got your 1.25 inch of your half hexagon. Well, that's the 1.25 inch, and then your outie bit. Really should find a different way of describing that. 2.5 inch diamond is there. And again, just a quick look at, let's say, one of the instructions. You've got your quilt as you go, half hexagon. If I open that up, it's giving you your requirements. It's giving you a nice method. Hang on. And then you've got your template as well. Lovely. So you've got your instructions for all of those templates that are there. And if you missed the start of the show, do have a look on Rewind, because Nicola was doing a demo with those and just showing you the oodles of possibilities. I love the word oodles. Oodles of possibilities. Right, so £64.94. But again, we have got this on FlexiBuy for you. 3 payments of £21.65. 509614. Some of the other templates that we've got is the star in a hexagon. I was looking at it going, where's the star? Oh yeah, right. Now it's made up of the 1.25 inch hexagon, 1.25 inch jewel, and the 2.5 inch diamond, which you can see displayed here. That's a nice pattern, isn't it? It's really nice. I really like that. And again, you've got instructions. I'm just going to pick this up. There you go. Star in a hexagon. You've got those wonderful instructions there. So think about using up all your scraps of materials at home, or, as we said, you know, maybe upcycling. You could do a memory piece, couldn't you? You know, maybe if you've still got some of the kids' clothes and they've grown out of, what a nice memory piece to do. Why not? Like that. That'd make a nice cushion, wouldn't it? Oh yes, we have got the sample. Excellent. Oh, this is nice. Maybe you could do a table runner, but yes, you could. Oh, landscape, yes. Hang on. You could do a table runner, you could do cushions, you could do a full quilt if you're wanting to. Oh, hexagon placemat. Yeah, I'm liking that. There's so much that you can do with these fabulous templates. I don't think I really appreciated how much you can do with them and all the different designs and all the different patterns. That's really good. Once more, because we're in our event, our Easter event on Flexi, we've spread the cost 3 payments instead of 2. 3 payments of £11 for those templates and your instructions. 848749 is your item number. Then we've also got the 5 inch triangle. Here it is. I'll pick this one up. Bit difficult to see flat. There you go. Actually, it's a bit difficult because they're see-through, but you have got those 2 fabulous templates there. I tell you what, why don't I use my noggin and pick that up? Oh, other way. Sorry, that looked really good, didn't it? Nice. Right, yeah, Baker's just gone smooth, always. And again, you have got your instructions. £14.99, 329037 is your item number. Now, you can shop by brand, and here is the website, Daisy and Grace. You can find there's loads of templates on there. Again, if you're thinking about starting a new hobby, this is going to be nice and easy for you. As Nicola said, even if you don't have a sewing machine, you can hand sew your patterns, not a problem. I haven't got a sewing machine, but I love to do a bit of hand stitching, which I do on a regular basis. But there you go, all of those wonderful patterns and templates. Okay, we're going back to our shoulder bags. The blue colour option has technically sold out. We have got some extra stock on extended delivery. Once more, that will be dispatched from the 20th of April. Again, let's have another look around what you're getting. Love this bag. It's really pretty. It's a gorgeous size. There you go. If you just, you know, you want to take your essentials. I don't know about you, but I find the bigger the bag, the more stuff I manage to put in it. So I like this size of bag because it will restrict me. Not restrict me, what I'm trying to say is you're not going to put in more that you really need. As I was saying earlier, for me, it's going to be my purse, my phone charger, my lipstick, which is very important to me, very important, and a few other bits. Okay, and then let's have a look. Meg, do you mind talking me through what we get again? So you've got your D-ring, magnetic clasp, that's there, trigger clip, slider, fusible interlining, I think that's over here, yes, yeah. And then you've got your wadding, squares of fabric, which I'll flick through, backing fabric. Obviously, you've got your bag pattern and your templates thanking you. Let's have a little look at the squares. I love that it says fabric stash on here. I love that. Love of fabric. What's that? Serving others, I think it is, or is it sewing others? It's because me and my eyesight with the monitor. But I really like that fabric. And then you've got some little honeycombs there and there. Really pretty fabrics. I like that with the dots on. Nice. And a little bit more. These would make great stamps, to be honest, these designs, wouldn't they? Like it. They're all cut for you. Marvellous. So those are your squares for the blue. And then with the magenta bag, have a little look at this one. Of course, because you've got the hardware, you can adjust the strap, whether you want to either wear it across the body or just over the shoulder. I do like that there's some of those little squares of fabric, well, they are squares, but you'll turn them into hexagons, have got a little pop of yellow on, like that. And let's just show you inside. It looks really cool, it's so professional. And of course it's got the clasp here. And then let's show you the squares. And while you're looking at these, I will tell you that we are 40% of the stock gone of the magenta. I totally like both. And this one's got some little stars on. And let's turn that the other way. More with the stars. There's a plain of fabric. I like this one. Bit different, bit zingy. There you go, that's the fabric with it. Actually, I think it might be a bit of lime green rather than yellow. Now I'm looking close up. Really pretty fabrics. Beautiful, all cut for you to just get started. Each option, if you want to spread the cost, you can spread it 3 ways. Is for £14.83 on your flexi buy. Also, just to mention, because I forget, you know, we get new viewers all the time, that with flexi buy, we will send out the items to you once you've paid the first instalment. You don't have to wait for 3 months to have gone by before you actually get your kits. 076707 is your item number. And now we're going to go back to Nicola, where she's going to finish off her lovely demo.
So next bit is the strap. It's a long strap, it's a shoulder bag, so it's long, and it's longer than the width of your fabric. So we have to join some fabric together. Now, if you were to do just a straight seam and then fold it 4 times, you'll end up with a really bulky seam, and it just wouldn't work. Trust me, just don't do it. It doesn't work. You need to do a 45-degree or bias cut seam. So I am going to show you how we do that. So I've got my 2 sections of fabric on my board, and my board has got a bias line, and on my cutting tool I've also got a 45-degree line. So I'm going to line that up, and I'm going to cut across like so. Oh, if it did cut, I must admit I haven't got a very sharp blade in my rotary cutter that doesn't help really, does it? So keep those aside. I never throw anything away. I have got my bias cut seam. So what we want to do, we're going to join it so it joins like this. So you have the bulk of the seam spread across the strap. So I always put it like this so I know where I'm going, because then I need to join this bit to this side. And this overlap determines how big a seam allowance you make. So I've done it about 1 centimetre. I'm going to put a pin in there, try not to stab myself, and a pin in there, and I'm just going to join that seam there. So bear with, put my glasses on, go to the sewing machine and just run down that seam. And it's about 1 centimetre. And you would secure your ends of your seams, but I am doing it in white. I will remake this in a nice colour thread, so I'm not securing my ends. And turn this back over to the ironing board, and I am going to press this seam open. So this isn't the normal way I have my iron, so I'm all a bit of odds here. And then I'm going to press that open like so. The next thing we need to do is to fold our strap just in half. So we're going to do it similar to the D-ring eventually, but there's one process we have to do in between. Now, I'm all fingers and thumbs today. I don't know what is wrong with me, and I apologise if you can hear my little puss cat. She's squealing in the background. I'm not turning into a cat, it's just her. And I can show you what I mean about this bias seam as well. So I'm not going to do the whole of the strap because we haven't got time for that. I want to show you so many things that I just haven't got time. So we've opened it out and we've got our seam there. Now we're going to take our interlining and we're going to fuse that to where the centre is there. There'll be a little bit of an overlap. And I'm just going to show you, with the interlining, you can use strips. So that bit's fused. Didn't bring my real scissors, so I'm just going to chop that off. Obviously, you would use the whole length of the interlining, but I'm just showing you how to join it. Don't worry about joining your interlining. Just try not to overlap it too much, because again, you don't want that thickness. So here we go. I'm just going to fuse this on here. And fuse that on there. Like so. Now, the next stage is you're going to, like the D-ring. Oh look, I've cut too, my interlining was too long. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to press this where it should, the fabric should line up to the seam. And press along there. And then I am going to take this and press this in here, just like we did for the D-ring, like such. And then press in half again, just like we did for the D-ring. So my interlining was a little bit wider, so off camera all I've done is trimmed my interlining because I hadn't cut it correctly. And then what I've done is pressed, I've also made the strap short so that I can show you how to do the strap without doing masses of it, because obviously it's about 1.5 meters long. So I've cut it to this length so I can show you what to do. I also wanted to show you this bias seam. So now I've ironed it in, you can see that we've got the seam and it goes over different areas of the strap, so you haven't got the bulk all in one place. And you can see there we've got the bias seam. So the next thing I'm going to do is just top stitch this strap. So bear with me. I'm going to take it to the sewing machine and I am just going to, if I can get this folded correctly, put that under the machine and quickly top stitch. Down each side. And I'm doing it about 1/8 of an inch from the edge, maybe a little further away to be honest. And when we get to the other end, I'm just going to whiz down the other side as well. Sorry, not very riveting television, but it does show you the effect. And look there, everything goes for a Burton. I'm going to do the other side. I'm trying to go as fast as possible. And you also, when you go over that bias seam, you're not going over masses of fabric as if you would if you were had a straight seam there. So trim my fabric over, stand my egg back up. So there's your strap done. Now I want to show you how to put your clips and your slider on. And I did this wrong the first time, so I thought it'd be a really good idea to show you how to do this. So you start with your slider and you put it on and you go through the loop like so, and we want to turn over just about 1 centimetre under that edge like that, and I'm going to just give it a quick press to help me. So it's quite thick, so a little bit of a press will help me keep that in place, and then I'm going to run it along to the end. So it's about 1 1/4 inch, 1.5 inches. You don't want it too close because you have got to stitch this. So I was going to pin, but I'm going to just stitch along here on the sewing machine. Now again, very thick on your machine, so don't go too fast, be gentle with it. You might struggle to begin with. So start and finish the ends of your seams as well. I'm not bothering because it's in white, and I've stitched that there. I'm going to do another row as close as I can without getting onto the metal, so just to keep it all nice and secure. So I'm going to place the foot as close to that piece of metal as I can. So then I have secured the slider on. Excuse my machine and all the extra thread. Just get rid of that. Obviously you'll do it much neater at home. Now this is a bit where you need to put one of the trigger clips on. So what you're going to do, I've got to think about this as well. You're going to slide your trigger clip on to your strap. And I think I've got to do it the other way round, yes. So I'm going to slide my trigger clip on like that. Then I'm going to pass this through the slider. So there's your slider, and one of your trigger clips is on the strap. So that is now secure. Then you can do the other end and put the other trigger clip on. So look at all this thread. I'm going to just trim that away. I'm going to put my trigger clip. Oh, this is where it gets confusing. You want to have it so that the seam is the right way round. So that would be, can you see there? That would be the right way to do it. And again, I'm going to turn over about 1 centimetre. And I'm going to sew, I'm going to do about 1 1/4 inches. I'm going to sew along there and sew again there. And that is how you do your strap. But let me just finish it for you. run across there, do another row. Obviously secure your ends. Let me trim some of these threads away so you can see it. So, it's so messy. I thought I'd do it in white thread so that you could see. Maybe I should have done it in the same colour so you couldn't have seen the messy threads. So here is one. This is like a little mini shoulder strap. So you've got your 2 trigger clips. You've got your slider that works, so you can make it smaller or longer. And that is how you do your strap for your bag.
Oh, that was lovely. Love watching that. So there you go. Now you'll know how to do it. But of course, you'll get your instructions. Let me show you then our bags. You can go for your blue option. Now it is on extended delivery. It'll be dispatched from the 20th of April. Again, look at all of that detail. It's such a pretty bag. You can change up the handle because, of course, you've got the sliders. You can change the length. It's always nice when you can do that because then you can fit it to you, your body, how you like to carry it. Again, it's got the magnetic clasp, and opening it up, you can see you've got a nice amount of space in there. Good stuff. Let's run through the hardware. Lovely. So you've got your slider, as we said. You've got your magnetic clasp. Of course, you're getting the templates and those as well. And then material-wise, nice big piece actually for your backing. In fact, so should we open it up? I haven't done that. Let's have a little look. Let's open this up and see how much you're getting. Good piece. Yeah, that's good. It's lovely fabric as well. Really nice to the touch. Lovely, good quality, that. Now I've got to make it look neat again, which I never can. You've got your wadding in there. Hang on. Set down. Fusible interfacing is there. And of course you've got your lovely fabric squares. There's some with the stripies. And, well, that's nice. Got some circles on. More of the stripes. Some with the spots. More of those with the circles. Bit of the honeycomb. I love the fabric with the writing on about fabric, how wonderful it is. And there we go. And of course, you've got your templates and your pattern and everything. In fact, I could have a little flick through that, couldn't I? That's your shoulder bag. Let me open this up here. There we go. So it tells you your requirements, tells you about before you actually make the hexagons, all about making the bag. And there you go. Got good diagrams in there, which is marvellous. And there's all about the strap. Okay, so that is your blue option. And then the magenta option, which is also really pretty. Loving those fabrics. They're good, aren't they? Nice. And again, opening it up with the clasp. Good bit of room in there. Well, once more, I'll go through the fabrics. I just have to move over a little bit. So you've got your big piece there, and your wadding, etc. And then we have got these gorgeous fabrics. So you've got some planes of the squares, some with the little dots on. Excuse me. Some that's nice, like ditzy patterns. This one's cool. I'm liking that. There we go. Of course, again, you've got all of your hardware and you've got your templates. Okay, there you go. 3 payments if you want to spread the cost of £14.83, or you can go for it outright at £44.49. But you're getting a lot in that. Getting a lot in that kit. 076707 is your item number. Then we've also got the Quilt As You Go templates and all of those instructions. Here we've got, typical Alex. I'm always knocking pack shots over. And will it stay up is the question. Stay. No. Stay. Right, you've got your crowns with the innie and the outie, 2.5 inches. And then you've got your jewel, I think that is called, the jewels. That is 1 1/4 inch. Your hexagon, again 1 1/4 inch, but it's all on there for you. Half hexagon, 1 1/4 inch. 2 1/2 inch of your diamond. And then you've got the 2 1/2 inch of your triangle. Shall I have another flick through this one? Quilt as you go hexagons. Excuse me, I've got a frog. Again, you can see it's got your requirements for each hexagon, the method there, and it will just tell you all the good things, all of the things to do. I'm liking that. But it's nice, remember, Nicola was saying, really good for beginners to do. Don't worry if you don't even have a sewing machine. You could do it by hand if you wanted. I'm so sorry, 1 second, I'm just going to ask for my mic back. Thanking you. It's one of those things, you know, when you just, that little, you know what it is when I took a sip of my drink earlier on, and then it sort of gets a little bit stuck. Anyway, look, you can do something like this. I mean, the possibilities are endless. We saw on the first demonstration, so if you did miss it, actually it's easy for you this way, isn't it? If you did miss it, you can check out the beginning of the show on Rewind once we come off air, because the ways that you can arrange these, you can just keep going and keep going with your templates. Right, now half the extended stock has gone of this collection. It's going to be dispatched from the 20th of April. As you can see, you can spread the cost, 3 payments of £21.65, 509614. Even if you are a beginner and maybe you don't even have fabrics, you might want to start upcycling some clothes maybe that you don't wear anymore, turn them into something else, maybe turn them into a little bit of a memory piece if you've got baby grows that they have grown out of. Just a little idea. And even if you can't, you don't have a sewing machine, you could hand stitch. You might want a nice new project to, to keep you occupied during these times. 509614 is your item number. Everything else is on the website. You can shop by brand. You can have a look for Daisy and Grace. We've got loads of different options for you. Lots of different templates. Oh, there's good 5-star reviews I'm seeing here. And don't forget about our Easter Extra Flexi event. Your £60 Flexi baskets are now £30, and you can spread the cost 3 ways. So nice and easy for you, and hopefully making it even more affordable. You can give us a call, 01733 60 2000, but your fastest way, of course, is to order online at hochanda.com. Oh yes, it is Easter Sunday, isn't it? I wonder what projects you're doing. In fact, why not email in? We don't mind what you're doing. It'd be really nice to see your crafty project. I was doing a little bit of cross stitch yesterday. I'm still working on my I Totally Love Christmas cross stitch. One day I will finish it. One day. Oh, I might just, shall I model the bag one more time? Why not? Let's have a little look. I should have modelled the pink one really, because I've modelled the blue one, but I'll just model the blue one. Is this mine, she's saying? Am I trotting out with it? I might do. Oh right, Nicola says she needs them back. Fair enough, fair enough. Well, thank you very much for keeping me company. Thank you, Nicola, as well, for phoning in. Really appreciate it. Right, I'm going to go and get rid of this frog now. Bye. Meg just said that was a bunny, not a frog. I couldn't think of how to do a frog impression. Right, we've got a lovely crafty afternoon for you. Stay tuned and stay safe.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock, and I bring to Hochanda my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. So make sure you look out for the character craft shows on Hochanda. I hope to see you soon.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, a professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here for watercolour painting. So whether you're a
and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose craft shows on Hochanda.
In your flexi-buy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our flexi order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly flexi-buy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Yes, indeed. Good morning. It is still the morning. I know, it is still. How are you? Are you all right? Are you getting by? Are you having a good Easter so far? Have you done your hunt? Have you been round the garden looking for your eggs? Have you found them? Not long now. It'll be afternoon lunch. You can all sit down with a little cold beverage if you wanted to. Oh, I know, on Easter Sunday, can't go wrong, can you? Is it sunny out? Yes, it is. I've not even seen the outdoors yet. Oh, apparently we're going to get thunder and lightning later. Oh, joyous. In Peterborough. So if you're from Peterborough, put on a brolly, put on a mac. Now, Practical publishing is what we're talking about. Creative Stamping magazine. It's a special edition magazine. Yes, this is issue 3, I have, you know, and you can see 3 stamp sets now. I'll get to this in a minute. Normally, when you get for the magazine, you'll get the beautiful magazine, which we will flick through shortly. Magazine kit, and then you also get the 2 stamp sets as well that's here. So you've got Around the World, and you've also got Go Wild as well. But because if you get it from Hochanda, we're also going to throw in a 3rd as well. So now you're also getting the Seaside as well. So by the Seaside. And, oh, I need to choke then, and £4 off. I forget I have to talk and swallow at the same time. And you're getting £4 off. So it's £14.99, not just for the magazine, for 3 stamp sets as well. A4 stamp sets. So look what you're getting in there. You're getting things like, at the Seaside, you get the beautiful beach huts that's there. You get the horizon. You're getting the rocks, so you can now make that 3D look if you wanted to. You get the beautiful deck chairs that's in there. Across the 3 sets, you're getting 79 stamps. You're getting sentiments in there as well. You get that wood, you know, the nodules that's always in the middle of the sea that you try and walk down. Doesn't matter how old you are, you always try and walk down them. So you're getting that. Then we go into the Go Wild. We've got the llama, we've got the sloth, we've got a little koala in there as well. We've got elephants and giraffes. We've got picturesque views of savannas, as it were. And also palm leaves as well. And then last but not least, Around the World. So you've got the horizon of the world, of the drive in there as well. You've got the car, the hot air balloons. I'm seeing these in shrink plastic. Would be amazing to make mobile, especially we've got the aeroplanes, that you've got the suitcases. Happy, off we go, this way. Good for weddings, travel cards that you've got there as well. But not only do you get the stamps that work out to 19p a stamp, I know, ridiculous. You also get the magazine full of inspirations and designs as well. There are 50, wow, look at that, 68 pages, option 3, and each one of the stamp sets is talked about in the book as well. It's full of techniques, it's full of hints and tips. There's hardly any of those, you know when you read like Take a Break and every other page is an advert. Buy now, I don't want to buy now, I just want to do Take a Break, I want to do a Sudoku and the training, the quiet. But now, you've got 58 projects to make in here with the stamps that you're already getting as well. Should we have a little flick through? I'll meander this way. So this is the contents page. So it breaks everything down for you that you will need as well. Also gives you some inspiration on the contents page. If I turn the page, it's quite nicely. You've also got everything you will need as well. So you've got backing papers that you might already have as well. Downloadable papers, look, head to get your papers. So there's half your cards done already. If we keep flicking, I'm not going to spend too long on each page. Oh, look, there's our own. There's that little Jo Channon. There she is, look. As we keep flicking through, more inspiration that we've got here as well. You may recognise some of the faces as well. Tutorials step by step. Oh, I've lost my marks. Everything that you need is on here. If we keep flicking, look, more designs that you can do, pop-out cards, easel cards. Then we move into our second set, the Go Wild set. Look how nice these look, that they're here. Absolutely beautiful is what we're talking about. Then we've got full sets as well. Ink pads, if you've never used an ink pad before, what is the best ink pad that you want to use? We go wild with the elephants, if we wanted to as well. Also in here, you've got more designs. This is now for the Around the World journal that we're talking about. You've got things in for the cards in there. We've got all demos during this hour as well from Alu. There is so much in this magazine that you are using. We're very, very busy across the board is what we're busy for. Very busy for that magazine. Just on my marks, just for the camera. So you've got your magazine as well, £14.99, 456737 is your item number. Now, nesting dies. Treat this show like a little starter kit. Practical Publishing, they do amazing at going back to basics. Now you are getting all 3 sets that you see here in front of me for £14.97. You're getting 12 dies in total, so you're getting your good old ovals that we've got there as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sets of ovals is what we're looking at there, with decorative design as well and stitching all the way around. So that works out to be £1.25 a die. £1.25 a die. Then we've got hexagons. I was just checking. I know that's what I was looking for. I tried to read everything really quickly. Hexagons and then also tags as well. Tags you can do so many things with because you can make books with the tags if you wanted to as well. Remember, you can also get the beautiful design that you've got in there. Higgledy-piggledy, I think it's called. Then you've got your tags on the end as well, which is 3 dies for your tags that we've also got. Large, medium and small. It's always good to have a scalloped edge on a tag. I find you can do so much with them. You could also cut into them, use them for easel cards if you wanted to as well. You're saving £6 on these, £14.97, 306007 is your item number. More nesting dies is what we've got next. Slightly larger this time as well, with your star, your rectangle and your bunting that we've got on here. 16 dies is what you're getting. So this is your bunting, always handy to have a bunting die. I always find, even if you're a soft crafter, and you can't find a template, a die will normally do the same trick, and because they're metal as well, you know they're going to last. So you just draw around them, the long and short of it, and then you cut them out. But then you know you're going to get those different sizes of bunting if you wanted to use them as well. We're working out to be 94 pence a die is what we're talking about now with these. Then we get your rectangles as well, your different size rectangles. Good for your mats and your layers if you're brand new to the world of crafting and you haven't got rectangles before. Picture frames as well if you wanted to, especially if you're going for the magazine. These would be perfect because they're sort of a larger area, but they're not too large that they're overpowering, and the stamps would fit in there beautifully. I think that large one would fit that perfect car in there. And then you've got the stars as well. Something slightly different, newborn baby cards if you want to make. I love you to the moon and back, them sort of card. You're my star, you are a star. Exam cards as well, well done cards, like well done on passing your congratulations, well done on passing your driving test. Have a little card. Won't be many exam cards being sent, but you know what I mean. Next year, big business, big business next year. Big business. Get in early. You also make your card blanks by not cutting the edges, but leaving them off your die plates machine. You know I only jest when I say these things. I'm going to have to say it as well. I've had a few messages about my wedding ring. Now, nothing's wrong. It's all perfectly safe. I was painting yesterday and I left it on the dining table and I forgot to pick it up this morning. I must have had about 6 messages on social media asking, is he all right? Can I go on a date? No, you can't. Margaret from Brighton. I'd love to, but I'm still a taken man. I know. Lamps up next. I thought, oh, it's not a love lamp, no. But now, this is amazing. You get your plug with it as well. So you get your plug that's also in there, and it also runs off a USB. So you know, like your phone chargers that you've got, you can plug that into your phone chargers. You could also use your laptop if you wanted to, if you're taking them around with your little laptop. But we also thought as well, if you're moving from room to room, there's not a plug number. Like, for example, the set that we're in at the moment, the nearest plug to me... No, I'm not. No, the lighting's fine. I just mean the plug sockets. The nearest plug is here. Okay, which is quite far back. My little cable's not going to reach. So, if you've got yourself well, you could have an extension lead, but I'm not running one of them around my house. So, we've also got power banks. Now, it will run off a power bank. So this is my own personal power bank. I know. Oh, you see. So, as you can see at the moment, you've also got the bottom panel. So you've got modules, so that changed the method of the lighting. Then you've also got the on and off, and then you can change the brightness as well. So let's turn it on first. So we turn it on, and when you turn it on, we can angle it all the way up. Obviously, I'm going to try and not shine it into the camera as well. It's amazing to take photos. All morning I've been like this. Click, 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 click. It's a good, look at that. Oh, take a bit of uplighting. Oh, we might carry this around with me. So, so this is the lamp. So that's your first brightness. So there's two sets of bulbs in there. Okay, so that's your cool light that we're talking about at the moment. We've not even spoken about these swivels. Then we've also got different modes. So that's your cool light that we've got. Then we've got, that's your cool light. So you've got corn light. That is your warm light. And then you've got your natural light that's on there as well. So your natural uses both bulbs. The sort of the whiter bulbs that you've got in there is your cool light. And then you've got your natural, your orange light bulbs that you would put in, as it were, as well. You've also got up and down as well. Now, this will take the brightness out by 20% each time. So if you go down, that's down 20%, down another 20%, down, 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 down. So that's all the way now on the lowest setting. So, but then we can go all the way up to the brighter setting, and that's only on one of the lights. If we put all the lights on, we can go down by 20% each time. And there's about 4 different settings that you can use it on. Not only that, though, it can go all the way down. So say you need to position it over a table area, you can position it as well. We can lift it all the way up, and it will also tilt if you wanted it to. So maybe you're at a funny angle. You can adapt the light to wherever you want to go. It's absolutely amazing. And for £26.99, so as you can see now, if we put the paper underneath, so you can see. But then if we change the mode and the settings, you can see now, there you go. So that's the cool light that we liked. That's the warm light that we were talking about. And there's the mixture of the two. So your cool light, your warm light, and then your natural light. I quite like, oh, that makes me look like I've got a good tan. From then on in, as then you can manipulate the light as best you want. £24, and it's on free pay as well. You can't go. It's also on Freedom as well. That's what I meant. It can't go wrong, can you? £26.99 for a lamp that all folds down. There you go. Look, pop that away. You're good to go. £24.99. Remember though, if you spend over that £30 mark, so if it was me, I would be going for a lamp and the magazine, because you get them 3 lots of stamps that are in there. So that'd be £39.28. Split it into 3 flexible payments, £13.09 on your first of your flexible payments. It's good, isn't it? But maybe you're thinking, Adam, I don't want the magazine. I've got the magazine. I need some adhesive. You always need to top up on adhesive, don't you? This is one of the presents that people think, well, I can't buy adhesive for someone. Of course you can. Everyone needs adhesive. If you're a baker, you always need eggs to make cakes. You always need eggs and a bit of flour, don't you? Everyone needs eggs and flour. If you're a bit of a baker, well, exactly. You try and get hold of flour at the moment. Oh, flour, loo roll, bit of twisty pasta. Can't get love no money. I'm just living on beans. If you can get a tin. They're 3-week-old. Now, what we've got in this is a lot. You're getting a lot for 99p. You're getting PVA glue, non-toxic. Then, oh, we've got a double-ended glue pen. Here we go. Hello, a double-ended glue pen. We've got a fine tip. We all have a fine tip. And then a little squeegee. So you've got your little squeegee end with your little rubber nodules. And then you've also got your fine tip as well. Oh, look how fine that is. And then, oh no, it's going everywhere. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. So, glue, and then you get foam tape as well. You're getting 3 types of foam tape. You get your 2mm tape, well, this is, look at that. Yeah, it's your thickness of 2mm as well. It's a good little tape is what you're getting. And then you're getting your 3mm as well, your thicker foam pad, and then you get then you get the big boy, as it were. Then you're really getting the big boy that's in there. But not only are you getting the tape, though, you're also getting foam pads included in this as well. So all your foam pads that are in there that you want. 12mm squares is what you're getting. You can't go wrong with a bit of a 12mm square. 80 pads in total. All of that for £9.99 is what we're looking at. I'm trying to talk and wash my hands at the same time. It's not working. I'm covered in glue. But that's my counter. That's everything I have to offer you. Everything in the show I have to offer you, but I have 3 more things. 3 more things I have to offer you is demos by our Lou Collins. Oh, she's good, our Lou, when she's in. She's been in all magazines, and she's been down by the sea.
So this card, using the By the Seaside stamp set that comes with Creative Stamping magazine, it's going to be a really, really simple card. Just some layered stamping and colouring it in. or one flat layer. So if you're worried about posting, or you like your one layer cards, this is going to be perfect. So having a look at my stamp set, I love this image down the bottom here with the lighthouse in and the cliffs. I also really like the beach sign, and that works really well with the nothing soothes the soul like a walk on the beach. So I'm going to use those 3 stamps. I might incorporate the flying birds there as well. So what I want to do is have the beach sign sort of around about here on the image, so in front of it. So I can stamp that, cut it out, and then layer it over the stamped image. But like I say, I want this as one layered stamping. So I'm going to show you how to mask off an area so you can stamp 2 stamps, one over the other, and have it looking dimensional. So I've got at the moment my beach sign there, and I'm going to stamp this first. So you're stamping your front layer first and then working your way backwards, which of course seems upside down or the wrong way around, but this is the best way to do it. So I want my beach sign to be a little bit on the wonk as well, and I'm going to stamp that there. Okay, perfect. I will be colouring these in as well in a little while. So then I've got my scene here with the lighthouse and the cliffs and everything, and I'm going to want this to come over, but as you can see, that would cover over some of my beach sign. So I need to prevent that from happening. Now, there's a couple of ways you can do it. You could do it with a masking tape, stamp onto the masking tape, cut that out, stick it over, but of course you do risk that sticking to your card. Or you can do as I've done here. I've just got some copy paper, really thin printer paper, stamped onto it, cut the image out, and then I can stick that down over my image. Now, the reason I've left a tab at the bottom is just so that I can hold this still while I'm stamping to make sure that it doesn't move around. So I'm going to lay that over, ink up my stamp. Now, of course, I'm using VersaFine. This is a really detail ink. But you can use any that you like. Just by using this one, I can then go in with watercolour pencils, whichever I decide to use, and it's not going to affect the ink, the stamping at all. So just placing and holding my masked image over the top there, making sure that's in the right place, and then positioning, just positioning my stamp over the top where I want it to be, and gently pressing down. Now, I'm not going to move the image about, of course, so that paper will be masking off my first stamped impression. Press down all over to make sure all the details there, particularly the lighthouse, the waves, the cliffs. You could re-stamp over those if you needed to, it wouldn't look too odd, but you've got cleaner detail here. So as we can see here now, we've got our beach sign, which was perfectly masked off there by that piece of paper. So I can now colour that in. So you've got some wood grain in there a little bit that looks a little bit like the lines from here, but when we look carefully, actually that has been masked off perfectly. So I'm then going to stamp a sentiment in the top corner, and that's going to be this one: nothing soothes the soul like a walk on the beach. So I've got my watercolour pencils here, and I'm going to do some colouring, first of all starting at the front, working my way up. I've got a few different browns here. Now the watercolours that you use, it doesn't really matter, they all work in much the same way. There's lots on the market. I had a lot of questions about these recently, which ones I use. It doesn't matter as long as they're watercolour and not a pen. No, you can colour your stamped images in with pencil, there's nothing wrong with that. But with the watercolour you get the option of course doing the blending look, so getting the lighter and darker. So I tend to go over my image with a very pale covering of the colour, and then I add in some darker areas where I think I need them. So for this beach sign, it's all fairly much similar, like so. So just dragging the colour down. There's not too much in the way of shading there. I can add a little bit underneath the sign here and at the top here, as if there's a bit of shading there. We've got the water here, and I absolutely love this turquoise colour, so I'm going to use this. Now this is where we can see the shading coming in a little bit more, so I'm going to do a very pale colour here. So all over with the pale and then I'll go in a little bit darker in some areas in a minute. So just clean on a cloth or a wet wipe, just clean the bristles off, because I've obviously got brown on there at the moment. So it's nice and clean, and then blend in that blue or the turquoise green colour. Now, you don't have to do this turquoise. You could make this sort of reds and oranges if it's reflecting a sunset or a sunrise, if you want to, but I do love the freshness of that blue. So that's just filled in the blue there, and then I'm going to go in darker around the shoreline and the closer areas here. So just coming in, pressing a little bit harder, and we can use our water pencil again, or pen again rather, brush pen, to fade that out. So just brushing very lightly over the edge there to fade that back out again. There we go, working around that sign. Now I need some green down the bottom here, because this is a grassland here that's going off into the cliffs. Got the little sign to the beach there, and of course there is greenery working its way through these rocks as well. So the rocks will mostly be a pale brown, which I've got here, but I wanted to add some of that greenery in. So I'm just going to go over a nice pale base colour over all of it, very lightly colouring in, and then I will brush over everything in one colour and blend them together, so the colours will kind of merge in places and give that watercolour look, which is lovely. Now you can pick out more detail if you want to. I quite like the loose look here without having too much pressure about keeping within the lines. But I am making anything at the forefront here stronger colours, and then everything working backwards is slightly paler. So the forefront is really where you see the detail. So just brushing in. Now, I'm not working on a watercolour cardstock here, so you may find that if you're doing the same, if you're working on a smooth cardstock, because this is what your card bases are made from, you may find that you don't get the blending quite as perfect as you would on watercolour paper, but I don't think it matters too much there. Now I just need to get a red for the, or actually I've got a nice dark orange here for the lighthouse. So we can do this. It's almost a red. And if you're colouring and you like the colour that you're using, you think actually I don't want to water that down, there's nothing wrong with that. You can leave it as just coloured in without adding the water. Sometimes I find the water can make colours more vibrant, and sometimes they can actually make them a little paler. So it's worth testing them out before you go straight in with your project to see how your pencils react with that water. So little things like we need to bring this blue in again for the glass at the top there. I'm not going to colour that in. We've got a couple of windows, little things like this. Lastly, I'm just going to take my yellow here, there it is, and just very lightly go over there, and then I'm going to take my water pen and just blend that out where the writing is. There we go. So when that dries, you'll just have a slightly yellow, I don't know if you can quite see that, but a yellow, very pale background to the writing. But there's a fun card. It's really, really simple to do. A great way to practice your stamping with the layering and the colouring in afterwards as well. And perfect for somebody who lives near a beach or loves to visit the beach.
Lou's good, isn't she? Lou is good. Now, did you see on her desk what she had? All her essential kits. She had a lamp in the top corner. She had a tape standing by. Everything that I've currently got on my show as well. Very busy. We're approaching 20% of the magazine has already gone. You're getting 58 projects in the magazine for $14.99. Not only are you getting the magazine, though, normally it comes with just these 2 stamp sets that you're getting. Because you're buying it from Hochanda, we are giving you a third as well. And we're also giving you a £4 saving on top as well. You are getting, well, you're getting, look how many stamps you're getting. So you're getting on the by the seaside, go wild, and around the world. 79 stamps in total is what you're getting, which works out to be 19p a stamp. And basically the magazine's a freebie. Little thrown in, just have it, why don't you? So I think let's go wild. Let's go wild in the aisles. Let's do it. Let's go and look at another demonstration.
So for this card demonstration, I'm going to use the Go Wild stamp set that comes with Creative Stamping. So I absolutely love this sloth hanging off the branch, and I think it'd be really fun to have that stamped at the top of a card. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually bring in my creative dies and use these tags, because I noticed that the sloth will fit beautifully at the top of the largest tag there. So I'm going to cut one of these out, first of all, from white cardstock ready to stamp onto it. So just tack that down with a little bit of low tack tape or washi tape, and I'm going to run that through my die cutting machine. There we go. So just see what I can do, what I'm doing. I just put my LED light on there. I love this light because it's got 3 different modes. So this is the mode that I usually use, but we also have the warm mode if you need it, and the cool mode as well, so the light color changes. This is the one that I call my daylight mode, so it's got the really natural colors. So when I'm stamping, when I'm inking and things, I can see exactly what I'm doing in the correct colorways. Perfect, actually. I do a lot of crafting at night time. So I'm just going to release this die cut here. I've used a smooth white cardstock, so it's going to be perfect for stamping onto. And you can see we've got the stitched edge there. Really pretty, actually. It's really different. I've never seen a die like this before, so very often we've had a straight stitch, but I love that we've got the wobbly stitch there instead. So now I'm going to stamp my sloth first of all. So bring him and put him onto a clear acrylic block. So I've got my sloth here, and you can see it fits perfectly on my tag. So I'm going to stamp him first. While I was taking him from the backing sheet, I also took some leaves and a sentiment ready to stamp, just so I've got them all ready. I'm going to stamp this one with a black VersaFine, just so I get all the detail really clear. You can really see that sloth and see how beautiful it's. Just a hand-drawn image, lots and lots of detail sketched into it. I'm just going to position him at a little bit of an angle at the top of the card there, making sure the branches are as close to the edge as possible, and leaving the tag hole there, the ribbon hole, free to put some twine through later on. So just pressing down all over the image, making sure all that detail is stamped beautifully. Look at that, that is gorgeous. I can't wait to start adding some colour to him. Speaking of colour, I'm going to add some inking to the background now, so I'm just going to bring in a mat to protect the surface. I want to put some green around the edge. I'm going to have it yellow down the bottom and blue at the top. Now I'm not going to go over the entire image because of course I don't want to get it on my stamping, so I'm just going to stick to kind of the edges and go very roughly around the stamping. So blending yellow into the base, and now I'm not going to apply any more yellow. I'm just going to bring it very lightly up to and close to the stamped image. Like so, and then a little in here. With this applicator I can just use the very edge to get in there, and then I'm going to use a pale blue and go from the top down. Just lightening up so using the darker blue close to the top, and then releasing the pressure as I work down, going back over this yellow here where I've already been. I'm going to be colouring in the sloth with a darker colour, so it doesn't matter if you get a little bit of colour on him, and then gradually fading that blue out. So like I say, you can overlap the sloth a little bit. You don't want to do too much though. There we go. So we're going from yellow down to the, or sorry, from blue down to the yellow, and around the edge I want to do quite a dark green, but just on the very edges. So the green will bring together the blue and the yellow, but also this will tie in with the leaves that I'm going to stamp in a moment. Just blend off any harsh edges that you get. We don't want anything looking too not blended, don't want any sort of strong lines. And then I'm just lifting my foam applicator up to the side, so I'm just hitting the very edge with it rather than blending onto it around there. So absolutely love that at the moment. Actually still using my green. I'm then going to take some of these leaves and I'm going to stamp the same green with these. Now, because this is a distress ink, it won't be detail stamping. It will just be almost a watermarky sort of look, like so. Love that. And we can have a few coming in at the top here as well, around the edges. And then we've got some other leaves as well. So there's a combination of different fern leaves and such that we can stamp around the edge. And you can vary the colour greens that you're using here if you want to as well. There we go. I don't want to do too much there. Before I colour in my sloth there, I'm just going to stamp the sentiment, which is hang in there. Fantastic for anyone who needs to hear that at the moment. So stamping this again in black over what I've just done. I'm going to pop that just underneath there, nice and dark. Hang in there. There we go. So now I need to colour in my sloth. For this colouring, I'm actually going to use my ink pads, and I'm going to use a water brush and pull a little bit of ink from the pad onto the brush and onto the image. If you want to, you can actually do it this way. So you can apply the ink onto a resistant mat and you can pick that up and colour it. So this is frayed burlap, so it's a sort of a grey brown, so it's a cool brown. So the more water you add, of course, the paler the colour, and then the less water, the stronger the colour. So I'm going to go over the entire sloth here with a base of this sort of paler brown, because I've squeezed some water out, and then I can go in and add some shading, some shadows with some more concentrated ink on my brush, but that will be where the shadows would fall, so I'll have to work out where they would naturally be. Of course, with the sloth being a curved shape, we'd be looking at them being on the inside here, under his tummy perhaps a little bit, under this leg, probably have some under the arm here, and you can see we've got the hatched lines here. That kind of gives you an indication of where some of the shading would be as well. So under these arms, absolutely, where he's hanging upside down, and of course the underneath of his head, because he'd be upside down here, that would have some shading as well. So keep picking up the colour, adding the shading where you feel he needs it, and don't forget around his face as well. He'd have darker areas. There we go, he's looking really fun. So I'm just going to give that a wipe, and then I'm going to apply another colour. So this brown is a much warmer brown, and this is going to be perfect for the branch that he's hanging from. So exactly the same technique with this, just pulling the colour from the mat with my water brush, lay down a nice pale colour layer of colour first of all, and then going in with my darker ink just to pick up shading that's under here, like so. And again, you've got those hatched lines on the stamped image for the shading. If you want to, because this is a darker brown, you could bring a little bit of this into the slough as well if you need it, just to add a little more colour variation, some more shading, and a little more interest. There we go. So I'm happy with that at the moment. Now I just need to put that onto a card base. So I want to make the card base also a tag shape, but this is the largest tag in the set. So what I'm going to do is just place it onto a folded piece of cardstock here that I've made sure is plenty big enough to put my tag on. I'm going to lay it so that it's got a bit of a border at the top, a bit the same amount of border at the back edge there, and then what I'm going to do is take a ruler and a pencil and just draw some lines around the tag that I can cut by hand, so that will fit perfectly. So just doing this by eye, because if you think about measuring and such, you're going to get stressed about it. We don't want to worry about that. Just make sure it looks even. So I'm going around about a ½ centimetre, just over ½ centimetre around, but like I say, I am doing it by eye, so don't worry too much about it being perfect. There we go, and now I'm going to cut that out with a pair of scissors. So I've cut that card base out, and as you can see, we've still got the hinge at the top there because we didn't cut into that particular edge, and that fits on absolutely perfectly. Now I'm going to pop this on with some foam tape, but before I do that, I need to just thread a little twine through the top. I've got a green and white baker's twine. I'm going to fold it in half, pop it through the hole from the reverse, the loop that is the halfway point, like so, and then I'm going to put the two tail ends through that loop and pull it tight. There we go. So now I can trim these off where I want them to be, not too long, and I'm just going to put some foam tape on there on the reverse of here. Now it looks a little bit messy on the reverse because we've got our ink and things, but that's all going to be hidden away. So I'm using this foam tape from the adhesive bundle. I absolutely love it. It's really thick for foam tape, so it gives us lots of dimension. Still not too thick that you can't pop things into envelopes and through the post, so that'll be fine for that. But I just love to add dimension to my layers. It gives it that professional look. Just make sure you're not popping any tape over the hole there. And the great thing about these as well is the backing comes off really easily. It doesn't take me hours of fiddling around looking for the edges, which has always been a problem with foam before, but not with these ones. They seem to lift off really easily, as you can see. Just press that down, make sure it's nice and even. There we go. There we have our Go Wild sloth card hanging there. Really good fun, and I love the fact that that tag almost makes it look like a luggage or travel tag as well.
It is, isn't it? And remember, all them are little freebies. All freebies are part of your magazine collection. You're getting 3 sets of stamps. What you're getting at the beach, you're getting the wildlife, and you also get out and about as well, which we're going to see very shortly. We're very busy for the lamp as well. There's a freedom price on this, £24.29 is what you're looking at. But what is it, do you say? It is a normal lamp. It runs off your normal USB, so you can run it from your laptop, take that plug from your smartphone and use it from the mains, or you can run it from a power bank. So now we've got our power bank turned on, and now there's 2 different mode settings. So it's all touch by the touch of a button on the bottom. So this is your first setting that we have, and this is your, well, it's your 2 sets of lights. So this is sort of your natural light that you're looking at there. Simply press the mode button again. We've got your cool light that we're looking at now. Press it again, we've also got your warmer light, and then press it again, it goes back to that natural light as well. You can increase or decrease the light by 20% at each time. It's entirely up to you, and it all folds down. So you can fold it up, you can fold it over, you can fold it down, and it tilts as well. Entirely up to you, but the light still works. Even when it's folded down, that light will still shine bright. If you remember though, we are in that Easter Extra Flexi event is what we're on. Let's jump to the website. It's the quickest and easiest place to do. So pop your magazine in your basket, then stick your lamp in as well. And then you get them 3 flexible payments. First payment today, £16.95. 2 months, it's £14. It's as simple and as easy as that. But we want to get through all the demos that we can. Remember, this show is back at 2 o'clock with our Scots this afternoon as well. But let's have another look at another amazing demo with that free stamp set that you're getting with that magazine.
With this special edition of Creative Stamping, we are getting 3 stamp sets, but one of them is this Around the World set, which I absolutely love. And I think it's perfect not only for Bon Voyage, Happy Birthday, all these occasions, but also for masculine cards and children's cards as well, which is often something that we don't see as available as maybe florals and butterflies. So I love that we're getting everything here. There's hot air balloon, cars, we've got the camper van as well, the plane, the clouds. So I'm going to create an aperture card using the hot air balloon, the scenery and the clouds there. So I've got my hot air balloon there on an acrylic block here. It's quite a large one. And I'm going to stamp this with VersaFine ink. I'm just going to pop my light on there so I can see what I'm doing. And you can see the detail that shows up there when I start applying the ink. It's really, really beautiful. Now I'm stamping onto a scrap piece of cardstock. I say scrap, a spare piece, because I'm then going to cut the image out once I've coloured it. So I'm just going to press that down. What I'm also going to do on this cardstock is some clouds and any other imagery that I want to put onto my card. There we go. So I've started colouring in my stamped image, just using my alcohol pens here, and if you've got the chance to blend from lighter to darker colours, it's a good idea to make the base darker and at the top lighter, which is naturally what would happen if this balloon was flying around in the sky, because of course the light would be hitting the top first. So I'm just making each section a different colour, so I'll alternate the colours throughout. And then the clouds I'm going to leave white, and the scenery I'm going to colour in as well. So now I've used all my alcohol pens to colour in the hot air balloon and the landscape down the bottom there. I'm going to cut all of these elements out with my fussy cutting scissors, keeping quite close to all the lines but not going over them, so we can still clearly see the black. So now I've cut my 4 elements out, I need to prepare my card base. Now I've got quite a large card base here because I'm going to bring in my creative dies, and I'm going to be using this oval here. So this is a stitched oval, but I'm only going to be using the outside of it, so we won't see the stitching. And it's going to be an aperture into my card that my hot air balloon can be sort of floating past, like so. So I'm just going to tack this down with a little bit of low tack tape and run this through my die cutting machine. I've obviously used this tape before, so it's not very sticky. But before I run that through, you can either have this opened up so you only cut through the top layer, or as I'm going to do, I'm going to cut through both layers, so you may need to run this through a couple of times. Okay, sometimes you may find that only the top layer will cut through because this is a 300 GSM card blank. That's fine. If you cut through the top one, it should leave a good indentation at least on the bottom one. You can then move your die to the bottom, open it up and run it through your machine again. So I think this has cut through, yep, that's cut through both layers. So just release my die. I've got one layer in here, and as you can see, we get a lovely stitched edge to the oval there. It's really pretty, but because I cut through both layers of my card, I've got 2 ovals that I can put aside and use on another project. And then I've got my aperture going all the way through my card. Now I could have chosen the larger aperture in the set there, but then I wouldn't have much card space left around the edge, and that would make the card really quite flimsy and not very strong, so I opted for the smaller oval. I've still got plenty of space to have my hot air balloon floating by. So now I need to attach these elements to my card, but to make the card even more dimensional, I'm going to add some inking around it. Very pale inking, just some pale blue around the aperture and around the card edge. So I've chosen to go for this tumbled glass, which is a sky blue or a baby blue, and I'm going to go around the inside of the aperture first. So I'm going to blend from the middle onto a resistant mat and just catch the very edge of the aperture there, just to add a little bit of colour. It just gives it a finished look. It's quite subtle, but it does look a lot more professional, and it also gives that sky blue feel to the card, because of course the hot air balloon would be floating through the sky. And then I'm going to go around the card edge as well. So there I've inked the edges, just the inside edge of this aperture and the outside of the front there, all in that pale blue. And now I can trim down to size my greenery, so the grass and everything. I'm going to leave a slight border. I could have this going right from edge to edge if I wanted to, but I do think a slight border helps to tie in the rest of the card base and make it look like one piece rather than separate layers. So I'm just going to take a pencil, mark a line along here with a ruler, and then cut that by hand. There, now that piece is going to be glued on with some foam pads, so that will lift it up, give it a little bit of a shadow behind. So I'm going to use my foam pads here. I absolutely love these foam pads. The backing comes off really easily, and they're really nice and thick and dimensional. They're actually quite sturdy as well, so if your project does get squashed at all, it won't flatten the foam at all. They really do hold their own shape. So really easy to take the backing off, and they're nice large ones as well, but you can cut them down. And place that back on there with a slight border, so we've got a little bit of dimension. And then to place the hot air balloon. So this is going to only be glued by the very top. The rest is going to be suspended in the air here. So you can have it central. I quite like there. So what you need to do is make a note, because once you flip this over, it might be easy to put your foam pad on the wrong side. So just make a note of whereabouts you want that foam pad to be. Now it may be the easiest way to flip it over with it in place, and then take a pencil and just draw a line along there. Now if you're worried about this, you being able to see the colour there, you can cut yourself another shape, maybe stamp another shape, cut it and place it on the back there. It's a fairly symmetrical shape as well, so you should be fine to do that. And then we've got our line. This is where we can put our foam. So in fact I'm going to go for foam tape, because I can work that around the edge and then trim it. So I can bend it slightly, cut it, turn this over and trim it to fit the edge of that cut stamped image. Taking my excess off. Make sure you clean your scissors afterwards, or use some old scissors, ones just for cutting glue and tape. Peel the backing off, and then again it's a good idea just to make sure that's back in the same place. Turn it over and do it from the reverse. There we go, and then you'll have no tape showing either. The clouds, I'm going to put one up here, the other one is going to be just coming off the edge of the card there. I'm going to pop a sentiment banner in there somewhere, so I'm leaving a little bit of space. So this is overhanging the card. If you don't like it overhanging, you can of course tuck them elsewhere if you wanted to, or you could have one up here and one down there. So it's entirely up to you whereabouts you put your clouds, but these are going to be put on with a wet glue so that they are underneath the hot air balloon. So again, make a note of whereabouts you need your glue to be, and I do like that they are going over the aperture there as well, not just, I think I might put that one on there, like so, just overhanging. I like things overhanging the card, but just make sure that nothing is going to be overhanging the base line here. Anything at the side and the top is fine, but if you have anything coming over the base, then you're not going to be able to stand your card up. So just, you've got a little bit of wiggle room as well here with this glue. Just gluing those on, and then as you can see, we've got our clouds and our hot air balloon floating in that aperture. So now we can just work on putting a little sentiment in there to finish this off. So I've stamped here just onto a scrap of cardstock, Off You Go, which comes in the stamp set there. So I'm just going to glue that. I'm not going to ink this because I want it to coordinate with those clouds that are bright white. So it's going to be a banner that's uninked. The inking really around the edge of the white card base really represents the blue sky. So this wants to stand out. I'm just going to place it against the edge there, just peeking into that aperture. So off you go. So great for bon voyage. Could be retirement, could be leaving a job, moving house, anything like that. But there's a nice fun card with the aperture with the hot air balloon and the clouds in, all using those stamps from Creative Stamping Magazine.
3 amazing demonstrations, very cartoonesque as well. You change the colours, you can now have these dangling if you wanted to in the middle of your cards. Let them spin, do them back to front, do multiples of them and make them 3D if you wanted. Remember, for £14.99 you're getting the magazine and you are getting the 3 sets of stamps out, and already a quarter of the stock has already gone. So you're getting By the Sea. You're also getting Go Wild and Around the World as well. Normally, though, this one you wouldn't normally get. If you bought it in the shop, you'd get these. Perfectly good for £14.99. But why get it from the shops when you can get that extra set of stamps as well on By the Sea? And you're getting the £4 off. You're getting 58 projects inside the magazine as well. There is so much more that is in there. Let's have a quick flick through to show you what you're actually getting. You can download the papers. If you want to get the papers as well, you jump to the website, you can download the papers that are there. You've also got so much inspiration that's and here. Just look at the inspiration that you can see. What I also like as well, it breaks it down to the materials that you will need and then 6 easy steps to make that exact card. 6 easy steps. This one, there's only 4 easy steps. You see there's so much in there. That little otter that also comes in your sets of stamps as well. So there's the little otter that they've used. They've just added a little love heart down the corner of his arm. And the reeds are also in the pack as well. I don't know what I'm showing over there. The reeds are also in the pack as well. Everything that you need is in this kit. It really breaks it down. The guide to ink pads. If you don't know what ink pad to use for the right job, this will break it down for you to give you that rough idea that you need. They're always handy to have. Children's makes as well, so if you're thinking of ideas for children's cards, you really can go wild, as it were. There is so much that you can use them for and so much that you can do when you get that magazine home, but use it as inspiration. Take it, inspiration, and then put your own fleck to it as well. Start checking out your baskets if I was you. The phone lines are very, very busy. Jump to the website or tap the apps. It's entirely up to you which you want to do, but we are very busy across the board. This show is back at 2 o'clock with our Scott, who's taking you through the next 4 hours, so keep him company. And Catherine's here as well, doing the one-day special. Very, very busy for the one-day special this morning, but we're also busy for the magazine as well, and we're also busy for that lamp that I showed you that runs off mains and also runs off a laptop and will also run off your power banks as well. So if you've got those little power banks, it will also run off that. Use the Freedom and then put it in with your magazine as well. It'll be £13.09 across 3 flexible payments. 3 flexible payments. Remember, we are in that Easter event, is what we're in, the Easter Extra Flexi event, which means we're giving you an extra flexi. We've halved the price of what the flexi basket normally is. We've now it's down to £30. It doesn't have to be on this show. It can be across the website. It can be across all the shows if you want. You've also got your dies on the show as well. £14.97, 253, and 3 more numbers. Took it away far too quick. And then 306007 for your hexagon, your text and your ovals as well. £14.97. Wow, there's 2-minute queues on the phone lines. I've never rambled through so many things so quickly. I'm out of breath and I've got a slight stitch. And me with me dodgy ticker, I could go at any time. Who knows? Stay safe, whatever you do. I will see you now on Wednesday I'm guessing. All merges into one, doesn't it? Stay safe, don't you go anywhere. There's so much more to shop for here on the wonderful world of Hochanda. I'll see you later. Yes, indeed, the next 3 hours look a little bit like this. Now, don't go anywhere. He's even wearing a little bit of gingham, ladies. Oh, who doesn't love a bit of gingham?
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. This has developed my drawings into a series of photopolymer stamps, clear stamps for the crafting community and the crafting industry. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important to us at Picture This, and we have so much more to bring. Our shows on Hochanda, we hope to make them informative, amusing obviously, entertaining, but mainly it's about bringing the creative spirit to you. Make sure you tune in and watch the Picture This shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I like to pack my shows with lots of hints, tips and techniques, and my idea is to give the experience that I've got and I've gained to everyone at home and show as many things as I possibly can. The John Next Door brand is designed to bring high quality, innovative products to the crafting market. The range includes stamps, dies and new products such as the media plates. I'm also looking to expand the brand and bring you lots of new techniques, new ideas and new products into the next few years. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't forget to tune in and watch the John Next Door shows on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs.
Welcome to Hochanda's Easter Extra Flexi event. Join us from 6 p.m. Thursday the 9th of April to 6 p.m. Tuesday the 14th of April as we'll be offering you an extra special treat to help ease the cost of your Easter purchases. All of your crafting favourites will be here with us, celebrating the Easter break by demonstrating and showcasing their latest products. So, not only will we reduce the Flexi Basket value from £60 to £30, but you will also be given the opportunity to spread the cost of your purchase over 3 exciting Flexi Buy payments instead of 2. So get cracking and take advantage of our Easter Extra Flexi event from the 9th of April at 6 p.m.
Happy Easter, everybody! Happy Easter! Happy Easter, everybody! How are you all? Happy Easter! It is me, Trevor, and me, Tracy. Hope you're having a lovely Easter Sunday. What I'd really love, though, Tracy, yes, Trevor, can't keep this up, would be a lovely Easter egg. Hang on, let me get one. Hiya. How are you all? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. This is Trevor. This is Tracy there on the show in this hour for you. Lovely to have your company. Unfortunately, you've got me for 4 hours. Well, thank you, said lone voice in background. Lovely. Well, not all just for the 4 hours. You've got Catherine the next hour, and just me sort of introducing, really, and that's about it. We've also got Tracy and Trevor that are here, of course, taking me through this hour with you, with lovely daisy chain designs. I hope you're having a lovely Easter Sunday. I hope you're all safe and well, and it's lovely to have your company. Thank you to Adam already and Alex that have taken you through the morning, and Catherine, of course, which will be with you a bit later on, of course, as the day goes on. We have got a brilliant show lined up to take you through till 3 o'clock before Janice will come through and take you through the next 4 hours of live broadcasting here. I say live broadcasting, as you know, we're doing everything safely, so that we have got some brilliant demonstrations all lined up for you, as we always have here, and of course on Hochanda, but they have all been pre-recorded, so we'll be throwing to those as much as we possibly can, so you still get all the benefits of, you see, how all of these wonderful things are put together, of course. We're also going to be asking for callers to come through on the show, so we're going to have callers come through. I think we've got Sue coming through in this hour, hopefully very, very shortly, so we can take you down the counter together as well and have a quick chat to see what Sue has got lined up for you in this particular hour. So lots of fun. Also, we want to be interactive. What we would love is if you would love to send us some pictures through. Now, I would love to see anyone's pet decorated in the most ridiculous Easter outfit going. Now, you can either make it quickly, you can put it together, you can just get the dog, put some bunny ears on it, get the cat. What you got until 3 o'clock just to do the most outrageous Easter picture with your pets. If you haven't got a pet, nick one safely from a distance from the neighbour. That's fine. They don't mind, because it's all in the spirit of Easter. So, you can do studio at Hochanda if you would like to be interactive. If you want to say hello, you want a little message from us to give you a shout out, of course, or to somebody else, then we are here for you. Thank you so much for being with you. Right then, we've got Trevor and we've got Tracy coming up a little bit later on. I'll talk you through those, but I'll move them out of the way so I don't get them confused right now with the products that we can show you, of course, starting up with. So we're going to be starting off with the toadstool for the cottage pattern and the starter kit that you're going to get here. This is 939167. We've got brilliant price points for you, and we're starting off with this one at only £17.49. So if you're just starting out with your stitch work, then this is a perfect way to begin, because every design you're going to be getting here, all the information that you're going to require to take you through this one, and you're going to end up making a beautiful cushion. You'll also have some of the details on here about what you will need, but again, perfect if you've got some of your leftover scraps of your material that you can work with those, but we'll give you a sort of a pointer on these designs to take you through. So this is your number one that you're looking at here. This is your woodland view that you've got, 939167. Only, again, as I said, £17.49. You are getting some of the materials, some of the little accessories you're going to require for that one. You're also going to be getting the pattern, of course, you say, and you're going to be finding the felt that's in here to work with on this one. 17 inches by 17 inches will be the final products by the time you finish with that one. Not if I was making it, it'll be way smaller probably. I would have got it all wrong. But the instructions here are nice and clear for you to follow. 939167, that's only £17.49. Don't forget, you can shop ahead on the web once I've gone through all these details for you, of course, while we've still got the demonstrations to show you as well. Right, moving down, we're going to bring to you another one. This is number 2, of course, that we've got from here. This is the woodland view, and you can see the picture there again of what you're seeing with the lovely cushion that you're going to get here. If you want to really, I think you should go for both of those if you can. They do really work beautifully together, but a fantastic price on this one for your toadstool cushion pattern, and you're going to be getting the felt also in the starter kit for here. Only £11.99. Now this is on extended delivery for you, but Ed actually was on the show earlier on this morning while you were having your Easter eggs. Other people were getting these, but now you can get them. It's on extended. You can get it. 274304. Again, everything you require, the pattern, all the instructions, and also all the felt that's there as well. 40% of the stock on the extended has already been allocated. So as you can see from that, it's a really popular piece to get. And so if you are interested in that now, don't hesitate to get that in there. Oh, is there wrong? Oh yeah, we're going to go back to the first one. I think the wrong details were given actually on the first one as well. So this one is the Woodland View that you've got here. That's number one. I think we had the wrong details up on the screen. There we go. £11.99. What's wondering what the difference in the price? Caesar Sunday, anything can happen. 971145. Apologies for that confusion for the graphics set, but £11.99 that we're looking at there for the cushion pattern of the toadstool. With also, you're going to be getting the felt starter kit there. You can see the close-ups of the images of all the lovely details that you're going to be getting. Those little flower parts and all of those, they do come already included with this, but you've got lovely detail on the toadstool itself. 971145. That's number one. Right then, now we're moving down to the toadstool. Right, we're good with the toadstool. Now, I think you're deja vu. You'll notice the details we gave you earlier on. Just checking really to see everyone's still paying attention. There we go. Deja vu. I've been here before. So this is the toadstool cottage pattern and starter kit, and that's why this one is £17.49 that you're going to be getting. Everything that you require. There's a lot of material as part of this one, as you can see already. We've got all that beautiful felt that's all there for you, all the details, all the little embellishments, etc., etc. You're getting all of those in this kit as well. 939167 for the daisy chain designs. This is the toadstool cottage pattern and the starter kit. £17.49. Oh, look at that. That's cute. That's very cute, isn't it? We're liking those. We're liking those. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's a real lovely, it's a very cute theme with regards to everything you're seeing in this hour, and these really are absolutely fantastic to work with. I think you'll really like these. We've got Terry and Tina. Now this is just for the pattern set that you're going to be getting here. This is 020762. It's new on the show. It's only £13.99, but you get Terry and Tina. You're getting both of the patterns in this one particular set. So again, really clear instructions to work through. Absolutely beautiful. But the finished products, I think we've got a little picture. You can see, look at those. Now they will be 9 inches tall once born. Once born from your sewing kit, 9 inches. Oh, look at that. That's brilliant. Perfect. I mean, I know that we are talking about everything that's Easter, but to be quite honest, I think any time they are going to look great in little boys or little girls' nursery or little bedroom. I think they're great projects to work on. 020762. Only £13.99 gets you both of those designs. Ooh. Have you felt this lovely fleece? How warm is this? How lovely and soft is this? This reminds me that I went on I had my 1 hour's exercise walk the other day, and out by the countryside where we are, and the sheep, I have to say, are not sticking to the guidelines of social distancing. They don't care. They were all together in a big group of them, flaunting it, basically, flaunting it. And this is what reminds me of really beautiful, soft fleece that you're going to be getting for these projects. Again, this is all about cuteness and softness and lovely projects to work on if you would like to have this one. We're just going to bring the graphics up, the details for you, so that you can see how much it is. But with the designs on this and the fabric is all part of these for the projects that you can see. I think it's coming up now. Here it is, here it is. There we go. So 382302 is your item code. You need to go for this one. And I love the phrase of the snuggable. Snuggable. That's a great word. Have you used snuggable before? I think snuggable should be. Yeah. Think of anything else that's snuggable. Ross has went, no, can't think of anything. Well, Ross is quite snuggable, I think. Yeah, I think he's quite snuggable, yeah. 14, no, that wasn't a come on, no. 1449, 382302. The options you've got, do you want to go for the white and the pink or the cream and the blue? White and the pink, or we've got the gingham pattern on there, or you've got the blue option as well. 1449, 382302. Right, now then, I do believe I can say a very happy Easter. Is Sue there?
I am. Good morning.
Oh,
Scott.
good. Hello, Sue. How are you?
Very, very well, thank you, and happy Easter, not just to you, but to all our lovely viewers as well.
Absolutely, and we return it straight back to you as well. A very happy Easter. How is your weekend going so far?
Oh, actually wonderful, thank you. Yes, I've been doing some cooking and some sewing and some gardening and even some cleaning, so all good.
Oh, all good, all good. And was the Easter Bunny kind to you so far?
He was. I had 3 Easter eggs, and do you know what? I didn't buy any back.
You say that again, sorry?
I got 3 and I didn't buy any back.
You got-
Daniel. Oh, he's got none.
You're winning 3 to you, none to me. But I feel very outdone by now. Although my little girl this morning said, Daddy, the Easter Bunny didn't come this morning. I said, it's because of the lockdown. Don't panic, he'll find a way. I'm sure you'll have one by the end of the day. So
we'll be scrabbling around trying to get some last minute ones.
Exactly, exactly. So it's lovely to have your company on the show. Thank you so much. We've already started going down the counter.
Yeah.
But these projects are absolutely adorable, and I'm loving the words like snuggable. They are gorgeous designs, and they're absolutely fantastic projects workers. So congratulations on what you brought to us here.
Thank you. Well, they are all our lovely Gail's designs.
Yeah.
She's the talent on today's show. I'm very lucky having Gail and Sue.
Yeah.
And I will just point out, because I'm so sorry you haven't got all of the samples there. I do appreciate that. But Trevor and Tracy have actually had babies.
Oh.
And it's Terry and Tina, which you've just showed a couple of stops back, that are actually the new pattern set. So Terry and Tina are actually the son and daughter of Trevor and Tracy.
Well, it's true what they say then about rabbits, apparently, then. So that's that's lovely to know. They started the show earlier on this morning. I don't know if you saw that.
I did. I thought that was fantastic. Well done.
Well, they must be very proud parents as well, because they're very, very cute babies that they've got there.
Oh, very, very sweet. And we've just done them as a pattern set for now. They may be kits at some time in the future.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, due to obviously getting the difficulty sometimes of sourcing materials,
Yeah.
I rather than just keep them back, I thought, well, people might just like to have them as a pattern set to start with. I mean, they're made from a product called Minky or Cuddle. It does tell you on the pattern what they are.
Yeah.
And you can obviously make a start on them straight away. But I didn't really want to hold them back any longer, as girls are working very hard to get them ready.
Of
So they
course.
are really sweet.
Of course. Well, we obviously appreciate, you know, that some things are harder than others now at the moment to try and get hold of as well. And I think it's a perfect day for them to be actually on the show as well. So I'm glad you didn't hold them back.
Thank you.
And people do have those materials, you know, that they will have in their stash already at home. So, and are looking for projects to work on. So I think that's absolutely perfect time. So thank you for bringing them out to us anyway today, which is great.
You're very welcome.
Is there anything else in general? I'm just wondering about Daisy Chain. Obviously, we're well aware of you as an organisation, as a company, but people that maybe, if they've not heard of you, and they're just starting out, because a lot of people are starting new crafts, aren't they, at the moment, and trying things because they've got a bit of time on their hands.
Absolutely.
These kind of projects to work on, where are we as far as from the beginner's point of view to intermediate to advanced? Where would you say that these are sort of positioned at the moment?
Certainly. I mean, certainly with the toadstool cushions, which featured on the earlier show,
Yeah.
they're all made out of felt, all of the applique. And the great thing with felt is you don't need to sort of turn the edges under or worry about any of the fabric spraying.
Right.
So literally, the little starter kit gives you all of the applique, the freezer paper, which we talked about this morning, which is how you transfer the design onto the felt.
Yeah.
We've got the wool felt for the cushions, also as an added extra if people want it. So to be honest with you, I would say start with something like that, because they are really very, very achievable to do. With a cushion, it's not a huge project.
Yeah.
And so you can really sort of get your teeth into it. And actually, one of the demonstrations I'm going to show shortly, I think the first one might be, is how to insert a zip in. Because a lot of people think, oh, well, I can make the cushion, but I can't do the zip.
Yeah, of course.
This is the easiest zip in the world. Not my idea. It was Gail's.
Oh.
So I'm hoping that will sort of just hopefully sort of make people feel confident to have a go. But they are really nice to do. But yeah, I'd say really none of the projects are that challenging.
No,
if people can generally sew, hopefully, you know, they should have some fun.
Yeah, and that's fantastic. And I know what you mean about just those little areas where you think, well, if you could just master those, that would give a confidence for projects coming up as well. And a lot of these, are great if you are working with little people just starting out, possibly passing those skills on.
Definitely. I mean, this is the ideal opportunity, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
with children haven't got school at the moment, you know, I think a lot of parents are finding it sort of challenging, and I
Yeah.
think the children now are at the point where they're getting a little bit bored, and, you know, the novelty is possibly wearing off. So why not, you know, craft, or, you know, maybe buy a kit if you can't, you know, as a grandparent or parent, you obviously if you're a parent you're probably living with the children, but
Yeah.
if you're a grandparent and you're isolated, maybe sort of, I don't want to sort of push it, but maybe buy possibly 2 kits and send one to the grandchild, and then you could sort of on one of the, you know, there's lots of apps, aren't there now, out where you can sort of do video calling to each
absolutely.
other, maybe actually sort of, you know, work together on a project, you
That's
know,
a
with a
lovely
little bit of
idea.
adult help, you know, because it is very odd times, and I think, you know, children love being creative, love making things, and you don't have to use a sewing machine with this, they could just sew it down by hand, so
Yeah.
maybe something like that might be quite a nice.
That's a lovely idea. And, you know, as you were saying about from schooling point of view as well, that there's a lot of, I think, those kind of tasks that people are trying that they don't always get the chance to do at school, you know, so it is like needlework that's taking place, even the sort of little DIY jobs as well, so they're getting involved in other projects and things like this and you've got something beautiful to keep at the end of it as well.
It really is. It's a great skill, and as you say, it's a great opportunity to sort of, you know, to sometimes sort of work out of the barriers of you know, what education is at school. Like you say,
Yeah.
you know, if you've got someone who's into wood crafting or something, woodwork or metalwork or something like that, you know, get the young people involved and get them to learn a new skill, because these are often the skills that you need, you know, you do actually need through life as well. So yeah, great opportunity. We always have to take a positive from all of this, don't we, Scott? So I think this is a great opportunity to start your sewing journey. And if you're sitting at home bored thinking, oh, I've never made anything like this, you know, I'd like to think hopefully we might inspire a few people to pick up a needle and have a go.
Absolutely. And the other great point about this as well is that these are all affordable kits as well. They're, you know, it's a really fantastic price points. I think we started off at the beginning, I think it was only $11.99, I think, for the first project that we've shown on the counter and everything. So some really good price points in there where it is affordable to have a go at as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, you don't always want to spend a fortune on a large quilt. So what basically you're getting with number 2 is the new one out this month. So just to confuse everybody, but number 2 is new out today, which is the little house with the leaves on the top. And what you get in that kit is all of the applique and the embellishments.
Yeah.
And then if you say you want to add on the wool felt cushion, the wool felt as an extra, you can do, or you can use and make it, you know, from your own fabrics. And I do understand that people might not want to spend out on that as well.
Of course.
And then with the Coastal Cottage, which is also new today, that one is made out of fleece and felt.
Yes.
And that's a little bit more expensive because we have managed to sort of source enough fleece and enough felt to hopefully fulfil, you know, all of the people wanting to buy it on
Great.
the show, along with the felts and the embellishments as well. So that obviously is something else people could have a go at as well, maybe.
I say that fleece is so soft as well.
It's lovely. It's so tactile, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
And I'm really sorry, on the demonstration you will see there is actually a front and a back to it as well. So on the front side you've got the little house, and on the back side of the cushion you've got the little washing line. So hopefully I'll be able to show it in far more detail with the demonstration. I hope that helps.
We're gonna get through to those very, very shortly indeed. We really will. We'll finish off just going down there. But listen, so thank you so much indeed for taking time out on your Easter Sunday as well to join us as well. And we look forward to the days again in the future when we can have you all back in the studio with us, because it seems lonely without you all.
Oh, thank you. It is really weird, I must admit, when I shot the demonstrations, it felt very odd not to have anybody with me. It was actually, if I say it, it's slightly more scary to do it like that than it actually was to do it live on the show, which completely sounds bizarre.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, listen, we look forward to seeing them on the show here as well. And we want to extend again, just wishing you a very, very happy Easter to you and yours, and keep safe. And we look forward to seeing you back here in the studio very, very soon indeed.
Thanks, Scott, very much. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter. Take care. Bye-bye, Sue.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. How fantastic, lovely. Well, listen, you've heard then from Sue talking about then the very proud parents. We've got Trevor and we've got Tracy that opened it as well. Now, all you've got to do is just choose which one you want to. I think you've got to go for both, really. You can't split them up. They've got children. You can't split them up. $17.49 for Trevor, $17.49 if you want to go for Tracy. They're both fantastic. They've got absolutely great features. Really, really cute, really character faces as well. And they are beautiful. You've got the lovely soft little legs there with the details that you can take right the way down, of course, with the finery on their shoes, etc. The lovely, beautiful little carrot that's in there, of course, for Trevor. He's looking very happy. A little bit jaded, but he has got little babies, of course, as well. and the little bow tie there with the little flower and the hat. It's such a great product as well to look at from Trevor's point of view. And again, equally, Tracy, she's got all the details, all the finery in there, a little dress that you can see, a little bag, etc. And more, again, bows in the hair, and the details again on the little feet. But they're beautiful projects. 900 547. I'll be honest, don't listen, Trevor. Tracy is more popular at the moment. Okay, they're going for you're going for. Don't get upset though. Trevor, don't get upset. I'm sure that things will change. Hopefully you go neck and neck. 17.49 shoes, whether you want to give Tracy a home or Trevor a home, but I'd get them. They want to be together. Right, we've also got for you the hanky house. There we go, the lovely hanky house. How apt at the moment, lots of tissues at the moment, I'm sure, in the house as well as 50,000 toilet rolls stashed up on your landing. 708991, if you want to give a tissue a home, why not? You've got the kit here that you're going to have, and the design and everything you need to make this. Again, just as we were talking about there with Sue, brilliant price point, only £11.49. But if you're looking for that, we've got some images we can show you. I think this is a really cute, really lovely kits to work with. So you've got the daisy chain designs, the hanky house tissue box, you get the holder pattern and you're going to get the pelmet Valine as well. So all of that is in there for just £11.49. Item number 708991. So I told you there's loads of lovely projects, aren't there, available in this. I bet you're a bit torn for choice, but you've got lots of projects to go on. How about a project you can hang up on the wall, possibly? This is great. This is the train with my name, so you can really personalise this. I think this is a time, thank goodness for our wonderful delivery men and women, of course, still carrying on around the country. How about designing something here? You work with the train with my name, making this and then send it, possibly, they've had a newborn, of course, through these tricky times, or people not being able to go around and give gifts. Something like this, personalised with all the details you get with the alphabet, etc. that's in the design as well. You get the pattern, and you're going to get the button set with this. So under a tenner for this project, 121583. Really lovely pattern. So whatever the name is, of course, then you can personalise that, get that, make it, lovely project to work with, and then if you have to send that through the post, of course, and send that out to someone, I'm sure they'd love to receive that. Put that, a lot of decorating taking place at the moment, isn't there, through these times? So a project like that you could put up on the wall in someone's new bedroom or nursery, then would be a lovely treat, wouldn't it? 121583, a project there to start off with, possibly for under £10, which is great. Final piece that we have for you on the counter, and then we're going to go to some demonstrations and show you. This is all that glitters, and if you love your sparkle as a project, then you're going to enjoy this one. This is all that glitters, the unicorn wall hanging pattern that you're going to get, plus you're going to get the felt starter kits that works with this. Now this actually make a 40-inch by 8.5-inch project by the time that you finish with this. It's only £13.99, and again you can see the images on there that you've got that beautiful idea of really personalises again with something that's just unicorns are so in demand, aren't they, right now? Magical fairy tales that you can see, and the lovely unicorn there, the rainbows, of course, which are very apt. So it's a really on-theme project, isn't it, to work with the rainbows in there as well. £13.99, 125607. Now, of course, you can get all of these on the website. We're 23 minutes in, we're not in a demo yet, but we have had a lovely chat with Sue, of course. So let's see now, lovely Sue, and with our first of our demonstrations for you here from us at Hochanda.
Hello everybody, and welcome to the next demonstration. This is the 11 o'clock show. If any of you missed the 7 o'clock show, you can watch it on rewind. But if you have missed me, this is the Daisy Chain Designs headquarters. So everything gets shipped from here. Not many people get to see this part of my business. So welcome, and I hope you're enjoying the show so far. What I'd like to now do is just demonstrate to you how to put a zip in on the back of a cushion, and I'm just referring back to the earlier show with the lovely new cushion that we're showing this particular show called number 2 Woodland View. It's the second in our series of toadstool cushions, and in the earlier show I demonstrated how to do machine quilting, how to do free motion quilting, how to do the leaves, how to prepare the felt as well, so you can watch that on rewind if you missed it. I'm going to just turn the cushion over now, And you can see there's a zip in the back. And I know for a lot of people this puts fear and dread into their sort of life, thinking, oh my goodness me, I can't possibly put a zip in. But I promise you, this is Gail's technique, and it is the easiest zip. Even I can manage it. And if I can manage it, then I'm promising you can manage it as well. So what I've done is I've just prepared a little sample, not in the felt, but just in some fabric that I had, and with a zip as well. And the first thing you'll note is actually that the zip is much larger than my actual piece of fabric that I've put here. And that is actually crucial to the simplicity of how to put this zip in. In the pattern for the toadstool cushion, the finished size is 18 inches, but we ask you to buy a 20-inch zip. And the reason is that you're going to chop it, and it's so much easier to do it this way than worrying to insert it. So without further ado, I'm going to show you how to do it. The first thing we suggest is that you take your felt and you fold a 1/2 inch seam allowance, which I've already done, and I just pressed it on the iron, and I've just pushed the edge, nice crisp edge, up as close to the teeth as I can. I did use a little glue stick here just to hold the fabric in place, which helps, and I've also just put a pin in either side, and I've done the same with the second piece. So the next thing I'm going to do is take this to my sewing machine, and I'm going to sew down either long edge along the zipper foot, and that's pretty much it done. But let me just show you a couple of things. I'm going to come round to my sewing machine now, and you'll see I'm going to just show you what foot to use. This is a zipper foot. I've got a Benina, so this is foot number 4, but there's obviously different feet for different sewing machines. I'm going to just put my zipper foot on, and the first thing you'll notice if you haven't put a zip in before is that you obviously have to move your needle, because if you had it in the centre, it's going to dong right into the centre of the foot. And the idea with this is that you can buff the edge of the stitching right up to the edge of the teeth without it catching or jamming. So what I've done is I've moved my needle position, and I've moved mine over to the left, and that's just my own preference on what I actually prefer to do. I just always find it easier to sew this side round, but you know, you can easily do it the other way if you want it, and then you just move the position of your needle over to the right. So I'm going to just check before I start sewing that the needle is far enough over that it's not going to catch onto the zipper foot, and that's absolutely fine. So obviously just bringing the flywheel back up, I'm going to just make sure that's up to the top. That's perfect. And the next thing I'm going to do is bring my sample here, and I just put a pin in just to hold it in place, but obviously we don't like sewing over pins. My husband repairs sewing machines, and we've seen many a sad case of a pin having ruined a sewing machine, so please don't sew over your pins if you can at all help it. And you can just see how close I can actually now get my stitch onto the side of the zip. So I've got my straight stitch on, my feed dogs are up, so the sewing's going to basically be just, all I have to do is just follow it nicely. Now I'm using a black thread because I really wanted you to be able to see what I was doing, but I would obviously recommend that you use a colour thread that will match in with your sewing so it won't be seen. But you can see how easy it is just to really keep as close to the zip as you can. The fact that I have actually glued my little seam in place has also helped because it takes away the need for a pin. I'm going to just keep coming down here to the end. Now I'm going to just lift that zipper foot up for a minute and remove that pin. Of course I stuck it the wrong way around. There we go. And I'm going to just put that back down again and carry on stitching to the end. Now the great thing I just was going to say is the head of the zip is actually completely out of the way. So, oh, just got my thread caught there. I'll just deal with that in a minute. There we are. And I'm going to just lift my needle now, and I'm going to just take that out of my work, and then you can see where I've been. So there is and that's actually just the extra thread there that I've just caught. So I'm just going to pull that out the way there. So you can see that's one side done. And I'm going to come exactly back the other side and repeat with the other side of the zip. And again, the head of the zip is out of the way. With the zip foot, you do just have to sort of keep your thread tail, if you can, to the back. There we are. I'm going to just set that down, keep it nice and close again, and then do nothing more. That's it. I'll just keep my finger on that thread tail just to keep it out of the way. And just come back the other side, and you can see how easy it is. Just remove that pin in plenty of time. And there we are, we come to the edge of the work, and again you just take your work out, take the needle out of your work, and again I'll just show you then how easy that is. Now, just to finish it off, and this is the most important thing is to remember now, is just to take your zip and just, I'll just mind the thread tails out of the way, just pull it down, because what you're going to do is you're going to just reinforce this little seam here, and I've kept this in my work here, so I'm going to just go back to the top of the zip here like that, and I'm going to just right on the edge, because you're obviously it's going to be covered by the when you use your seam allowance on it. Now I'm probably not going to take the risk of sewing through the zip, because I don't want to break my needle on TV. It's not very nice to see, so I'm going to just run it over, and then that just reinforces that little seam there. And I'm going to do the same with the other side. Now this is just a little bit trickier, because obviously here you've opened your zip up, so I just want to be careful, and I just brought that down like that. Again, just try and keep the thread tail out of the way, and just sew down to there. And then I'm going to just close that back up again, take my needle up, take my foot up, just lift it over. I know it's a long stitch, but it just helps just to reinforce the part of the seam there. There we are, lift the needle out. Oh, what a backwards lift on that, but that's fine, I lift it out. There we go. And there you can see. I'm going to now, with a pair of scissors, just bring that zip back up. With a pair of scissors, I'm going to just chop this end off here like that, and that end up like that. Turn it round and do the same with the other side, and this is so clever. The first time I saw this, I was like, yay, because I really hate putting zips into things. There is your zip back, ready for the front of the work to be put right sides together with the zip, right sides in, and then you just simply sew all the way around it, open the zip up, turn it through, job done.
You see, these are great, these little demonstrations, because it's just as Sue was saying earlier on, some of those little things, I mean, that's a skill. Once you're working on the zip, and I don't want to preach to the converti, because I know there's lots of people that will know probably how to work with the zips and to put those through. But for those that don't and that are starting out, something like that can be quite a challenge and quite a hurdle to get over. And you don't want to ruin all the fancy work that you've done on those little areas there. So this is why it's great that we can still get the demonstrations, because people are starting crafting at all different levels, at all different stages, aren't they? And you've got those skills. Once you've got them, you can do it on the cushion. Of course, you could do it for lots of other projects going through and working through. So it's brilliant to have those kind of things. And if you are just starting out on your crafting career, journey, whatever you would like to call it, I'm so glad that you're doing it with us here at Hochanda. There's always a guiding hand, whichever your craft is that you do, that will take you through them, of course, and we're trying to keep those demonstrations going as long as we possibly can for you. Right, I hope you're having a lovely time. My name is Scott. I'll be taking you through here till 3 o'clock, and then I'll be on a virtual handover to Janice, who'll take you through live, of course, 3 till 7. We've got Catherine come up in the next hour. It's lovely to have your company in this hour. I hope you're having a lovely chocolatey Easter. Let's just talk you through a couple of the items we've got here again for you to have a look at. I'll give you an update on that. We're looking at 2/3 of the number 1 that we've got here, which is the Woodland View toadstool cushion pattern, and you also get the felts for that starter kit with the design, everything. So 2/3 of the stock of this already allocated. Again, brilliant price point, isn't it? Only £11.99. Item number here for number 1 is 971145. So now if you're feeling confident after what you've just seen there working on the zips once you're doing your cushion and just putting that zip in, that final bit, get this into your basket right now and something to work on. And it's, what's really nice as well, isn't it, that it's quite a calming and relaxing task to sort of carry out for something like this as well. So with everything being quite stressful and all the news and etc, etc, projects like this are really going to come into their own. You get lovely detail as well that you'll be able to see on this, really up nice and close. Beautiful work on the stitching there, you can see on the path and the stonework around the door, for example. The lovely little details you're going to be getting with the felt that comes through with this one, so you can make your lovely little fences, the little areas of your toast store, the little chimneys, etc. Really lovely, fun, great and enjoyable project to work with yourself or whether. I love that idea of Sue, if you're going to get 2 of these and maybe it's a grandparent or friend who's going to be doing something, you know, with all these other different social ways of interlinking on Zoom and House Party and all those sort of things now, doing that Skype even with grandparents, they can do the projects at the same time and do it virtually. I think it's a lovely idea. We've got the second of the designs as well. Now, it did sell out in the earlier show today. It was so popular if you wanted to go for the Woodland View Toadstool cushion. It is back. It is back on extended, and now we're looking at the 20th of April for dispatch for you now. Now, half the stock on that extended delivery of this has now already been allocated. A really busy one. I think price has got to do with this. You're getting a lot of the felt, of course, within the kit, and of course all your instructions are there for you. 274304, again, lovely product to be working on. Really lovely features on there and lovely detail. Again, you're going to enjoy working on that. 274304. Let's shift you down. Oh, that was a bit of a workout. I should start doing a YouTube channel at 9 o'clock on Monday morning, I think. We'll just do that for half an hour. Now then, if you're looking for all your fabric, all your materials, then you're going to get oodles of it here. £17.49 gives you all this material that you're going to find. All the details are in there, of course, plus all of your felt, all the little embellishments you have with the butterfly and the flowers. All of that is also included with this one. And, of course, all the instructions and your pattern that is going to be there for you to work with. 939167, under £20 again. All of these products you're looking at for the project. £17.49, which is lovely. You get the house on one side, of course, and the clothesline, there it is, the clothesline, how cute, clothesline on the other side, and you've got the little house on one side. Absolutely lovely, that. 939167. I love a front door like that. I'd be a bit upset about that. If that was ivy, I've just cut a load of ivy back from my garden wall at the moment, and it's ruined my fence. Gets everywhere, doesn't it, that stuff? It gets into the brickwork, Anyway, I'm just having a little old moany dad thing. Quite upsetting. Roomy hands as well. Oh. Anyway, 020762, we have got the Terry and Tina. Now, these are little babies from the adults a little bit further on, Tracy and Trevor, that have been busy, as you'd expect for little bunnies, and produced 2 lovely little gorgeous bunnies, Terry and Tina. Now, you're going to be getting both of them for the designs for this one. This is for just the patterns. Now, as you heard Sue talking about, they struggled to get a lot of the material for some of these. It was going to come with some material, but they thought, look, we don't want to just hold it back. It's a perfect time for bunnies, isn't it? And there's a real sort of need and desire. These aren't just... A bunny's not just for Easter, it's for life. These bunnies are great as a little gift idea, a little toy for any little baby or any young person, or if you're just a big fan of bunny rabbits. $13.99 will get you the pattern for both of those. 020762. Look at them. This is like a family album. Look, here they are together. Oh, this is their first school photo. Then she got rid of him, and she said she wanted the limelight herself. There's Tina, and we've got lovely Terry there, looking very smart indeed. I think these are about, did we say 9 inches? About 9 inches once they are complete as a project. Only $13.99. That's for the pattern for both of those you get within that price. Now, we talked about real... I think it was snuggability, I think it is basically, and we were talking about the fleeces, and these are so soft. They are absolutely beautiful, and only $14.49. There's no way that they're fleecing you for that price point. I think that is brilliant. 382302. You got the choice here whether you want to go for the pink or you want to go for the blue option. 382302. It's a snuggable hot water bottle. And now I know the weather's pretty hot at the moment, but by the time you've made this, when you got it ready, I love a hot water bottle. Or winter, just to put your feet on. The age when, you know, blood doesn't circulate as well as it should. 14.49. Once they're made up, though, here's how they're going to look. See, you just want to... It's very snuggable, isn't it? Look at the face. I don't think we've got that one in the yellow, actually, but it's a very cute face. I don't want them to be left out. But you've got white and pink and cream and blue to choose from for £14.49. Like a little bunny rave that was, coming in and out shop. Now then, we have got the parents. We've got Trevor and Tracy. I think my favourite element on Trevor is the hat. I love the hat. I do like that. And every good rabbit should always be seen with a classic pocket carrot, as you can see there. Never leave home without one. Now, you can choose which one you want to go for, whether you want to go for the kit for Trevor, or whether you want to go for the kit for Tracy. Now, who's in the lead at the moment? Now Tracy has got the slight lead. Trevor has closed the gap down to only one difference. There's only one difference at the moment between who's got the most homes to go to. 900 547. If you want to give a bunny a home, go for them, but they need to be together. Put them at bookends on either side of the bed, possibly the end of the bed together. You can't separate the bunnies. Don't listen. You can't separate them. She's better looking. But give them a home. £17.49. Everything you need for that one as well, which is great. Now, of course, no one wants to see a naked tissue box. Okay, there's nothing worse. If you go around to someone's house, not at the moment, obviously, you know, isolating and all of that. But when you do go around, there's nothing worse. You know, you might have nice decoration. You might have a nice mug of coffee to drink out from as well. But if I see a tissue box that's not decorated, shame on your household. Don't have that embarrassing moment when someone comes round and you're just advertising the company's name all over it. Hide it. Hide it. No one wants to know where you bought them from. We don't want to know where you want to go deluxe or whether you're going to go basic on your tissue. Hide it. We don't need to see it. So do it this way. It's only £11.49, which I think is an investment in your social standing and where you stand with this, where you cover your tissue box. £11.49. What a brilliant project, though, to work on. Very, very cute. Lovely detail on this one that you're going to find. So you're going to be getting the actual tissue box holder pattern for that one and the pelmets Evelyn as well. All of that. 708 991 1149. Name and shame, by the way. If you know someone's got a household that's got a tissue box that's not covered, let me know their names, and we'll basically we'll name and shame on telly. We wouldn't really. Right. Last couple we've got for you, which are for your wall hangings to work. If you want to go, this is the train with my name, so you can personalise these. You're going to get the pattern and you're going to get the button set that all comes with this. 121583, a project for under a tenner, just £9.99. But if you also love a unicorn and a rainbow, and who doesn't, and everything that's shiny and glittery, then you'll like this one. 125607, it's only £13.99. Lovely projects again to work with. That's a 40-inch by 8.5-inch kit by the time you finish working on that. 125607. Right, I think it's about time that we had another demonstration. Make sure you've got all those into your basket and check them all out. But here's Sue with another demonstration so you know exactly what you're doing when you get your projects home.
Hello. This is one of my favourite things that Gail has designed. I think I mentioned earlier in my demonstrations that I always wanted to live in a toadstool when I was a little girl. So here's my virtual chance to actually live in a complete toadstool house. This has been designed by our wonderful Gail, and I just think, again, her detail is just absolutely exquisite. So I just want to spend some time just letting you see the attention to the detail and how easy it is for you to achieve this as well, because her instructions are really clear. She gives you complete and utter guidance in how to place the little doors, the frames, where to put the embellishments, how to achieve the stitching, all the tips and hints that you could possibly need in a pattern. But the other great thing with this toadstool is it's basically double-sided, so I'm just going to turn it round now. And on the back, you can see they've been very busy, the occupants, hanging out their laundry to dry. So there's complete with a little washing line here with all sorts of things hanging up ready to dry. So it's such a delightful little cushion. I just love it. And when she showed it to me the first time, I was very excited because I thought the viewers will really enjoy this as well. So we put together a starter kit for this project. And I'm going to just run through what you get in your kit just so that you can identify everything in here. The main body of the quilt, the cushion has been made in fleece, which is different to the felt cushions from earlier, the Woodland View. So they're very soft, very squishy. So I've included in here your red fleece at the back and then the white fleece here. And then all of the embellishments are done with acrylic felt. So you've got your yellow for the doors and the windows. The white for the toadstool caps, the little coloured of the little toadstools there. The greys to go around the edge of the door. And then all the other colours there are just to fill in for the laundry, the washing line, and you've also got the lovely green as well. So you've got everything there that you need pretty much to go. I've also included a pack of embellishments in there as well for you. You've got the butterflies and some flowers, but girls also in the instructions put some flower templates in there, so if you do want to go ahead and add a few more, or you've got your own embellishments or beads or whatever, you can just go ahead and have fun. Don't feel you've got to stick with our interpretation, you know, it's your cushion, you can do with it whatever you like. Just two other things I wanted just to quickly show you as well before we start on the demonstration is in here I've included some medium weight iron-on Vilene, and this just stabilizes the back of the actual main part of the toadstool. You don't need it for the bottom part, but you need it just for the top. So I've included a piece of that in there for you, and all you do is iron it onto the back of your fleece, so when you're sewing it just gives you a little bit more of a stabilizer, so that just helps completely. The other thing in here which I've included, which again you get in Woodland View, is about half a metre roughly of freezer paper. And the great thing with the freezer paper is it takes away having to worry about how to trace the shapes of your applique onto the felt, because obviously you can't see through the actual templates. So I explained that in my earlier demonstration on the 7 o'clock show this morning, so don't feel you've got to sit and rewatch it again. You can just go on to rewind and that will explain how it's done. So without further ado, what I thought I would just quickly show you on this demonstration was how to achieve a blanket stitch or a buttonhole stitch, which is one of the applique types that Gail has used on here. So on my sewing machine, I'm recommending an open-toed foot. This is the Bernina that I sew on. There are other makes, obviously Pfaff and Janome, and they will have their own model numbers. But what you're really looking for here is a gap that you can really see the stitches, because you do want to try and sew as accurately as you can. So I really would recommend this particular foot, particularly if you're enjoying applique. It's worth an investment. They're not cheap feet, I know that, but they are really worth the investment if you're going to do a lot of sewing and you want the applique, because you really can see exactly where you're going. Now what I've done here is I've just going to show you how to achieve the little white spots on the toadstool. So I've got a little sample here. I did use a dab of glue just behind the fleece just to help to stabilize it, and I've just got a couple of pins in place as well just to sort of hold it. Now I wouldn't normally use a contrast thread. I would normally use a white thread, which Gail's actually done, but I really want you to be able to see what I'm doing when I'm sewing. So what I'm going to do is just bring my needle down to start with, and as I just bring it down you can just see what I really am. Oh, sorry, I've just lost my thread, so I'm going to just rethread it for a second. So I'm going to now show you how I would buttonhole stitch around the little circles which make up the top of the toadstool. So I've just prepared my little discs here. I cut them out of the freezer paper so that I could get them exactly the same as on the sample, and I've laid them down. I put a drop of glue just behind them, and the other thing I have just done is I put a little bit of stabilizer just behind as well, because fleece, it can push into the work a little bit. So this is just a stitch and tear, or you could even use paper if you haven't got access to a stitch and tear product. I know stuff's not easy to get hold of at the moment, so that might be one of the ideas you could do. The other thing just to quickly tell you before I start is I sew on a Bernina, and this is a number 20 foot, which is called an open-toed embroidery foot. If you're enjoying applique and you haven't got this foot, I really would recommend you get something where you can really see the stitches. So can you see the big gap here between the feet? And that really enables me to see my stitches, so I can try and sew as accurately as possible. So I've set the buttonhole or blanket stitch on my sewing machine, so I'm going to now take the work to the sewing machine, Keep the thread tail behind you. And then I'm going to just start, probably not on a corner, try and sort of maybe start on a straight line. I'm going to just hold the thread tail so it doesn't disappear into the work, and I'm going to just place that down there. And what I'm trying to achieve is I want my needle to just be kissing the actual applique. I don't want it on it, I just want it next to it. So I think you can see very clearly there that I'm quite happy with the position of that. Now, what I've done over the years is I've done quite a lot of blanket stitch. I've learnt how the stitch goes. So the first thing it's going to do is going to come forward a stitch, and then it's going to go in and out and then forward. So as I know that basically it's a 3-step process to make the stitch, what it enables me to do is to manipulate it as I'm actually sewing. So what I'll do now is I'll just start, and I can hopefully explain that to you. So the first stitch is going to go forward. Oh, sorry, in this case it went side to side. Now it's going forward, and now it's going side to side, and now it's going forward, and now it's going to go side to side, and now it's going to go forward, and so on and so on. But what that enables me to do is to see where it's going and when to stop. So I stop, and I'm going to just adjust it slightly because I don't want it to go off on its own little kelter, and I'm going to do another stitch, and I'm going to do yet another stitch, and I'm going to keep going. I've just had a fly come into my cabin then, just trying to attack me. And then keep going round. Can you see how I'm just moving the work as I stitch? I'm just moving it. And I'm sewing in a contrast thread so you can hopefully really see what I'm doing. And I just keep going. And when I feel it's not going to make the next stitch is not going to be completely straight, or even now, I can just jiggle it a little bit and move it. And it just really does just help to keep your sewing nice and neat. It doesn't take long. It's much quicker than hand sewing. And you can see I'm coming to a point now, or to a little circle, so I'm going to stop my work there. I know it's going to take a little nibble in to the stitch next time, and I'm going to come in and out, and then again, and see how slowly I'm sewing as well. I don't sew particularly quickly. I don't do anything particularly quickly, which is why I never get anything made. And I'm going to just keep working on round. Just in the same way until I come to a point where I'm going to just stop it and play, and then you can hopefully see from there how the stitch is forming. I'm keeping it on the edge, but it's actually disappearing into the work, which is exactly what I want. And if you were working in white, then you wouldn't see these stitches at all. Sometimes it's quite nice, you do actually want to see the contrast of the stitches, so the thread can really play quite a big part in it. And quite often if I'm doing applique, I often use a variegated thread as well, because that can look really pretty as well. And then so on and so forth. And I will just bring it back round to the top and show you how I finish off. So I'll keep on going, and I'm going to just do half another stitch and one more probably, that will be fine. And by sewing this slowly, you can really just keep your eye on where it's going. There we go, nearly there. Coming to the top. I'm going to just stop it and just move it around a little bit more. And again. And one more. You can see how nice it is. And the other thing with this technique as well, with this blanket stitch, is it does sort of puff the little toadstool up a little bit as well, which is quite nice. So it gives it an extra texture. So what I'm aiming to do is to try and get it to finish in the same place where it started, roughly. And that's not bad. So I'm going to just do one more stitch like that and finish it off. I could do another half a stitch and that would join it back up again, but what I'm going to do is when I finish sewing the ends in, I'm going to bring that stitch over and drop it to the back and just finish it off. And that's how I do my blanket stitch.
Thank you very much indeed, Sue. Lovely demonstrations, which is great. So I hope that's helped you sort of picture how this is going to look and work with, actually, as you see, as a thing. Now, as a package on this one, it had sold out. It sold out there during the demonstration there from Sue, but it is back in stock and on extended deliveries. You can see the details there. Now, it'll be from the 20th of April. So again, it's proving, I think that's nice to see it in action there. So if you've watching the demonstration there from Sue and haven't got this in your basket, it is
is available now to grab. Like I said, it has sold out once, but it is back on extended delivery. It's only £17.49, and as you heard Sue talking about all the details there, the embellishments have been put in there, everything you want. And as you heard there, you know, it is yours that you're making here. So this is all there as a guide for you, of course, but anything else you want to add on to it, your own embellishments, your own little personalised sections on there, of course, it's there to do with 939167. Now, of course, the website is the place to go to for everything that's been here on the show for you in this last hour that you can see. You'll see some items in there again from the earlier show. You can see all the lovely designs that are worked with, of course, but absolutely lovely projects. And again, whether you're doing them on your own or you're teaching somebody else actually their first steps in needlecraft like this, then of course there's some really lovely, well-priced, brilliantly priced, fantastic, fun projects to make and obviously to keep as well for little people, or just little treats for yourself around the house. On perfect time as well on Easter Sunday for them to be looking at, but they are. Give a bunny a home. Certainly the parents, of course, was lovely. Listen, thank you very much, Steve, for keeping me company for that last hour. Don't go anywhere, though. We've got 3 hours together still, that's okay. But we're going to be meeting up with Catherine on the other side of this as well for live demonstrations in the studio from just over there. So I'll see you on the other side of this. Thanks for now. Yes, it is, of course, that's Crafty, the one-day special. So Catherine and myself will be at opposite ends of the desk as well to go through, but a lovely hour guaranteed.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Crafty. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena.
Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our pearly inks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
We hope that our products bring you as much fun, creativity and inspiration as they do to us. We love all of our products and we hope you do too. So make sure you don't miss our shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you.
If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too.
Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
Great to have your company back here, or maybe just sitting down. Maybe you've been out for a little Easter egg hunt yourself, possibly, but it's lovely to have your company and you're all keeping safe and well. Don't forget, earlier on today we was asking if you wanted to send some pictures of if you've got your pets. We're just trying to want a bit of fun in the studio as well, because it's a bit weird, you know. There's not many of us in here, and so we want to try and join in with the Easter fun as well. So if you have got a pet, I'm thinking dog, cat. This won't work with goldfish necessarily, but if you can dress them up in anything that makes them look, I'm working on the word ridiculous, that's going to give comedy value. Bunny ears on the dog, if you've got some of them just hanging around, or some sort of drawing you could do, or you know, you can do those things on certain apps, you know, on your phone where you can put pictures like that. If you feel like you could do that and send a little bit of Easter fun through to us, we can share with everyone that's watching. studio@Hochanda, we'd love you to send any of those pictures through on the email, or of course we're on social media, of course, on Facebook. If you want to leave a message there, then our producer, the wonderful Ross, will better see those. He says hello, by the way. Yes, if you'd like to send them through on Facebook, any messages on there, we'd also like to get them and receive them, any pictures or little messages. We'd love that, to join in and make Easter Sunday a bit of fun as well. Of course, it is the one-day special, which is proving really, really popular. A lot of people taking advantage of this, so please don't hang around for these ones. We've got live demonstrations from Catherine, who is socially distanced from here, the other end of the desk that we can see here. So, but you'll have live demonstrations from Catherine going through. Don't forget also, it is the extra flexi that's until 6 o'clock on Tuesday evening. So if you're paying £30 or more, you can cover those over 3 payments actually on your flexi buy, which makes a big, big difference, of course, then with not doing all the whole outlay at once, of course. So that really can make a difference. Just to let you know about that's taking place. Now, what you're getting for your one-day special is all of these. You're going to get 3 of your A5 collections here of beautiful flower stamps. And you can see, look, this is 3 payments. First payment's only £10.66. So you're looking at these and thinking, you know what? Hopefully that price point is affordable, it's achievable on that, and spreading those costs. But these are beautiful, fantastic stamps to work with. In fact, if I just turn them round to give a little idea of the scale and the size of the actual stamps, you'll see that they are perfect for your colouring and working those as products, because you get lots of wonderful big images with these stamps, and they look absolutely beautiful. And one thing, I don't know whether this is sort of just, I'm sort of noticing when I'm going for a lot more walks now, of course, in this sort of shutdown that we're having, and we've got lots of countryside where we are, and I do find I've got a lot more time to sort of take in and see what's happening in the countryside and the beautiful flowers that are coming through, which are gorgeous. So maybe if you've been inspired by nature and you're maybe doing a few more of those walks safely, of course, then maybe just something of this sort of might jar with you, or just work with you thinking, yeah, do you know what, I'm liking this idea. Mother Nature, she's absolutely beautiful, and this will give you some great projects to work with on this one. 232083. I will let you know, of course, though, as you'll see down in the little green bar on that side of the graphics there, we are limited stock on this, though, of course. It is limited. It's supposed to go through till 6 o'clock. The word on the street from our producer Ross is he doesn't think it's going to last that long. Okay, just like any chocolate in the building, it doesn't hang around for long, this, okay? So please, if you are interested in this, make sure you get this into your basket while we have the stock. £31.97. Of course, that means it does qualify for your flexi-buy of 3 payments, so your first payment's only £10.66. Go for that one, get it while it is there for your one-day special. It's beautiful, 232083, which is fantastic. Now, I was going to show you set 5, which is next to it, but apparently that's just sold. It's just sold out now since we've been on. All right, it's gone. It's gone. So that, see, things happen like that. It changes all the time, and that's what live TV is all about, isn't it? 232083. That's there, but it is limited. Grab it right now. Set 5. Don't look at that. It's gone. So, moving on even quicker. We've got your journaling set here, which is fantastic. Really well put together, this one. So this is your white and your grey boarding that you can see that works together. You get all the little details that you've required to bring all these together as well. So you've got the actual rings to bind them all together to put those through. You've got your smaller elements, of course, that will work through, and you can see they're already pre-drilled through, so you'll be able to tag them all together. So 3.5 inch, and you've also got the 8 inch for your set to go with. You're going to get both of those included in this one. Brand new on the show for you today. It's only £10.99. 226965 is your item code you'll need for that one, but grab that one while we have got stock. Right, working our way down, but I'm used to this as well. As I'm working down the counter, Catherine is walking away from me. This isn't the first time in my life that women have backed off, but it's happening a lot more frequent, I'm pleased to say. Right now, it's fine. Right then, if you want to go for this one, it's again a project that's under £10, £9.99. That's Crafty. The services, you've got the white grey board and the plaque and the door hangers set in here. So there's an awful lot that you're going to be getting this for that price point, which is absolutely fantastic value for money. 705023. Any of those projects that you're thinking, oh yeah, that'd be great. They're all there, they're pre-cut, they're ready to go. We just pop them out and get decorated and working on those. £9.99. Okay, paper packs, always very, very popular. These are absolutely beautiful. Actually, now you've got 2 choices that you can work from on these ones. You've got light and bright, and you've got the dark and bright. Again, these are lovely. These are they're single-sided. They're A4 in size. I think they're 170 GSM. Is that right? I think it was 170, isn't it, Catherine? Yeah, 170 GSM. But again, really fantastic. You are getting 14 sheets, whichever one of these you're going to go for. 14 sheets, but you can see they've got some really wonderful images on here. Absolutely fantastic. I'm sure already your mouth is watering with the prospects of what you can use these for and in what different projects going through. 354180. This one is the darks and brights that we're looking at here. So that's one of your options. Now, if I just go over to the second section, you can see, and these are the other options. Again, these are your lights and brights that you said. But again, all the details are there on the website for you. 354180. Very funky, very bright. Got lots going on for them. Single-sided, 170 GSM, £9.99. Now, last but not least, as we go down the counter, now, straight away, these are limited, and straight away, I think you can see why. These are fantastic stencils. Absolutely gorgeous, these. There's so much. There's some real lovely, you've got, to take you through, you've actually got the leaves, you've got the tulips, you've got the mash-up that's in there as well, you've got the all-bubbly leaf and circle, and you've also got crisscross. I think I can say the crisscross is my favourite. I think it is my favourite. The crisscross. I really like that. I think that's really lovely. Big, bold, going to be great for any backgrounds or any of the projects that you're working with. 855081. It's got a lovely saving of £6 for you here. £23.94. That brings that price down to you, and it is limited stock, so please do go for those ones if you're interested. Get them right now, but it is limited. Now notice there's a theme here. We've already had the option 5, set 5 sold out while we were on air. These are limited. The one-day special has now sold out. I did say get it quickly, so well done indeed if you've managed to get that in there, okay? But If it's in yours, congratulate yourself on that one. Absolutely fantastic deal. If you didn't manage to get that, don't worry. We will have something for you, which is whilst stocks last for you. Okay, whilst stocks last. So this one is going to be 4 of your A6 stamp sets. You've got the Dragonfly, you've got Dreams, you've got Grunge, and you've got Flowers set 1, 2, and 3. Now this is at £29.96. It's got a £6 you're looking at with your saving on here, but it is only while stocks last. 535255. Do take advantage of that while you're there. They complement everything that was in the one-day special. If you missed out on that, then hopefully this will go some way into getting that disappointment out of the way. All the details for all of these, of course, are there on the website on hochanda.com. But I think it's only fair now that we hand over to the lovely Catherine to actually see some live demonstrate and see how we would work and bring these to fruition. Over to you.
Well, that's my first tool demo. I was out of the window then because I was going to use the one-day special and I was going to use set number 5, and now I can't. So what am I going to do? Let's see. I'm just going to bring in actually something that I started making in the last hour. So just you can catch that on rewind, of course, but just to tell you where the bits and pieces have come from. The image here at the bottom has come from the paper pack. It was the brights, the darks and brights. This one is from. I've used the masks in there as well, various different masks and paints and all sorts. You can catch that up. But what I wanted to just show you was, if I just blank off the top there, if you look at the image that's come from the papers, we've got these lovely purple bubbles in there. I've just got a thing about bubbles and circles. So I thought, you know, I'm going to extend that into the rest of the door hanger. We have got the door hangers on the show as well. So just very quickly, because I was going to add another flower to this, but it was part of the one-day special. So I'm just going to show you how I did the bubbles, which is very, very easy to do. I'm using the multi-surface paint. Now there are different ones, there are metallics and there are the standard matte ones as well. And all I did was, you've probably seen me doing this a little bit earlier as well with other things, just to sort of blend everything together. I'm just going to put one extra little bubble there, just coming in over the image, just using my finger and just adding some colour. And if you want to make it look a little bit more shaded, if you start at one side and go in quite heavy with the colour and then kind of just lightly tap on the other side, you'll get that natural fade. I've probably got a little bit much too paint on there, but that way then I'm kind of tying in what's going on here at the bottom. Now that's almost dry straight away because you know, there's very little paint on there, but I'm just going to give it a very quick, if I can find where I put my heat gun, where's it gone? I can see the other end of it. Just dry that off, just to show you finally how to finish this off, and then we'll get into the next demo. I'm doing this because I've got to decide which stamp set I'm going for now, because it's changed to what I was going to go with. Right, I'm just going to use my fine liner pen just to go around there with quite a wide, well, I'm just kind of circling it more than once. I don't want it even, I want it to look a little bit scribbly. That brings that out there. And then with the Posca pen, I'm just going to add a little highlight there as well. And then you can still go into your papers and add highlights into the flowers on there as well. They will take your inks, they'll take your sprays, so you can bring that detail out. Right, the flower I was going to use, I can't use now. But what I am going to do is just stick on this little sentiment, because this has actually come from our new selection. We have got a sentiment in there, but I'm going to change it. I'm going to put Thinking of You on there. That is in one of the new stamp sets that we've got available for you, the While the Stock Lasts. It's in with the Dragonfly, so it's a lovely sentiment in that little border there. So let's just put that out of the way. Remember, I was using one of the masks as well there, which I know we're still limited stock on those. We've still got 1 or 2. They're hanging on. Right, okay, second demonstration. Got to change what I was doing because everything's gone. Right, I'm going to bring in a piece of watercolour. And I've got, now then I'm going to change my colours. No, I'll stick with what I was going to go with. I'm using some of the flat matte spray here. This is black purple. And I've also got some lustre spray in pink. These are all available on the website in a pick and mix, I believe. Now what I'm going to do is just add a little spritz onto my mat. That's the black purple. And the lustre as well. I'm just kind of mix that up. I'm trying not to get too much on my mat there. Take the watercolour. I'm just going to put it over the top lightly, like that. And just pick straight up, so I've got a splodge in the middle. Now I'm just going to clean that off, and then I'm going to use my heat gun just to dry that as well. So it's kind of, the colour will come out a little bit more of the pink as I dry this off as well. Quite like that way. I might let that run a little bit actually. I quite like the effect of that. Every time you do this, obviously you're going to get a different effect. So I'm just going to dry that off. Now the card that I had planned, if I just bring in something else while I'm drying it, we had another set available this morning, which was one of my personal favourites, which was these. I loved them, and they sold out before I managed to get to use them, so some lucky people have got them. So I thought, right, I'll come up with my own version. I'll make my own version, and now the one day special's gone, that's out of the window. So I'm going to do my own version again, but it's with obviously a different stamp that I hadn't planned for, so I don't know how well this is going to come out. But anyway, we'll give it our best. I'm just going to just dab that last little bit there. Okay, so let's go for one of the flowers. I'm going to go for, I think, the Grunge Flower set 1, or shall I go for Grunge Flower set 2? I'm going to go for set 1. Right, so this is the first time I'll have used this. Didn't know whether these are going to be getting opened or not today, but obviously they are now. So what I'm going to do, just take the stamp first of all. You do get sentiments in with each of these, which is really, really nice. Lovely block sentiments as well in the little blocks, so you can cut them out individually if you want to, or you can use them, you know, just stamps directly onto your cardstock as well. Just take that stamp off there, put this one on. Right, I'm using my Picket Fence ink, which is a hybrid ink, so it's great with your watercolours, it's great with your alcohol pens as well. It's not going to bleed, so it's a really lovely ink. Now, just so you can see that image, and so I can see it as well, because I've not used this one yet, I'm just going to stamp onto some Pink Frog Super Smooth card. So I'll just stamp that down. There we are, so that's how it looks. I'm going to go with 2 or 3 of those because I did have a flower prepped already cut out, and obviously now I can't use it, so I want a couple of these for cutting out. I might have to bring Scott in at some point while I do my cutting out, so I'm not boring you with that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just pop those to one side for a moment, and I'm going to ink up again the whole of the stamp. Now it's going to look very messy before it looks anything like right this one, because there's a lot I've got to do to it. I'm going to bring in my little splodge, and I'm going to stamp over the top. You can decide where to place it if you want it hanging off, so you've got more of a white area. It's entirely up to you. I might do that actually. I think I'm going to go there. I've allowed myself plenty of cardstock for trimming down. Now I might have to be a little bit naughty, Ross in the gallery, if it's all right. Is it okay that I just use this tiny... No, actually I can't do that, can I? Let me see what else I've got. Oh, can I use that from the one day special? Thank you. Oh, it's available individually anyway, so I can. It's set number 4. Set number 4. You can get... I love this little stamp. I've used it no end. Let me show you the image. This is the one. So this is the stamp that I'm using from set number 4, so you can get that individually. Really, really lovely. So now I've stamped that down as a guide for me, but if I just bring back in the stamp set that sold out that I really loved, because of all this detail in the background around the flowers, I wanted to be able to recreate something like that. So what I'm going to do now is just start to build up a little bit of detail around my flowers. Now if I had some masking paper, you know, the adhesive, the masking adhesive, I could have masked off and stamped my flower, but I haven't, so I'm doing it a different way instead. So I'm building up the background interest there, just turning this stamp this way and that way, so we can have it one way at one side, so you've got the block end, or you can have the sort of the tail ends coming off there. It's entirely up to you how you do this. Let's just go there, and of course you can go acrossways as well if you want to. So I'm kind of looking, I'm going over my flowers a little bit there because I'm going to hide it. So I'm just building up that interest in the background. Let's just go for one more there, I think. Okay, So it is looking messy at the minute. We will put that right. Now then, because I can now use these as well, I did think it'd be nice to bring in 1 or 2 more little swirls and bubbles and things as well. So just changing that stamp over. Let's bring that in. And we'll just add 1 or 2 of these as well. I'm just sticking with the black ink. I'm not going with colours. And this will get trimmed down, so you can decide how big or small you want this. So there's areas you don't particularly like, then obviously you can trim down further. Now I don't want even numbers, so I must not put another one just there because that's going to really annoy me. Let's go for 1 there, and we'll go for 1 there. Okay, so now I've got that far, what I'm going to do next is, I do love my splattering. It's been great doing the one day special because I see everybody doing the paint splattering and I never get the opportunity. So now I get to do the splattering. I can do it with paint, I can do it with gesso, or I can do it with my pen. In fact, what I am going to do is bring in, if I've not lost it, my multi-surface white paint. I'm going to do it with this first of all. We have got these on a pick and mix for you as well. Let me just find an appropriate brush. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a little bit of water to this because it is quite thick and it's water based, so you can mix water with it. So a little bit more water in there. I've probably picked up a dirty brush again, so it's probably not going to be white when I've finished. Let me just get my Posca pen, and I am going to just sort of splatter that a little bit now. But because I've gone with the black and also well, it's the dark purple, isn't it? The black purple and a little bit of pink. I've got the sort of those lilac or heather tones coming through. So I thought, let's brighten it up a little bit. There's various ways I can brighten it up, but let's brighten the background up a little bit with some more splatters. But this time I'm going to use the violet multi-surface or the metallic purple. Should we go for metallic purple? Let's go for that one. Let me just wipe that brush off. So same thing, a little bit of paint there, a bit of water. This is very thick, the metallic. So I'm just watering that down. So when this dries, you will see a bit of a shimmer in it because it is a metallic one. And again, I'm just going to give it a bit of a splatter with the purple. Now I'm kind of following where I've put the stamped images a little bit there, just so that I'm catching some of those white areas as well. I think that will do. Let me just clean up, put that in my pot there, put my lid on. Right, okay, so next I'm going to bring back in those stamped images now that I've done, and we're going to colour them in. So I'm just going to pop that to one side. If I need to bring the heat gun back in, I will do. But what I'm going to do now is bring back in the images that I've stamped out. And I really want to bring some colour in now. So I'm going to go with, we're going to put orange with purple. And I'm using the sprays again. I've used these a lot for colouring, and my favourite has been the lemon and the pink together as a combination, which is quite nice. And there's also a lovely green grass, which is one of the flat colours as well, the sprays. So I'm going to use that as well. Now, sometimes I just spray onto the mat and pick up my brush, but actually what I'm going to do, I'm just to save mucking up the mat again, I'm just going to dip my brush into the pot and start to colour in. Now I did, as I say, have one of these prepared earlier, but it's now a different flower that we haven't got, so I'm going to have to get this one cut out pretty sharpish in a little while. But just to show you, you don't have to be a colourist, it doesn't matter if you go over the edge. Just going to keep adding the colour, and if you do let this dry, and it doesn't take long to dry, you can layer over as well, which is going to bring more colour out. You can deepen the colour, darken the colour. But I'm going with the yellow first. I'm going to have to do both of them because, no, actually I'll get away with one on this one, I think. We'll just do this one because I want to try and get something else into the show as well. Right, let's just go with a little bit of the pink. And I'm just going to add that to the bottom of the flowers to bring out a little bit more colour. Now already the stocks, while they last, the new stamps that we've got for you, already 20% of the stock has gone. So we're busy on those as well. They are absolutely gorgeous, I've got to tell you. I'm so pleased I've got to work with these. I kept looking at them and thinking, why are they there? What are they doing there? A little bit more yellow. Just kind of blending these together. Of course, you can use other things to colour as well, but it's nice. You know, if you've got sprays, if you've got the sprays, they're multi-useful, aren't they? You can use them for your, use them with your stencils as well. The masks, remember, very busy on those. Don't know how many we've got left now, but we were at limited stock. Oh, we're just hanging on single figures on the masks as well. So you need to be quick on those if you want them. I'm just going to add a little more colour with the green into the leaves here. Again, just painting on. And we're going to define the edges of these in a couple of different ways, but I do need to cut these out. So in a second, I'm going to see if Scott wants to come back in and just give us a bit of a recap while I cut these out. And then, do you know, I'm adding a little bit of green at the bottom there as well. There we go. There we go. A little bit of green there as well. Right, okay. Now don't forget, we are in the midst of our Easter Flexi event. So let's remind you all about that, because you can take advantage of this when you're purchasing today, of course.
Welcome to Hochanda's Easter Extra Flexi event. Join us from 6 p.m. Thursday the 9th of April to 6 p.m. Tuesday the 14th of April, as we'll be offering you an extra special treat to help ease the cost of your Easter purchases. All of your crafting favourites will be here with us, celebrating the Easter break by demonstrating and showcasing their latest products. So, not only will we reduce the Flexi Basket value from £60 to £30, but you will also be given the opportunity to spread the cost of your purchase over 3 exciting Flexi Buy payments instead of 2. So get cracking and take advantage of our Easter Extra Flexi event from the 9th of April at 6 p.m.
So do take advantage while we have that offer for you at the moment. It really does help, doesn't it, spread the cost and go through those brilliant price points. Just give you a quick update then where we are with this. Is the whilst stocks last. Obviously the actual one-day special has sold out, but while stocks last. And what percentage were we at the moment now? Over 20% now. We only launched them sort of 10 minutes ago within this hour, so already around about the 20% of the stock already now being allocated. So what you're going to get is you're going to be getting the Dragonfly Dreams, you've got Grunge that's in here, and you've also got Flowers 1, 2 and 3. And just to give you an idea, here's some that some lovely samples of how these all work once you work with these stamps. So we'll just turn them around in a second so you can sort of see, but you'll get the idea of the size of them actually, and they are absolutely beautiful. These are really gorgeous, and again, lovely. This really fits in well, obviously, with the theme of the one-day special that we're looking at, with that floral look, and you've got the 3 different sets of the floral 1, 2 and 3, but you can see already you've got loads and loads of lovely areas there for working your colouring. You'll make a big impact on your projects. So tilt that one forward so you can see that in the light. Aren't they gorgeous? Singularly, of course they work. Or, of course, if you are going to match up, you've got the one that works all together with that lovely little oh, I think I've got upside down, that one there. But really, really beautiful. Lots of lovely detail in there. Let's show you again on the... look at that. Again, that's a lovely piece. All coming from here. There's a little idea how that would work together. It's pretty amazing stuff, isn't it? And then we've got the flowers here, which is seeing them all 3 working that one. So this is down. It's got £6 saving on this while the stocks last. £29.96 only. 535 255. We're now actually a quarter of the stock of the while stocks last now allocated. And when it's gone, it's gone on that deal. So that will be it. So it's a one-off chance to get them in that price for that offer with that saving in this show that you can see. 535 255. Now also the masks that were on the show, they've also gone. They've now been all allocated. So well done and congratulations if you managed to get hold of those really crucial parts, of course, with your crafting. So well done on the masks. I'll just talk you through very quickly. Well, we've got the greyboard for you with regards to this set. 2 different sizes that you're going to be getting for your journals, plus you're also going to get the binding rings that will work with these. They're already pre-drilled through, so perfect for you to go with. They're your smaller sets. You can see they're 3 by 5 inch, and then of course you've got your 8 by 8 inch as well. 226965. This one is there at the moment for you to grab hold of. £10.99 if you're really into your journaling. And it's always good to have. Certainly at the moment, people have got a lot of time to sort of maybe do some catch-up. Maybe there's some other projects you wanted to do but haven't had a chance to do it. or you haven't actually the proper ingredients, here's your chance to get them right now. 226965. Actually, we've also got the plaque for you. We're also the door handles, the door hangers that you can see here. This is still here in stock at the moment for you for the greyboard plaque and door hanger set. $9.99, 705023. Would work really nicely with the stamping, actually, with the actual. With the sort of the designs that are on there. Absolutely beautiful, of course, as you can mix and match and work them together, but they are going to create some really lovely, beautifully decorated. When you look at them on their own, there's not a lot going, but you've got all the inspiration, haven't you, of course, to be able to create those wonderful things for yourself. 705023, £9.99, which is lovely. Right now, obviously, we've got loads of offers for you, and people may be doing a bit more shopping with us than normal, of course, at the moment in these times, because they've got lots of projects they want to be doing while they're at home. So, why not become a Freedom member? And to tell you a bit more, here's the lovely lady herself, who'll be back in from 3 o'clock, actually taking you through the second half of our Easter Sunday shows, of course. It's the wonderful Janice.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom members discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings-on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot.
It's the discounts and all the special offers you get.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
I'm able to just shop when I'd like. It's just good to have. Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 888 So, don't forget you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Look at me. I'm in such a state. Right, okay. I'm just trying off what I'd done a little bit more. I've been playing a bit in between. I do apologise for the statement. I love getting messy, I've got to be honest. Right, I've also cut out my little flowers as well. Now, obviously, when you stamp these out, they have stalks on, but I'm not worrying about that. I've just cut out the individual little bits and pieces. Just going to pop that to one side again for a minute. And I'm going to bring back in all the individual bits and pieces that I've cut out. Now, I'm going to do a couple of things. I am going to add ink, which I normally do to the edges, but also I'm just going to add a little bit of black pen. This is just an alcohol pen, just to the outline again, because I'm not decoupaging this one up. It's going to go on foam pads, but I want to really define those edges again. So when you're cutting out, sometimes you cut those edges off, whether you've embossed it or not, you know, you do lose that definition. You can always bring out further detail on the inside as well with your pens, which I may do in a little while, but I'm just catching that edge in. Now, I could pick this up and just sort of run the pen around the edge of it, but I find it easy just to leave it sat down on the mat and just sort of half catch the edge in. I'm more or less just going around the outline there. So I'm going to do that with all three pieces, all three main flower heads. It will start to make some sense in a little while, she says. She hopes. I'm sure it will. Right, okay, so when I've done that, just that little bit of pen there, you can see that's really sort of brought the outline back out. I'm going to go for my black ink, which I've been using a lot, my distress ink, and I am just going to again just add a little bit of something to the edge there, because it you know, it gives it more depth, it gives it more definition. Just that little bit of ink on there changes it slightly. Now the spray that I've used for painting these is still a little bit wet, so I would have liked these a bit dry, but we'll get away with it. So at home, just make sure that you do let these dry off. And you'll see, because I've used the luster, in fact I'm going to hold one up to the camera so we can catch it. You should be able to see the shimmer on this. Can you see it there? We'll just grab this for you. Oh, it's coming through more now. You can see the shimmer in there. Really nice effect. And the more it dries, the more that's going to show up. Right, okay, so next job, I'm going to bring back in my very messy background. Now, I did have one prepped earlier, which, as I said, I now can't use, and I trimmed it down. This is the one I'd done earlier before I put the flower on it, so I'm just going to trim the new one down to the same size, simply because I've already got the other pieces cut ready, and I can still work with those. So I'm just going to have a look at where the centre of that is and try and get it something like... Right, let's go for that. And if it's off, then it's unfortunate. Let's take that edge off. That looks all right, I think. Just using this as a guide through. Obviously, I didn't expect to be doing this. I'm just allowing myself a little bit extra there before I go too far, just in case I'm not happy with the placement. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Just going to take a tiny bit more off this edge, and also from this edge as well. We should be more or less where we should be with size. That's good. Okay, so pop that to one side again, and I'm going to start building this together now, so you'll really see it change. So what I'm going to do next of all is again bring in my ink and just define the edge of this. We've got the splatters on there, we've got the background colour. I'm just going to bring out the edge with the black ink as well. Now, going back to the new stamps that we've got, the While Stocks Last, I've got to say again, I love the sentiments on there, so I'm going to be using some of them on this card as well. Lovely that you've got them in the blocks, lovely that you can cut them apart or go directly onto your cardstock. We are busy on the new set. In fact, 40% of the stock has now gone. Right, now I already had this prepped earlier and it is going to work. So, piece of black card, I'm using some of the paper stock from it was the Brights and Darks, or Darks and Brights, whichever way around it goes, I'm not sure. My image is going to go on top, but before it does, I've got another piece of black card that's going to really sort of define that. I will glue these together properly afterwards, but so that's going to go on there. So you can see the colours are starting to sort of pull together, but we want to then add those flowers. So using foam pads this time, I'm just going to sort of place these on, and that's why where I've stamped below, I've got the guideline of where this wants to go. So I'm just going to pop that flower there. We'll put this next one on also, which is going to go, which one is that one? That's that one there. Then I'm going to go with the next one. This is starting to come together now. Let's go there. Then we've got the leaves as well. Now you could use a gel if you wanted to, or you could just stick them flat. I'm just giving them a little bit of shape, but I'm just going to go on with foam pads if I've got them small enough. Let's just go with this one here. There we go. And you're probably thinking, well, you can't see the stems. You can, but not very much at the moment, but I'm going to change that. So I'm just matching up my leaves. And of course, if you wanted to decoupage this, you really could. I've taken the back off that one. Doesn't want to come off. Let's go with another one. They're alive. They're alive. They're jumping all over the place. There we go. Now, there's still one or two things. I'm looking at this and I think, oh, I could do this and I could do that. It's one of those, well, it was going to be a simple card that could turn out to be something that's a little bit more elaborate. I know I've got another leaf that's escaped as well, but I can find that afterwards. So Let's just pop this one on as well. Oh, I didn't go around the edge with the ink on that, and there is a white edge. It's nice to go around with the ink because then where you've cut the edges, you're hiding it. Didn't do it on those, but never mind. Take the back off that one. I'm not having much luck with these pads. I'm sticking myself to things that I shouldn't be sticking to, and where I want them, they're not behaving. Right, okay, let's just pop that one there as well. And then I'm going to go back in with my fine liner pen now, and I'm going to bring those stems back out so I can see where they are, but I'm going to define them further. So just colouring in, or if you want to do kind of a scribble effect, I'm just going cross-hatching across there as well. So it's bringing those out. Can you see how that's making those appear again? In fact, with the fine liner, there's lots of things you could do. Such as, if I look at some of these bubbles here, I could go back in and do a little bit of cross-hatching on there as well, just to sort of define it. Let's just do one there. And then I will come with my white pen, my Posca pen again, and put a little bit of highlighting on the flowers. There's a stem that wants putting in there, but I'll do that afterwards. So just a little bit of white highlighting on the petals there. Just sort of brings the colour out a little bit more. Same on the leaves. Let's just put a little down that side. Put that like that. And then finally, I have got already printed out, and I can pinch this from the prepped one because I can use the same wording. Let me just line that up so it looks a bit neater. I will stick this properly. One of the lovely sentiments is bloom, flower and grow, which I absolutely love. So I've cut these out individually, and I'm going to place those there like that. And there we are, there's my card. So, do you know what? Just because we've run out of certain stamps, we've sold out, there is a way around it. You can still achieve more or less what you planned in the first place. It's something completely different. Now then, we're going to the website next. Let's have a look over there. Now, we're coming back with Scott shortly as well while I get tidied up. Now, over at the website, you're going to find everything, of course. We've had quite a lot of sellouts now. I'm going to leave you with Scott while I decide what I'm doing next.
Right, so make sure, thank you Catherine, make sure you've got all these in your basket. There's a lot of our items are selling out. We've got a lot of our stock that's disappearing. So please, please, please don't delay on this. It's a very, very busy Easter Sunday. Not everyone's just eating chocolate, you see. Everyone's doing their crafting and taking advantage and getting these into their baskets as well. I think this is a much more enjoyable basket than the Easter Bunny's basket, to be honest. There's loads of goodies here available for you from the web, as you can see. So do take advantage. Now, what am I hearing from my producer? Oh, that's very true. Well, now, my producer's very upset about this. We wanted to bring a little bit of fun into the studio for Easter Sunday. So we've been asking you if you could also send through ideally your own pet, but this is if you got kidnapped next door safely, obviously. Don't do this really. And basically Easter them up a little bit and send them through to the studio at Hochanda. This is the kind of thing we're thinking of. Have a look. This is Ross's dot. There. Now, I mean, it is brilliant. Don't be fooled by the cute appearance. It's a killer dog. This dog, it would take your leg out and it could leap for miles. This dog. Big postman dread this dog in the area. Don't be looked by that little butterfly fairy wings and that it's. I mean, I'm not sure what that look is saying. It's thanks, Dad, for humiliating me. Who did dress your dog? Your sister dressed your dog. There we go. So it wasn't Ross. He's taking no responsibility for that. But that's the kind of thing we're after. Something with, I don't know, an Easter bonnet on their heads, bunny ears, you know, whatever you can do to cheer us up and keep our Easter Sunday ticking over. So please, if you've got those pictures, well, I'm with you till 3 o'clock. So if you could send those through, we'd love to see them in the studio if you can. Studio@Hochanda, and we would love to show your pet. You've got a couple of hours to do this. You've got to catch them first, obviously, or best when they're asleep, so they have no idea. That's the great thing. I do that with Fiona, basically, when she's sound asleep, she has no idea. We put bunny ears on her, take a photograph. I just wish I'd brought it in. I left my phone behind. Otherwise, I'd share that with you. But yeah, we want to keep those images coming through, please. When's the update, by the way, on While Stocks Last, Mr. Producer? Oh, right, OK, it's moved on again. Over 40% of the stock of the Whilst Stocks Last now has gone. It is there for this hour. If it all goes, it all goes. But do take advantage. You have got the beautiful Dragonfly Dreams. You've also got the Grunge Flowers 1, 2 and 3. So they work beautifully collectively, but individually there's some really lovely images to be working on. Big stamps, some really big looks on there, lots of space and lots of image there to work your magic with, of course. 535 255. Remember, of course, the one-day special has sold out, so it's been brought in for you, but when it's gone, it's gone. It is whilst stocks last. Also, we've got for you the wonderful journal. You've got 2 different sizes, all comes as part of the same kit. So you've actually got the larger one, which I think they were 8 by 8. Here we go, yeah, 8 by 8 inches, and you've got the 3 by 5 for the smaller journaling, and they come with the binding rings as well, so you're getting both of these kits all done for the same price of just one price of £10.99. Very solid, by the way, as well. They're really well made, really sturdy. 226965, perfect for all those wonderful journals that I'm sure you are enjoying doing, or maybe you've got some in your mind where you want to get on with. 226965. There we go. Got there in the end. 10 minutes. Not an hard job. I don't know how I get it wrong. Right. We've also got for you. Staying with your these other beautiful projects, 2 different projects here, different styles and looks you can have with the white grey board here. You've got the plaque and you've also got the door hangers. So both of those you're going to get for that one price of £9.99. 705023. If you want to get those into your basket for all of your projects, of course. We've also got for you options for your paper packs. Now, these are single-sided. I think there's 14 sheets in each, whichever one you want to go for. Your GSM is 170 GSM on either one of these you're going for. 354180. 2 options that you can choose from. You've got the lights and brights, which are what I've got here, and you've also got the dark and brights as well. So this is your light, that is your dark. These are your lights here. Light, dark. £9.99. Single side, as I say, from 354-180, £9.99. Of course, the website is the place to go to add all of these into your Easter basket. Get them all in there, of course, and then those wonderful delivery people that are keeping the nation going will get this dropped off to you ASAP. But there's loads of wonderful things in there, of course, and I'm sure you're being inspired by the brilliant and wonderful Catherine, who is going to take you through the next 10 minutes or so. Over to Catherine.
Okay, now I'll just show you, I've stuck my card together just to show I did actually finish it. So we can just have a quick look at that. That was the last demonstration, of course. But I'm going to move on to something else because there's still lots of goodies to work with, actually. Now, you get with the grey board, the grey and white board, you get the door hangers, you also get the plaques. You do get some trading coins and some trading cards in there in some various different shapes. But also, when you pop out your door hanger, if I just bring one in, you've also got the little circle that comes out of those as well, so don't ever waste them. So I'm going to use 3 of those. Now I've prepped one up. I'm afraid I'm going to have to put the heat gun on a little bit again for this, but I wanted to bring in 1 or 2 of the mediums as well. So I've first of all used the metallic copper. This is the wonderful multi-surface paint. So multi-surface, obviously it means it goes on various different surfaces. Now, because I've got grey board and white board, it doesn't really matter which side I want to paint on here because I'm going to cover it, and this paint covers beautifully anyway. But we'll work on the white side just for the purpose of what I'm doing now. Let me just get my brush back. Now, these paints are absolutely lovely. If you wanted to paint straight onto MDF, you could do your grey board, you know, there's all sorts of surfaces you could paint onto. Try painting on things like ceramic and glass as well. I'm sure it's going to work. So a lovely coverage there, just with the metallic copper. Now I am quickly going to dry that off. It won't take long. It dries very quickly on its own anyway, but I want to add some crackle glaze to this, which we have also got on the show. I adore crackle glaze. Now I think I'm right in saying, now if Jo Channon's watching, she might be able to email in and say what I'm, you know, just verify what I'm going to say here. I'm going with the metallic as the underneath before my crackle. I'm not so sure if you put the metallic on as a top coat whether it will crackle the same, but underneath it's fine. So what I'm going to do is bring in the crackle glaze, and then we're going to use one of the more matte surface paints to go on the top. Now this is a huge pot. Details for the crackle glaze is on the screen. £9.99. I've got to tell you, that is an amazing price. It really, really is. Now, as with crackle glaze, you've probably seen before, if you go on quite thickly, you'll get the bigger cracks. If you go on quite thinly, you'll get thinner ones. So I'm going to go a little bit thinner on this one, just see what difference we get. Okay, so that's very thin on that one, and that one's quite thick. Now, you can let this dry naturally, but I'm just going to give it a blast off again, because obviously we haven't got time to let it dry naturally. I'm moving around the heat gun. I don't want that intense heat too much on there to sort of dry it too quickly, and it might not react quite as I want it then. Now I have got one that I've already started crackling, so I don't want to overheat that, so I'm just going to put that to one side for a second, bring in the one that I've started, and I will go back to those, but you can see I've used, out of the paint, the multi-surface apricot colour. I'm just going to dry this as well because it's not fully dry, but without using the heat gun you can see the effect that I'm getting there. Just turn that up a little bit. So let's just dry that off. Can you see it's really starting to come through now? And you'll notice on this one I went thicker in some areas and thinner in others, so you're getting the difference there. If you add too much heat, you will cause it to bubble a little bit, so that's why I'd say let it dry naturally if you can. Let's just pop that one to one side. Now, which is the one that I did that had the thinnest coat? I think it's that one, because that feels almost dry. So let me get the apricot again, and we'll go over the top. Now, the trick with crackle glaze is try not to keep going over the top of it. If you keep going over the top, you're going to drag it back off. So you should really just kind of go over and keep moving. Don't keep going backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. I don't mind if I see bits through there. So hopefully we're going to see that to start to crackle. The other one's still a little bit wet. I'm going to put some heat on this one as well. Oh, there it goes, straight away, as soon as the heat's got to it. This is the one where I went with the thinner layer, so you've got that much smaller crackle effect there. But it looks really, really good. Now I'm going to use these on a project later because I'm not going to have a chance to do the whole project, but I just want to try this one off a little bit more so we can see the difference. And then I will be stamping on them. We'll see what time we've got for putting the stamped images on. You can see when it's dry because it has a shine to it. And it's quite sticky as well. Now, I think it's still a little bit wet there, but I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to go in anyway. Right, so with my apricot paint again, I'm just going to load my brush, go over the top again. I can feel it's a little bit tacky underneath, but it'll be fine, I'm sure. Don't want to keep going over the same surface. Let's see what happens with this one. Straight away, you can see that crackle coming through. Let me dry this right off. You can see the bigger crackles coming through at this side now. So there, I love the effect actually. If you don't put the paint on too thick, so you can still see some of the underneath colour as well. Now the crackle glaze is busy as well. I don't want to overheat that because I will bubble it if I do, so I'm going to let that sit. Now then, £9.99, an enormous tub, 250 millilitres. Let me just show you that again. This is what you're getting. It's going to go a long, long way. And you can use it on all sorts. I like to use crackle glaze on my furniture as well sometimes. So you can see the difference in the crackles between the three there. That one was on really thick, that one was on thin. This one's kind of halfway, but I don't heat that anymore because I know I'm going to bubble the paint. So all I'm going to do now, two of them I'll let dry a little bit more. Let's go with this one because it looks the driest. Again, I'm going to just go with a little bit of ink around the edge. Actually, I'm going to go with this one because that's the one I did first. Just to sort of put a frame around the edge. Any colour ink would work, it's just that I've got black to hand. So I'm just adding a little bit of a shadow on the edge there. And then I'm going to go for one of the new stamps that we've got available to you. So let's have a look what we've got. I'll probably end up using a different stamp on each one, but just for this one I'm going to go with Grunge Flowers set number 3, which is really lovely, and I love the fact you've got the bubbles in there as well. Now obviously these haven't been out the packet either. Let me just get this one out. Those bubbles are going to be very useful. There's a lovely sentiment in this one as well. There's always room for flowers. So I'm sure I can use that somewhere. Let me just grab my acrylic block, change the stamps over. So I'm using this for the first time, and I think you've probably heard before, when you get new polymer stamps, give them a wash, give them a bit of a wash in soapy water. I can't do that, but it's going to work anyway. But the more you use them, the better they are. They get better and better. So let me just show you on this piece of card here how this whole image looks so you can see it. Love the bubbles, absolutely love them. Oh, isn't that fabulous? Really do like that. But just for now, what I'm going to do, because I know I'm almost out of time, I'm not going to get the whole image on here, but I'm going to stamp it up because then I can decide where it's going to go. And I'm just going to stamp, let's just have that bubble going off there, straight onto my coin. There we are. And I will be adding some more colour to that, but we'll finish this demonstration at final call along with other demonstrations as well. But do take advantage, check your baskets out while stocks last. We've sold out the one-day special while stocks last. I believe when it's gone with those as well. It's very, very busy. Do take advantage and check those baskets out. The details are there on the screen for you. Saving £6. You've got, oh, just as we've been counted out, let me show you one or two pictures, but I've got to go get the dragonfly as well. Look on the website, they're all there. Oh, we always run out of time, what a shame. Coming up next, we've got Dremel. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. Creative Stamping Magazine kit to follow, and then we're here with Spellbinders.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I've been working closely with Crafts 2 on the development of the John Next Door brand and also working with their fantastic range of products. I'll be bringing you some fantastic shows that are combining the John Next Door and Crafts 2 products. We'll be sharing things like the press cut dies and some of the Find It media and some of the other fantastic tools, accessories and other products that Crafts 2 bring to everybody at home. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't miss the Crafts 2 shows with me, John Lockwood, on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you will benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And you know the best bit? You can cancel any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you will also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom member discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Just look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 10,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being a part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm now going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
It's lovely because you have the special offers, don't you, that give you a nice discount off, sometimes up to 20%.
I don't have to worry about the postage. I can spend a £5 on something that I've seen as and when I've seen it, or I can spend 20 or 30 or 50 pounds, it doesn't matter.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see? You could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no ongoing monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 88888. So don't forget, you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive freedom discounts, members badge and a members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watt and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Rob from Add Some Sparkle. My wife Jackie and I have been running Add Some Sparkle since 2010 as a small family business. We're both very passionate about papercraft in general, and Jackie's particularly passionate with paper embroidery, which is one of the main things we focus on now. So make sure you don't miss our Add Some Sparkle shows on Hochanda.
A very good afternoon if you are just joining us. It's lovely to have you company this Easter Sunday. My name is Scott, taking you through the next couple of hours here in the studios of Hochanda, and I hope you're all well and safe. Great hour lined up for you with Dremel. Brilliant name. And actually, Catherine just walked off set and she said, she goes, oh, I wish I had this hour. She's got her own Dremel. And she said, I'm always using it. And if you're wondering for what use, if you've never heard of this name or you've never seen this before, it could open up and it will give you a chance to personally create those moments on your on crafting, on putting little moments into glass, onto woods, onto stone, into plastics, engraving in such ways as well, on glass. I don't know if I mentioned that one as well, but you can really personalise things, just add little details to those as well that you want to do. There's so many great kits that we've got lined up for you, from soldering and working with heat as well, to giving you the flexibility as well to be able to work on your very own sort of workbench to do those little moments. If you're into jewellery making, you know, because you've got little smaller elements in there, then these are the tools that you'll you'll need to do the job with. They're absolutely brilliant. Everything you're going to see in everything that's on offer in this hour, if you've never thought about these kind of equipment before to do things, I genuinely, my first time looking at this, and I'm looking at that and thinking, what they can do, and it's the multitasking that you're going to be able to get out of each one of these different products that we've got lined up for you. It gives you the versatility, there's an ease about them, there's step-by-step instructions that you're going to get in all the languages as well, an instruction booklet. You get the right tool for the right job, and you always hear that, don't you? It's about having the right tool to carry out the right job. And the lovely thing about this, and you're just looking, and we're going to speak to someone in a second, that's going to give you much more of an insight regarding this. But one thing I noticed, that if you want that one, it's like having a drill bit, certainly. You know, you got that part, and then you add on, and you get all these components, and 1 minute you could be sanding down, next minute you could be polishing, next minute you could be engraving and working with it, but you have the same tool. It's all the components that you add into that that makes it nice and easy. The other thing about this, and I'm sure we're going to hear more about this, is that you would have seen on that little bit of footage that played out at the top of the show, there's a nice ease about this. And the other lovely thing about this is, whether you go for this one, or whether you're working up to some of the larger components you'll find from the Dremel, it's got a real nice feel about the tool that you're working with. So when you are doing smaller elements, engraving into glass, working on jewellery, etc., etc., you've got a nice, comfortable tool that you're going to be working with as well, and a nice, easy, basically on, off, and to work with. Look, I'm intrigued myself, and I want to make sure that you understand everything about this, and you've got your flexi option, don't forget. So it's a perfect, it breaks it down now for 3 flexes over the extra flexi that we're doing over Easter period. It finishes at 6 o'clock on Tuesday. So do take advantage of it. It brings those price payments down at the moment really well down, actually. £21.66 is your first of your payments on this, for example. But to find out a little bit more, I hope you've got a caller there. I'm hoping I've got Andrew on the line. Hello, Andrew, you there?
Speaking, Scott. How are you?
Oh, I'm very well, thank you. I'm really good. Firstly, a very happy Easter to you.
Happy Easter to you too.
How has your Easter weekend been?
It's okay. Done the usual gardening thing, and now in prep for this show, I'm actually messing around with my Dremel in my garage.
Oh yeah. Sounds like the perfect weekend. Andrew, I'm so glad that you're there on the line to explain more. But I'm speaking to Catherine regarding the brand name of Dremel, and you heard her say at the end of that last hour possibly as well that she absolutely loves hers, and it sort of opens up and it really allows, it seems, a lot of detail to be added, and personalisation, I think, is the word, if there is such a word, to really personalise, whether it be jewellery, whether it be glass, whether it be stone, whether it be wood, and be creative with the right tool for the right job. What can you tell us a bit more on top of that?
Well, as you said, we've been around for a few years. We started in the US in 1932, and Albert Dremel, who started the company, invented the first rotary tool in 1935. Now, the rotary tools are what we're known for, and the Stylo Plus and the 3000 are examples of that you have in front of you there. And essentially, yeah, you've hit the nail on the head where they're about personalization. And you can use them for DIY tasks as well if you want, really cool detailed work. But they're really for taking your craft project and taking it to that next level, whether that's decorating it to something you really, really want, or kind of like if you're doing maybe smaller jobs now, if you use a more powerful tool, you can start doing bigger crafting and personalization jobs as well.
I mean, it does. It really. I mean, maybe some people. It's great you've got that longevity, and I think for any business or any organisation that has that amount of time, you know, and that sort of prestige about the first rotary tools, you know when you're buying this as a brand name that you are buying quality that's tried and tested. This is the professional kit, isn't it, that people are getting here?
Yeah, exactly. We have many different people using it, from like crafters who don't know a lot about crafting, like myself, to tradesmen use them as well, because they can be a bit of a get-out-of-jail tool.
Right.
And quality is a big thing for us. As you say, we've been around for a long time. We're part of the larger Robert Bosch Power Tools group as well.
Yeah.
And with that, we make sure that all of our tools have a 2-year warranty. So we really want to back and guarantee the fact that we make really good quality tools.
That's brilliant, and that's really reassuring as well for people that are going in for this. For someone that may be starting out from scratch, they're used to doing, like you say, the detail work, the crafted in other areas. what would decide that, does this replace other tools that people have within crafting, or is this, we're looking at, there's an ease about this and a real additional, a real sort of help, actually, when they're trying to get that finer detail? Because I don't know of other ways of working it into glass, for example, and things like that.
Sure. It's really down to the individual. The great thing about the Dremel tool is you'll find a way to put it into your project. Now, it could be you're doing a project where you're just using the Dremel tool to add a bit of engraving on it, or it could be that you're using the tool throughout the whole project. For example, I love doing glass engraving. Depending on what I'm doing will define what tool I'm going to use. Like the Stylo Plus you've got there, that's actually my favorite tool.
Yeah.
Now, it looks just like a pen. It looks quite small. A lot of our older crafters kind of look at it and go, what would I need that for? And then you start explaining. So a recent project I did for my girlfriend was an engraving of a water bottle for her.
Oh,
and
great idea.
Yeah, it was really cool. It earned me a lot of brownie points doing it, which is great. And it was a lot of fun doing it. But just needed the Stylo Plus for that because you're just doing the personalised side of it.
Yeah.
But then if you wanted to do something a bit more intense, another thing that I've done is I've got a spirit bottle. My tipple of choice is gin. Don't drink the gin beforehand, but don't do the craft work straight after.
No, good tip.
But what I do is, because the Stylo Plus is not got a lot of power behind it because it doesn't need it.
Yeah.
I switch up to the 3000, and what I can do is I can cut the top off the bottle because that does need quite a bit of power to do. And then when I go to the engraving side of it, I can either get my Stylo Plus out, or with the flexible shaft you've got there, I can put that onto the 3000, and then you've kind of got a powerful tool that allows you to do the detailing as well. So it depends how much space you've got, what you're doing. The possibilities are endless, really, with them.
That's great. Well, I'm going to come on to that one in a second, because I was looking at it and I just thought that whole Flexi tool is absolutely brilliant. I think there'll be a lot of people interested in that. I'll just let people know regarding this one again. So this, again, great for all the cleaning. This goes to those hard-to-reach areas, anything you want to bring a shine to, because you've got such an array of all the tools here for polishing, for rubbing down. You've even got all of the actual polishing component as well that's in there. The tools, it's full on for actual instructions, and that's one thing I'm really impressed with as well, that there's a lot of support in here for the right tool, for the right job, and actually even to going down here with the extra tools you're finding in here that will work. There is so much in them. So I'll just knock that one over. And you've also got really beautifully detailed right tool for the right job. So you even get in here a list of all of that. I don't know if you can see that up close. I've got that right way around, haven't I? Oh, hang on, that way around. That it's really nicely explained about exactly what different kind of products we're working with, and then you go to the guide and it tells you exactly what tool you want for the right materials that you work with. And I had to congratulate on that. I think it's the clarity, because some of these could be a little bit misleading or a bit a bit confusing when you look at it. How am I going to know which ones? But it's really well explained, Andrew, isn't it?
Yeah, especially with the accessory information you get in the box.
Yeah.
We do a multitude of accessories for anything, as you say, from engraving to cleaning to carving to cutting, whatever you can really think of.
Yeah.
And we do a lot of them, and trying to identify them for a novice or an expert can be really, really difficult.
Yes.
And then trying to think, I need to do, let's say I need to do some engraving into glass. What piece do I need?
Yeah.
Does this piece work in this material? What kind of revolutions per minute should I be working at? So the great thing is we've done a lot of work on our accessory guide that comes with the tools to show you that. So even though you've taken them out of their packaging, you can kind of hold up and go, right, I can use this in glass, brick, on metal, and I use it at this RPM. So as I say, whether you're a novice just getting into it or you're an expert, it gives you that quick guide to go, right, I use this piece in this tool for this material.
And I think that when I was looking through this, I just thought that was one thing that really stood out to me, because I sometimes struggle looking at instruction manuals and certainly, even the old DVD players and things like that, new tellies, how you try and work out. But this is so well explained, and I promise if you are thinking of going for this first time, it will get step-by-step guide and all of this. Will you stay with me for a second, Angela? Because I want to just let people know about what's coming up. 238386. It is there for you now. It's a precision craft tool with the glass etching kit. That's all included in this. Of course, we're doing the extra flexi for you for this Easter, of course. So that means your first payment is only £21.66, and then the P&P on top of that. So it's a really fantastic, brilliant kit to go with. And as you heard Andrew say, that actually this is one of his favourites to do that for precision, easy. It's like working a pen, the actual tool itself. And I will tell you, already over 20%, 20, already over 20% of the stock has already been allocated. Well, we'll go down because I know you were mentioning some of the larger tools for those larger jobs, and also you've got the more power in here as well, and you've also got the flexi attachment that we work on this one. Talk to us a little bit regarding this whole package, because it's a brilliant bundle that's been put together here as well, Andy.
Sure. Well, the 3000 is 130 watt motor compared to the Stylo Plus, which is about 9. So you've got a significant increase in power on that. Because of that, you obviously have a larger tool.
Yeah.
So if you're doing, to give you an idea of some of the DIY jobs you can do, if you've got to flush cut some nails, or if you've de-threaded a screw and you need to put a notch in it to undo it, you can do that really easy with the 3000 because it's got high RPM, high power to do it. And then, as I say, with the example of me cutting the top off a gin bottle, I just use the tool normally, high RPM, cut that off, all done fine.
Wow.
Then, what you do is, because it's got that nice little hook on the back of it, what you can do is hook it up somewhere so it keeps it out of the way.
Yeah.
Attach the flexible drive to it, and then you've got yourself a detail piece with the high power to get through thick glass.
Wow.
So if you need to, again, do cutting, or if you want to go into engraving, you've got that power, you've got the speed, you've got the tool to do it.
And again, the ease of that and the grip, and it has that sort of rubber base to it as well, so it's it feels nice and it's quite smooth when you're holding it. But I also imagine that I have seen people talking about that it takes away all the sort of the vibration away from the actual machine, etc. So it's very comfortable to use, which I think is important as well, isn't it?
They do, yeah. They've got, we call it soft grip. It essentially reduces the vibration and helps you do tasks, as you say, for longer. So if you've got a tool vibrating in your hand for a long time, your hand can become tired. Of course. It just helps you reduce that vibration so you can use it longer.
Right, fantastic, nice to hear. Talk to me a little bit, because this is great again for working not just on metal but also on wood as well, isn't it? For you got the right tools for the job here.
Yeah. It depends what accessory you've got in the box. I know you've got a multitude. You can basically do a little bit of everything with the accessories that come in the box, and then you get the accessory packages that are a bit more specific. My penchant is metal and glass. Wood carving is a massive craft thing for people to do on these. If you're doing, so if you were telling me that you were going to do wood carving in quite a hardwood, again, I would look at you and go, you probably don't want the Stylo Plus, because that would be great for just finishing it off if you've got the model and you just want to buff it up.
Right.
But if you really want to carve, because you're going to need a lot of power to do that, to get through that hardwood, because you're not just removing layers, you really want to cut into it, the 3000 is perfect for you.
Got you. So it's, again, as we mentioned at the top of the show, it's about having the right tool for the right job. The first one we talked about, again, is great for that precision in there, perfectly brilliantly or do that, and I think that's what Catherine was talking about. In fact, I think there's pretty much everything on here that she's got already with working with. But the right tool for the right jobs, those bigger projects, this is the one you want to go for. And again, that Easter extra, that flexi that people are doing, of course, here on a channel at the moment until 6 o'clock on Tuesday, brings those payments right down for you as well if you want to go for that. So it's 3 payments of just £32.51 as well. That's the Dremel 3000, the 185339, which is a brilliant kit, loads of gadgets in it, and I think you're going to really enjoy exploring and learning and working with this. And I think you'll look back. I can imagine people after this, Andy, looking back and go, how much this is going to sort of improve or give them extra to do in their crafting. They're going to wonder how they coped without one, to be honest.
We do get that a lot, even from tradesmen as well. As I say, they get out of jail till it's like, how did I survive before one?
Yeah,
before this.
exactly.
And also, what we've done a lot of work on, which is what we do with you guys as well, is trying to do more step-by-step projects, because a lot of people are into a specific craft like wood carving, and they buy the tool for that, and they don't realise that you can do everything else around it. The part of our role is to communicate to people to say, look, you tried your wood carving, why not try some glass engraving, or why not try a little bit of DIY, or why not try like a whole larger upcycling project, just so you can kind of gain more skills and learn more with the tools. They give you the ability to do that, and take you out of your comfort zone, which is kind of cool to do.
But you're right, and there's also that nice idea now. Of course, there is a lot of upcycling. You know, it's reduce, reuse, and all of those. You know, so just taking. I know I've seen a lot of people taking, you know, old jars, etc., jam jars, whatever it is. But again, to be able to personalise them, or even just if you're going to get the basic kind of wine glasses, but to be able to create that and to work in glass, and congratulations, happy anniversary, happy birthdays, and really personalise. There's a massive amount of people that are really enjoying that. So if you're one of those people thinking, I've never really thought about glass before, these are the right tools that allow you to do that step by step, to have the right tool. You've already got the talent and the skill with your crafting and your artwork. Why don't you try and expand and go in a different direction? And I want to just stay with us for more, because I want to just talk about our third option that we've got here as well, which is the pyrography, which this looks absolutely fantastic bit of kit as well to work with. Talk to us a little bit from basics for people to know about this.
Yes, you've got the Versatip in front of you. It's essentially a butane torch, we call it.
Right.
You can use it for the DIY side. Would be kind of soldering, hot cutting, pipe bending, and paint stripping, things like that. But with the tips that come in there, and then the additional tips you can get as well, you can do some really cool pyrography. So basically burning designs into different materials.
That is incredible. I'm just trying to show. We've got on the back here some little ideas that you can see with regards to how this will work onto wood, for example, and doing those. And you've got, like you say, all the different tools that you need to create the different effects, and they're all there. So there's something about this entire kit that you look at, for me, is about get it out and just have a play with it to an extent. Is that about right, just to sort of find out how these tools and what you can create with each one of them?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, to be honest, the Versatip I've used for hot cutting and some DIY stuff. I've never really used it for pyrography except at trade shows when we're just having a bit of fun with it. And I know you use it for wood quite a lot. As I say, I'm making a bird feeder out of coconut shells in my garage right now, and I'm about to take the Versatip to it to see if it'll work. And the initial experimentation I've done, and there is a lot of experimenting with this, is that it works really well. So I'm going to try and do some dot work on that, to try and make it a little bit of a pattern, just to make it look a bit nicer when it's hanging in the garden. That's all.
Of course, that's so good. Hey, send us some pictures when you've done them, Andy, as well. We'd love to show them on the show as well. From that, there's a challenge for you. With regards to this now, the heat and refills and gases, for example, is there support there as well for people that once they've used this to then to get more for that going forward?
Yeah, I mean, Dremel don't sell the gas itself, but the gas is the same that you'd use in any lighter. Right. It's just a lighter fluid gas. You buy a can, you can get them from pretty much anywhere. Plug it into the bottom of the tank, and you see like a little brass nozzle there. You fit it into that, and you'll hear the gas buzzing in. And once it starts bubbling a little bit, it's full. So it takes about 20-30 seconds to fill.
Okay.
It lasts a lot longer. But also something to feel about is the child lock mechanism to switch it on. It can be a bit fiddly to start with, but once you've got the hang of it, it's perfectly fine. The idea is that you don't turn it on by accident, or prying hands that are wandering around don't turn it on by accident as well. Of course, because it is a gas, like you say, in that respect. So it's about making sure that, and again, also when you're changing over the different heads onto those ones, letting the actual tool cool down as well before doing those, and safety. In the kit, we do actually supply some small spanners. So if you are swapping between, especially the extra pyrography tips you can get, it does sometimes take a little while to cool down, so you can use the spanners when the tool's not on, to carefully undo that. They're designed to do that, so you don't have to wait too long before it to completely cool down. So there is that option there for you as well. That's brilliant. And the other thing I would say that I think Dremel have got absolutely perfect, that each one of these, with regards to their packaging, and because this all comes in a really heavy-duty, solid tin as well, that keeps everything together nice and neat, and keeping those tools in the right place and in the perfect condition for you to work with. And I think, if you are getting this, you guarantee to get quality throughout, with the name, the brand, the packaging, and the actual tools themselves. If you want to go for this one, 477 599, £25.99. Is an extended delivery. All these been dispatched. In fact, everything, the whole counter is from the 20th of April for you.
Annie, it's been an absolute pleasure to chat with you. Thank you so much for interrupting your Easter Sunday with us. If you had one phrase, one sentence to say to someone that's thinking about going for any of these tools that we've talked about, and is in two minds about that, or unsure about that, or wondering about their skill set and going through, what would your words be to anyone that's listening?
I would say think of a project to do. I am doing everyone's going for reusable water bottles. It's a great sustainable message.
Yeah.
There are loads of different types out there. How can you make yours yours? And the Dremel will allow you to stand out with an everyday object.
I think that's a great idea. I'm sure people have got lots of those projects. I think it's one of those, the only dangerous thing about anything you're seeing up here is once you start, you probably won't know when to stop. You'll be personalising all sorts of projects going forward. Glass, wood, stone, metal, you name it, you'll be doing it. Everyone will know everything belongs to you with your name all over it. Listen, Andy, thank you so much again for your time, and we'll let you get back to your Easter Sunday. But from all at Hochanda, stay safe, and lovely speaking with you.
No problem. Stay safe and have a good day.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Cheers. Brilliant. Fantastic. So I hope that's really whet your appetite. And if it is introducing it to you for the very first time, already, just as Andy was saying there as well, to start thinking about those areas and those different materials that you have the chance now to transfer. If you've got the artwork, if you're into your calligraphy work, if you're into your drawing and working on those, whether it be small detail, whether it be working on your jewellery, for example, if it's just cleaning your jewellery for, you know, with the kit you had at the very beginning of the show in there, think about those projects, about what you could do, and also put that now associated with the offer that we're doing on your Flexi over 3 payments. Maybe this is the time to go for it, and I've got a feeling once you started you won't look back on this one. We're going to show you some more video now on step by step on some of these, and have a little look, but I definitely would get these into your basket right now. It's a roll VT, as they say. If you've got any other questions regarding this, I'll do my very best to let me know as well, studio at Hochanda, if you've got any other questions on there. My personal take on this is, I think, in fact, I'm pretty certain on this, that once you've got these, you are not going to look back. And you heard that Andy was saying that the one thing they hear time and time again, and that's from professional tradesmen as well, where people are in the business of doing that, where this is your get out of jail kind of tool, because it will allow you that finer detail to work with, to do the engraving, to do the polishing, to bring things up. Everything about this is quality, and that's longevity. Certainly in the modern world, of course, today, but that longevity of a business been going around now for over 90 years, that there's a huge amount of knowledge, skill, expertise that's already, and you mentioned some of the other sort of big commercial groups that they're a sort of a part of, but that shows in the products, it shows in the detail, it shows in the comfort and the grip that you're working with, and the ease. They've thought of absolutely everything to make it, so get it out the box, plug it in, and then obviously reading through your instruction manuals to go through, but there's nothing in here that you've got a question about, because the right tool for the right job, which one? With diagrams, I'm more sort of a visual kind of learner myself, so for me it's looking at the picture. Let's just say again for here, for example, just it's goggles up time for me, it's looking at all the different materials, and I think it might be just worth talking about here the different materials that you've got that you can work through. But you've got your plywood in there, you've got the softwood, you've got the chipboard, you've got the hardwood. You know, it's not just saying it's a wood product and you're thinking, oh, it's okay. It tells you exactly, it breaks down even just the different types of wood. Once you looked at the different types of wood, it will then go to, if I just move that across then, to each one of those individual tools that you are getting. It's all part of this kit. So each tool, and it will tell you that tool is good for working on, and you use the graph. You can work that one on metals, precious metals. You can work that on brick. You can work that one on glass. You can work that one on plastic. You can work that one on leather. You can work that one on steel. You can work that one on your that's your plywood and hardwood, tubing, for example. So you're not left in the dark. If you have a certain material, I would say that you work with a lot more, you might find that this tool is great for that. But it's lovely, I think, of the scope that it's going to give you to actually expand your way of crafting on all those different elements. If I just take you through here, for example, with the just with the polishing. So here you've got the different sizes again. That's what I mean about the different jobs. The right size, the right tool for the right job. So if you're working, and I know that a lot of people do a lot of their own jewellery making, for example, bead polishing, it will be there. Your precious metals that you're working with, you've even actually got, as I mentioned here, you've got the polishing compounds that comes with it as well. So if you've got some of those smaller elements that you found a difficulty in cleaning before, you haven't got the dexterity in your hands, the right tool for the right job to get into those areas, into those handles, into those shepherd's crooks, etc. You know, just to make sure that you can get a beautiful, bring them back to life, even if it's not creating your own projects. It's bringing previous pieces that you've got there and then putting the gleam back in, putting the shine back in it. And let's face it, we've all got time enough on our hands at the moment in some areas to be able to do these. I think it's a perfect time for a product like this to be here with us on Hochanda, because sometimes they can be quite pricier as you go up into the sort of the more powerful machines, and they can become more pricey. You know, £64, it's a lot of money for some people. And so let's understand that the extra flexi that's available until 6 o'clock on Tuesday means that now you can get this home. Your first payment is actually only going to be just, I think, £21, 66 pence on your first of 3 payments. So it really does spread that across the board for you. 238386. Now, it's been really, really busy. We have got another show a little bit later on, and that's at 5 o'clock with the lovely Janice that will take you through. But I will tell you now, already here on this item, half the stock has already gone, which doesn't surprise me at all, and we're only 28 minutes into it. Let's have a little look. Now, if you think about just some, even the simplest, and what Andy was saying as well, is it's one of those tools to get it home, get it out of the packaging, read on your safety manuals to start with, as you would do with any electric product you're working with, and then start to play. And they haven't got to be big projects, but start small. So have a little look at this. This is how you might want to transform just a simple plastic or glass coaster that you might be working with, and just a really personal, you can put everyone's individual name on it. Have a little look at this. Absolutely fantastic, and just from looking at that as well, and you sort of see there's a dexterity in this. You know, it does give you the movement, even on the more powerful ones as well. You still have complete control over all of these. Just while we're watching that, Catherine just joined us in the studio. She's at the other side as well. And Catherine, when we knew this hour was coming up, she's a big fan. She's got her own Dremel equipment as well. And we're just saying, you know, another product which is fantastic working with is polymer clay and working with those, where you can actually do the sort of engraving, you can do the polishing, you can do the working and create your own little sort of gems with those and beautiful sort of, not just for engraving on that, but again, if you're a big fan of polymer clay and working with that, this is a tool that will give you that other accessory that will really help you maybe extend and expand even your use of that particular material to work with. This has got more power than the first item we looked at there, as you sort of heard. It is an all-rounder though, and I think this is a simple but absolutely, I think, fantastic part of the kit as well. So all you would do is you'd lock that on place, so screw that in as you see that at front, so you're not having to now just hold the actual easy grip on the actual machine itself there to start with, but then at the end there transform, so you then have the flexibility on those, maybe it's a larger project, or again you're sort of sitting at your workbench and working away, but again really smooth, soft grip that work on that, but it gives you all of that movement. But this is the point, isn't it? Look how well made that is. That's not going to fray. That's going to take a lot of wear and tear. So this is certainly just one element of that, where if you think about poorly made plugs that you might find for your phone when you're charging up your phone, how often do those little bits there fray? They bend, they break in the end. You have to replace the plug, for example. You look at that, and this is only one element we're looking at about the durability of the products. But if you look at that, how long do you think that's going to last? Just on the flexibility, the movement that you're going to get from that, all the time that's going to be bending while you're working the product and you're doing your engraving, you're doing your polishing, you're cutting in and working on your metals, you're working onto your wood, all those products. These are built, and there's again a really important point that was mentioned there, they do come with that lovely 2-year warranty as well with all your products. But you look at something like that, just on the flexibility, let alone the mechanics of the actual mechanism itself, these are built to last, and it's an investment that, again, I'm sure that over all the products, so all the projects that you're going to be working on, you will get your money back on these in no time. And maybe that's an interesting point, if it is from a business point of view, that you are doing things to order, where you are taking your crafting to a next stage where you are making them to order, where you're personalising it for other people. This is really going to come into itself again, isn't it? That price down there, as you can see, their usual price is some brilliant. Not only have we got the extra flexi, but look at the saving on this as well. We're now giving you a £20 saving on the entire bundle here, which in itself is absolutely brilliant. Now, if you've got that £20 saving, you've got that, you've banked that, that's your saving, that's £20 back in your pocket already, of course, there. But then we're breaking that down then over 3 payments. So rather than paying over £100 for the product and everything you're getting in the bundle, your first payment is just £32.51, which is a really, and I say, the timing of this hour and the 5 o'clock hour, in conjunction with the offer that Hochanda are doing for you this weekend, is absolutely brilliant. 185339. Absolutely brilliant. Now, for more inspiration, have a little look at this and see, yeah, how could that work at my house? Have a look. Now, have a look around the room that you're sitting watching us with right now and start to look at all those little projects that you think, oh yeah, I could personalise that, we could etch onto that. What are you drinking out of right now? Is there anything there that you've, it's Easter Sunday, maybe a little tipple of some sort, who never knows, a little glass of wine possibly that might be going there, or as we heard from Andy, his was a gin, basically, and as he mentioned as well, don't drink and empty the bottle and then start working on it, obviously, because I think the results wouldn't be anywhere near as good. But if you start looking around and starting thinking about all those little things you might want to do and to work with, this I think really is fantastic. And you heard him mention about tradespeople as well that work with this, because it gives them a get out of jail kind of feel where you can do this. Catherine was telling me about one of the projects that she was working with. She didn't want to cut through the whole of this pipe that was actually part of what she was working on, and actually managed to work with these tools just to cut the perfect little circle that you could go through without having to cut the whole pipe through. So it's for precision work, for those harder to reach, those smaller little areas. Absolutely brilliant. This is a great bit of kit if you are working with this and you're into your pyrography. This is great, and I've turned it around here so you can see you are getting the 4 different shapes that would work with this. So you're going to be able to get in, you've got the striped tip as well, you've got the sharp point tip, you've got the oval tip, and you've got the ball point tip. Now, I don't know if you can sort of see that close up. I'll just turn that around, but you can see the effects. If you're into your calligraphy and those lovely designs and those smaller elements, you've got the right tools here that you can work with, again, on all your different woods, which will be absolutely brilliant. But if you're used to working with those tools with your painting, if you're used to those when you're doing any other sort of decorating, or your pen work when you're working, of course, when you're decorating, then you've got all the talents and all the skills to be able to transfer that then into heat and to be able to work with this tool, because you've obviously got the skills. What this then gives you is that other tool to then transfer those skills just onto other elements and other materials to go with. As you heard, it will work with the same gas as you use just for a lighter that you might have. So it's just filling that up as normal, and if I was to take this out, then you'll see it's basically will fill up at the very back you can see of the container there, and it takes around about just 20-30 seconds again to fill up. Once it starts to bubble, you know you've got the gases that are in there. Of course, it is a product that will have heat through it. You can actually take this off as a protector as well, so you will just get the flame. So if you wanted to even do some stripping down, you've got the right elements in there to do stripping from that one, direct from heat. If you're peeling back something, certainly if you're recycling, reusing something, you want to get rid of the old paper, or you want to get rid of the old elements that are on it, you can take that off. You've got the flame, and you've got the right tool then to do the scraping with that. Safety element is massive, and they've really left nothing to chance here. Not just about the comfort of the grip of what you're working with, but of course you are working with heat. So not only do you have all the different settings, and you do also have on there the locks, but again, even when it's warm, you've also got then the tools in here as well, which are the little spanners that you can use to then take off elements to replace the different heads that you want to. And I think that's the other thing, that when you look at this, there's an ease about and a speed as well of changing, not just on this, but on the other products that are on the show as well, where you can change the heads. It's not a cumbersome sort of job that you have to do, or a task. It's nice and quick, nice and easy, and very clean as well. 477,599. It's brand new on the show for you today. £25.99, which is great. Now, if we've also got some other tips as well, some footage to have a look at, which may even save you some time as well going forward. Have a little look at this. I think just looking at it from the wood element point of view, and you saw there on the sanding down for those. I've just done a bit of DIY. We've just decorated the kitchen because, let's face it, wasn't doing anything else about it. So it was a bit decorated. Now, just for some of those hard to reach areas, and you can understand again why tradespeople are using this and working with it, because doing some of the sanding down before, did some of the glossing on windowsills, for example, and someone who got some like difficult little areas and corners to get into. This is great even for those, you know, just to sort of just bring. It's taking that wood that you've got, for example, taking it back and reusing, recycling, upcycling, and doing that, getting it back to that wood so you can actually. And certainly you saw there on the leg of the table or the stool, whatever it was there. You know, some of them are quite difficult with the curves and the contours of the actual product as well. This is going to help you get a nice, even, smooth feel with that. And that's just one element. You know, this isn't a sander. I think that's the important thing. This is not just a sander. This is not just going to help you take that back to the grain, working it with the grain as you saw there as well, so you're not going to get chipping from those as well. This is so much more. This is everything from sanding down to polishing to doing the actual engraving to freestyle. There's so much in here that you're going to get. And again, the ease of what you are getting. If you are like me, and you're going, oh, is this the right tool? Is this should I be using these? It takes any confusion out of it with the step-by-step, the clarity of exactly what surfaces you're working with, and then exactly what tool you're going to need for it, step by step. Each tool has got a nice description of exactly what surfaces it can work with, and they range from precious metals, gold, silver, wood. You've got leather, if you're working in leather work. And again, if you're thinking about any of those different projects that you've got that may be working with leather, MDF work that you might be working with, whatever it is, those different tools, different materials, for example, sorry, you've got a way of sort of getting that engraving across all of those, and it will tell you exactly which ones to use for what substance that you're working with. And again, if you are used to working with your pens and your brushes, then you are absolutely qualified to be able to create those same wonderful effects, but again in a different style on different materials, and who knows what it can transform. I love the idea there that you can see there the bottle, and if you are just given maybe you do homebrew, maybe it's a bottle of perfumes you want to engrave for, maybe it's a bottle of alcohol that's going through for somebody for a birthday present, maybe it's a glass that you might be doing, maybe it's a vase that you are upcycling, for example, and changing around a little bit, not just the flowers in there, but an engraved vase you can go with. The options are endless that you can actually have, and it's a perfect time to go with it for the price. Just to remind you again, you're watching the show, this is live, another one at 5 o'clock with this, and the perfect time for this is because it has got the extra flexi, so anything on £30 and above can be broken down now over 3 payments, not just your 2, which gives you a perfect opportunity to bring that down. So now in 3 payments, it's available for you here for just £21.66. It's worth having a look at exactly what this product is all about, and there's so many people who are going for this, and I really genuinely hope that this opens new doors for you with regards to the materials that you work with, and to put you another extension onto your crafting skills. But to give you more of a breakdown exactly what this is all about, have another look at this. It's very versatile indeed, and I think that's what's nice about this. If you were to break this down to all the components and all the elements of what it can do, so some will do the engraving, some will do the polishing, some will do the sanding down. You think how much you might spend on one tool for one job, one tool for another job, one tool for another job. I've knocked everything down here, by the way. It's brilliant. I'm trying to do it without no one noticing, but everything I touch is falling over. Nice stage. But if you think about that in one tool, it's so multifunctional and so many options that you have with all of this. It truly is a lot. And again, just like I say, everything comes brilliantly packaged up for you as well for storing, because this is a product, whichever one you go for, that you're going to have in your toolkit for a long, long time. So even this, as you can see there, will come with really nicely made sort of containers to keep everything together, all beautifully put together with your zips and all your different components for all your different tools that you'll be able to put into there. So, and again, if I just open this up, you can see, again, you've got space there again, so the tools, everything you need in there, all your different compartments to keep it nice and safe, because you're going to be using this an awful lot, and it all comes with a little handle as well to make sure. The Dremel 3000, you heard Annie say at the top of the hour, it is very powerful, but still very easy to use and very comfortable to use. The settings, the markings on there, the easy grip that you've got, the easiness as well. There is of actually just transferring from one of the tool heads to the other tool heads. Don't forget, you've also got the extension that will work on that, so if you really want that flexi and ease when you're working, this is absolutely brilliant, and I'm sure is really going to come into its own. Now, don't forget on this one, it is a perfect time to get this. There is a £20 off saving on here. Introductory price for you, £20 off of the price that you should be looking at. Told you nothing's staying up, didn't I? £20 off. Now, with that, plus we've also got the extra flexi that's available until 6 o'clock on Tuesday evening. That really does help spread the cost, and you'll be able to get this home for your first payment of just £32.51. The only important thing to mention is don't forget everything is on extended delivery, and that will be from the 20th of April. Now, you could also become a Freedom member and take advantage going forward for the rest of the month, and that will mean then that, of course, you've got that standard post and packaging paid for the entire month. To tell you more about it, here's the wonderful Alex.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you will benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And you know the best bit, you can cancel any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you will also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom member discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Just look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 10,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being a part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm now going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
It's lovely because you have the special offers, don't you, that give you a nice discount off, sometimes up to 20%.
I don't have to worry about the postage. I can spend a £5 on something that I've seen as and when I've seen it, or I can spend 20 or 30 or 50 pounds, it doesn't matter.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see? You could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no ongoing monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 88888. So don't forget, you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and a members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
We're here to welcome you when you do, and if you are already, lovely to have your company. If you're just tuning in, it's coming up from about 10 to 2 on Easter Sunday. It's lovely to have your company. Thank you so much for being with us all. We're all doing everything as safely as we possibly can. It's like a ghost town, but it's great for getting a parking space. So at the moment, it's brilliant. But anyway, it's lovely to have your company. If you want to get in touch with us, by the way, you are more than welcome. We'd love to hear from you, of course. studio@Hochanda if you want to drop us a message. We're also on Facebook, of course, if you want to leave a message there, and our producer, Ross, will see them and let us know if what you've got to say. Save us an egg, will you? Someone said, no chocolate. I've had some carrot cake, but no chocolate all day. It's killing me. Anyway, I'm looking forward to having some with the children when we get back home. Right, we are towards the end of this hour. There is another one, in case you've missed anything, at 5 o'clock with lovely Janice will take you through. Only got a few minutes left here. if you are in two minds, if you're thinking about it, if your options are, but, what are the yeah buts about this? Because I have to say, I'm absolutely impressed. One, I think, yes, it is investment and something in here. You've got that £15 saving though, so it's a better investment than it would have been at any other time. Plus also you've got the extra flexi that's available for you, so that's another reason for me. That's helped spreading the cost. The great thing about this, which I'm impressed with as well, is the longevity of the actual company themselves. Dremel are a name that is associated with quality, with longevity. This is a company that's been going around for many, many years. They are also affiliated with much larger, bigger organisations that are all about the right tools for the job. And you heard about the name of Bosch, of course, connected with that as well. So when you start hearing the pedigree of the company, that means that it comes not just with longevity of the time, but it also comes with a lot of knowledge. A lot of knowledge that these people know exactly what they want, the tools that they are creating to be able to do. When you start talking about something that is versatile, not only for tradespeople that are working with this in professional surroundings and professional circles, but also amateurs and people that just enjoy having a little bit of a play with regards to their crafting in some aspects, this is the same tool that will do the same job. And again, if you've already got those skills that you can work with a brush or with a pen, for example, there is no difference. The grip on this, by the way, and the ease of this to work with, it's really comfortable, and it's not... You don't feel like you're picking up a really heavy-duty tool that you're going to lose the finesse and the skill and the craftsmanship that you already have in when you work with a pen or with a brush or a pencil, for example, but you still have that all the way through there, but with the voltages going through to be able to create that and the right tools. And by the way, it's really simple, a bit like a drill bit really, where you'll see that whichever tool that you're working with will just slot into there, and then of course will tighten up, and then of course that tool is ready to go. The other thing I just wanted to point out on here, because I've not really spoken about it or shown you the tools for this, but again, if you are doing the work on the engraving, then again here you'll have all the right tools to be able to do the right job. So whatever you're working with when you're doing your engraving in glass, for example, this comes as part of that. And as you see, these are specific tools for that job. So the other ones you'll be using for your wood, for your plastics, for your leather, for example, and all of those, this is specifically for working with glass. So you're going to get professional, perfect results with the right tool for the right job. And again, if you look at that, you'll see that these tools are being made all the time with quality in mind when you work. The tools are also there as well for you to nice and easily transfer from one tool to the other. Nice and easy, again, just to plug in and go, that you'll see there. And again, you get a lot of length there on the actual cable, so you're not sort of restricted. You do have that easy flow of working with the product itself. If you want to go for the Dremel Stylo, I would suggest, if you're thinking about which one to go for, I would suggest one you're going to go with would be this. I think for the price point itself to try something out with, also for the versatility of the products that you get with this and the knowledge that you know that you're able to do so many different things. All of this, I think this would be my choice for you to have a go with to start with, and I think you'll start building up to the other even more powerful tools for that. 238386 is on Flexi, so it's available for your first payment of just £21.66. If you are just tuning in now at the end of the hour, don't forget Janice is back with you at 5 o'clock. All of these are on the website for you, of course, on all the w's.hochanda.com. Plenty in there that you'll see, and those FlexiBuy banners all the way across that you can see. Some really fantastic items to go with it. I hope this hour has inspired you. I hope it's given you an opportunity to think outside the box with the different materials that you're used to crafting with, because that's what Hochanda is all about. And let us know, please keep us in touch with products that you've been working with this and what you've been creating, and we'd love to hear from those as well. Thank you for your time in this hour. Don't go anywhere. I've got one last hour with you on this Easter Sunday, and it's coming up after this. But for now, see you in a minute. Yes, get ready everybody. We've got the Creative Stamping Magazine kit coming up for you with fantastic deals on lights for you. We've also then got our first show with Janice this afternoon, which will be Spellbinders. Lots more to come.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose craft shows on Hochanda.
Hi, my name's Leona. I've been into crafting for many years. I'm really passionate about getting
Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Hi, my name is Catherine Sturrock and I work in collaboration with FMM. FMM creates some wonderful cake decorating cutters. We've brought them to Hochanda and used them with air dry clay to create some beautiful flowers, leaves and other florals. We use them then to decorate various products such as laser cut designs, mixed media, card making and many other items. So join me on Hochanda and let me guide you through the process of putting together various flowers such as roses, peonies and lots more besides.
How are you doing, everybody? How's the chocolate going down? All right? Are you sick of it yet? You're just sitting there at the moment like Augustus Gloop, just chocolate everywhere, in the chocolate river, having a cup of hot chocolate, more chocolate coming out. And that's what I'm going to be like later on. I'm going to be there. just nicking the kids' chocolate eggs when they find them. But this morning, my little girl was most upset that the Easter bunny hadn't been when she woke up. So there was none, but I said, look, there definitely will be. It's a bit late in delivery, but I reckon Easter bunny will be there. By the time I get home, we'll go and have a little look, and I'm sure we'll find some of those eggs. She won't find them all. I'll find some more, but she won't get her hands on. But yes, I love a chocolate egg. Anyway, I hope you're all having a lovely Easter Sunday. It's lovely to be with you, and thank you so much indeed for sharing your time with us. I hope you're all well. We've got a brilliant hour here with loads and loads of ideas. Now, if you are always, I don't believe you are, sometimes people are lacking inspiration. You're all crafted out something. Has that ever happened? No, of course it hasn't. But you're looking for ideas, you're looking for inspiration, then this is a brilliant offer. Brilliant price point with what you're getting. This is the Creative Stamping Special Edition magazine. Now, this is issue number 3, and you're going to be getting 3, not 2, 3 A4 stamp sets as part of that you can see. Now, with the magazine, there was actually 2 of them coming that was actually around the world, and also the Go Wild, but you're getting the By the Seaside also. Now, there's 24 stamps with the By the Seaside alone. In the Go Wild, I'm just trying to think how many we've got in the Go Wild. Is it 29 in the Go Wild that you can see? Love that. Really love that. And then also we've got for you the Around the World stamps as well. And so we're going to give you an extra further 26 of those ones as well, which I love. So that gives you 79 stamps. Now, one thing I noticed from this, and I'm always learning from the crafting point of view, and looking at that, he goes, these are not small little stamps. These are not just a little flower head or a stem and then and getting your numbers up from that. If you look at those stamps and look at the size of those, so you've got the VW car, of course, in the Around the World, next to a massive balloon there. Then you've also got the beetle, and then again you've got that landscape in the background behind it. Now, again, these are big stamps, really beautiful stamps to work with. I think my favourite, has got to be the Go Wild. You've got some wonderful animals in there, and not the regular animals that we always see. So you've got the sloth in there that you can see, you've got the giraffe, you've got the elephants that will work with this. And so again, these are great for all your difference of your crafting, which is lovely. Now, for those size stamps, like I say, these aren't just small little like flower heads, for example, or a stem or a leaf, all lovely, but these are good size stamps, and they're working at a 19 pence a stamp, and there's big ones in there. Plus, you've also got the wonderful magazine itself. Now, I'll have a little flick through for the magazine because there's some wonderful inspirations, some really great ideas. You've also got some downloadables in there as well for certain papers you can get, but you're actually going to be getting loads of opportunities in here to look at for all different occasions as well. So for your masculine looks of your cards as well, birthdays, other celebrations that are in there. But it's a really nice, fantastic, inspirational magazine to look at. Now, we'll tell you over 40% of the stock has already been allocated, so it is getting quick on this one. Way below £20 on this one. You've got a saving of £4, which means this is £14 and 99 pence. So loads and loads of options when you look at this. So you can see each one, of course, you've got columns and chapters here which will correspond with the actual stamps that you're going to be getting with here as well. So you can see, for example, designs and projects that will incorporate the elephant stamps that you're going to get. The llamas, and I love the llamas actually. I think I love the way they've got the otter in front of the llama. Like, it's just a weird sort of little family, little adopted otter by 2 lovely llamas, for example. Really nice, but you've got loads of different techniques. So you've got, to talk about the features here, you've got different stamping techniques. Nikki Gilbert's going to guide you through those. We've got different stamping styles to work with as well that you're going to see with the Go Wild. More details on just the Go Wild themselves. Brilliant opportunities to work through all of these. What's this? Pedal over to page 30 to Sue Hughes. Fab bicycle-inspired makes. Where's that? Page 36. Let's have a look at page 36. Page 36. We're looking at, there's winning competition there as well. All the different ideas you're going to be looking at with regards to how you'll use the stamps from the around the world that are in there. Just alone, ideas on how to work with one of those stamps at the 79, just on the bicycle that you can work with again. So lovely ideas that you'll be able to work with, and just to take those. So themes galore, inspiration galore, techniques galore, loads and loads of opportunities to sort of see all of those, and you'll have the right tools to do it. It's got the saving, $18.99 usual price. It's only $14.99, 79 stamps that you're going to get in there. And also, you're going to be getting 12 of your digital papers that you can download. 456 737, 40% already been allocated on those. Brilliant. Now, we've also got some VTs coming up for you in this hour, which you'll see some of the demonstrations that will work with some of the different projects from there. But before that, I'll just take you down the rest of the counter so you can see what else is available on here for you. These are the creative wonky stitches. You're going to get 3 of your nesting die sets here. Ovals, you've got your hexagons, and you've also got the tags. So in total, 12 dies available in through this. You're going to get all of those. 306 007. Always wanted to say that. Normally it's the baddie, never Bond. You see me walking out of the sea, it's not a sight. It looks like something that's been washed up. It's not good. Just everything, do you know what I mean? Got sun cream in my eyes, I've got sand in my it's not good. I don't know why I didn't get the part. £14 and 97 pence. That will give you 12 dies in total. 306 007. We've also got another set of 3 that's available for you, another one for great price and great shapes here. These are your stitched and your pierced. Now you've got 3 your nesting die sets here. You've got bunting, you've also got your rectangles here in the middle, and you've also, of course, got your wonderful stars. Now I've seen these in action before, well, not these actual shapes, but I've seen them with that whole idea of the stitch that works, and the effect that they can have on is a very simple effect there, but really does, from all the samples I've seen in my time at Hochanda, it can really lift it, gives it a lovely professional finish to whatever it is you're cutting through from the card, or whether it's top or whatever it is that you're doing. Just that little simplicity about it can really lift your project. £14 and 97 pence, 253 835 will give you 16 dies in total as well. Perfect. Now, are you like me, where now I'm trying to either look at small print, trying to see something on an instructions, what size batteries does it need? I can't quite read what it is. Put big light on. Are you with that with me? The bulbs never seem quite bright enough. Open the curtains. Oh, they are. This is exactly what you need here, basically, for your all your light needs. One, it's a really fantastic bright light, really bright light that will work. So if you are either doing crosswords, whether you're doing stitch work, and because actually you've got that lovely flexibility with how you can move this around and you can change it in all the different directions, the flexible move that you have on all of this, you can be doing small or your large projects. And it's not, if I just tilt that, you can see the whole strip of the light there. So this isn't just 1 or 2 little bulbs, for example. You're getting a nice even. So I'd imagine, certainly for your stitch work, whether that be hand stitch, whether that be machine stitch, where you're working with larger projects, even if it's painting or drawing, for example, and you want to give the overall and not just one small area. This gives it a really big, bright flood of light. And you can sort of see there the spill of the light area that you're working with. So this is great. It's also a nice and sleek design as well. It's not too big, it's not too cumbersome, it's not bulky or anything like that. You can change, of course, your different settings of your light. So if you are doing some of your crafting, for example, and you're watching TV at the same time, you don't want the big bright light on there to sort of distract. You can take that down, or if it's too bright for your eyes, for example, you can change that to whatever of those you wanted to have it at. Nice and simple, again, no other sort of dials or anything that you're going to get grubby or dirty, or dirt's going to get in, especially this time when everything's clean, clean, clean. We must be clean, clean, clean. It's just nice and simple there, as you can see there, touch sensitive, on and off works, and again, a lot of light that will work with that, and you get a good size cable on that, again, to plug into, so really nice, and just shuts down like that for you, nice and simple. 920628. If you're a Freedom member, you've got brilliant saving on this, and it's only £24 and 29 pence right now if you want to go for that one, and that includes your delivery price as well. £26.99 is your Hochanda price as well for you. 920628. 8. Really like that. I think that's great. For crafting or just for an office or bedside, I think that is great. Or even just by your recipe book. If you're doing some recipes in the kitchen, really like that. Go for that one and grab that one while you can. Now then, we've got a little bundle of all of your, everything that's good and sticky in the world. Your adhesives here, your adhesive collection. You've got everything you're going to need here for all those different types of crafting, including you've got your PVA craft glue that's in here for you. You've got also your glue pen, nice and simple, gives you all that control when you're working with your glue pen. You've also got your 3 different types of your foam tape. That will work, and you've also got the foam pads. Do you have the measurements of the foam tape there, Ross, Mr. Producer? 9mm, 9 by 5 meters of 9mm. Yep. 5 meters of your 18mm that you can see here, and we're just checking the. Not sure of that one. Hey, I like that. Yeah, you also get foam pads. Foam pads that are also, there's 18 foam pads I think that's in there as well. £12.99, but actually today it's actually got £3 savings. So all of those, £9.99. Brilliant opportunity just to stock up on that. How many foam pads do you get through? How much of your foam tape are you using when you're working on all of your stock, for example? How's your glue stock right now? Why not just go for this as a little bundle, get that home, you're never going to be without it. £9.99. Right, I think it's time. You've had enough waffle from me, haven't you? You want to see some demonstrations to give us some inspiration for you right now. Now, these are the first demonstrations we can show you is working with the Go Wild stamps that come with your magazine for you. So, without any further ado, let's have a little look at Go Wild.
So for this card demonstration, I'm going to use the Go Wild stamp set that comes with Creative Stamping. So I absolutely love this sloth hanging off the branch, and I think it'd be really fun to have that stamped at the top of a card. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually bring in my creative dies and use these tags, because I noticed that the sloth will fit beautifully at the top of the largest tag there. I'm going to cut one of these out, first of all from white cardstock ready to stamp onto it. So just tack that down with a little bit of low tack tape or white tape, and I'm going to run that through my die cutting machine. There we go. So just see what I can do, what I'm doing. I just put my LED light on there. I love this light because it's got 3 different modes. So this is the mode that I usually use, but we also have the warm mode if you need it, and the cool mode as well. So the light color changes. This is the one that I call my daylight mode. So it's got the really natural colours, so when I'm stamping, when I'm inking and things, I can see exactly what I'm doing in the correct colourways. Perfect, actually. I do a lot of crafting at night time, so I'm just going to release this die cut here. I've used a smooth white cardstock, so it's going to be perfect for stamping onto, and you can see we've got the stitched edge there. Really pretty, actually. It's really different. I've never seen a die like this before, so very often we've had a straight stitch, but I love that we've got the wobbly stitch there instead. So now I'm going to stamp my sloth first of all. So bring him and put him onto a clear acrylic block. So I've got my sloth here, and you can see it fits perfectly on my tag. So I'm going to stamp him first. While I was taking him from the backing sheet, I also took some leaves and a sentiment ready to stamp, just so I've got them all ready. I'm going to stamp this one with a black VersaFine, just so I get all the detail really clear. You can really see that sloth and see how beautiful it's. Sort of a hand-drawn image, lots and lots of detail sketched into it. I'm just going to position him at a little bit of an angle at the top of card there, making sure the branches are as close to the edge as possible, and leaving the tag hole there, the ribbon hole, free to put some twine through later on. So just pressing down all over the image, making sure all that detail is stamped beautifully. Look at that, that is gorgeous. I can't wait to start adding some colour to him. Speaking of colour, I'm going to add some inking to the background now, so I'm just going to bring in a mat to protect the surface. I want to put some green around the edge. I'm going to have it yellow down the bottom and blue at the top. Now I'm not going to go over the entire image because of course I don't want to get it on my stamping, so I'm just going to stick to kind of the edges and go very roughly around the stamping. So blending yellow into the base, and now I'm not going to apply any more yellow. I'm just going to bring it very lightly up to and close to the stamped image. Like so, and then a little in here. With this applicator I can just use the very edge to get in there, and then I'm going to use a pale blue and go from the top down. Just lightening up, so using the darker blue close to the top and then releasing the pressure as I work down, going back over this yellow here where I've already been. I'm going to be colouring in the sloth with a darker colour, so it doesn't matter if you get a little bit of colour on him, and then gradually fading that blue out. So like I say, you can overlap the sloth a little bit. You don't want to do too much though. There we go. So we're going from yellow down to the border, sorry, from blue down to the yellow, and around the edge I want to do quite a dark green, but just on the very edges. So the green will bring together the blue and the yellow, but also this will tie in with the leaves that I'm going to stamp in a moment. Just blend off any harsh edges that you get. We don't want anything looking too not blended, don't want any sort of strong lines. And then I'm just lifting my foam applicator up to the side, so I'm just hitting the very edge with it rather than blending onto it around there. So absolutely love that at the moment. Actually still using my green. I'm then going to take some of these leaves and I'm going to stamp the same green with these. Now because this is a distress ink, it won't be detail stamping, it will just be almost a watermarky sort of look, like so. Love that. And we can have a few coming in at the top here as well, around the edges. And then we've got some other leaves as well, so there's a combination of different fern leaves and such that we can stamp around the edge. And you can vary the colours greens that you're using here if you want to as well. There we go. I don't want to do too much there. Before I colour in my sloth there, I'm just going to stamp the sentiment, which is hang in there. Fantastic for anyone who needs to hear that at the moment. So stamping this again in black over what I've just done. I'm going to pop that just underneath there, nice and dark. Hang in there. There we go. So now I need to colour in my sloth. For this colouring I'm actually going to use my ink pads, and I'm going to use a water brush and pull a little bit of ink from the pad onto the brush and onto the image. If you want to, you can actually do it this way, so you can apply the ink onto a resistant mat and you can pick that up and colour it. So this is frayed burlap, so it's a sort of a grey brown, so it's a cool brown. So the more water you add, of course, the paler the colour, and then the less water, the stronger the colour. So I'm going to go over the entire sloth here with a base of sort of paler brown because I've squeezed some water out, and then I can go in and add some shading, some shadows with some more concentrated ink on my brush, but that will be where the shadows would fall, so I'll have to work out where they would naturally be. Of course, with the sloth being a curved shape, we'd be looking at them being on the inside here, under his tummy, perhaps a little bit, under this leg. Probably have some under the arm here, and you can see we've got the hatched lines here. That kind of gives you an indication of where some of the shading would be as well. So under these arms, absolutely, where he's hanging upside down, and of course the underneath of his head, because he'd be upside down here, that would have some shading as well. So keep picking up the colour, adding the shading where you feel he needs it, and don't forget around his face as well. He'd have darker areas. There we go, he's looking really fun. So I'm just going to give that a wipe, and then I'm going to apply another colour. So this brown is warmer brown, and this is going to be perfect for the branch that he's hanging from. So exactly the same technique with this, just pulling the colour from the mat with my water brush, lay down a nice pale colour, layer of colour first of all, and then going in with my darker ink just to pick up the shading that's under here, like so. And again, you've got those hatched lines on the stamped image for the shading. If you want to, because this is a darker brown, you could bring a little bit of this into the sloth as well if you need it, just to add a little more colour variation, some more shading, a little more interest. There we go. So I'm happy with that at the moment. Now I just need to put that onto a card base. So I want to make the card base also a tag shape, but this is the largest tag in the set. So what I'm going to do is just place it onto a folded piece of cardstock here that I've made sure is plenty big enough to put my tag on. I'm going to lay it so that it's got a bit of a border at the top, a bit the same amount of border at the back edge there, and then what I'm going to do is take a ruler and a pencil and just draw some lines around the tag that I can cut by hand, so that will fit perfectly. So just doing this by eye, because if you think about measuring and such, you're going to get stressed about it. We don't want to worry about that. Just make sure it looks even. So I'm going around about a ½ centimetre, just over ½ centimetre around, but like I say, I am doing it by eye, so don't worry too much being perfect. There we go, and now I'm going to cut that out with a pair of scissors. So I've cut that card back. And that fits on absolutely perfectly. Now I'm going to pop this on with some foam tape, but to do that I need to just thread a little twine through the top. I've got a green and white bacon. I'm going to fold it in half, pop it through the hole from the reverse, the loop that is the halfway point, like so, and then I'm going to put the two tail ends through that loop and pull it tight. There we go. So now I can trim these off where I want them to be, not too long. And I'm just going to put some foam tape on there on the reverse of here. Now it looks a little bit messy on the reverse because we've got our ink and things, but that's all going to be hidden away. So I'm using this foam tape from the adhesive bundle. I absolutely love it. It's really, really thick for foam tape, so it gives us lots of dimension. Still not too thick that you can't pop things into envelopes and through the post, so that'll be fine for that. But I just love to add dimension to my layers. It gives it that professional look. Just make sure you're not popping any tape over the hole there. And the great thing about these as well is the backing comes off really easily. It doesn't take me hours of fiddling around looking for the edges, which has always been a problem with foam before, but not with these ones. They seem to lift off really, really easily, so you can see. Oops.
Hang in there. Good sentiment for right now, isn't it, of course? I love that. I do love a sloth softly sleuth. I do love it. I don't know if it's because it reminds me of me, possibly, but really like that. It's a lovely demonstration there. There's so many in this magazine. It's jam-packed. I've just got it onto the pages actually to show you some more of the ideas, staying with that theme of working with the Go Wild, for example, and some really lovely ones using the different stamps. Don't forget, 79 stamps you're going to be getting along with this. But I just love this one as well, very sort of African style with the image around there, really lovely on that with the reds and the yellows. Look, tequila sunrise. I don't know why most of my thoughts come to an alcoholic drink. And then you've got the elephants there used. Over here, beautiful one with a little otter, again, with the really nice sort of warm colours that are being worked with as well. There's no otter like you, like that one. And then, of course, you've got the Go Wild, which is one of the sentiments as part of the stamps as well. So is the beautiful silhouette there working with the tree in the background. But really, really nice ideas. In fact, that sort of Aztec-y kind of feel, an African sort of style around the outside of that works great, doesn't it, with the borders, and really nice. But what I do like about it is that you can really sort of go nice and simple. And obviously you'll know a lot more with these projects as well, but nice and simple, but also just like the unusual characters. They're not the kind of characters that you normally see stamps being worked with. There's the hanging there that you've just been seeing as well, and work with that one, but that's lovely. And then put together to get that whole landscape, if you wanted to go for the African feel, you've got the elephants, you've got the giraffes, obviously, you've got the koala bears in another ones, and you've got the otters in this. You've got a lovely sort of variety. But that's just one section that works with that. Also in here, oh, some more there again with the llamas, mixing them up because you only got the one, but then putting them together, of course, give you lots of different looks. Again with the elephants, the giraffes working. That's nice with the mirrored giraffes, mirrored otters as well that work. So don't forget, you've also got around the world. You've also got the by the seaside. So you've got loads of different themes, loads of different projects that you can work with, which will give you a huge amount of variety. And it talks about on here that you've got options here as well for all occasions, masculine style, birthdays as well. You've got some nice ideas for some quick and easy ones that you want to put together, and some of them that are more detailed that you work with. This is nice actually with the around the world. Do love a VW. I'd love that. Go on holiday down in Devon and you see loads of these putting up down there where the surf's up. Just they're so cool. I think they're so cool. And I like the sort of the style of them as well, like the old style plane that you're going to find, the hot air balloon that's in there, the old Beetle car that works. Yeah, I really do like that. Very cool and funky. If you want to get this, then the magazine is just $14.99, but don't forget that comes with 79 stamps. And again, just to show you, you got the lovely shot there actually of them, but you can, the one thing I was talking about at the beginning of the hour was it's not 79 sort of small stamps. It's not like a little stem or a little flower head. There's time and place for those. I'm not knocking it. It's absolutely brilliant. But what I'm really impressed with the price, certainly with the saving, is the size of these that you find. These are big images that you're stamping with, whether it be the hot air balloon, the VW, just even that sloth one that you just saw in that last demonstration. You know, certainly one with by the seaside, some really nice big looks that you're going to be finding. So they're not small. Works out at 19 pence a stamp. So that's got sentiments in there, it's got your wildlife in there, you've got all the lovely images. Plus, of course, you're going to be getting the actual magazine itself. Now, the magazine, when you look at that, also comes with 12 digital papers that you can download and work with. You've got 68 pages in there, and they're full of lots of brilliant ideas to work with. Now, we've been working with the Go Wild. Now, if we're looking for inspiration, we'll have a little look at another demonstration for you now, working with the Around the World stamp. So have a look at this for some inspiration.
With this special edition of Creative Stamping, we are getting 3 stamp sets, but one of them is this Around the World set, which I absolutely love. And I think it's perfect not only for Bon Voyage, Happy Birthday, all these occasions, but also for masculine cards and children's cards as well, which is often something that we don't see as available as maybe florals and butterflies. So I love that we're getting everything here. There's hot air balloon, cars, we've got the camper van as well, the plane, the cloud. So I'm going to create an aperture card using the hot air balloon, the scenery and the clouds there. So I've got my hot air balloon there on an acrylic block here. It's quite a large one. And I'm going to stamp this with VersaFine ink. I'm just going to pop my light on there so I can see what I'm doing. And you can see the detail that shows up there when I start applying the ink. It's really, really beautiful. Now I'm stamping onto a scrap piece of cardstock. I say scrap, a spare piece, because I'm then going to cut the image out once I've coloured it. So I'm just going to press that down. What I'm also going to do on this cardstock is some clouds and any other imagery that I want to put onto my card. There we go. So I've started colouring in my stamped image, just using my alcohol pens here, and if you've got the chance to blend from lighter to darker colours, it's a good idea to make the base darker and at the top lighter, which is naturally what would happen if this balloon was flying around in the sky, because of course the light would be hitting the top first. So I'm just making each section a different colour, so I'll alternate the colours throughout, and then the clouds I'm going to leave white and the scenery I'm going to colour in as well. So now I've used all my alcohol pens to colour in the hot air balloon and the landscape down the bottom there. I'm going to cut all of these elements out with my fussy cutting scissors, keeping quite close to all the lines but not going over them, so we can still clearly see the black. So now I've cut my 4 elements out, I need to prepare my card base. Now I've got quite a large card base here because I'm going to bring in my creative dies, and I'm going to be using this oval here. So this is a stitched oval, but I'm only going to be using the outside of it, so we won't see the stitching. And it's going to be an aperture into my card that my hot air balloon can be sort of floating past, like so. So I'm just going to tack this down with a little bit of low tack tape and run this through my die cutting machine. I've obviously used this tape before, so it's not very sticky. But before I run that through, you can either have this opened up so you only cut through the top layer, or as I'm going to do, I'm going to cut through both layers, so you may need to run this through a couple of times. Okay, sometimes you may find that only the top layer will cut through because this is a 300 GSM card blank. That's fine. If you cut through the top one, it should leave a good indentation at least on the bottom one. You can then move your die to the bottom, open it up and run it through your machine again. So I think this has cut through, that's cut through both layers. So just release my die. I've got one layer in here, and as you can see, we get a lovely stitched edge to the oval there. It's really pretty, but because I cut through both layers of my card, I've got 2 ovals that I can put aside and use on another project. And then I've got my aperture going all the way through my card. Now I could have chosen the larger aperture in the set there, but then I wouldn't have much card space left around the edge, and that would make the card really quite flimsy and not very strong, so I opted for the smaller oval. I've still got plenty of space to have my hot air balloon floating by. So now I need to attach these elements to my card, but to make the card even more dimensional, I'm going to add some inking around it. Very pale inking, just some pale blue around the aperture and around the card edge. So I've chosen to go for this tumbled glass, which is a sky blue or a baby blue, and I'm going to go around the inside of the aperture first. So I'm going to blend from the middle onto a resistant mat and just catch the very edge of the aperture there, just to add a little bit of colour. It just gives it a finished look. It's quite subtle, but it does look a lot more professional, and it also gives that sky blue feel to the card, because of course the hot air balloon would be floating through the sky. And then I'm going to go around the card edge as well. So there I've inked the edges, just the inside edge of this aperture and the outside of the front there, all in that pale blue. And now I can trim down to size my greenery, so the grass and everything. I'm going to leave a slight border. I could have this going right from edge to edge if I wanted to, but I do think a slight border helps to tie in the rest of the card base and make it look like one piece rather than separate layers. So I'm just going to take a pencil, mark a line along here with a ruler, and then cut that by hand. There, now that piece is going to be glued on with some foam pads. so that will lift it up, give it a little bit of a shadow behind. So I'm going to use my foam pads here. I absolutely love these foam pads. The backing comes off really easily and they're really nice and thick and dimensional. They're actually quite sturdy as well, so if your project does get squashed at all, it won't flatten the foam at all. They really do hold their own shape. So really easy to take the backing off, and they're nice large ones as well, but you can cut them down. And place that back on there with a slight border, so we've got a little bit of dimension. And then to place the hot air balloon. So this is going to only be glued by the very top. The rest is going to be suspended in the air here. So you can have it central. I quite like there. So what you need to do is make a note, because once you flip this over, it might be easy to put your foam pad on the wrong side. So just make a note of whereabouts you want that foam pad to be. Now it may be the easiest way to flip it over with it in place, and then take a pencil and just draw a line along there. Now if you're worried about this, you being able to see the colour there, you can cut yourself another shape, maybe stamp another shape, cut it and place it on the back there. It's a fairly symmetrical shape as well, so you should be fine to do that. And then we've got our line. This is where we can put our foam. So in fact I'm going to go for foam tape, because I can work that around the edge and then trim it. So I can bend it slightly, cut it, turn this over and trim it to fit the edge of that cut stamped image. Just taking my excess off. Make sure you clean your scissors afterwards, or use some old scissors, ones just for cutting glue and tape. Peel the backing off, and then again it's a good idea just to make sure that's back in the same place. Turn it over and do it from the reverse. There we go, and then you'll have no tape showing either. The clouds, I'm going to put one up here. The other one is going to be just coming off the edge of the card there. I'm going to pop a sentiment banner in there somewhere, so I'm leaving a little bit of space. So this is overhanging the card. If you don't like it overhanging, you can of course tuck them elsewhere if you wanted to, or you could have one up here and one down there. So it's entirely up to you whereabouts you put your clouds, but these are going to be put on with a wet glue so that they are underneath the hot air balloon. So again, make a note of whereabouts you need your glue to be, and I do like that they are going over the aperture there as well, not just, I think I might put that one on there like so, just overhanging. I like things overhanging the card, but just make sure that nothing is going to be overhanging the base line here. Anything at the side and the top is fine, but if you have anything coming over the base, then you're not going to be able to stand your card up. So just, you've got a little bit of wiggle room as well here with this glue. Just gluing those on, and then as you can see, we've got our clouds and our hot air balloon floating in that aperture. So now we can just work on putting a little sentiment in there to finish this off. So I've stamped here just onto a scrap of cardstock, Off You Go, which comes in the stamp set there. So I'm just going to glue that. I'm not going to ink this because I want it to coordinate with those clouds that are bright white. So it's going to be a banner that's uninked. The inking really around the edge of the white card base really represents the blue sky. So this wants to stand out. I'm just going to place it against the edge there, just peeking into that aperture. So off you go. So great for bon voyage. Could be retirement, could be leaving a job, moving house, anything like that. But there's a nice fun card with the aperture with the hot air balloon and the clouds in, all used using those stamps from Creative Stamping Magazine.
And that's exactly what we've got here for you, which is lovely. Really love that one with the hot air balloon. There are plenty more ideas for inspiration as well that's also in the magazine regarding just that one stamp alone. And again, you can start to see how 79 stamps plus the magazine is great value for money. But you get loads of this. This is all with the around the world theme. But lots of lovely ideas with regards to just the actual hot air balloon that will work really, really nicely with this. Some more there again being worked with. The other thing about this magazine, if you've never read one of these before as well, you get some really fantastic top tips as well that will take you through, which is great. And also, I was just looking through there. There's lovely Joe, a lovely little picture of lovely Joe in there as well. That we miss here in the studios. Hopefully, when everything calms down, we'll have her back in the studio with us as well, where she belongs. It's lovely, and I hope she's well and doing well. And just like yourselves. So if you haven't got this yet, it's £14.99 only. That gives you 79 stamps. Also, you're going to be finding there's 12 digital papers as well. Your links on that one that you can download and work with. All those stamps, loads of ideas, top tips. 456737, £14.99 to go for. Now, we've seen the Go Wild, and we've also just seen the video regarding Around the World. Let's have a little bit of inspiration now when we go, oh, we do like to be beside the seaside. Have a look at this.
So this card, using the By the Seaside stamp set that comes with Creative Stamping magazine, it's going to be a really, really simple card. Just some layered stamping and colouring it in, all one flat layer. So if you're worried about posting, or you like your one layer cards, this is going to be perfect. So having a look at my stamp set, I love this image down the bottom here with the lighthouse in and the cliffs. I also really like the beach sign, and that works really well with the Nothing Soothes the Soul Like a Walk on the Beach. So I'm going to use those 3 stamps. I might incorporate the flying birds there as well. So what I want to do is have the beach sign sort of around about here on the image, so in front of it. So I can stamp that, cut it out, and then layer it over the stamped image. But like I say, I want this as one layered stamping. So I'm going to show you how to mask off an area so you can stamp 2 stamps, one over the other, and have it looking dimensional. So I've got at the moment my beach sign there, and I'm going to stamp this first. So you're stamping your front layer first and then working your way backwards, which of course seems upside down or the wrong way around, but this is the best way to do it. So I want my beach sign to be a little bit on the wonk as well, and I'm going to stamp that there. Okay, perfect. I will be colouring these in as well in a little while. So then I've got my scene here with the lighthouse and the cliffs and everything, and I'm going to want this to come over, but as you can see, that would cover over some of my beach sign. So I need to prevent that from happening. Now, there's a couple of ways you can do it. You could do it with a masking tape, stamp onto the masking tape, cut that out, stick it over, but of course you do risk that sticking to your card. Or you can do as I've done here. I've just got some copy paper, really thin printer paper, stamped onto it, cut the image out, and then I can stick that down over my image. Now, the reason I've left a tab at the bottom is just so that I can hold this still while I'm stamping to make sure that it doesn't move around. So I'm going to lay that over, ink up my stamp. Now, of course, I'm using VersaFine. This is a really detail ink. But you can use any that you like. Just by using this one, I can then go in with watercolour pencils, whichever I decide to use, and it's not going to affect the ink, the stamping at all. So just placing and holding my masked image over the top there, making sure that's in the right place, and then positioning, just positioning my stamp over the top where I want it to be, and gently pressing down. And I'm not going to move the image about, of course, so that paper will be masking off my first stamped impression. Press down all over to make sure all the details there, particularly the lighthouse, the waves, the cliffs. You could re-stamp over those if you needed to, it wouldn't look too odd, but you've got cleaner detail here. So as we can see here now, we've got our beach sign, which was perfectly masked off there by that piece of paper. So I can now colour that in. So you've got some wood grain in there a little bit that looks a little bit like the lines from here, but when we look carefully, actually that has been masked off perfectly. So I'm then going to stamp a sentiment in the top corner, and that's going to be this one: nothing soothes the soul like a walk on the beach. So I've got my watercolour pencils here, and I'm going to do some colouring, first of all starting at the front, working my way up. I've got a few different browns here. Now the the watercolours that you use, it doesn't really matter, they all work in much the same way. There's lots on the market. I had a lot of questions about these recently, which ones I use. It doesn't matter as long as they're watercolour and not a pen. No, you can colour your stamped images in with pencil, there's nothing wrong with that, but with the watercolour you get the option of course doing the blending look, so getting the lighter and darker. So I tend to go over my image with a very pale covering of the colour, and then I add in some darker areas where I think I need them. So for this beach sign, it's all fairly much similar, like so. So just dragging the colour down. There's not too much in the way of shading there. I can add a little bit underneath the sign here and at the top here, as if there's a bit of shading there. We've got the water here, and I absolutely love this turquoise colour, so I'm going to use this. Now this is where we can see the shading coming in a little bit more, so I'm going to do a very pale colour here. So all over with the pale, and then I'll go in a little bit darker in some areas in a minute. So just clean on a cloth or a wet wipe, just clean the bristles off, because I've obviously got brown on there at the moment. So it's nice and clean, and then blend in that blue or the turquoise green colour. Now you don't have to do this turquoise, you could make this sort of reds and oranges if it's reflecting a sunset or a sunrise if you want to, but I do love the freshness of that blue. So that's just filled in the blue there, and then I'm going to go in darker around the shoreline and the closer areas here. So just coming in, pressing a little bit harder, and we can use our water pen, pencil again, or pen again rather, brush pen, to fade that out. So just brushing very lightly over the edge there to fade that back out again. There we go, working around that sign. Now I need some green down the bottom here, because this is a grassland here that's going off into the cliffs. Got the little sign to the beach there, and of course there is greenery working its way through these rocks as well. So the rocks will mostly be a pale brown, which I've got here, but I wanted to add some of that greenery in. So I'm just going to go over a nice pale base colour over all of it, very lightly colouring in, and then I will brush over everything in one colour and blend them together, so the colours will kind of merge in places and give that watercolour look, which is lovely. Now you can pick out more detail if you want to. I quite like the loose look here without having too much pressure about keeping within the lines, but I am making anything at the forefront here stronger colours, and then everything working backwards is slightly paler, so the forefront is really where you see the detail. So just brushing in. I'm not working on a watercolour cardstock here, so you may find that if you're doing the same, if you're working on a smooth cardstock, because this is what your card bases are made from, you may find that you don't get the blending quite as perfect as you would on watercolour paper, but I don't think it matters too much there. Now I just need to get a red for the, or actually I've got a nice dark orange here for the lighthouse. So we can do this. It's almost a red. And if you're colouring and you like the colour that you're using, you think actually I don't want to water that down, there's nothing wrong with that. You can leave it as just coloured in without adding the water. Sometimes I find the water can make colours more vibrant, and sometimes they can actually make them a little paler. So it's worth testing them out before you go straight in with your project to see how your pencils react with that water. So little things like we need to bring this blue in again for the glass at the top there. I'm not going to colour that in. We've got a couple of windows, little things like this. Lastly, I'm just going to take my yellow here. There it is. And just very lightly go over there. And then I'm going to take my water pen and just blend that out where the writing is. There we go. So when that dries, you'll just have a slightly yellow, I don't know if you can quite see that, but a yellow, very pale background to the writing. But there's a fun card. It's really, really simple to do. A great way to practice your stamping with the layering and the colouring in afterwards as well. And perfect for somebody who lives near a beach or loves to visit the beach.
Yeah, fantastic, lovely, loads of inspiration. I hope you've enjoyed these demonstrations. They are fantastic. If you are thinking, oh, do you know what, there's oodles more, loads more that you'll find in here in the magazine itself to go through, and lots of inspiration, lots of tips, great ideas. The other thing I mentioned in there, I did say that there's your digital papers, 12 digital papers, and the details on here. So you'll be able to give you a little idea of the papers that you're going to find here. But the downloadable papers, it says here, with this creative stamping edition, perfect way to anchor your makes. 11 individual designs. One page with 2 separate scenes of the garden scene and the white picket fence and the countryside scene. The countryside scene was used a lot on those actually around the world with the balloon, for example. Lots of different looks you can see there as well. You've got from the manicured lawns, you've got the clouds and the selection of leaves. So if you're creating your forest scene with the sloth, the focal point, or your make is taken to the clouds with the plain stamp, for example, these are designed to work alongside the stamps that are all part of that. So you'll be getting those that you can download and work with that and really help bring those stamps to life. And there is, like I say, there's so many great ideas and inspirations working with all of those, with the stamps and the papers together. You've got around the world. You've also got the Go Wild, which it talks about, but don't forget, we've also added in there the By the Seaside, because it doesn't talk about that originally as being part of that's in here. These were the ones that you're getting, but of course you're also getting on top of that, you're getting the By the Seaside that you've just been seeing there with the demonstrations taking place. So that does bring it up to 79 stamps in total you're going to be getting. Now don't forget, this is introductory price has been dropped down in price. It should be £18.99, but right now that £4 saving, it's £14.99. Now that, when you start converting with the amount of stamps that you're going to be getting, it works out at just 19 pence a stamp. And as you see there, the stamps, they're not small stamps, they're really lovely big images. I don't know which, and I like the Around the World. I love a sloth with a Go Wild. I think the By the Seaside is actually my favourite, I think, from that. There's some really lovely big images to work with, and I'm sure whether you use them on their own or you're mixing them with the kite, for example, with the sentiments that are in there, loads of lovely alpaca my bags. I like that. I just seen that one there. I think I was calling it a llama. I love a pun. Really, really fantastic. Loads of opportunity, loads of scope to work with, and again, mix and matching. Once you've got these, I'm sure you'll be working with them for many, many, many months and years to come forward on this one, because they are great. 456737. Now the website, of course, is where there is everything that's been on the show. So you've got, as we talked about there, you've got the dies. So that's the creative wonky stitches that you got there. You've got ovals, hexagons. You've also got the tags. So that gives you 12 of those. That's down in price, if you see. That's only £14.97. The other one that's also very, very popular, of course, is the nesting ones there with the creative stitched and pierced that you can see there. It's bunting, rectangles and stars. Again, reduced down. It's only £14.97. The light, by the way, there, the USB powered LED lamp, it's down in price already, £26.99. I didn't show you, I only showed you, I apologise for this, at the top of the hour, I showed you the one light setting, but you've got cool, you've also got natural, and you've got warm. So you've got the 3 different options on the lights and all the flexible moves that go with it. So I apologise, I think I only showed you one of the light, I didn't change the light setting on it, but you've got 3 different light settings that are on there, as well as, of course, all the different angles. It folds right the way down, so it's basically horizontal to the actual desk itself there. Also, if you're Freedom member, look, it's only £24.29, and that will also include your postage and packaging as well. So if you would like to go for that one, Grab it while there's an offer for you in that deal. It's a really good deal, actually, of £26.99, or again, on your freedom as well. 456 737. Again, if you want to go for the magazine. Yeah, enjoy that. Happy crafting. Loads of inspirational ideas. Well, look, my time with you today has sadly come to an end. I'm going to go and fill my face full of chocolate, nick it from any kid I see with an Easter egg. My own, obviously. Social distancing is making taking chocolate from children quite difficult. Anyway, listen, I hope you enjoy the rest of your Easter. Have a lovely, lovely rest of the day as well. We've got the lovely Janice to take you through the next 4 hours here on Hochanda, but happy Easter from me. Yes, get ready, everybody. The pink-haired goddess is here, ready for the first show with you for Spellbinders. Then she'll be joining, of course, for your one-day special. Have a lovely day.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. This has developed my drawings into a series of photopolymer stamps, clear stamps for the crafting community and the crafting industry. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important to us at Picture This, and we have so much more to bring you. Our shows on Hochanda, we hope to make them informative, amusing obviously, entertaining, but mainly it's about bringing the creative spirit to you. Make sure you tune in and watch the Picture This shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Welcome to Hochanda's Easter Extra Flexi event. Join us from 6 p.m. Thursday the 9th of April to 6 p.m. Tuesday the 14th of April, as we'll be offering you an extra special treat to help ease the cost of your Easter purchases. All of your crafting favourites will be here with us, celebrating the Easter break by demonstrating and showcasing their latest products. So, not only will we reduce the flexi basket value from £60 to £30, but you will also be given the opportunity to spread the cost of your purchase over 3 exciting flexi buy payments instead of 2. So get cracking and take advantage of our Easter Extra Flexi event from the 9th of April at 6 p.m.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're well, and I hope you're having a lovely Easter Sunday. It's great to have your company, and you've got me for the next 4 hours. Oh, and Catherine is still here as well for the final call of the one-day special. We've got some great shows lined up for you, and a whole mixture of different crafts as well. Starting with Spellbinders, a lovely brand new collection for you, available on FlexiBuy, and it's available on 3 payments. Oh my word. There's a Freedom price on here as well. So if you are a Freedom member, you're saving even more, and there won't be any P&P to pay. That is a huge saving as a Freedom member, £15.30, which means if you're not a Freedom member, you can become one today and take advantage of that saving. The cost will be divided over 3 months. It's all part of our event that we've got running at the moment. Anything over £30 is divisible by 3. We're not going to divide the goods though. They will all be sent out at the same time. It's just the money, the price will be divided over 3 months. It's a great way to buy. So, shall we have a look at the collection? We've got 29 dies in total. Some lovely dies here for weddings, celebratory cards, and also just for regular cards as well that you can add a cake to, or maybe the male or the female with the dresses. It doesn't have to be a wedding, it could be an engagement, it could be a brand new home, for example. You could have those 2 figures standing in front of a brand new home. But what you'll find is that when you're using these, you can use them with your different card stocks as well, so you can really bring out the element of the dress and the suit, for example. That lovely cake, or the cake actually could be for a birthday, could be for an anniversary, could be just to say hello. It doesn't have to be for a certain occasion. Lots of samples here to show you the different ways that you can start layering up the cards. And I think it's an essential really to have in your crafty stash. There's always somebody celebrating something at some point in the year. So if you get this home, you will have the right dies to put together the right cards for them. 574469 is your item number. Remember, it's a great saving, and you can divide the cost over 3 payments. Now, because it's Easter, we've got a little competition for you. It's not to win anything, it's just to take part. We've hidden a little chick on the set, and I'm not talking about myself or Catherine. There's a little chick hiding on the set, so you have to email in studio@hochanda.com to let us know where it is, and we'll give you a shout out as well. Well, I won't shout at you, that would be rude, shouting at the screen, but it's just the term we use. Will give you a shout out. Here's another die, perfect for putting in the previous dies or any dies that you've got, or any features to your cards. It's really nice aperture die here. So these are your etched circles, and this has been designed by Becca Feeken, and you know the attention to detail that Becca delivers to her dies, and that's exactly what you've got here. It's attention to detail also that will make your cards stand out as well. So instead of just putting the cake on the card like that, which would look lovely, you've got a chance now to use one of those circular dies, and you can put that beautiful edge around there. I'll tell you something that would look nice on here as well. As that design goes around, if you've got any glossy accents or little self-leveling drops or anything like that, they would also look really nice just going around that circle. The choice, of course, will be yours when you get it home. £19.99. 852 590 is your item number if you want to go for that. I think it's an essential die to have in your stash. It's really nice to make beautiful surroundings of your designs on your cards, and that's going to do exactly that for you. 852 590 is your item number. Right, we have got some script for you now, and if you want to use these with your invitations, we've got a selection of words for you. Now I've got them out here, the dies on the back. So as you can see, you've got RS, I was going to say the charity, but it's not. RSVP, reply, civil play. You've got thank you on there. And then you've also got, because that is backwards, I've got to read backwards. Save the date. That could have been a competition. What does it say? It's backwards, of course, because that's how dies are. So the dies themselves, good size on there. And it's a great price as well. 369000 is your item number if you want to go for that one. Right, we've got some, oh, look at this next one. The birds, they're singing. It's a beautiful border for you to use. That is really nice, isn't it? How lovely. Now, you could pop this onto the top of cards. You could also place it onto a card as well. So it could be at the bottom if you want to. You could actually stick it on without it being across the top. You can embellish that as well. You've got the rose in the middle, so you could use a little bit of gilding wax on there, or you could maybe colour this, or use your coloured card as well. Absolutely beautiful. A really nice card there, that congratulations with the birds singing for all their joy at the top. Really like that amongst that flower garden. £16.99. It's a good size die as well. These will work in most, if not all, your die cutting machines. 466 890 is your item number if you want to go for that one. Right, so we've got some more nested layered dies here. Again, another staple for your crafty stash. Because they're from Spellbinders, these are top quality. And again, just using these to build up the layers on your card. As you can see just here, so you've got the outer layer in the light and the inner layer there with the pink. 4 dies in total, £19.99. 364973 is the item number if you want to go for that one, which is perfect. Now, we've got, we're going to speak to Nikki now. Oh, okay. We've got our lovely Nikki San on the line now. Hello, Nikki.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, I'm really good, thank you.
Now, how's your day been, Nikki?
Busy. Prepping for more shows that I've got coming up.
Ooh.
In the craft room as usual, but it's a beautiful sunny day and I have been in the sun a little bit.
Now, have you been out hunting eggs?
No. No chocolate in the house.
Is there not? Oh.
But being really good.
Are you? Well, you need to treat yourself with something, so maybe treat yourself with some craft. But it's a real treat that you've come onto the show today, Nikki.
Oh, you're welcome.
Can you tell us a little bit about Spellbinders and your affiliation and love for the brand?
Right, so Spellbinders are one of the first dye companies that I ever worked with many years ago. They're from the USA. They're a very, very well-known brand, and what I love about them is that they actually bring designers in. So we've got lots of designers working alongside Spellbinders, so you get lots of different varieties of dyes. Fantastic company.
Now, I know you are a crafter, and you love to craft, and you're with us on quite a few shows here on Hochanda with different brands. Have you had a lot of fun designing the samples that you've sent in to us?
I love this one, purely because weddings isn't something that you do on a daily basis when you make your cards. And although I think you mentioned it earlier, you've got the wedding dress and tux, but that isn't just for weddings. You can use that dress for maybe a prom, maybe a good luck card. And you've got all the elements there, so you can put different colours on. You can create your own, as that one, variety, a red and black one. It can be for an anniversary. Beautifully well designed, and then nice size as well. And I love the fact that you can layer them up.
Yeah, it's not. And do you know what I like about them as well? Because they're not joined at the hip, not yet, they're getting married, but they're not. Yeah. If it's a bride and a bride or a groom and a groom, you've got the capability of doing that very, very easily without having to snip in between.
Yeah, I mean, yes. So, you know, so many different ways that you can use them. It's just thinking outside the box sometimes, because although we're classing it as the wedding, you know, like you just said, it could be civil ceremony, it could be anniversary, it could be two people just going away in the sunset somewhere, maybe.
Oh, how lovely that would be. How lovely. What are you doing over the next 3 weeks? No, I'm only kidding. We can't do that at the moment, can we, Nikki?
Can't, unfortunately.
No,
but...
we can't go dancing off into the sunset. Anyway, I don't know what Catherine would say if I did that with you. Now, we've got some nesting and layering dies on the show. How important are these dies to have in your crafty stash?
Right, nesting dies are, to me, a must, because you need them to do your matte and layering. You can do them nice and easily. The ones you're just looking at now, the gilded nested rectangles, something a little bit different. You've got good sizes there as well. And they've got a nice size to them, so when you matte and layer them, you can see the colours behind them.
And that's always nice, isn't it, when you've got your different coloured cardstock that goes well together to actually use that to build up the layers.
And there you can see always inspiration on the back of the packaging as well, which is great.
Yeah, it certainly is. Oh, Nikki, it's been lovely for you to phone in.
Thank you.
I know it's, you know, it's a busy day and a family day on a Sunday, especially Easter Sunday. So thank you very much for sparing the time.
You're welcome.
And thank you for all your lovely samples as well. They're gorgeous.
Oh, that's fine. I really, really enjoyed doing them. So just can't wait to get back in the studio.
I know, we do miss you guys, but we do have some demonstrations coming up from you on video form. So we look forward to that. Thank you, Nikki.
Okay. Take care.
Love to you and
Bye.
yours. Happy Easter.
And
Bye.
Happy
Bye.
Easter.
Oh, isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely? Now, we have got a competition. There is a chick on the set, not talking about myself or Catherine, but there is a chick hiding somewhere on the set. And I believe someone's emailed in already. Pamela has found it already, but have you? We'll tell you where it is at the end. Oh, isn't that lovely? Lovely, Nikki. Right, we've got some more items to show you. Now, I've done a couple of shows with Nikki where she's demonstrated this particular stamp. I do like it. It's absolutely full of detail. You've got that whole bouquet of flowers within that love heart. So something a little different. You can still see the shape of the heart, but of course it's filled with all of those flowers. You can colour the flowers whatever you like. And then you also have the 2 extra flowers at the bottom right there. So 3 stamps in total. This is a great price, $10.99. It really, really is. This is a kind of stamp that you can use all year round. You could have it just like this on a card. It could be a romantic gesture for somebody, or just to say that you're thinking of someone. And you can also use this to build patterns as well. So think about layering up your different patterns, whether you're using your stamping platform or whether you're just using this by hand, for example, but you're going in and you're building up those patterns because you've got really beautiful design on there. Now, the actual stamp itself, if I just take that off, you can see that you have the red rubber stamp, so you get that fabulous detail, and it's also mounted as well for you. So you don't need to buy any cling mount, it's already done for you. So 3 fantastic stamps. I do love this set, and I've seen lots of demonstrations with this and how you can colour it in and use it to make patterns. And it's only £10.99. 695820 is your item number if you want to go for that one. Now we've got a charm and sticker embellishment set for you now. So these are the extra details that you can add to your wedding cards, the extra details that you can add to your designs, for example. I'll just pop that there, I'll leave that there for a moment. Let's take a look at what you're getting. So lots of love hearts in here. And I believe if I grab that sample, if I just bring this in for you, you can see what a difference it makes to that particular card when you add the embellishments. So you've got that love heart, but see how they're twinkling. Almost looks like diamonds. That is brilliant. Now these are $9.99 and you are getting 3 at the bottom here, so you can see those. You've got these lovely charms. Aren't they quite substantial? do you know what? Instead of putting that on a card, I would get some twine, or if you've got like a leather strap or something like that, you could actually make a necklace out of that. That would look absolutely beautiful. These are part of the wedding collection, but of course you can use them for so many different occasions as well. You've got your little, they're like little lockets, aren't they? In the shape of love hearts. And then you've got your other embellishments as well. How lovely. Oh, look, it says thank you. So they could be for your party favours. And again, it doesn't have to be for a wedding. It could just be to say thank you to someone. And if you're making anything, well, you've made it with love, so you can add that on. It's a nice little touch. They're only £9.99. You're saving £9.70. It's almost a half price deal. 175501 is your item number. Right, we have got some Stencils glitter gel. Now, I don't know if I can open these. You'd get all three. If I'm strong enough, I can open one, but I don't think I can. So let's lift those up. So you can see there the lovely sparkles that you've got. You've got the moon dust, you've got the nebula, and you've got the asteroid. Now, glitter gel is really, really handy to use because the glitter is within the gel. You can just take some, just pop it onto your hand, and you can rub it over certain designs, for example, a little bit like gilding wax, but you're adding glitter. And because it's in the gel, it will get into those little tiny detailed areas on your craft artwork. Love those. £15.99, 944 837 is your item number if you want to go for those. Let's turn them around the right way. Perfect. So we've come all the way down the counter. That chick is in there somewhere. There is a chick hiding on the set. If you know, email in. It's just for fun. As promised, we've got some demonstrations coming up from our lovely Nikki, and here's the first one.
So for my first video, we're going to be using the Wedding Dress and Tux die set by Spellbinders. We have 10 dies in total in here. As you can see, you've got the trousers, you've got the arms, you've got lots of different elements to each set. So you've got the dress here, and then you have the tie and the bow tie here for your tuxedo. So you can choose what you want to use. On the back, as always with Spellbinders, you do have a nice finished sample. So it will give you an idea on how it all goes together and how you put it together. As I say, it's a nice way to be able to put different colours to it. On mine, what I've done is I've done the suit in black here. So there's my main bits there. You've got your shirt separate. Then you have two tiny bits. Now, what I find is I'm using like this is like a candle wax picker up kind of tool. And then you can glue that all together. So we're going to start with putting the tuxedo together. So they're my collars. And then you've also got here, if I can just pick this little bit up, these are the sleeves to the shirt, because they're just going to poke out at the end of the shirt, arms. And then I've done the kind of collar to the actual suit itself in like a silver black, so it's got like a bit of a shiny bit to it. I thought that'd look nice. And then you've got a choice on whether you have the bow tie there or you have a tie. So I'm going to start with just gluing my shirt inside. As you can see, I've already put some foam tabs on there, so I'm just going to add some glue down the edge of the, if I can just get my glue out, let me just use my pokey tool there just to get the glue out. So I'm just going to pop the glue just on the edge, just a little bit there, and then I'm going to pop my shirt right way facing down. You can see it needs to end there, look. So when I turn that over, I've got my shirt there. If you're going to put the tie on, I would say put the tie on before you actually glue it all down. So the next step would be to just add a bit of glue at the top there, and then I'm going to use my poker tool again just to pick up those shirt collars. So they're going to go, kind of go in like a V shape. Okay, so all these elements cut out separately, so you can put whatever colour shirt you like on. So there's the collar of the shirt. And then I'm going to use the bow tie. So I'm doing the bow tie in pink. There. And just pop that just there on that shirt collar. As you can see, it's already beginning to look like a shirt and jacket. So I'm just going to add the like lapels to the shirt and the tuxedo on that side, on this side. Ready? It's looking quite smart. Okay, and then I'm just going to pop that to one side for a second because I'm going to bring the actual card in itself, which we're going to pop them all on. So for this one, I'm doing some matte and layering, and I've used the gilded nested rectangles for this. So we have these on the show today. These are really nice and easy to use. As you can see, you've got a nice matte and layer between them. I've used the large outer one, and I've done that in pink. I'm just going to lay that on my card blank, and then I've done exactly the same, used the next size down, used some foam tabs, some dimension, and that's going to go on top of pink. You've got a nice matte and layer there, like so. And now I can start putting the card together. So the card that we're actually going to create is something very similar to this one. So I've done this one in golden cream. I've also used the Mr. and Mrs. from the Mr. and Mrs. wedding cake, which is this one here. So that's that one there. So there you can see that sentiment there. That works really well together. Again, we have that on the show today. Put that down. So as I say, we're going to put the card together now. It's up to you whether or not you put the bride or groom left or right. I've done left for the groom and right for the bride. So I'm going to put the groom together first. So I'm going to just lay my legs down on there, the trousers, just there, make sure I've got it in place. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. So I'm going to put the trousers flat there, and then I'm just going to take the back of my foam pads off of there and then pop that down just over there. You can see where it needs to go, just down below those trouser tops. And then I've got the arms, so you've got your left and your right arm obviously, and then just pop them in place before you glue them down, just to make sure you've got it all right. So I'm going to glue those flat. Just pop that leg down with a bit of wet glue on there. Just pop that up there, just coming from the shoulder, and try not to put the glue right at the bottom because then we can add the shirt cuffs in a second. So just move that up, just coming off of that shoulder. So the mane of that is all down, and then what you need to do is just add a bit of glue there, using wet glue because then I can sort of like move them around to make sure I've got them in place. And then I've got my left cuff there, and then I've got my right cuff to go on here. So it's nice if you've got a poker tool like this because you can actually move them around. Just move that under the collar. That needs to come down slightly. And there you can see you've now got your cuffs on there, all done there. So then I'm going to put the wedding dress together. So for this, I've done it pink, not your traditional white. So I'm going to pop this together to make sure it's all in place before I glue it down. As you can see, I've already got some foam tabs there. So I'm just going to glue this down. So pop that dress at the top there. And then you need to leave a gap, because then you've got like a panel that goes round the top of the skirt of the dress. So that I'm doing flat, so I'm going to pop that on first before I pop the skirt on. Like that, just put that under there slightly. Oh, gone a bit too far, so I'm just going to lift that up and just pop that there. And then take my foam pad off of the dress, and then you can see it's got some score lines, so I'm just lifting that up slightly to add some dimension, and then that goes down there. Got a waist to the dress, so we're just going to pop that on, and I'll get that in black, so just going to pop that down there. And the glue will dry clear there. And then you've got shoulders straps, so just pop a little bit of glue each side of this, and you can see which is the left and which is the right. Yeah, so this is the right, so just pop that there, and the same with the left hand. Just going slightly under the dress, and there's my dress all put together. So then, as I said, I am using the Mr. and Mrs. from the Mr. and Mrs. Wedding Cake die set. So just going to add a little bit of glue on that. Don't need that everywhere, just enough to make sure it sits on there nicely. And then I'm going to pop that just there. So I've done that in the nice silver mirror card. So once I've got it in place, then I can see if I need any more glue. So I'm just going to pop a little bit more glue down there. I might add a little bit more glue down there just to make sure that's flat. And then what I'm going to use next is we've got some embellishments on the show, and I'm going to put a couple of these hearts. I'm going to use these silver ones here, so I'm going to pop one down there, and these just really finish your card off lovely. They've got tiny cute little bows on top of these hearts. Just going to pop one in each corner, just make sure that sentiment goes down flat, and then I think I'm finished. Of course, you can add some glitter if you like and some embellishments. You can add the little corsage there as well, so as you can see I've added that corsage on this one. I haven't got one on this one, but as you can see, beautiful card using the wedding dress and tux die set. Really pretty, really lovely, and
oh, they are very, very pretty. Thank you, Nikki, for that demonstration. We do have another demonstration coming up from Nikki a little later on. Okay, so if you like the dies that you saw in that particular demo, then here they are. It's a brand new deal today, and you're saving a lot of money, especially if you are a Freedom member, saving £15.30, and you can split that 3 ways. And because we're in the Easter extravaganza, it's just going to be £12.89. Today, as a Freedom member, there's no P&P to pay. We'll send everything out to you, and then we'll take another payment in a month's time and another payment a month after that. So we only divide the costs into 3. We don't divide your goods into 3. So it's a great way to buy, and it means you get the whole kit right there. If you're not a Freedom member, you can also divide the cost into 3 as well. There are 29 dies in total for you to use for your celebratory cards. It could be for a wedding, it could be for an engagement, it could be for a prom, it could be just going out, or it might be that you just want to use a dress on a card for a birthday occasion. So I think the versatility of this particular kit is very, very good indeed. 574469 is your item number, and that gets you 29 dies in total, including that great sentiment as well of Mr. and Mrs. Is it Mr. and Mrs. in there? Yeah. So you get that sentiment, and you get the happily ever after. I'll just turn that around so you can see. You get the happily ever after, which is one sentiment just there, and then you get your bride and groom. So let's turn that around so you can see what that's like. The bride and groom, which is perfect. So I'll turn those around. So now if you're going for your dies and you're thinking, right, I need some paper, I've got some paper pads for you. Let me move this particular sample out the way so you can see these. It's from the Paper Tree. This is Nature's Song. 48 sheets, it's 8 by 8 and it's only £9.99. Those are your designs. Let me just turn this way and flick through those designs for you so you can see. Now the GSM on these is 160 GSM. Some really nice tones in there actually with the pinks and the greys. And we've got some sage colours as well with the silver. You've got your stripes in there and you've got your dots as well. These will be great with those nesting and layering dies that we've got available for you. So £9.99 if you want to go for that, £4.99, £4.31. If you want to go for more than one of these, you're more than welcome to do so. So that's your first option. We've then got another one from Paper Tree, and this is a touch of romance. Again, this would look great with your nesting and layering dies, but also with your dies that you're getting in this particular bundle. So those are the different patterns that you're getting. You can see the different colour tones that are in there. 160 GSM, 48 sheets. Let me turn this upside down just so we can have a look at them. Some really nice patterns in these actually. That's actually fantastic. It's like a Moroccan tile. And then you've got your plain, your stripe, and that runs through, and then you go for your different colours. So it's the same designs, but running through with your different colour tones in there. Perfect. Again, if you want to go for more than one, you're more than welcome to do so. 190184, £9.99 if you want to go for that. Right, now Helen and Shelby have emailed in at studio@hochanda.com and they've spotted the chick. There is a chick on set somewhere. It's just for fun. If you see it, email in. Email in. Don't know why I said it like that. Anyway, it really is great to have your company. And we've got the company of Nikki as well. And we've got another demonstration coming up right now.
So for this demo, we're going to be using the Mr. and Mrs. Wedding Cake die set. We have 13 dies in total. As you can see, you've got the cake parts, you've got some flowers in there, you've got a Mr. and Mrs. sentiment, you've got all the elements to create absolutely gorgeous cakes. So there's one of the tiers of the cakes there that I've already done. As you can see, you've got little bows on there, you've got your little ribbon across the top, and then you've got your icing along the bottom. So to put these together, as always, you have got your inspiration on the back, so please do take a look at that because that's very useful. It shows you where all the elements need to go. And to put that together, so what you've got is you've got your outer edge to your cake layer, and then you've got the part that goes on the top. So when you cut those out, you want to cut them out in two different colours. So again, you can choose the colour. So when you cut them out, this is the top part, which I've done in ivory, just to show you how this goes together. And then you've got the bottom part. So I've done this in pink, so you can see that when that goes on, when you glue it on, so I'm just going to glue this on and just show you how it goes together. That goes on there, and it looks like you've got little tiny bits of pink coming through those dots there. And that gives it kind of like a three-dimensional effect, and looks like you've got some pink icing on there. You've then got your layer sort of like that goes around the bottom, so that's more icing effect, and that's this one here. So you've got the small one and the longer one for both tiers. Just pop that on there. So that wants to go along the bottom of that cake tier. So just a second. And then I'm just going to add some glue along the bottom, and I'm just going to use my pokey tool there just to bring that on. And as you can see, that adds dimension and makes your cake tier look very effective and pretty. If I just lift that up, you can see then what I've done there. Look, you can see that little tiny icing effect down the bottom. And then you've got your bows and your like ribbon that you'll put along the top. So that's really easy to do. So you're going to cut these parts out. So you've got small ones and large ones, depending on what, whether you're doing the top tier or the bottom tier. So I'm just going to add some glue around about here on the cake. And then I'm just using my pokey tool, and I'm going to pick these up. So I'm going to put one each end There. I'll wipe this glue off as I go along, dries nicely. And then I'm going to pop this one in the middle, there. At the moment it doesn't look much, but it's when you start layering it up and putting it together. So you've got your little tails for the cake here. So I'm just going to add some glue here, just to glue those down. So you want two, so they're going to go in between that like ribbon. And then don't worry too much if they don't lay flat, because I think that adds more kind of realism to the actual card. And just adding a bit of glue on each one of those at the top. And then I'm picking the bow up. Again, these look really great if you use different colours. But I've done it in white so that you can actually see what I've done. So if I just bring that up closer to the camera, there you can see that's created that really pretty kind of bows and ribbon effect on the cake tier. So this is the two cake tiers that I've already put together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start putting the card together. I'm going to show you what else I'm using. So this is kind of roughly the card that we're going to create. If you can see there, you've got the cake. This beautiful decorative die here is from the Candle Wick Circles die set. There, look. And you've got lots of different sizes. So I've just used the outer one in the silver, and then I've cut a white circle out to mat that out on that card. But the one that I'm actually going to be doing, I've done it in gold. So this paper here, really pretty paper, is from the Touch of Romance paper collection there. So as you can see, it's got lots of pretty colours in there. You've got some stripes in there, you've got your decorative colours, and then you've got some plains in there as well. So I'm using one of the decorative, and I'm just going to put that straight onto my card blank with some wet glue. And I've just left a little bit of a edge around the bottom, around the card. Just make sure it's straight. And then I've already put some foam tape on my candle wick circle. So I'm going to pop that on the left hand side of my card. So I find it's best if you put this together first and then lay your card up when it's actually on the card itself. So there's my white circle. And then I've got my cake tier. So I'm going to glue these flat to my card. If you want, you could use some foam tape. And I'm just going to bring that just towards the bottom of that circle. As you can see, I've done the outer edge of the cake tiers in white, and then that bottom mat in gold. So you can see those gold decorative parts showing through. And I've also used some diamantes just in the middle of each of those bows. And then in the actual die set, you've got some leaves here, look. Got some singles, you've got little sprigs here. And then you've got some flowers as well. So I've die cut some flowers out in purple and pink. I've used diamantes for the centre, but you have on the actual die set got some little circles there. So if you wanted to use some coordinating colours, you can cut the middles out for your flowers from that die there. As I say, I put little diamantes on mine. Okay, so I'm going to bring the card back, and then I'm just going to add some glue to the leaves. So I'm going to put the leaves on first, just 2 sprigs down the bottom. There. Just kind of have that coming off of the cake, off the edge there. And then I'm just going to take, I think, 1 purple flower and 2 pink. So I'm going to take 2 pink flowers and pop the pink ones on first. One there and one here. You can use your flower shaping tools to create a little bit of dimension on these flowers as well. And then I'm going to just add that purple one just on top there, like that. And I think I'm going to add 1 more gold leaf just there, and that's just going to go under there. And then the next one I'm going to put on the right hand side of the cake tier. So just going to put the gold leaves on again. Always start with the sprigs first. That's going to give me an idea on where I want to go with the flowers. So put one there. And then the other one, I want to come down over the first tier. So I'm going to bring that down here. Just coming down there. And then I've got 3 purple flowers. So I'm just going to add, I'm going to put one there, one there, one there. So just put them flowers there. So I've got 2 of the larger flowers in the purple, and then I've got a smaller one here. Really delicate and pretty these are. They all coordinate beautifully, and it's nice that you've got all the elements there to create the actual card. You don't have to go through a different die set to grab flowers. You've already got them in here. And I'm just going to pop that one there, and then just add maybe one more leaf just under here, I think, or maybe just here. Just have a play with it and see where you think and what's pleasing to the eye. There, try not to cover up too much of that bow. So there's my cake, and then I'm using the Happily Ever After die. So I'm just going to make sure I've got all my bits out. So I've cut this out in gold mirror card, and I'm just going to pop them on the card there. So the Happy Ever After die is this one here. So it all die cuts out in one, but then they come out in 3 different words all separately. Okay, that's a really nice sentiment. So these are great if you're making invitations or you're just doing the odd wedding card. Put that one there. The Ever, just there. I can always add a little bit more glue once I put that down. So I think the Happily needs a little bit more on there. Just there. And Happy Ever After. About there. I'm going to bring that over slightly like that, and then just add a bit more glue on that Happily at the top there. That will dry clean there once that's dry. And I quite like that, the way that's set out. But just to finish off my card, I'm using some of these absolutely gorgeous heart embellishments. We have them on the show today, and they look absolutely gorgeous once put on your card. And I think on this one, I'm going to put one just in the middle of each of those sentiments, just to finish off my card. Might even put one near the cake as well. So I'm going to pop these down first, like that. That just finishes off the card, and it makes a really luxurious card. And having that cake on there as well, with that gold coming through, coordinating with my sentiment, I think it all flows really well. And I do really love this cake because it is so pretty and delicate, and it's fun to create. This could be for an 18th. It doesn't have to be for a wedding card. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to put this. I think actually I'm going to put that heart just on the top of my cake there, and then that will bring that through. And yeah, I really like that. As I say, really easy and fun to create. If I just bring that up closer, you can have a really good look at that look.
Oh, thank you, Nikki. That's what Crafty's all about, having fun. It's fun to create those words. Perfect, isn't it? If you do want to get hold of the collection, there are 29 dies in this collection. It's brand new today from Spellbinders. And if you are a Freedom member, you're saving £15.30. It's a great saving, and it's a why not deal. What do we mean by that? Well, if you're not a Freedom member already, become a Freedom member today for £6.97 here in the UK. Your Freedom membership will start instantly, and you will get that saving of £15.30. I know you've just paid out for your membership, but you'll still be making a saving, and then you don't pay any P&P on any of the products we send out to you, and you get further discounts as well for being a Freedom member. 3 payments of £12.89 as a Freedom member. We'll send everything out to you. It's just the cost that we divide over 3 months. Now, we are in the midst of our Easter Extra Flexi, which means anything of £30 of value or more, you can divide the cost of that into 3 payments over 3 months. It's a brilliant way to buy in this current climate, because it means you get all your crafty stash and you can start doing all kinds of different inspirational ideas. If you're not a Freedom member, then you're still making a great saving, and you can still divide the cost into 3 payments over 3 months. 574469 is your item number. A delightful set of dies, 29 in total, so you can have fun creating all of those special occasion cards. Right, now when you have created them, if you'd like something else, how about this beautiful, lovely nesting dies here of your circles? But they're circles with all of the detail going inside. These have been designed by Becca Feekan, and if you've not seen Becca Feekan before, her designs are very, very beautiful, but there's lots and lots of detail in them. So, for example, this is that beautiful circle. You've got your 2 outer parts to the circle, but then the centre part that's running around, as you can see just there, if you wanted to add any glossy accents or any self-levelling dots or anything like that, you could really bring out that detail. This is your Candlewick Circles etch die, £19.99, and in total you are getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dies in total. It does say it there at the bottom, doesn't it? But I thought I'd give them a count anyway. 852590 is your item number if you want to go for that. Remember, we also have the paper tree pads that they would work beautifully with. They really would, for nesting and layering up your dies. You can find the details for these on the website. They're £9.99 each, so you've got a choice then. If you want to go for both of them, you can. Just an idea for your matting and layering. Right, we've got some sentiments for you. Reply, civil play, RSVP. And we also have thank you and save the date. So if you do know someone that is getting married this year and they are having a celebration outside of what we're going on at the moment, maybe it's later on in the year, then this is something that you can use to build and create the invitations, and also save the date and your reply civil play. I'm just going to show you the dies just so you can see the size of the dies. They're a good size for placing on the card, and they really will make a statement because of the size of the dies and the sentiment you'll be using. £14.99, 369000. Remember to look out for that chick. It's on the set somewhere. I had lots of people email in about that. It's just for fun, just to pass the time of day. Now, I do like this particular die. This is your bird singing. The die is across the top just here. I'll bring in the die to show you. I'll just drop it in. So there you go. That's the size of the die. So you've got your birds and you've got the foliage and you've got the flower in there. You can see that is what it has designed. You can use this across the top of the card, as Nikki has done, or you could actually take that and maybe stick it onto the card at the bottom. It's beautiful. £16.99 is the flower garden. You've got your lovely birds at the top there. 466890 is your item number. Now, we've talked about becoming a Freedom member. If you want to become a Freedom member, it's 888 in your basket. Or you can give us a call and the call centre will take you through the details. And here's our lovely Alex to tell us more.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you will benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And you know the best bit? You can cancel any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you will also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom member discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Just look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 10,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being a part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm now going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
It's lovely because you have the special offers, don't you, that give you a nice discount off, sometimes up to 20%.
I don't have to worry about the postage. I can spend a £5 on something that I've seen as and when I've seen it, or I can spend 20 or 30 or 50 pounds, it doesn't matter.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see? You could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no ongoing monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 88888. So don't forget, you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive freedom discounts, members badge and a members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Oh, there's our lovely Alex. Was Alex in today? I think she was earlier on this morning. Lovely, lovely Alex there telling us all about freedom. Right, if you have just joined us, it's great to have your company. It really is. And we are running through the dies that we've got for you from Spellbinders. Excellent quality dies. They are kind of the originators when it comes to dies. A company, a family-run company in America, but of course worldwide now. And it's a privilege to have them here on Hochanda. And we've got some great prices, and remember, anything you buy, if your basket comes to £30 or more, you can divide the cost into 3 as part of our Easter Extra Flexi event. That ends, by the way, on the 14th of April. Now, if you want to nest and layer your mat and layer, or nest and layer, mat and layer, your dies, your cards, here's a great chance to do so. Something a little different, something very elegant as well to use on your cards. So what we've got here are your nesting dies. You've got 4 in total, but I really like the angled corners on there. So you can see on this sample just here how lovely they look, just to really bring out the detail that you've popped in the middle. In this one, it's cake. Oh, what I'd do for a slice of cake now. Did you know that carrot cake is quite traditional with Easter? I love carrot cake. I love carrot cake, or coffee and walnut cake. Catherine, what's your favourite cake? Carrot cake. Kirsty, what's your favourite cake? Lemon. Ooh, a bit of lemon drizzle. Andy, what's your favourite cake? Andy's our director. Ooh, a little bit of pecan nut cake. And how about Katie? She's our producer. Oh, she likes a red velvet. Ooh. Oh, I could demolish a cake now. Certainly could. Right, you don't have to demolish a cake, but if you are cutting one out to put onto your car, it's not a real cake, that'd be daft, it'll get squashed in the post. You've got your nesting and layered dies just there. £19.99, 364973. Right, I do like this stamp set that we've got for you. I've seen Nikki colour this in before and build and create some lovely designs. So you've got your main stamp, which is the heart that you can see just here on that card. You've got your different colours, you could colour flowers, whatever you like, but they do create that shape of the heart. And what I like about it as well is that you don't have the black line running around the heart itself. The line that's running around is made up of the flowers. So that's really very, very organic. Now, you get the 2 extra stamps as well with the flowers. So you get the 2 extra stamps. There's 3 stamps in total. And if you want to start to build and create your backgrounds and maybe your patterns, I think this would be a really nice stamp to do so, whether you're using it on your platforms or whether you're just using it freestyle, free-handed, for example. £10.99, 695820 is your item number if you want to go for that one. Now, as we're building, as we're making, as we're creating, we've got the dies to start us off, we've got the nesting dies, we've got the sentiments as well. So when it all comes together, we might want to add some embellishments. We've got some for you, so we sorted that out. And it really does make a difference to your cards, but not just to your cards, you can use these in other crafting areas as well. There's a really nice Diamante style heart there. Isn't that lovely? Very nice. Add a bit of bling. Then you've got the little trinkets here. You could add these to bracelets. You could add these to your handmade items, for example, saying thank you to somebody for buying it. Maybe put it on a little tag. You could make those larger love hearts. They could be necklaces, possibly. Lots of items to choose from, as well as your embellishments and your stickers to go on your cards. Just to show you the difference that these can make, I'll just drop this in here. There's your card with the bride and groom, but you can see that embellishment. Look at the sparkle that you've got on there. Doesn't that make a difference? £9.99, it's almost a half price deal because you're saving £9.70. You can have as many sets of these as you like if you want to build up your collection. Take advantage of that discounted price today. 175501 is your item number. Now, we've got, these are brilliant. These are your stickles. Now, this is gel with glitter in. Very, very easy to use. You could even just pop some of these onto your finger, as long as you're not allergic to any of the ingredients that are in there. It should be absolutely fine. And then you can just put this onto your card detail. What's great about this, because it's on a gel, because you've got that fluidity to your glitter, it will get into the nooks and crannies of all your different craft arts. Whether it's a box that you're making and you want to add some sparkle, whether you want to put these onto cards, for example, maybe you've got a bit of depth with your die cutting, or maybe you've added some texture paste to a project and you want to add some glitter. I've been using something very similar to this on one of my projects, and you'll be amazed at how much glitter is in there and how much you can use. £15.99. You get the moon dust, the nebula and the asteroid. Great names there. 944837. Right, did you email in to let us know where the chick is? I wonder where the chick could be. Yep, there it is, little chick, and there it is, little chick pool. It's quite a big chick actually, but there you go, that's where he was, or she was, can't really tell. There's no variation marks on there. Might hide him in the next show if you want. Follow the chick around the next 3 hours. I'm not talking about myself. Oh, Catherine's coming up next. Yes, it's your final call. That's Crafty One Day Special with Catherine. We've got a marvellous tool coming up after that from Dremel, and then Studio Light Grunge Collection, the brand new One Day Special at 6.
Welcome to Club G45 from Graphic 45. These are monthly tutorial kits that allow you to create beautiful projects by accessing step-by-step instructional videos that are viewable online. You'll get almost everything you need to create both of these projects from scratch. The first kit is Club G45 Birdsong Explosion Box and Origami Envelopes Kit. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 518169 for £49.99 plus your postage from Hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 60 2000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45. The second kit is Club G45 Birdsong Centre Step Card Kit. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 554627 for £31.99 plus your postage from Hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 60 2000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful, and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our crafters carry-all.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us, and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations, and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got something you're going to enjoy. Here at Hochanda's Crafty Kitchen, we'll be introducing you to brand new guest demonstrators from the world of baking and cake decorating, who will be on hand to inspire you with sugar flour making techniques, food flavouring ideas, baking kits in a bottle, and as well as showcasing some very fashionable kitchen aprons. Watch out for brand new products, some very bespoke to the baking world, but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Yes, it's your final call for your one-day special. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Janice Phillips. How are you today? If you have just joined us and you're new to Hochanda, a one-day special is a great saving for 24 hours. But do you know what? We've actually sold out of the one-day special, but we've got while stocks last, which is equally as fabulous, saving £6. But I do need to tell you, almost half the stock has gone already. That's Crafty, a brand that, if you are familiar with Hochanda, we've had numerous occasions and lots of sellouts as well. It's always very, very popular because we're bringing you something that's a little bit different. You can use these in a grunge style project, or you can use them in a very nice project. I don't know what the difference is, a grunge project or a nice project. I don't know where I was going with that. I don't know. We've got the lovely Catherine with us as well for the show, so we've got some great demonstrations coming up as well, just to show you the set of stamps that we've got and what you can build and create. I'm just going to turn them around so you can actually see the stamp themselves and see the size of the stamps that you are getting. Lovely sketchy details that you've got with these. You've got the floral, the flowers that are in there, but also the different elements as well that go around them, just to give those sketchy, different style effects. Let's show you some samples that are on here as well, giving you the inspiration to use lots of colour and also layering up your backgrounds as well, using 3 of them together. Isn't that lovely? And you may have some other stamps from That's Crafty or some other stamps from other brands that you can bring in and add to your detailing. This is my favourite sample here. I love the colours in this one. Love the way that that background has been built up, and you've got the lovely words as well, the sentiments on that really funky background. I love the black detailing as well, so that one's definitely my favourite. Second favourite is this one with the dragonfly. Love the dragonflies, love the way that the wings have been lifted up with this as well. And if you've got 2 or 3 of these plaques, you could put them onto the wall together to make and create some wall art. They're lovely, aren't they? Look really nice with some of your sentiments perhaps that you've got at home. Now, that usual price of £30.96 has been reduced by £6. It's $29.96 if you want to go for this. If you add anything else to your basket as well, it will take it over that £30 mark, which means you can divide the cost over 3 months. So if there's something else you see on the show, add it to your basket. It might be on another show. You might head to the website. That's how you can divide the cost of this into 3 if you add something else and take it over your £30. Over half the stock has gone though. Over half the stock has gone. It would be an idea to get these into your basket, because when you see the demonstrations coming up with our lovely Catherine, I think we're going to get very, very busy. So that's your while stocks last. If you want to get some paper to go with these, or maybe you want to stock up, we've got some paper for you. Now we've got two options. You've got the lights or the darks. Oh my word, these are gorgeous. Now you've got 14 sheets in each, and they're all different. They're all different, and they're 170 GSM. So you can see on that first one, you've got your different colorways. So you could use this as one backdrop, maybe for your journaling, or you could cut into this. You could just have the purple part, you've got the red part, the blue part, and the lovely sage green at the bottom there. Or maybe use one of your dies and incorporate all of the colors in there. They are single-sided, so the other side you've got your white to the card. Let's just take you through these designs because they're lovely, aren't they? Showing you these in portrait, but if we go to the landscape, again, it looks totally different. You've got your script on here, you've got your geometric shapes, and you've got that grunge detail in the background. Something that perhaps somebody would create with gel plates. Now you've got that already printed out for you. Let's show you the other ones that are in here as well. Like that one, really like that one. Looks like some vintage fabric, or maybe a wall or a floor that's just been sanded back. Do like that. Very, very nice. Lots of different elements in there as well. You've got your circles and your script and your sketchy details in there. Lovely pastel colours with this particular set. So this one we're looking at the moment, this is your lights. There's beautiful colours in there. That is nice, isn't it, with that mandala? Think of all the different things you can do with these. Either building up the backgrounds, putting these in your journals, using them for your dies as well. Die cutting out look absolutely extraordinary. Geometric shapes, do like that one. Lots of different things you can do with that. It's a whole patchwork of designs. I'm going to be left with just the board. I'm just putting them all behind. I'll get them all back up for you. But again, lots of designs on there. This is the lights, if you want to go for these. Oh, look at that. Very nice. £9.99. That is an excellent price for all of those sheets that you're getting just there. I think I've got a sample that's been made with that particular one. Did you do this one, Catherine? Right, we'll move on from that. Move on from that one, and we'll go to the second set. This is the dark, so you've got darker elements in here. Love these leaves, very tropical, nice and sketchy. Lots of detail in there that you could pick out. We've got some nice, oh, I've got some behind that I can flick through maybe, rather than taking all those off. Sorry, that'd be an idea. Okay, you've got your flowers there, some nice darker colours, nice depth that you've got in here. You could gesso over some of these as well and just take the colours back if you want to. Divide that into 4 and make and create some cards out of that using your stamps on top. Oh, I like that one. I think that one could be my favourite. Oh, absolutely superb. Oh, and there's your butterfly. Very, very pretty. Have a close look at these when you get them home. Find details in there that perhaps you've missed at first glance. Very, very nice. Give you lots of inspiration as well. So that's your darks at £9.99. 354180 is your item number. Now, if you want to use your papers and your stamps and you want to create something, we've got some white greyboard for you. These are brilliant. Love these. Now, if I just lean one forward, all you have to do is just simply pop these out. So they've all been kiss cut. They're all pre-cut for you, and all you have to do is pop them out, and then you start to decorate with them. These are really nice for putting inspirations on, or maybe popping over a bottle top. So if you're giving somebody a bottle of wine, not that we can do that at the moment, so maybe just a bottle of wine for yourself, pop it over there. It just makes it nice and fancy, doesn't it? Do drink responsibly, but times and needs must. So lots of different designs that you can make with this. You can really let your inspirations flow with these, and you can also use the stamps that you're getting on the show if you're going for those. So £9.99, your white greyboard, you've got your plaques and your door hangers, and that's a complete set for you. It's a great deal. How many do we get? 1, 2, 3, 4. You get that times 2, so that's 8. And then you get also those, so you get 4. Does it say it on the screen?
I made the first 2.
You made what? You made these?
No, the first samples you showed, I made them.
Did you, Catherine?
Yes.
Oh,
you didn't ask.
I didn't like to. Bit of a touchy subject. Is it this one? Oh, look at that one. Oh, that is my favourite. That's lovely. The flowers that are coming out, they're lovely colours. And did you do... I did that one. Oh, you did that one as well. Oh, look, they match. Could you not think of 2 different ones to do?
No, one was one was my demo, and one was a pre-made one.
Oh, right, okay. And did you make another one?
Yes.
Is it
not that one?
No, is it that one?
Yes.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. And it matches again. Could you really not think of a different... No, they are lovely. And it just goes to show that if you've got a theme running through... They look... Catherine, they're lovely. They're lovely. They might find their way to my house afterwards. They're very nice. They are my favourite as well. If you want to go for that deal, $9.99. Yeah, Catherine's here, but we are social distancing. Thank goodness. Management have been wanting to do this for a very, very long time. It's now happening, keeping us apart. Right, we've got another deal. We've got a journal set for you. Now, 2/3 of the stock has gone of this. So you get your rings, so you can put them through the holes that are on there, and then you can start to make your journals. What's nice about this, you've got the 2 rings, one can go there and one can go there, and then you can just easily turn those pages. These could be techniques. Could be sayings, for example, inspirations that you just want to turn day by day to give you a little bit of inspiration. And £10.99. It is a set, so you get the smaller ones, the 3x5, and you also get the 8x8, and you get the rings for those as well. You get 3 rings for your 8x8, and you can have that book on the side if you want to, or you can turn it similar to the smaller ones. It's entirely up to you, and you can just reveal them that way. Entirely up to you. That's a great price. It doesn't surprise me that so many of those have actually gone. And then you could, did you do this one, Catherine? Yes. She did. Catherine did this one as well. Absolutely marvellous. You see, she doesn't just sit here all day twiddling her thumbs. She actually does some work, and we do appreciate it. We really do. That is, I really like that, Catherine. Very, very nice. So you don't have to use them as journals. You could use them as plaques, but they would look really nice as journals as well. 226968 is your item number if you want to go for those. We've got some more stamps. And this is the one remaining individual stamp that you can get. It's only £13.99. Let's turn that around so you can see your flowers on there. What flower? That's a sunflower. Is that a Rebecca? Or an Echinacea? Oh, it's with this sample here that Catherine's used as well. So you've got your flowers on there, and you have that lovely little grungy style in the middle. And that's what Catherine used to make this. Isn't she clever? Isn't she clever? 607839 if you want to go for that particular stamp set. 607839. Now, our guests are working very hard here at Hochanda, and many of them have sent videos in of their demonstrations, but we're lucky enough to have Catherine here in the studio with us for some live demonstrations. So we can't pause her at any time and come out early, I'm afraid. We're going to have to sit through the whole demonstration, which we don't mind. Let's have a look at the website. This is where you can head to see all the different items we've got on the show. I've got lots of paints, lots of mediums as well. I'm sure Catherine's using some of those in her demonstrations, so perhaps she can just give you a nod to the one she's using so you can head to the website. Lots of paste as well, and we've got some glue and your gesso. So head to the website, that's where you can go and get all of your mediums. And remember, if you're adding things to your basket, if it comes to £30 or more, you can divide the cost into 3. We'll send everything out to you in one go, but you can divide the cost over 3 months. It's all part of our Easter Extra Flexi event, and that runs all the way until the 14th of April, 6 p.m. Right, now, as promised, here's a lovely Catherine, live.
Yes, I'm definitely alive. Alive as well as live. Now then, we are going to be working now with some mediums, as Janice said, and also the because the one day special sold out, we have got the other option for you, of course, while stocks last. Now, I did start on a demonstration a little bit earlier where I was showing you the crackle glaze and also some stamps from that particular selection. So I'm just going to recap slightly on what I did with these, because with the grey board you get all sorts of different shapes. You do get the door hangers, you get the plaques, you get the trading cards as well, the coins, and these little bits popped out of the door hangers, so you use those as well. Now, I've used some metallic paint over this one. That's Crafty. We've got it on the website. in the copper, and I've also gone over the top with some crackle glaze. Now this did get busy in the earlier show. I'm not surprised as well, because £9.99 for a huge pot of this, 250 millilitres. Now one of them, the coin is already dry, but I'm just going to show you how I applied it onto the gold coloured grey board here. So all you need to do, once your base is down, whichever colour you're going to put as your base, then just go over the top with your crackle glaze. Now if you put it on quite thickly, you're going to get the bigger crackle. If you do it quite thinly, you're going to get a smaller crackle, and it's as simple as that. Now what I tend to do, and I don't know if it works the same with all of them, but this is the way I've always done it. Whichever way I go directionally with the crackle glaze, I tend to go the opposite way with the top coat. So I've just put that in there now. Honestly, this is going to go so far. You could do huge pieces with that. Let me just put that brush into there. Now I could let that dry naturally, or I could heat dry it. If you're going to heat dry it, just be careful that you don't overheat it, because you can cause it to bubble. So I would say, if you can be patient, let it dry on its own, which I have done with this one. Now I'm going to bring in some more paint, and I have got, where's it gone? I've got my apricot colour somewhere, can't see it, so we'll go with the pink instead. So that's Crafty again, the multi-surface paint. We've got various different ones. We've got metallics, and we've got this one here, which is more of a matte finish. They are on a pick and mix, any three for £14.99, and they are fabulous as well. They really, really are. Really lovely quality paints, and because they're multi-surface, obviously you can paint on all sorts of different things. So what I'm going to do now is just pick up some of the paint, and the trick is not to keep dragging over the same area, because if you do, it will start to react with the crackle and you can drag it off. So don't go over the top of the same area, just kind of sweep across and cover. Now I quite like it when it's not an even coverage, because you get more of a sort of a blended reaction with it. Now hopefully you can see straight away it's starting to go, but I am going to bring in my heat gun just for the purpose of the demonstration, of course. Now then, crackle glaze very busy. 80% of the stock has now gone. Let's just turn the heat on this, and I think straight away you're going to see it start to go more. Can you see it coming through? Look at that already. Look at that, it's really, really effective. Now I did put this on quite thick onto this coin, so I've got quite large cracks appearing there, but it varies across the coin as well. I just want to dry that off. I'm going to keep the heat gun moving because I don't want to bubble the paint. As I say, at home, if you can allow it to dry naturally, you've got no risk of then heating too much. So it's almost there. I'm just going to wipe that bit of paint off the side. And then I'm going to bring in one of my stamps, and I'm going for set number 2. Set number 2 from the new set that we've got for you, because the 1 day special is gone, remember. And I'm just going to ink up. Now, obviously the stamp is too large for the coin, but until I get ready, I'm not quite sure where I'm going to place this. So I'm going to sort of hover over the top and then decide where it's going. So I've inked the whole thing. Let's go there. Just pressing down on there, and we've got the stamped image. Now if I'd got embossing powder, which I haven't got any with me, but if I had, I could have done that with embossing powder as well, so I'd got that nice outline. But what I'm going to do is just bring in some of the metallic paint again, and I'm going to use a water brush. Now I have actually got some water in this one. I'm just going to pick a little bit up and put on my mat, and I'm going to water it down a little bit. And I'm just going to start to paint in the petals. Now obviously you need to be careful which ink you use, because obviously you need to use an ink that's not going to react with the water, or if you're using alcohol pens. I'm using Picket Fence, which I really do like. It's a hybrid ink, which means I can use my alcohols with it, I can use my watercolours with it as well, and just pick out that colour there. Now I have got one that I've done earlier, so I'm not going to spend too long on this. Obviously you can shade with the paint as well, just sort of go back in a little bit deeper there if you want. Sort of dragging the colour out from the centre of the flower. And I did paint the whole of the flowers there, and I did the centre in blue. I'm going to bring that back in and show you in a second. But what I also did, because I didn't have any embossing powder, I did use my black Posca pen to then redefine just the main flower or the main areas, not the whole of the stamp, because I want some areas to look as though they're disappearing a bit into the background. So just going around the edge. You could use a fine liner, you could use an alcohol pen, just again be careful of the ink that you've used. But really I'm just tracing around what's already there. So I'm just going to add a little bit of detail where it already is there as well. Now the selection that I've got here for the stamps, 60% of the stock has now gone. So we're busy on those. If I just bring in the one that's already done, you can see there, blue in the centre. I have used the outline, a little bit of ink around the edge, and then I've used a white pen to bring the highlights out in the petals there. So that's how I put that together. And what I actually did, I created 3 of the coins using the flowers from the set that we've got there, the set on the screen. So I've used a piece of this, one of the stamps from each set, apart from the dragonfly. That's the only one I've not used on there. So with those, what I'm going to do now, bring in one of the white greyboard pieces. Now you've got the plaques, you've also got the door hangers as well. So this is one of the plaques. I have used some of the paper. This is from the Lights and Brights. I think that's the name of it. Is it the light one anyway? Yeah. Now I have stuck that down. You can see it's just, I've just stuck it onto the grey board. In fact, I've stuck it onto the white surface. I've already sanded around the edge. I'm just going to sand this edge while I'm doing it live on air to show you, because you can get that lovely white effect coming through. So normally I would ink around the edge, but I thought, you know, I quite like it as it is, just with the white there. So you can see the difference it makes just by sanding the edge off. Now the other thing I've got is from set number, do I need to check, set number 3. Set number 3 of the While Stocks Last, got to think of the right name, While Stocks Last. You've got little bubbles in there. You've got a gorgeous flower, but you've also got the little bubbles in there. So what I'm going to do is just ink up and add 1 or 2 bubbles around the edge of my plaque. Just randomly stamping as I go. Some of these are going to be seen and some aren't. So if, you know, if I just put them kind of all over, then wherever I sit my coins, they're going to be seen. The only other thing I've done is take a little bit of the paint again, and I'm not going to do them all, but I'm going to paint in just 1 or 2 of the bubbles again with the copper colour, because that will bring through and balance the colours from the coins. So I don't have to do them all now, so I don't want to, it's like watching paint dry, isn't it? Excuse the pun, if I just keep doing this. But I just want to show you how I've worked the edge of this. And then once again there, when that paint is dry, I'd use my white pen just to highlight. And then what I'm going to do is decide where each of the coins are going to go. So I think because of the colours, we've kind of got the more coppery colours at the end, a little bit of blue coming through on the bubbles there. And in the centre, I'm going to go with that one. So that's using all 3 of the flowers from that particular set. So I would stick that down. You can put a sentiment on there as well if you want. There's plenty of sentiments in with the stamps. I'll finish that off and put it on Facebook actually, because I am going to do a little bit more to it, but I'm keen to get on to the next demonstration when I can as well, because there's quite a lot involved in that one. So in a second we're just going to, I think we're going to remind you about our Easter event as well, and Janice will be back in a second as well to go back down the counter, remind you of a few items while I get cleaned up and get ready for the next demonstration. Let's remind you about that Easter event.
Welcome to Hochanda's Easter Extra Flexi event. Join us from 6 p.m. Thursday the 9th of April to 6 p.m. Tuesday the 14th of April, as we'll be offering you an extra special treat to help ease the cost of your Easter purchases. All of your crafting favourites will be here with us, celebrating the Easter break by demonstrating and showcasing their latest products. So, not only will we reduce the flexi basket value from £60 to £30, but you will also be given the opportunity to spread the cost of your purchase over 3 exciting flexi buy payments instead of 2. So get cracking and take advantage of our Easter Extra Flexi event from the 9th of April at 6 p.m.
Yeah, do take advantage of that deal. It's anything. If you head to the website, you're buying items that aren't even on this show, and it comes to £30 or more, we'll divide that cost into 3 for you. Right, let's talk about the While Stocks Last. The one-day special did sell out. We've got a brand new one-day special launching at 6 o'clock tonight. We've got new hours for the one-day special, 6 p.m, 8 p.m, then the next day's 8 a.m, 12 p.m, and final call 4 p.m. Right, so while stocks last, 60% of the stock has now gone. You've got a great set of stamps here for you. They are your Dragonfly Dreams, Grunge, Flowers 1, 2 and 3. I'm going to turn these around because you can see those beautiful artworks on the front. But let's turn them around so you can actually see the stamps that you're getting in there. You're getting more than just a dragonfly with your sentiments. You're getting more than those beautiful flowers there. You're getting your sentiments as well. More than, I believe that's a Rebecca here. You're getting your sentiments as well, and those excellent bubbles that Catherine has just been using, and your flowers there with that lovely doodle art. They are fabulous to work with as well, and the beauty is because you're getting the whole set, you can work with all of them. You can really mix them up and make a whole garden, a whole meadow of flowers if you want to, or just take elements of the features and use those on your separate projects as well. Really like the artwork and the design on these. You get that lovely sketchy style doodle, but then depending on the mediums that you're using them with, they can also look very, very pretty as well. A great deal. £29.96, saving £6, 535255, but 60% of the stock of the while stocks last has gone. Right, let's have a look at that paper stock. This is lovely. I do like this. You've got two choices. One is your lights and the other one is the darks. So we'll start with the lights. That one's your darks. We'll start with the lights. And these are really pretty actually, because there's lots of different elements within here that you can work with, whether you are just taking one piece of this A4 and using it on a card. You can do. You can stamp over it, or you could just add a sentiment. That in itself is a card right there, isn't it? But you can use it with your die cutting machines as well. So lots of different designs. We'll just go through these. Beautiful texture that it feels like you've got on there, but it's absolutely smooth, so it's very, very easy to stamp over, but it gives you the illusion that you're getting that texture on there. Some script in here, lots of different things actually on the sheets of paper that you can see. The GSM on these is 170 GSM, so ideal for your die cutting machines. Smooth as well, so great for stamping on. Again, you might want to use the whole sheet, you might want to use it in landscape, and when you turn it, when you get it home, just turn it around, because as you turn it, you'll start to see different designs, different colourways within the piece of paper, so that you can use it with your existing stamps, your existing paints. So beautiful papers in there. This is your light, lots of different designs in there, and it's only £9.99. You get a lot, don't you? How many sheets? 14 in total. 14 in total. Wow, that is brilliant. That's your lights, and then you've got your darks. If you wanted to go for both, by the way, you're more than welcome to do so. The darks got more darker colours in there, as it suggests. And you've got some great designs as well. Do like these. I'll show you my favourite one. Really like the pinks and the purples in here. But my favourite sheet is that one. That's a work of art, just by itself. £9.99 though, for the A4 paper packs, and if you want to go for more than one of the same one, you're more than welcome to do so. And if you want to go for both of them, you can do as well, just add them to your basket. In fact, if you go for the paper stock, if you add it to your while stocks last, it takes it over your £30, so then you can divide the cost into three. Right, 354180. Now we've got some plaques for you in your white grey board, and do you know what I love about this is that you have two of each set. Well, in this one, you've got your two plaques there, your smaller plaque, and you can build these up into one design, but you can also use them separately as well with your different shapes. You're also getting your door hangers as well, and you're not just getting two. Let's open that up. There you've got your two sets, which is brilliant, isn't it? And they really do look pretty when you start to add your paints, your designs, your stamps, or maybe using some of the paper that we've got on the show as well, and then just sanding it off around the edges. That's the wrong way, that's the right way. Fabulous, aren't they? Now you can make them at home. 705023 is your item number. Now we've got some journal sets for you. This is approaching limited stock. It doesn't surprise me. It's both of them, by the way. Your 3x5 and your 8x8. You also get the ring binds as well that you can place in. to the side there. So you've got your 3 ring bindings there, and you've got your 2 on that one as well. And with your 3x5, you can have it that way if you want to, and you can start to flick through that book, or you can have it that way. Or you can use them separately, it's entirely up to you. 226 965, but we're approaching limited stock on those. Right, as promised, we've got some more demonstrations coming up with Catherine. Let's head to the website. And on the website, that's where you can see all the different mediums that Catherine's been using, the different mediums that are on there for you. Lots of colours in your pick and mix as well, where you get 360mm of your fabulous surface paints. These are great, some really nice colours in there. I think I would go for the mustard yellow, I'd go for the lime, and I'd go for the grey. I think I'd go for those 3. But you, if you want to choose more than 3, again, you're always more than welcome to do so. Help yourself. And then you can divide the cost into 3 if your basket comes to £30 or more. Right, as promised, let's head back to Catherine for some more live demonstrations.
Right, okay, so I've just stuck together that first demonstration so you can see, and I've put the little highlights on the bubbles as well. There's just one question I need to ask. Janice, is that different enough? Is that okay?
Different from the previous ones?
Yeah, is that all right?
Yeah, I like that one.
Okay,
very
right.
nice.
Very good. Okay, right, we're going to move on then. So I'm going to use one of the journal covers now, and I have taken a sheet of the paper, a sheet of the A4. This is, again, I believe is from the Lights and Brights, and lots of colour going on there. I have already glued this down in preparation. Of course, where the holes are, you can repuncture that, so you can still get your rings in there as well. Now, I am just going to give this a quick sand around the edge, again, because I do want that nice, neat finish. I was trying to do it as Janice was going down the counter, but I was frightened you'd all hear it, so I thought I'd better wait. So I'm just going to get rid of those little edges. Use your scissors or your craft knife to cut closely, and then just finish the edges off. So I'm just working round. Now, Janice, I think, did say, actually, as beautiful as the papers are, if you wanted to knock the colours back, you certainly could do, and that's exactly what I'm going to do with this, because this is going to have multiple layers to it. So I'll just get rid of that final bit there. I think we're about good to go. I want to make sure the edge is gone, because I'm going to do something else to the edge of it. Okay, so I think we're all right there. So let me make sure I've got the holes to the left, so I know I've not got things upside down. Now what I'm going to do now is bring in the white gesso. We have got a pick and mix on the gesso. We've got black and white available. Any 2, you can go for 2 white, 2 black, or 1 of each. It's entirely up to you. Details on the screen for you there as well. And what I'm going to do with the gesso is exactly what Janice was saying. I am going to knock the colour back a little bit. So I'm just taking some gesso from the pot, and I'm just sort of taking some of it off on my brush. I don't want to dry brush as such, but I don't want it too dark either. And I'm kind of just flicking that across. I don't want to hide everything, but I do want to give it a coating, because I want to apply other mediums over the top of this as well. So just kind of randomly going across, just taking that colour out a little bit. And what I'm going to do is go the other way as well, so I'm kind of cross-hatching it. Just because I like the texture that it leaves as well. But again, I don't want to sort of take away every bit of the colour. So you can still see the detail coming through. I think that'll do, actually. I think we'll be all right with that. Just going to just tidy up that little bit of gesso there. Now, we did have some wonderful masks on the show, which did sell out earlier. I am going to use them, but simply because I'm going to use a texture paste as well. So I'm going to do that next. So let me just bring in the texture paste. We've got various different pastes. This is the actual texture paste. We have a light texture paste, and we have the sand paste as well, which is very gritty. We've got the holographic for you as well. We've got absolutely loads. Yes, we've got black paste as well, which is fabulous. Oops, throwing things around. Right, what I'm going to do now is bring in one of the masks from before. If you were lucky enough to get these, then that's great. But the texture paste itself, again, a huge pot. Only £9.99. You're getting 250 millilitres again. This is so creamy. It's absolutely fantastic. Do you know, I've had show envy when I see Jo Channon using this, and now I'm lucky enough to be able to use it myself. So I'm just going to take some into the corner here, and I am going to extend past the mask as well. It doesn't matter if I miss bits, but I am going to sort of extend it out a little bit as well. I've got one that I did earlier, so I'm not going to spend too long doing this. So what I mean by extending out is going past there, but I'm kind of spreading that and sort of flattening down at the same time. So it's giving me a little bit of texture without it looking too much. And also that means I'm picking up that bit of pattern in there as well. So I can just kind of spread that out and extend it out. Let's just take that off so you can see what we've got in the corner there. A little bit on this side as well. As I say, if I'd got more time, I'd do that a little bit better, but I've got one that I prepped earlier, so it's fine. So I'm going to do the same in this corner as well. And again, just extend that out a little bit. If you want it more textured, you can stipple it as well. If you want to add texture like that, you could do so. Okay, so I'll just... Oh, it is like butter that's... You know when it's just the right consistency? You know when you get it out of the fridge and it's just too hard and you leave it out until it's just melted enough? That's what this is like. Just spreads beautifully. So there you can see I've got a little bit of texture going on in the corners there. Just pop that out the way a second. Put the lid on there. Right, I will have to dry that off with the heat gun a little bit before I do the next step. Now remember, if you are force drying, you're going to heat the top without it heating all the way through, although it's not particularly thick, that, so it will dry off quite quickly. But I just want to make sure the surface is as dry as possible. If you were to hold the heat over it for any length of time and get too much intense heat on there, you will find that it will bubble a little bit. Actually, it gives quite a nice effect, but I'm not particularly wanting to do that at the moment. So what I'm doing there is just drying that off, just to make sure it's more or less touch dry. I think we'll make that do. And then I'm going to bring in, actually I'm going to put that to one side. I am going to come back to that in a second, but I want to bring in a couple of other things as well. The stamps that we've got on offer. Oh, the dragonfly, it's beautiful. 2/3 of the stock has gone. Now I'm going to have to keep an eye on time because I've got so much I want to do. So I think we're all right at the minute. Oh, I'm fine for time at the moment. Right, I'm just going to put the dragonfly onto my stamp block there, and I'm going to go with the Versamark, which is a clear ink. And I'm just going to dab that all over. I haven't used an anti-static mat at all, which doesn't matter actually, because as long as I don't smudge that, I'm going to cut this one out. I have got one that I prepped earlier, but I'll show you what I was doing with it. So, obviously you can't see that just yet. You just move that out of the way. Bring in a bit of paper. Where have I put my gold embossing powder? There it is. So what I'm going to do is just add the embossing powder all over. Just give that a flick. Oh, the detail in this is absolutely stunning. And we'll bring the heat gun back in and just heat that up a little bit. Now this should go quite quickly, I think. So we'll start on the wing there and we'll just sort of chase it around. There it goes. Oh, it never gets boring, this. Not ever. I love it. Absolutely love it. So I'm just making sure that that's all nicely heated and it's turned gold. Now, to colour this, there's lots of ways I've been colouring, with paint, with the sprays, with all sorts of different things, but because it's a dragonfly, I wanted to go a little bit more intense with the colour. So I have brought in, this is the only time I've done this today, brought in another product that's not on the show, and we have got these, I don't know if they're still on the website, but we did have them recently, the Inca Gold. And you can paint with them, they're water-based, so I'm using a water brush. Is that the one with water in? No, it's not. I'm using a water brush, and because I've used the embossing powder, I can just colour straight over the top and put the colour in there. I know we sold a lot of them on the last time they were on, but you've got various waxes and paints and things. It doesn't have to be the Inca Gold. So I'm just adding a little bit of colour. And then, I'm not going to do the whole thing because I've got one that's already done. I'm just going to go in just to show you that you can blend the colours together. A little bit of the purple there. And as I say, I'm using a water brush, so there's very little water on it, but it just makes these into beautiful paints. Okay, so what I would do then is cut that out. Now obviously, because there's some legs on there, you're not going to cut around those at all, so just, unfortunately, poor little dragonfly is going to have his legs cut off. And what you end up with is that. But we're going to come back to the dragonfly as well. Let's just have a look at the shimmer on there, look at that. There is all sorts of mediums on the website, including the That's Crafty as well. But I just wanted that extra bit of shimmer on that one. So what I'm going to do now is bring back in my board that I've been using. And we're going to work with the sprays now. Now I've been using these quite a lot actually, and I tend to keep picking up the same colours, and I'm going to do the same again. Now I'm using the luster in the pink, I'm using the luster in the lemon, and I'm using the luster in the blue. So they're all luster. Now you can go for those three because it is a pick and mix for any three. And the nice thing about these, because you're going to get the different mixes, the blue and the pink will make more of a lilac, the yellow and the blue, or the lemon and the blue are going to make a green as well. So you're going to get those difference in colours. Now I'm just going to find my paper just to try and avoid getting too much spray on the mat. And I'm going to go in first with the pink one. Now it doesn't matter if I get a few splodges, I quite like it if I get splodges. I'm kind of working all around the edge. Then we'll go in with the yellow one, just give this a bit of a shake. Oh. And then we'll go in with the blue one. I am getting covered in this stuff today. It does wash off, it's water-based, don't panic. Okay, right, so I'm going to dry that off. So again, heat gun in. I'll just give this a little bit of a dry. And I may blot it a little bit as well. Now I don't mind if it runs, I quite like it when it runs because it sits into the channel where the channels of the texture paste there, where I've got the stencil. And also the colours will mix, so I really don't mind what happens with this. I could tip it if I wanted to as well and let it dribble down a little bit more so you get those runs, which looks really, really effective. Let's just put a bit more intense heat there. But just for speed, because I have got one, as I said, that I did earlier, I'm just going to bring in a paper towel and just dab this one off, just so it's a bit drier. Just so I can do the next step. So you can still see the paper through there, you can see the text coming through from the paper. The gesso is acting as a key and a base for everything else that I'm doing there as well. You can see the texture paste, you can see the colour of the sprays. So what I'm going to do now, just as that's just drying off a little bit more, I'm going to come back in with my cardstock, because one of the flowers I'm going to use this time is also from the Wild Stocks Last, and it's from set number 3. Set number 3, let me just find the appropriate one. So set number 3, this is probably, I don't know, I love them all. I can't really pick a favourite, but I do like this flower in particular. So there we are. So all I've done with this is take my ink again, and remember, you've got to be careful which ink you're using, because if you're using watercolours or you're using alcohol pens, it has to be the right sort of ink. It doesn't have to be picket fence, but it is a very good one. I've got picket fence coming up again in May. I'm looking forward to that. Just stamp that down just so you can see how beautifully this stamps. And I will tell you, I'm using the Pink Frog cardstock. The 300 GSM, the super smooth, you can get it on the website. It will take water. Now I know Karen says if you want to really saturate, then maybe better, you know, to use a watercolour, which I agree, I totally agree. But what I will say is I have really saturated this quite a lot, and it's been fine. Now to colour the flower, I'm going to take some of the blue spray, the same colour as I use on the back, and I am actually just going to splodge that on. What a beautiful colour this is as well. Now there is a lustre in this, so as it dries you'll see a bit of a shimmer. Okay, so I am really saturating that, and I'm just splodging it on. I'm not being careful how I colour it. Just dry that brush off because I don't want to contaminate the next one. Now in the green, this is a flat mat rather than a lustre. You've got different choices. There are the flat ones, and there are also the lustres as well, but I just really love this green as well. So I'm just going to pick up a little bit of that again, keeping it quite a lot of liquid on there, and I'm just going to blob that in while the blue is wet, so it will naturally kind of travel down the petals a little bit. Really love this. This is the grass green, if you're wanting to know the colour of that one. I've used that an awful lot. And then just the centre of the flower, I'm going to use the lemon lustre. And again, I'm going to bring that in and kind of saturate it a little bit, just so that the colours blend again, and you get more depth there. Now, I have got some that I've done earlier, so I'm not going to get the heat gun out for this one, but I would dry that off or let it dry naturally and see how those colours go. Now, what I have done, I've pre-prepared these and I've cut some out. So I've done a couple of layers there, a couple of different flowers, but I've also decoupage pieces as well. So I've cut into some so I can shape these a little bit more. So we're going to come back to those. I've got some leaves prepared as well. Now, if I bring in the original board that I did, so you can see this is the one I've just been working on, and that's the one that I've already got prepped. So that's nice and dry. I know it's perfectly dry. Now, because our dragonfly, bless him, hasn't got any legs left, this may or may not work, because this is a little bit, I needed to probably just kind of straighten that out a little bit. I'm just going to, hopefully I can get this. I am going to cover over, but I'm going to try and stamp this so that I can have his legs back and his antennae. So I'm going to push down a little bit more around the stamp there. We'll go in with the gold embossing powder again. Obviously you can't see it at the moment. Let's hope you can when I put the embossing powder on. The moment of truth. I'm quite worried now. No, it's worked. There we go. Look at that. So just clear up the powder, and then we'll heat that up as well. I don't need to colour that one actually, because you could colour it if you want, because it depends how you set the wings. Let's just, I've missed a little bit of the tail there, but that doesn't matter. Let's just heat this up as well. There we go, it's starting to go now. This stamp is absolutely beautiful. There's so much detail in it, there really is. And whatever colour embossing powder you use, it's just wonderful. So you can see there all of that lovely gold coming through. Just got that last little bit there. Okay. So we'll leave that as it is for a second, because I'm going to bring more in. How much time have I got? Am I all right for time? Oh, I've still got 10 minutes, that's fine. Right, another one of the flowers from the Wild Stocks Last is set number 1, which I really like, which is this flower here. If I just bring in the piece that I've stamped so you can see the image, there's a couple, one's upside down, but this is the image that you get, which is beautiful. I'm going to stamp directly onto the board again, and just to make sure I'm happy with it, you can use, of course, the acetate from the packaging to see where you want to put that. I am happy with that one. I think I'm going to go with it. So I'll bring my block in again. Let's take the dragonfly off there. Now, I'm not going to colour this. I'm just going to use it as it is, just with a black ink. If it doesn't stamp perfectly, I'm not going to worry about it either. So plenty of ink on there. And what I'm going to do then is, I'm not going to go over the texture paste because I know it definitely wouldn't stamp very well there. Let's go there. Really press that down. There's always ways of hiding things as well if you're not happy with them. Well, that's worked quite nicely. I'm going to go again with the ink. And I don't mind if these overlap. Do you know, there's a little bit of texture paste there, but I'm hoping I might be able to stamp that. I am going to go over the dragonfly a little bit, simply because there's going to be an overlay on it. So I'm going to go down there. There we go. So we can see that. So now it looks like the dragonfly's behind there anyway, although I am going to overlay that. Let me just put the ink on, the ink lid on. Right, remember the flowers that I did? I'm bringing those back in now, and the dragonfly as well. Oh, now 70% of the stock has gone of the stamps as well. Before I'm just letting the heat gun dry a little bit. I've got to do this. I'm sorry, everybody. I've been doing this all day. I love splattering paint and I never get a chance to do it. So I'm really going for it today, and I'm going to use, if I can find it, the black gesso. I see everybody else, I think I just want to splatter paint. Why not? I just love the effect of it. Now I could have actually done this before I did the dragonfly there, but it doesn't really matter. So I am adding a little bit of water to this gesso because it is quite thick. You could use your pens, your Posca pen, if you wanted to, or an acrylic paint as well. Let's just give 1 or 2 splatters. Just kind of work that around. I'm keeping it more to one side actually. I'll just go a little bit over there. Okay, so now I'm coming in because I'm going to put my dragonfly there. I have shaped the wings a little bit. Let me just put the lid on there. So hopefully my glue gun's hot enough. I could use foam pads or gel, but it's just for speed. Just for this afternoon. Let's just pop that there. But now it means he's got his legs back and his antennae. Quite like it where it's offset a bit as well. There we are. So there's our dragonfly. We've got our flowers in the background there, but what I'm also going to do is just bring in these other flowers. Now I have added a little bit of black ink to these. One of them I didn't ink, so I'll just do that now. So you can see where I've cut out. I've used very little distress ink today, but if I have used it, it tends to have been the black the whole time, because I just think, you know, it's the one colour I would never ever be without. So what I'm starting to do now, these flowers are going to end up in the background and these are going to be in the foreground, so I can start to place where I think these are going to look most appropriate. Again, if I wanted to overlap the dragonfly or put the dragonfly's wing over the top of the flowers, I could do that. I might do that actually. Now bring it down a little bit. Right, okay, so just as I wait for that glue gun just to heat a little bit more, the other thing I'm going to do is the top layers of the flowers, I'm just going to curl the leaves upwards a little bit just to give it more definition. I'll do that on both of them. And I've also now which set is it? I think it's the dragonfly, it's got the leaves in with it as well. Let me just check, yes it has. So I've done some leaves as well, they're already cut out. Again, a little bit of ink on these, just to define the edges, add a bit more colour, a bit of shadowing. Got those ready to go as well. So I'm really now going to make my mind up where these are going to go. Do you know, I might just do this for time today. I'll be really pleased if I get this finished. So I'm going to stick that flower there. I could shape these a little bit more if I'd got more time, but there we go. I like that crossing over a bit. Let's put the next layer on. And the same on this one as well. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to my black pen and I'm going to draw the stems in. So although I'm going, it doesn't matter if it goes on a bit of a wiggly line. And what I can do, I'm kind of following the, I quite like that actually. So I'm just drawing that in. I quite like the wiggles and it's naturally doing that because of the texture underneath. If you want to define that, I did this earlier as well, you could do a little bit of cross hatching over the top just to sort of really bring that out. So we've now got stalks to our flowers and of course I've got the leaves as well. So a little bit of shaping and then we can decide where the leaves are going to go. Don't think I need them all. I think we'll just have, yeah, that'll do. Right, so let's stick this one on at the bottom. Stick the next one on. There's only one other thing I need to do to this and hopefully I've just got time to do it. I do want some wording on there. We've got sentiments in those stamps as well, which are fabulous. So each set, I believe, has got sentiments in them. And I am going to use the one from the dragonfly, which is lovely. So there's my leaves. Just pop that to one side because I'm running out of clean bits of area to work on my mat. Right, yes, this one I love, love, love this. Just get a scrap of card. Let me go for my block. Now the dragonfly comes with this lovely little stamp and as I ink it up you'll see why I like this one so much. You've kind of got the positive and negative. So you've got, it's the words that don't ink, it's the background that inks. Let me just put this on here. So it's believe in your dreams. Just stamp that down. Now I've missed a little bit there, but it doesn't matter. I think there's something stuck to the stamp actually. Now you can leave it as it is, or what you could do, is what I'm going to do now, is chop these up so they're separate words. I am going to leave a little bit of a white border and add some ink to it as well, so I'll just cut that first there, down the middle. Doesn't matter if it's not straight, it just adds to the effect of it all. And then we'll kind of neaten this off. And if it doesn't print properly, you can just go back in. So where I believe it's got a little bit missing, then I can just reprint that and add another one. All these bits of scrap card, it's not going to hurt, is it? But just for the finish of my demonstration, I'm just going to put these in place. I am going to add a little bit of ink to these as well, just on the edge. Not too much, because I don't want to lose that white border totally, but it just kind of ties everything together, makes it look finished. Love this sentiment. And that dragonfly, oh, to say you're getting all those, that is a great price. £29.96, a fantastic price. Absolutely fantastic. Now I've got to say we're getting very close to the end of the show, so you need to make sure you're checking those baskets out to make sure you get the bundle at the price you can see on the screen, because it will go up by £6. And then finally I'm just going to add my words, believe in your dreams. There we are. I will stick that on, and there's my finished journal cover, and all I need to do then is re-puncture where the holes are, and that would make the front cover to a journal. In fact, I'm going to make a journal out of that now, because I haven't got one yet. Not one that I've made myself anyway. Is that all right, Janice?
I think that's lovely, Catherine. Absolutely lovely. Well done. Well done. Thank you for all your hard work this week.
Thank you.
Have you got a couple of days off now?
Yes.
Excellent.
What day is it? I don't know what day it is. What day is it?
It's Easter Sunday.
I'm off till Wednesday.
Are you?
Yes,
Okay.
I've got 2 days off, then I'm
Well,
back.
have a lovely break, and thank you very much for all your hard work.
Thank you. And you too.
Oh no, and you.
And you at home as well, everybody. Happy Easter. Do stay with us though. We've got much more to show you. We're going to bring the menu up next. Coming up
Who's
next,
doing this? Are you
it's
doing
Dremel.
this?
I'm doing this.
Oh,
It's
go on,
Dremel
then.
next with Janice. Then it's Studio Light Grunge Collection. Oh, brand new one day special. Then we're back with Spellbinders.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I've been working closely with Crafts 2 on the development of the John Next Door brand, and also working with their fantastic range of products. I'll be bringing you some fantastic shows that are combining the John Next Door and Crafts 2 products. We'll be sharing things like the press cut dies and some of the Find It media and some of the other fantastic tools, accessories and other products that Crafts 2 bring to everybody at home. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't miss the Crafts 2 shows with me, John Lockwood, on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda.
Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Crafterscope. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena, something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. I really hope you'll come and join me on Hochanda for my shows with Crafterscope.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watt and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Very good afternoon to you. Right, if you've got nothing else to do for the next hour, grab yourself a cup of tea, sit down and watch, because we have got some amazing tools at incredible prices for you here on Hochanda. We had a very, very busy show earlier on today. So having the right tool for the right craft makes all the difference. It makes your life easier. And it also inspires you to go even further with your creativity. We have got one of the best brands known in the market to crafters when it comes to your carving, engraving, polishing, cleaning and sanding. For those intricate jobs, for the small jobs, for the medium jobs, and sometimes for the larger jobs as well. Very, very versatile with the tool sets that we've got available for you from Dremel. Now, 80% of the stock of our precision craft tool with glass edging set has gone, and it's a great price. Remember, that price can be divided over 3 months, payments of £21.66, but we will send everything out to you, and everything will be dispatched on the 20th of April. Now we've got Andrew on the phone joining us to tell us all about the different tool sets that we've got available for you. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Afternoon, how are you?
Yes, I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
I'm not bad, thanks.
Happy Easter to you. I know it's a bit late in the day, but happy Easter to you, Andrew.
Happy Easter.
I hope you're having a nice day. Now, I'm very excited about this show because I can see what's coming up and I can see what's in front of me as well. Can we just let the lovely people home know a little bit about the company and about the tool sets that we've got available to come?
Sure. Well, for those of you who don't know, Dremel was started as an American company in 1932. Two of the tools you're looking at are what we're globally known for, which are called rotary tools. And the first one was invented in 1935. What we've done over the few years, we've improved them, we've made them more powerful or made them less powerful depending on what your needs, and we've developed a whole range of attachments and accessories so people can do, as you mentioned in the intro, anything from cleaning and polishing to carving to engraving. The possibilities are endless with them.
Now, with items at home, you can start to upscale, even from a glass bottle that perhaps you're thinking of throwing away, a jam jar, for example, or maybe looking at an old wooden chair. These are all things that you can upcycle and make the ordinary extraordinary when you've got a tool like this.
Yeah, you can. My girlfriend gets fed up with me saving glass jars because I have a tendency of saving them in the house, and then I drink a lot of loose leaf tea. It's just a really nice way of personalising that jar and making it look a little bit nicer than just a standard tea packet sitting on the side.
Now, of course, if you're not an artist, you can still use tools like this because you can etch onto the glass maybe with a pen and then you can start to engrave over it. But it's the stability of the tool that really makes it special, isn't it?
Of course, the tools are really, really easy to use, and whenever we're talking to someone who's new to this, the first thing we get is, I don't know what to do. And to be honest, I cannot freehand draw to save my life. I work in marketing, that's what I do. But I do get to play with these tools, and I find, for me, I get a design or a stencil that I like, and as you mentioned, for glass jars or glass goblets and a lot, the easy thing to do is put the design on the inside and then go over it in permanent marker, or just have a go with having a draw and then following the design you want to do. You don't have to be an expert artist to use these tools.
That's a really good idea, actually, putting it on the inside. So, can we just talk about all the different accessories that you're getting with this particular kit that we're getting here?
Sure. So what you've got is we put a bit of everything in the kit. So whether you're a jewellery maker that needs to do a lot of polishing of intricate jewellery parts, whether you're a wood carver or a glass engraver, there are bits in there to help you get started and do what you need to do. And then that's a great way of you buying the kit as maybe, say, a wood carver and then going, I fancy doing something different. I've got a glass bottle I want to have a go at. You've got the pieces to do that. And then when you find what you really like or you want to try something new, you can extend that and get the larger kits or the more specific kits like wood carving and glass etching.
Perfect. And of course, everything comes with a full instruction booklet in many different languages as well. And I'm terrible because I don't like to read instructions. I like to get straight in there. But what's really good as well is that we have the pictorials in here telling us all about the different styles and different tools that are available to us. So it's easy to follow if you're a beginner.
Yeah, they really are. I have to advise people to read the instructions. Unofficially, I'm the same as you. I take it out of the box and have a play. The great thing about the tools are that they're really intuitive and interactive. And thing like the shape is ergonomic design for you to hold, and then you see like the black rubber parts around the tool. That's what we call soft grip. That also reduces vibration so you can handle the tool for longer. But it also guides you on how to hold the tool. And then you have the blue buttons which you depress or use depending on what speed you want to do. So you don't have to be an expert or I do say read the instructions, but you don't have to read them thoroughly in every language to understand how the tools work.
Of course, brilliant. And you also get that, the cord as well. You get a great length of that, so it gives you the flexibility when you are creating your designs.
Yeah, no, it does. The idea being that you don't want to be struggling for plug sockets. I mean, if in your workshops or anything like my garage, then the plug is over there and my desk is over there, and it's kind of like, what am I doing? But if you've got, plenty of cord there, you've got the maneuverability to move around, especially when you're doing intricate carving as well. You don't want to be pulled back by the cord.
Yeah, how exciting, though, to get this home. It's a great deal. We are approaching limited stock on the stylo for your glass edging, and you've got that lovely set of tools as well. You're saving £15. It's an introductory price. Andrew's going to stay with us. We've got more tools available for you, but if you want to get this one, it's approaching limited stock. Remember, we can divide the cost into 3. Right, Andrew, if you don't mind, can you stay with me as we head down the counter with the other tools that we've got available? Perfect. Right, the next one we've got, now this one is also owned by a lovely Catherine Sturrock here at Hochanda. She absolutely loves hers. We know how creative Catherine is. So what we're going to do now is ask Andrew what the difference is. We can see there's a price difference, so we've jumped up in price. It's also divisible by 3, £32.51 today. So we've come up in price, so we're probably thinking this is more of a professional style tool. But Andrew, can you tell us a difference between the first one and the features of this one we've got here?
Sure. So as you can see, the tool is much larger. The main difference is the 3000 that you're looking at now, the larger tool. That is a much more powerful tool than the Stylo Plus. The Stylo Plus is about 9 watts of power. The motor in the 3000 is 135 watts. Now, what you'd be using that for is it's a borderline DIY tool. Where the stylo is a finishing tool, and if you're just doing like glass etching or leather work, and it's perfect. It's great. It's nice and lightweight. You can use it for a long time. The 3000, if you're doing a bit more heavy work, let's say you're doing wood carving, especially in hardwood, you need a bit more extra power. So the great thing about that is, especially when you use the flexible shaft that you have there as well, you don't lose that small maneuverability of having a tool that you can move around, but you do have the extra power and torque that's needed to take on tougher materials.
Now, is it easy to change in between the different tools when you've got something like this? You know, I'm thinking, as a beginner, I'd like to go for the previous tool, but you know what? I've got the money. I just want to get straight into this because I know it's going to expand my craft. But is it going to be easy for me to change in between the different tools that we've got?
Yeah, it's really, really easy. I do use both of them. I have the Stylo Plus, which I love for glass etching, and I do metal engraving on the reusable water bottles. I do have the larger tools as well for when I do need that extra power and torque. They all use the same accessories. The attachments will only work with the 3000, but you don't need them for the stylo. But depending on what you do, it's a bit like people who have a corded product and a cordless product. The great thing about the stylo and the 3000 is if you don't have to have both of them, but if you want to have both of them, you have them there, and you can start something that's a bit more intense. The material can be a bit harder and tougher. You can swap between the two of them. You can swap accessories between them if you need to. It's a really cool part of your toolbox.
So if I did go for this particular tool, could I still glass carve or glass engrave into it?
Yeah. It's all about the accessory that you put in the end of the tool. So if you had the stylo and thought, you know what, I just want to do glass engraving, that's fine. But if you then wanted to upgrade or you wanted to just go for the 3000, you can do glass etching in it as well. As I say, it's the accessory that you put in the end of the tool, not the tool itself.
Perfect. And with this one, you also get all the information for the different accessories, what you're going to use them for, and how you connect them as well. And you'll see that that's very, very easy to follow. And you also get the bag to put it in, which is perfect. It's a great deal. It's available on FlexiBuy. You can divide that cost. We do know that that's a substantial amount of money, but if you divide it over 3 months, then it makes it easier, but it also means you've got the right tool for your craft. 185 339. And I'm thinking, what we're now, April, May, June. Well, Father's Day's in June, so might be a great gift for Father's Day. You might want to give it to him before Father's Day so he can use it, or maybe just stash it away, give it to him in June when you finish paying for it. Andrew, stay where you are. We're taking you down the counter with us. We are moving on because we've got another tool for you as well. And if you've heard the word pyrography, you may know that that is something that is normally burnt into wood so you can build up and create your designs. It's absolutely fascinating, and I've often wondered how people do it. Well, this is the tool to do it. So, Andrew, can you take us through what you're getting with this particular set for your pyrography?
Of course. So what you're looking at now is the Dremel VersaTip. It's essentially a gas butane torch, so it uses the same kind of lighter fluid that you'd use in a normal lighter. You can do loads of DIY tasks with it, like pipe bending, soldering, paint stripping and things like that. But as you said, pyrography is a really, really good activity to do with this tool. It's nice and easy and light to use. You can refill it with gas very easily. And the pyrography side of it is a lot of fun, especially when you get used to doing the different patterns and things, especially in different wood carvings and things. And you can also add shading as well. There's a few users out there, or makers as we call them, not only like burn in the patterns, but they also use the open flame to do shading and shadows, which is really cool.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. And of course you can find pieces of wood even, you know, when we're going out for our 30 minutes exercise, if you've got an area where you've got a woodland or something like that, sometimes you can pick up pieces of wood to practice on before you actually go forth and do them on maybe, you know, pieces of furniture or pieces of your posh wood, as it were, to do your crafts on. So it's good to practice as well.
I would definitely say practice. Pyrography is something that I am teaching myself. It's interesting, some of the results I have, but there are some people out there who are really, really good at it. And always, again, you can use stencils as well. That's a good way of doing it. True. I would also say, don't be afraid to combine projects. So we have a couple of step-by-step guides out there that are designed by Dremel, where you use one of the rotary tools we talked about earlier, whether you're doing the carving and you're giving it some shading within the pyrography work afterwards, or if you're decorating a piece of wood carving with some writing on it or something. So don't think, you know, oh, I just want to get into pyrography or I just want to get into to wood carving. You can kind of combine it all and make a really, really cool project with different aspects of the tool.
Perfect. So pick up a new trade and pick up a new tool. $25.99. It's a great price. Andrew, thank you so much for joining us today. I know you were on the earlier show as well, so we've kind of interrupted your Easter, but I hope you've had a lovely day and continue to have a lovely weekend and bank holiday as well. So Andrew, thank you so much for joining us.
No problem. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Bye. Bye, Andrew. Oh, isn't that lovely when our guests join us? Fascinating stuff, though, don't you think? Absolutely fascinating. If you do want to get hold of the pyrography tool, £25.99. It's on extended delivery, dispatching on the 20th of April, not long to wait. 477 599. We've said it before, it'd make a great gift for Father's Day. And if you're sitting there with your dad, if you are living in the same household at the moment and you are together and Dad's watching, well, this could be your present, Dad. It could be. Give him a bit of a nudge. £25.99, 577 599 is your item number. Let's have a look at your step-by-step introductions. Good idea with the tab. Did you see that at the end? Oh, I like the look of that. It's great though, isn't it, to have that right tool. There's little jobs around your house that need doing. Do it yourself when you get the right tool. We've got some accessories for you now that you might want to consider. This is for your woodworking, so you've got your different sanding tools in there and your different chisels and your precision tools as well. 20 pieces in total, brand new today, just $18.99. You might want to consider that if you're going for any of the Dremel tools available. So that could be a treat to yourself. You might already have one of the Dremels. Then this is going to give you the opportunity to extend your craft with the accessories that we've got available here for your woodworking. $18.99, 954 465. How about cleaning and polishing? It could be jewellery. It could be, wow, you could have some furniture in your home that might need a bit of a polish and cleaning up. So you might have a few old style candlesticks and old style plates and things like that, or items around your home, maybe even picture frames, mirror frames even. Again, having the right tools will give you the right results. £19.99, 20 pieces for your cleaning and polishing, and that's your accessory set right there, housed in that lovely packaging. If you did want to get hold of that, you can add it to your basket with anything that you've already got in there. If your basket comes to £30 or more, remember you can divide the cost into 3 if you want to, as long as the basket's £30 or more. 077115 is your item number for that. So those are your accessory kits. You've seen the tools that we've got available for you. Whilst you make your choice, we've got some more demonstrations for you. Let's take a look at this. a lovely idea. I was just about to say poor cow, and I mean that in the utmost respect, with the cow getting his bottom sawn off, but safely, of course, safely. Wasn't that good fun though, making those pegs? Absolutely brilliant. Having the right tools, it's all about having the right tools, isn't it? It's about quality as well with your crafting. So let's start again and have a look at the Dremel stylo. This is for your precision crafting. You can carve with this, you can engrave, you can polish, you can clean and you can sand, because you've got all the extra tools to go with it. It's ergonomically designed as well. You've got a full book of instructions, and you've also got your pictorials as well. So how about this? Those glass jars that you're saving, you could engrave them. You could place a pattern inside, you could draw on them, and then you could use the tool to engrave onto. Maybe someone's name, for example. You've got the opportunity to do that with this. You could also use it for carving if you want to. Polishing your polymer clay. We were just talking under the VT there with Catherine, and Catherine was saying she uses her tools for polishing polymer clay and also engraving into it as well. So there's lots of possibilities. Saving £15, it's £64.98, but you can divide the cost of that into 3 payments if you want to. 3 payments of £21.66. This could be taking your craft to the next level. Or maybe there's somebody in your family that's interesting. They've always been chipping away at things, been really interested in something like that. And this now is a chance for them to do it at home safely as well, following all the instructions. 238386 is your item number. Now let's take you to the 3,000. Oh my word. We do realise it's a considerable cost, but what you're getting in with this is true value for money for all of your crafts and your jobs around your house as well. You've got your accessories included, including right there your drill bits, so you could do some drilling with this if you want to. So there go, you don't need your drill anymore for certain jobs. You can use your Dremel 3000. With this, it's all about the rotary speed. So you go from 10,000 up to 33,000 revs per minute. So it's a very, very powerful tool. It's got a 130 watt motor. So that's going to allow you to tackle most of your detailed DIY jobs. Let's face that. You can see there with the picture, it's engraving onto an old watering can. What a great idea. All of those old watering cans or different items around your home that need cleaning up or maybe engraving into just to upcycle, you've got that covered. You've got that covered with this particular tool. Now £97.54 is dividable by 3. So you can get the whole kit home, but you can also divide the cost over 3 months. So you've got all your different tools, the accessory information's right there, telling you how to attach it and what to use them for. So you might be engraving, you might be polishing, you might be drilling. You've got jobs around the house that you need to complete. This is going to be the right tool for those jobs. And you might have some craft work as well that you want to do. This is also the tools as well. 185339. Now, with that rotary speed, of course, those revs per minute, you could do a lot of sanding. But sometimes there are certain errors that you make when you're sanding. We don't want you to make those. So we've got a lovely piece of film here to give you some ideas of the best way that you can sand using the tool. some great tips there. You know, it's fascinating when you watch a crafts person. I'm not going to say craftsman because it's crafts person now. But when you go to craft fairs or you watch any television programmes, you know, there's one on the television at the moment where they take things to a big barn and then they repair them. Do you know the one I mean? I've watched that and I see them using all the tools and they're bringing back to life watches and clocks and pieces of furniture, and it's amazing. And what's amazing is they've got the right tool to do that. Well, now you can have your own little craft shop and do your own repairs and crafting as well. Right, we're moving on now to the Dremel Versatip Pyrography Accessories set. This is really interesting. If you've never seen pyrography before, it's burning into wood. But it's like taking a very, very hot pen and drawing onto the wood. But there's also different things that you can do with that as well. This will do so much more for you as well, because you do a bit of soldering with it if you wish. You've got the butane gas in there, which is easily refillable as well for you. So you've got your accessories, that's your accessory set with your shape tips in ballpoint. You've got your oval, your sharp point and your pattern point there. It comes with your full instructions, and I'm sure there's lots of tutorials on YouTube and their website that you can go to and have a look. Only £25.99. 477 599 is your item number if you want to get hold of that. 477 599. Now we've got some accessory kits for you. Maybe you've already got one of the Dremel tools, or maybe you want some accessories to go with them. This is your woodworking accessory kit. So you've got your sanding areas in there. Remember, it's all about the rotation. So with that, you've got your sanding discs in there. You've also got some of your chisels and your drill bit, which is in there. 954465 is your item number. Very, very handy to have. Only £18.99. So you can add that to your baskets and check on out. Comes in that nice case as well to keep it nice and safe. We've also got a cleaning and polishing kit for you. Again, if you've got something old, here's your chance now to polish it up and get it good as new. £19.99. So you've got 20-piece cleaning and polishing. So have a think about all the different items you've got around your home that need a good polish, need to be cleaned up. Maybe you've got some silverware, some bronze, for example. This is going to give you a chance to do that. Only £19.99. It's a great price, actually. 077115 is your item number if you want to go for that for your multi-purpose cleaning kit. Right, we've got some more demonstrations now coming up on how you can use your kits. Isn't it? Just totally changing it completely. Right, we are now limited stock. We're limited stock for your precision craft tool and glass etching set from Dremel. Limited stock, my word, doesn't surprise me. It's a great price, and with those little clip VTs that you're seeing, you're realising all the different things that you can do. You're probably having a look around your home thinking, do you know what, I can change that up and I can change that. And I've got some glass jars I was going to throw away. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep them. I'm going to engrave onto them. I'm going to make it look a little bit different. So many different ways of using your toolkit here. Remember, you've got your extra tools as well. You've got some drills included in that. I think we're looking at the... Oh, which one are we looking at? That's coming up. That's at the bottom of the screen. So we did want to show you that because that's at the bottom of the screen, because that one's very, very popular. But this is the one that's limited stock just here. So this is for your glass engraving. A great revolutions per minute, I should say, because you've got your polishing tools in there as well. It makes all the difference. That will go on the end. It's ergonomically designed, and you've got the buttons there so you can switch it on and off, and you can make sure that you get the correct speed. It's very, very simple and easy. You see you've got the rotation just there to go from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. Ergonomically designed so that you pop your finger just at the top there, so you keep that sturdy. Keep that sturdy, which is really nice, and you need that when you are engraving. 238386 is your item number. Limited stock though, guys, and it's available on 3 payments. We've got the event running at the moment, so anything over £60 is available to split into 3. Sorry, anything over £30 you can divide over 3, and that's at any time, not just during the live shows. You can head to the website at any time, fill up your baskets, and if it comes over £30, divide the cost into 3. And that is all the way through to the 14th of April at 6 p.m. Limited stock though, 238386. Now the 3000, we saw a sneaky peek of this. This is great. This is for everything. This is for doing your DIY. This is for doing your crafts. This is for upscaling your items and possibly descaling your items as well. You've got the full accessory kit right here, and it's all about the RPM. This goes from 10,000 to 33,000 revolutions per minute, and you've got that variable speed dial on there, so you can vary the speed if you want to. You've got your multi-tools as well for cutting. You've got your cutting accessories included in there, so you can get that smooth and precise cut that you've always wanted. You can quickly remove your trims, your bolts and your screws and your nails, because you've got the capability of doing that with your tool. You've got your sanding capabilities as well as your cleaning capabilities. Oh my word. And there's lots of tools and accessories as well. You get the guide to show you how to change your accessories and what everything is used for. Now the price is £32.51 today. There's 3 payments over 3 months, but we'll send everything out to you. If you want to pay in one sitting, you're saving £20 on this deal, by the way. You're more than welcome to do so. And you've also got this fabulous bag to put all your tools in, so you know exactly where it is. Father's Day, brilliant gift for Father's Day. Brilliant gift for yourself or for your mum. Just a great way of treating yourself to get the right tools for the right trade. 185339 is your item number. Right, if you want to become a Freedom member, there's no P&P to pay on your items. You get great discounts as well. It's a rolling membership. You can start and stop at any time. And here's our lovely Alex to tell you more.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you will benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And you know the best bit? You can cancel any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you will also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom member discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Just look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 10,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being a part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm now going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
It's lovely because you have the special offers, don't you, that give you a nice discount off, sometimes up to 20%.
I don't have to worry about the postage. I can spend a £5 on something that I've seen as and when I've seen it, or I can spend 20 or 30 or 50 pounds. It doesn't matter.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see? You could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no ongoing monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 88888. So don't forget, you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive freedom discounts, members badge and a members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Yeah, it certainly does. We've got that great event. It's finishing on the 14th of April. I don't know what that was. That was my thinking. Anyway, right, now we did sell out of our tool, your Dremel Stylo Precision Craft Tool and Glass Etching Set, but you know what? We've got some more for you. It's going to be dispatched on the 21st of April, so it's not long to wait at all. It's a great deal. You're saving £15 and it's available on 3 payments of £21.66. Why has everyone gone for this one? Well, what we can do with this is we can etch into glass. We can also engrave, carve, polish, clean and sand. You've got your accessories as well, so it's not just the tool and you've got to go out and buy all the accessories. You've got that whole ecosystem right here for you. Let me just pick the box up if I may. I want to turn this around because your accessories that you're getting in that really cool box, they're just at the bottom there, so you can see there's tools for sanding, there's tools for engraving, precision engraving as well, as you'll see there with the finer pointed tools, and you've got your precision tools for cleaning up and sanding. The instructions come in various different languages as well, so that's a good help for you. Dremel, founded, I think it was 1932, 1935, so they've been around for a long time, giving you quality time and time again, and that's why we've been very busy. You as crafters know quality, and that's exactly what you're getting here. It's all about having the right tool for the right job. So imagine the glass jars that you've got, imagine the bottles that you throw away, imagine maybe some heirlooms like the compass just there. That's a really good point. You might have a watch or an heirloom, and if you're feeling confident, you could engrave onto that if you want to. It's a great tool to have, and it's on 3 flexes of £21.66. Ergonomically designed, and of course you've got the full instructions not only on how to operate it but also on your accessories as well. It's lightweight, it's very silent, which is always handy, because if you are using your kitchen area or maybe your dining area as your craft room at the moment, maybe you don't have somewhere to go to, it's a good job it's quiet, because I think when you pick this up and start using it, you're not going to want to put it down. 238386 is your item number. Dispatch now from the 21st of April back because we sold out once already. We've got more for you. We have got the 3000. Oh, this is the favourite, it really is. You've got tools for everything here. Drilling, you've got tools here for sanding, you've got tools here for engraving if you want to. It's easy and quick to switch between the different tools and the accessories. You'll get all the instructions showing you how to do that. Again, it's ergonomically designed. You can plug this in, so you've got that electricity supply. So from anything from your kitchen cabinets, your baseboards. You can carve pumpkins with this as well. So think about Halloween and think about carving your pumpkins and your vegetables. How cool is that? I know we need all the vegetables we can get at the moment, but maybe to do a bit of carving would look rather cute. You've got the full instructions that this comes with, and what's really important is the fact that you've got 10,000 to 33,000 RPM with this. Here's some cute ideas on there. You can see that one just there if you come in. That's sweet. So you can do some carving onto some wood. You can also cut out your holes as well. Now, Catherine was telling me she's got this one. She was doing some tiling, and there was a pipe that came out. She didn't want to have to cut round that particular pipe. So what she did, she made the hole into the tile, and it fitted perfectly onto the pipe. It's excellent. Catherine loves hers, and I know you're going to love yours when you get them home. We're very busy. We're very busy for this. We've got 3 payments available for you on this, and you also get that case as well. So 3 payments of £32.51. Lots of people putting this into their baskets right now. Shall we have a look at how we can use it? Let's have a look. Fantastic, isn't it? Right. Are you interested in pyrography? Do you know what it is? I actually didn't know what it was. I'd seen it, but I didn't realise the name was pyrography. When I came here to Hochanda, I started to learn all about it. And it's a fascinating craft, it really is. We've got a great kit here. It's in a lovely tin, by the way. Great presentation tin for you. And you've also got your accessory blades and your kit that comes with it. So with the kit, you get your 4 shaped tips. You get your ballpoint, your oval, your sharp point and your pattern. It's refillable with butane gas, so it's portable. You've got that versatility with this as well. So you can engrave, you can draw with this, you can shade, you can do some stripping, and you can do your calligraphy as well. Striping, not stripping, striping. Well, I thought stripping as in strip things off, not strip things off. That'd be totally a different channel. So you can do your striping. I do believe that's what it's called. And I've got squeaky glasses, by the way. Sorry about that. So this actually is compatible with your Dremel Versatip butane soldering iron and gas torch. Now, very, very busy for this at the moment, £25.99. It's a great price. Maybe this is a craft you want to start getting into, that pyrography. Anybody can do it. Think of just taking a pen and drawing, but you're doing it on wood. Do be careful because there's an element of heat with this. But you can also use it as a soldering tool as well. The instructions for your Dremel 2000 are comprehensive, and you've got them in different languages as well. So you've got your booklet contained. On the back of the box, you've also got all your tools and what they're for as well. So you've got all your different accessories that are in there. So you've got your tools for your hot cutting, for example, to do your pyrography in there, and it will give you all of those just there. So your welding, your shrinking, your wood burning, your paint removal on there, your melting, quilting, your soldering, something for all kinds of different jobs. 477 599 is your item number if you want to go for that. Now, we have hidden a chick in the set, and Shelby has found it. Have you found the chick that's hiding in the set? No, I'm not talking about Catherine. She's gone home. She's gone home now. There's a chick hiding in the set. It's somewhere. Let's see if you can see it. Right, we've got some accessories for you. This is your woodworking accessory kit. So you can do your engraving. You've also got a drill bit in there as well, and you've got your sanding tools. These will go on the end of your Dremels and they will rotate, so you can do your great sanding techniques on there. So you get precision sanding and also sanding to shape as well, so you do a bit of shaping. So that's your accessory kit. If I turn this around on the back, you've also got the details of what they all are as well for you. So you've got your 20 piece for your carving and your drilling, and you've also got your quick start guide as well that it comes with, which is perfect. I can't find that in a minute, but you've got your quick start guide that's included. 954 464 465 is your item number, £18.99. We've got some more accessories for you here, and this is for your cleaning and your polishing. So you might have some jewellery you want to clean and polish. You might have some heirlooms that you want to clean and polish. You can do them yourselves. This will go on copper, it will go on silver, it will go on gold, it will go on your stainless steel, your aluminium, your brass, it'll posh that, your brass, and you can use this on your plastic as well. So with the kit, I'll tell you what you're getting. I've got it down here, so I'll read this out to you. You've got your bristle brush, so that's really good for getting rid of, I don't know, bits of rust. That with my glasses. Maybe bits of, what you call it, around taps. You know, the green stuff. I said the name earlier on. Lime scale, yeah, good for removing your lime scale. So you've got your bristle brush as well. You've got your carbon steel brush. Well, that's going to give you some real power. You've got your impregnated polishing wheel. You've got quite a few polishing wheels in there as well, which is really important. And you're polishing compound and 2 of your mandrels as well. So you can turn your tool into a cleaning machine. You've got multifunctional cleaning and polishing accessories too. It also has the quick start guide. So if you do want to get hold of that, £19.99. 077 115 is your item number. Someone else has found the chick. Who's found the... David's found the chick as well. The chick is somewhere in the set. It's hiding. It's all about Easter. And it's all about Dremel as well. We've got another demonstration VT coming up for you right now. Is removing that lime scale such a hard job, but when you've got the right tool, it's an easy job, it's a breeze. Right, we've come back to the Dremel 3000. Not much has changed, Oh, I don't know the rest of the lines to that song. Right, your Dremel 3000. Let's take a look at this. You get that lovely handy bag to keep it all in. This really is the power tool for everything. It's fabulous. You can do so much with this. Let's take you through some of the things that you can do. You get your accessories as well. So, if you've got a job like cutting a hole into a wall for various reasons, it might be adding pipework, it might be adding tiles. You've got the accessory to then go and cut into the wall. So this picture just here, maybe you're adding a plug to the wall and you've got to cut into the plasterboard. You can do it because you've got the wall cutting kit, the multi-purpose cutting kit that comes included. Now that's really handy. If you have a look at the picture along, maybe you need to do a circular hole into the wall for your DIY. You can do it. You can also do that if maybe you're putting together some furniture or some artwork, for example. You can now use it to cut in a circular motion if you want to. You can clean with this, you can drill with this, you can carve with this, you can engrave with this tool. It's all about those revolutions per minute, and this one is 10,000 to 33,000. So that's very, very powerful, but also very gentle as well. If you are engraving into glass, you might want to lower that. So you've got the different settings on here, which is easy to set. So you can go from engraving glass to actually drilling into a wall. That's how versatile your Dremel 3000 is. And you get lots of accessory tools as well included. It's a great deal, and you can divide the cost over 3 payments of £32.21. So if you want to go for your versatile tool, then here's your chance to do so. You also get a 2-year manufacturing warranty with that as well. So that's good news, isn't it? A 2-year manufacturer's warranty, which is perfect. So you've got your rotary tool, your flexible shaft, your multi-purpose cutting guide. You've got your engraving cutter on here, your diamond wheel point, your carbon steel brush. You've also got your polishing wheel, your polishing compound. You've got your spiral cutting bits, you've got 2 of those. You've got your multi-purpose use for those. You've got your Dremel speed click, your metal cut-off wheel, your sanding mandrel, and you've got 5 sanding bands as well as your 4 sanding bands at smaller size. It's an amazing deal. It's an amazing deal. And you can do so many of your DIY jobs and your cleaning jobs, your engraving jobs, your artistic jobs with this as well. 185337 is your item number. Now, we've got some more demonstrations coming up, but let's see what we can do with our tool in this one. I want one. Oh, there's lots of programmes on at the moment, aren't there, where people take their old heirlooms and they take their old bits and bobs to a big barn in the middle of the country. It looks really nice. And they get fixed by craftspeople who have the right tools for the jobs. Why don't you watch it again? Have a look a bit closer. You might see some of this stuff. You might do. Right, pyrography. This is proven to be very, very popular. It's a great pastime. It could be a new craft to you, or you might be a pyrographer already, but you need more tools, or you might want to teach someone else how to do pyrography. This is your multifunctional butane soldering iron, but it's also used, of course, for pyrography, which is burning into wood. You can use stencils, you can use your own artwork, and it really does look amazing when you've done this, even if you're just maybe carving someone's name or a house name on a plaque outside in wood. You can do that with this particular toolkit. You've also got your accessories right there for £25.99. 477 599 your item number. It's brand new today. Oh my goodness, when we have more shows with Dremel, when this lockdown has been lifted and we'll be able to get our guests into the studio, I'm sure we're going to have some amazing demonstrations. And you too, when you get your kits home, send your pictures in. We'd love to see what you do. 477 599 if you want to go for your pyrography kits, and that also comes with your accessories. It's in a tin, by the way. Let me just take this off. Nice giftable as well. You've got that nice sponge that goes on top, so it is a very, very nice gift for someone. Treat yourself. 477 599 is your item number. Right, we've only got 1 minute left of the show. Do check out your baskets. Make sure you get what you want when you want it, and we've got some accessories for you as well. So if you want to go for your woodworking accessory kit with your sanding tools in there and your drill and your chisel bits, 20 tools in there. 954 465 is your item number. And we've also got your polishing accessories right here. And you've got a whole host of polishing tools in there to help you, and your cleaning. So you've got your multi-purpose kit. It includes the cleaning and the polishing accessories, which is perfect for buffering up and making things look as new again. £19.99. 077 115. What an interesting show. I'm so happy that you've got what you need. Remember to check out your basket so you do get what you want. Anything over £30 is dividable into 3 monthly payments. Stay where you are though. We are launching a brand new one-day special in a moment's time. Right, Studio Light, the Grunge collection, that one-day special is coming up next. Do stay with us after that. We've got Spellbinders and more shows coming up throughout the night on Hochanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now, and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums, where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows, we aim to inspire you, to be educational, and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
If you love cake and you love to bake, we've got but others you can utilise within the world of craft, which will allow you more flexibility between the different mediums. Intrigued? Well, set your temperatures, set your timers, and tune in every fortnight to see what's in the oven on the Crafty Kitchen.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Happy Easter, everyone. We've got a brand new one-day special launching right here, right now. But do you know what? You've already gone and found it, haven't you? Yes, you have, you cheeky chicks. And it's already selling. We're already very busy. Oh, my word. We've got Lou joining us in a few moments' time. But I want to take you through the deals from Studio Light that we've got for you. I absolutely love these, and so do you. I saw a Facebook Live with Lou earlier on today using these stamps, and they looked incredible. What we've got here is a whole complete set for you. We've got two different choices in your one-day special. This is your Voyage from Home. Look at that seahorse. Look at the detail that you've got behind there. Even just using that on its own, on some coloured paper, looks amazing. But when you start to add all the different techniques that we're going to be seeing in the demonstrations from Lou, you'll see it really come to life. Use these with your journals, use these for your cards, for your pieces of artwork. Use them even on fabric as well with your fabric inks. It's going to look sensational. Look at that price, saving £10, £27.96 today. It's an incredible deal, it really is. 163994. It's going very quickly, but those are the details. If you give us a call or head to the website hochanda.com. That's your first option. Your second option is your floral and fauna. Again, equally as fantastic, with lots of different elements that you've got in here. Let me just lift this up to show you the stamps. You've got your flowers in there, you've got your light as well, and all the little bits in the background. Can you see that? You've got musical notes in that, you've got sketchy details, you've got script in there as well, you've got a measuring tool, that lovely bird that's in there as well, that looks like a lark, and it's not larking around, it's sitting there waiting for you to stamp it out. We've also got your sentiments in in there, included with those flowers. When you get them home, have a look at the detail that's in there. Pick it out, use all of the stamp or just use part of it. You've got your extra stamps in there as well for building and layering and building up your backgrounds. Then you've got that fantastic bee with your buds in the background. You've got your thistles in there, and you've also got your butterflies as well. £26.96, 163994 is your item number. So that's your one day special with the choice of 2. We've also got another collection that's available for you. Love this. In this you've got your washi tape, you've got your stamps, and you've got your dies as well. Love these because with the dies you're going to put these through your die cutting machines and you're going to get those extra details. I think these will look fantastic in white. I think they'll look great if you cut them out in a silver style card as well, or white, to add that extra detail. Again, it's about building and layering up. If you want to get this, it's saving £10, £29.98, 193,173. You've got that great washi tape as well in true studio-like grunge style. Even the packaging is fantastic, isn't it? Now, your one-day special and the deals that we have are only for the 24 hours that we're here for. Your one-day special new hours are 6 p.m, 8 p.m. Tomorrow, we have repeats overnight. Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m, 12 p.m, and your final call at 4 p.m. But we're also very, very busy for that complete collection. Guess what? 30% of the stock has already gone, and that complete collection are your 2 one-day special options and the collection of the grunge that we've just showed you right there of your stamps and your dies. £59.90, but if you're a Freedom member, you're carrying over your savings. You're saving £31.99. I'm told this is flying out the door. Because it's over £30 as well, you can divide the cost into 3 payments. Oh, 2 payments? It's 3. We're going to change it. Change it. Because it's over £30. We're in this extravaganza. We're in the Easter Extra Flexi event. So we're going to divide that cost into 3. Here we go. £59.90, saving 26. This is for the complete collection. Now let's divide. Oh, it is on 3. We're going to refresh it. We'll refresh that. Do you know what the first payment is? It's probably about £19 or something like that. Anyway, whilst we do that, oh, we're so busy. We've got Lou joining us. Hello, Lou.
Hello, my lovely.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. Are you having a lovely Easter Sunday?
Well, I'm just glad we're finishing off all the filming from some other stuff. But yeah, we're just chilling. Nowhere to go, like.
Now, Lou, have you had lots of chocolate today?
We haven't had any, and I've got some chocolate in the fridge, but no, we haven't had any. Have you had any yet?
No, not yet.
No.
Not yet. But I'll tell you something. Lots of people are going for this. I'm trying to emulate Lou with my glasses. See that? Lou, so many people are going for the one-day special, but they're going for the complete collection as well. How fabulous is this collection, Lou?
I'm just looking at the price because like I've always said, I don't have anything to do with that, and I'm like, what? Wait, hang on. I'm like, oh, is that right? And that's a good deal.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Oh, yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about Studio Light? Because I know you work very, very closely with them.
Yeah, well, I've been with them nearly 3 years now. Well, 2 years, sorry, and I've been at Hochanda 3 years. But I've just seen them grow so much. But I've seen that the styles really, really change. And I've said this before, but I can't say it enough. They really listen to what people want. And I've listened and to what people have told me, and I've fed it back. And it's all coming through in these stamps because they just go for ever and ever, but they go for everybody, and anyone can use them for whatever reason. And I think that's the beauty of it. They've got longevity, but multiple practical sort of.
Do you know what I like about them as well? Because you've got so many different elements in there, you can use the whole complete stamp, or you can take little elements out of there, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And I've done that in some of the demos. You see me do the whole thing, and it's really, you can't get I find that I can't get tired of these collage stamps because it's like each time I look at it, I see something different in it and go, oh, didn't see that. I'll try that bit. But yeah, you're so right. You can use individually or the whole thing.
Now, we've seen some samples on the screen at the moment. I hope you can see this as well, Lou, samples that have been sent in. And that's doing exactly what you said, using different elements of the stamps in different areas to build and create that full design.
Yeah, and some of these are from the Dutch team, and we're really lucky because they've got it there. So it was really, really lucky that they were able to send some images in. And I just love the way that you can have one single stamp and a multitude of different interpretations. The gorgeous samples, really, really beautiful.
I adore the sample we just saw with the seahorses then bringing it out in that lovely orange colour. Again, would you say the beauty of these stamps, if you were just using black ink, they look very striking, but using colour with them as well, don't be afraid to use colour.
Yeah, totally. And, you know, in some of the sort of VTs, you'll see me looking at colour charts and everything, and that's it. I think once you've got a stamp like this, you can bring in colour because the stamping's done for you. But if you're more experienced, then you can go the opposite way and add all your own stuff in. So, yeah, I think this is sort of great to dip your toe in, but great for someone like me who just wants to sort of experiment. So, well, it's a win-win.
Yeah, it is, and you're right, experiment with them as well. And if you've got a fine liner pen, one of your micron pens, you can extend the sketching detail that's in the stamps as well, which I think is always really nice.
Yeah, and if you do a bit Pete-tong, you know, if you miss a little bit, it's not the end of the world on one of these stamps because you don't know if it's actually meant to be. Or if you miss a part, get your pen out, like you said, draw it back in.
Yeah, I love that. And am I right in saying you can use these with fabric inks if you want to? Because I think these would look fabulous on some fabric designs.
You know, I hadn't even thought about that, but one of the samples you see me do first, I'm going to now go away and do that on fabric because you've inspired me, yeah?
Yeah, it would look magnificent. It really would. Lou, do you know that half the stock has already gone since we've been talking to you?
Do you know what? It feels like I'm there.
Oh, do you know what? I wish you were. And I wish I could give you... Oh, we really do miss you. I mean, everything is being dispatched on the 20th of April. It's not long to wait for the items. It's, oh my goodness, half the stock has gone, Lou. Half the stock has gone.
You know, when I'm there and we get a collection like this and I'm like, oh, what am I going to do now? Tap dance. Well, at least you've got videos now and I don't have to tap dance.
Yeah, and we do have those demonstrations lined up. So thank you, Lou. One, for joining us on the show. Two, for doing your Facebook Live today because you featured some of the stamps from the show. And just thank you for doing the videos and sending them in because we know that all our guests, including yourself, are working very, very hard to keep Hochanda going. Yeah, so
you work really hard.
We absolutely, really do miss you. Can't wait to see you again here in the studio. But keep up all the good work on Facebook. Your Facebook Lives are so inspiring. They've inspired me to get into crafting, and that's saying something. So thank you for all your hard work,
And
Lou.
yours has inspired me. I love him.
Oh, thank you, Lou.
I really look forward to seeing everybody and stay safe, everybody. And
yes.
I'll be back together soon.
All right, Lou, thanks very much. Thanks for joining us. See you later. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, it's our lovely Lou. We do miss her. We do miss her. My goodness, we're so busy for that complete collection. Oh, my word. They're flying out the door. It's a great price, though, and you can divide the cost into 3. Did we sort that now? So when we spin that round, you'll see the price. Now, that usual price, £85.90, you're making that saving of £26. But for £19.97 today, you can get the full set home. It really is amazing. And if you're a Freedom member, it's even better. Oh, windy pops. It's even better. You don't pay any P&P. And Freedom members today, you too can divide the cost into 3. We'll spin that round. And today, the price for Freedom, there you go, £17.97. £17.97. Oh my goodness. The producer just said she can't even keep up, we're so busy. Oh my word, oh my word. But we do have some great demonstrations coming up from Lou to show you what you can do with these stamps, whatever you're going for, whether you're going for the one-day special, 2 choices there, or the complete collection. But let's face it, for £17.97 today, another payment in a month after that, another payment a month after that. It's worth going for the whole complete collection, it really is. Right, we do have some demonstrations from Lou, and I think we're heading that way right now to see the first one. Here it is.
Hi, hope everybody's okay out there. Just want to show you that Studio Light bring a series of products called Essentials, and these are all stamp and die sets. So what are stamping? Well, they're exactly that. You get the stamp and the die that fit together, but it's a really beautiful sort of idea of compact. They're not huge, but you don't want them to be, and you can make, without being rude, a 5-minute card. So I was looking at these, I thought there's so much more to them than this, and I was in particular looking at this, but all those techniques that we know we could put on this. So what you get on each one is the dies that fit the stamps, and then you get sentiments. Some you don't get sentiments. The one I'm using today doesn't have a sentiment. So what we've got on the word, I've got the bird and I've got the flowers. So I'm going to choose that one. So the first thing I've done is I've got a piece of white card. This is pink frog card because I really love this. And I've got one of the stencils from the one day special. Now looking at this, I need it to be quite dainty and sort of pretty. So you've got an option. Now we could use this one or maybe even this one. I quite like this lacy one. I think it's got a really lovely feel. So what I've done is decided that I'm going to use this, and I've got an aperture in it. So turn my car over, like magic, there's one. So I've made an aperture in there. You don't have to. You can just draw around anything and cut it out. And I'm going to keep that in there because what I'm going to do is use this as a mask and a stencil. So I'm just going to place that there. And I'm just going to get something like peacock feathers, which is going, it's got to be one of my favourites. And I'm going to get my distress pad, just a tiny bit. And I mean a tiny bit. You can add, you can't take it away. So I always try, because these are strong colours. And remember, we've got this aperture here. So let's go lightly, very lightly, and just introduce. And remember, you're going to go over there. Not all over, you just want a little bit like almost a shadow. And I'm not known for being delicate, as we know that. But I am going to do my usual 3 areas. And then I'll just lift up to see. You can see I still need a little bit more, but I'm quite happy that it's not too much. So a little bit down there, because I'm going to think about putting the bird and the flowers all together. So let's have a look. A bit more there, a bit darker I think. I can go a bit darker. And yeah, I'm happy with that. So tiny bit. So if I take that away and show you, you can see I've got a tiny bit, not a lot, just a small bit, but don't lose that because we're going to be using that in a minute. So if you want to, you can go back in with another, just a tiny little bit more with another one. I think I just want to put a little bit more of a sort of echo around the side of it, just to give it, that's it, a little bit more interest. And you can do this with the stencils because they all work well together. That's it. And you can see. I maybe want to bring a little bit up here just to lengthen and broaden the work out that way. And let's see. Yeah, that's it. So now let's take my circle away. Yes, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that because we're going to have a bird here and flowers there. So you go that. Now when you've done that, you leave that to one side and you get your card. And then you get your card. You go and get your die cuts. And you die cut all the birds. Now the birds, this is again the pink frog. You die cut all your birds out, or how many you want. And then you get your stamps and you can see how well they just stamp over. So you cut first and then stamp. So this is the part you can go away and do now. I'll go away and finish mine. But if you just want, I'll just show you how easy it is to stamp. So you get that, we've got the black ones there, and I'll just show you how easy it is. I'm using archival ink for this. You can use, you know, your preference. So let's see, this is the middle one, and they're quite easy to line up. They're quite easy to line up because it's got like a little bump down there, so I know when I do that, it's going to fit. So ink up your stamp, really well etched these actually, and just hover over, sorry my head's in the way, stamp, perfect. So I'll do perhaps another one to show you. So you can see you've got a really nice bevel around the edge, stamp, straight up and done. So you can keep going as many as you want, you've got the others, do as many as you want, and then we come back here in a minute to colour. Right, okay, but the part of this part of the show is going to be about is analogous colours. Analogous colours means next to each other on a colour wheel. So, you know, if you start here, you go all the way around there. So I've been looking at this. So I thought these blues and greens, analogous colours, will work really well. So I'll just show you how I've done this first. So to do this, it's really quite simple. You can use watercolours, you can use your pens, you can use anything you want. And all I've done here is I've just chosen a spot near where the feathers are underneath, just very gently. It's not watercolour card, but it works quite well, and blend out really simply. And this is just a waiting game with this, because once it's wet, you've got to sort of leave it to dry. You can add colour on top, so you can bring in a little bit of lemon from the opposite end, and because it's analogous, which means near it, you can blend it and you get the lovely greens happening. So really simple to do. So I've done that. Another little tip is, if you cut a spare one out, what you can do is use it as a shadow later on if you so desire, and I'll show you what we're going to do. So I'll bring back in at ours. So we've got our circle there, and our lovely little colours are going to be here, but I want to do something in here because I want us ready for a sentiment there. Now, I'm not that known for sentiment, so, you know, thinking to me, I've done some on the other ones that are really good. So just to show you, all the colours are there, all that's coloured in. But there's this. What am I going to do with this? Well, I'll be honest with you, I really like that shape, but I thought, well, how am I going to do this so I can get this lovely analogous feel there? And I thought, well, I know what I'll do. I'll get my pen, and I'm just going to, bear with me, get my pen, and this is the colour, and this is a koi, and it sort of goes with that. I'll get my what colour wheel. It's analogous, look, it's in that line, and I'm just going to draw a line. Now, this is like, oh, what's she doing? What's she doing? It is quite scary. It doesn't matter if you make a mistake, but just be careful. You don't want to go too sort of Pete-tong. Now it looks absolutely atrocious, but what it has done is giving you a dark outline there. Then what you do, look at that, it looks awful. Then what you do is you get your analogous colours again, which already we've got the koi water, the brush down. I'm just going to introduce a tiny bit of colour to the edge and activate the koi marker. It's not a watercolour. Don't go over that line. Don't go over that line at all. That's not what you want. You want it to sort of now to come out. So you don't go outside it. Oh, I have. She said don't do it, and then blooming does it. So I'll just do a bit down here. So you go up to the fibre line that you are. Now bear in mind, this is not watercolour paper, so I will get a slightly different reaction. But I actually really like what this does. It sort of pulls the water up and makes it almost 3D. So blend it and blend it and blend it, blend it, and then I'll finish blending in a minute and come back. Right, okay, so
there we go. I love it. I love it. I love watching Lou. She's so inspiring. She really is. Oh my word, we're so busy. We're so busy. Oh, we're running here. We're running there. We're making sure everything's. We've got stock for you for now. Right, let's take a look at what we've got. Okay. We are looking at the one-day special. One-day special is launched 6 o'clock every day here on Hochanda, and you get a saving for 24 hours. But this is going to be while stocks last, I'm afraid, because, oh my goodness, it's flying out the door. We've got stock at the moment, so you can add it to your basket. The details on your screen at the moment, I believe, are for the full collection. The details on your screen are for the full collection. So that's what so many people have been going for. And your full collection includes both your one-day special options and then the set with the washi tape of your stamps and your dies. 70% of the stock of that complete collection, that's set number 1, set number 2, and you've got the set right there. I think we're showing you that on camera 6 in a moment. So there we go. Hiya. So it is mad. We have got the whole set here for you, but 70% of the stock has gone. Oh my word, we can't even catch our breath. We really can't. It's a great price though for that whole complete set. And you're making your savings, and you can also divide the cost into 3. So for that whole complete set, if you're a Freedom member, oh my word, £53.91, but you can divide that cost into 3, but you're saving £31.99 for that whole complete collection that we've got for you there. It really is marvellous. So you've got your stamps, and you've also got your dies and your washi tape included with that complete collection. Do you know what? I think we might even have to just shimmy it all together next time we see you, because that is what you're getting, the whole complete collection. It's marvellous designs here, so many details in there as well with that complete collection. 977148 is your item number. Right, let's get into another demonstration so you can check out your baskets, we can get organised for you, and you can get some inspiration. Here you go.
Look at these stamps. Oh my goodness me, I so wish I was there. So I'll have to try my best to do the best for these, because these are crazily amazing. Anyway, so this is Grunge 4, and it's absolutely stunning. We've got these stamps. This one I'm going to use in my first demonstration. I was like, what do we do, what do we do? So I'm going to do a really quick but powerful, strong, really colourful card. So I've got the stamp, which is the 446, which is, it'll be, I don't know what the collection's called, but it's the seahorse. And I want to just show you, when you get your packaging, sorry about the glare, you're going to get the backing sheet. Now this is perfect for knowing where you want. So I'm going to use alcohol inks with this, so I know where I want my colour to be. So I'm going to look at keeping these areas sort of vacant, but I'm only going to use a bit of colour here. So I sort of know. I'm using the actual Yupo paper. I'm using one of the opaque ones. I think it's 85, not too sure. But anyway, it's matte as well, it's not shiny. So what I'm going to do is start, now I have got a mixture of Pinata and Adirondack inks, but I am starting with the light. So I'm going to put a background of, this one is Sandal, and I'm just going to put the light ones, squirt. Don't go too mad. I am really heavy-handed with these, so I really have to hold back, and it really sort of gets to me a bit, but hold back, it's the best way. So then I'm going to put on a little bit of this one is Citrus. So again, concentrating in the middle, in that line going down. So now I have got a little bit of Lemonade. Now it's a yellow, but it's a sort of a, it's not overpowering. And these are all the colours, remembering where this goes. So you look at it again and remember where that goes, lift it away. And we're going to put some darker colours in now. But remember, some of these are crazily dark, so just be warned. So I'm going to go in with a little bit of, oh, here we go. This one's beautiful. This one is Aqua. So I'm going to start up with building with the blues. And I'm just trying to put them in areas around. So I already like that, and then you get this wonderful action. Look at those move now, look at the move. It's just wonderful to see them moving, especially when I put a darker one in. I've gone with Bottle now. This is one of the darker ones, so I would be very sparing this. So if it doesn't work like that, don't worry, it'll work with the next colour because we're building it all up. So next I have got, let's go with Lettuce. Now, you won't get that instant wow with these at the moment. Well, not, I know you get a wow, but to me it's not as much as you do when you start putting the extender and stuff on. So I'm really happy with that, but I'm going to put in now the Pinata clean-up solution actually, and I'm just going to blob it, and that is the operative word. And these concentric circles won't stay like this. I wish they would come up with something that just captured it, stop like that, but it doesn't. So give it a minute to move, and as it moves, it sort of settles down. Bear in mind, again, that's going to go over there. Now don't worry about these parts, because these parts will all sort of mingle up in a bit. Now the next one I'm going to use is the Claro extender. So if that was anybody at home, maybe a Ranger product, you'd have the blending solution. So this is similar. So I'm just going to lighten up the middle areas. There we go. So again, because I have tried this before, and I noticed that, you know, I have to make sure I can see my wonderful seahorse and the shell there. So I'm really happy with that. Now a little tip is don't worry too much about these, because what we can do is we can use them later on to do some foiling. So when they dry like that, they actually dry sticky and you can apply foil. But if you're a bit worried and you don't want them, lift some off, just a little bit, and perhaps blend in some colours like that. So lift a little bit off, just a tiny bit off there, and maybe put some little shapes just now and again. So if you've not got much green out here, just add a little bit there and a bit there. Okay? So what you do need to do is just to let that dry and be really patient with it, because we're going to let the stamp now will do all the work. We've done that. All we're going to do is remember the stamp now will do the work.
I love that demonstration. That was fascinating, wasn't it? And then just using the acetate to place the stamp so you know where it goes. Absolutely genius. I love that. Right, we've moved over to talk about some background stencils that we've got for you. Now, we've got a set of 3 here. You've got that lovely flowering mandala style in the middle, and you've got the 2 smaller designs that build up those excellent patterns. With them, you also get, let me just bring this in, you get a little ring, so that you can actually attach all these 3 together, so you never lose them, which is brilliant. And you also get some washi tape as well. These are your glass windows backgrounds, they're your stencils, and you also get your rainbow washi tape. Look at that from your Essentials, love them. £18.99, saving £6. That is a sensational deal. Use these with your texture paste. I tell you what, I'd love to use these with the texture paste I've got at home. Use them in their entirety, but you can also use them little bits and little elements of them as well. So that's your first option, £18.99, 510686. And then we've got the bottom ones as well, as you can see right there. Different style to these. You've got lovely swirls in there. The flower style patterns as well. I do like set number 2, a little bit different, isn't it? Using the whole stencil or just using part of it, you can see with the different designs that you've got in here, this one in particular, you could just use that part of it if you want to, or you could use all of it. What I would do with that, I've got some texture paste at home from Pearly Winks, and it's all different colours, all bright, bold colours. I would just put a whole different shades of colours all over that and then just lift the stencil up and see what was left behind. Oh, I really want to do that now. I really want to do that. Wonderful designs, and with those 3 you also get the washi tape. You get 2 packs of washi tape, £18.99, 987649. Now, let's just take that washi tape. There's method in my madness. How about going for all 6? £22.94 for all 6. That is an incredible deal. 60% of the stock has gone. It doesn't surprise me. You've already found them. They are brilliant, aren't they? They are fantastic. My only regret is that I can't go out the studio and get upstairs and order them. You are going to get them and pop them in your basket and check on out before I can even get my little grubby hands on them. And I'll tell you something, I would love to use these. They are fabulous. Love the design of them, because I like the fact that it gives you that lantern shape, that lovely window shape if you wanted, or you've got the elements within to use with your inks or with your textured paste. Oh my goodness, they're very big. I'm so jealous of you. So jealous, so jealous. So without the washi tape you can have all 6, or you can go for 2 sets of 3 and have the washi tape. It's going to be entirely up to you, but so many of you are going for the full set of 6 without the washi tape. That's the best value for money. 042325. Everything's going to be dispatched on the 20th of April. You lucky people. Lucky people. Right, let's have a look at that complete collection that's also very busy. Oh my word, I've got to tell you right now. 3/4 of the stock of the one-day special is gone in 31 minutes. Now, a one-day special is supposed to last 24 hours. That's the complete collection that you're seeing there. I don't know whether it's going to last this hour. I really don't. Oh my word. Right. You are getting that whole complete collection right there at a great price. You can divide it into 3 as a Freedom member, no P&P, £17.97 today for all of that. And then another payment in May and another payment in June. Wow, no wonder we're busy. No wonder we're busy for the complete collection. No wonder we're busy for the stencils as well. We've got more demonstrations from the fabulous Lou Withers, and here she is now with another demo for you.
Hello everybody again. Oh goodness me, look at these stamps. I'm in heaven. Today I'm going to use this one, and it's a large, nearly A4 stamp, and it's got all these wonderful elements. So we've got the bird, we've got the flowers, we've got the scripts, we've got blueprints, we've got writing, all sorts. So with that, I thought I'd get out these worker ones as well, because you have got some great little stamp on here. So I've got this one out, I've got the other one out, and I've got this one out. So I thought, if you look at that lovely line there, it'll just fit in there. So if I wanted to extend this, maybe pull it out with that. So I'm going to do that. So the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to colour each region of this on the stamp with pens. So without further ado, I'll get my stamping block, and here it's very difficult for you to see. So what I'm going to do now is just show you. I've got the greys and browns, and I'm going to work quickly in the background. These are the koi water brushes. Now you won't see much happening because they're quite light. I've got my eco-lines as well, and I'm just going to put that in the background there, especially on the writing. If you can't see what you're doing, have the picture next to you, and what you can do is just pick out the elements like I'm doing there. So I've got a little bit of that. I quite like the grey in that one I'm going to use as well. So I've got a little bit of the grey coming in. I don't want it too dark, but I want it to sort of have that vintagey feel. Go over the flowers, not the daisies, go over the flowers, but what I'm saying is, don't worry too much, because we'll pick up some of them, and we could even decoupage them later. So I'm making going over this element as well. I'm going to come in with some browns now, a lighter brown, so, because I'm conscious that they're quite heavy. So just a little bit there. And I'm switching between the two pens, so that I've got a blend of colours. And you'll see when I look at my colour chart, you'll see I'm looking at these sort here. So you can see that these are the tones. So don't worry, that they will look nice when they come together. Now I'm going to switch to a little bit of green. So, and the greens are in the same sort of hue family as that. So just a little bit down here. And I must remember that I've got that dark colour up there. So what I need to do is bring the dark down here as well. So I've got a little bit of the brown here. Can you see how I've got to match up? Now don't worry, because all you've got to do is just huff and puff on these and they'll come up again. So again, get your pens on. And I want a vintagey feel on this. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce a really lovely lemon. Now, it'll be really bright, and I don't want it that bright, so I'm going to be a little bit conservative with this, and I'm just going to put a little bit on, and I'll probably take a bit of that off as well, just there, because I am conscious of it. I don't want it to be too light. So then what I'm going to do is get a greyer version and just the edges like that. You might even not see this, but it just takes the edge off it. And then going to have a touch of purple in the middle, and because these are all cooler tones, I'm going to go with a cooler tone here. So what a cooler tone is, if I show you to go in with that one, it is a lot darker and more red. You can put a little bit in to warm it up, and just be selective. Put it on the bird as well if you want. So don't forget that's on. And then just to marry this up, go back over your areas and put a little bit of the colours that are in the bird and in the flower in other areas, only because it links it all up. So that looks like, wow, there's a lot going on, but once I start to add some water techniques to this, you will see it's quite a different look altogether. So just a tiny bit of black on there and on there, tiny bit on the bird, just to give him that, just on elements like the writing. I want to pick out that, some of the stems there, some of the blueprints. And you might think, well, why have you put them colours on? Only because Just smudge that out if you don't want it. I must go back in with another colour there because I don't like that one there. So now I'm going to just go that. And then we huff. So we take our stamp, we huff. Sounded a bit strange, didn't it? And then we go straight down. And we need to give it a really good press. So I'll come back to you, leave it a minute to set in, and then I'll come back to you and show it when it's all inked up. Okay, I've pulled off the stamp image, and this is the first stamp I got from it. Then this is, I sprayed a little bit of water on it, and I got the second generation. And then the third generation is that one, and I just cleaned up there. So you can see I could have got another one out of it. So it's your choice, whichever you want. You might want to go with that one. You might want to go with this one and draw back into it, or stamp over it if it's on a platform. I'm going to work on this one because it's quite strong, but once I start softening it up, it looks different again. So what I'm going to do is just get a few of these little stamps. I don't know whether I need it at the moment, and I'm just going to place them on and think, well, do I actually need them yet or not? Do I actually want these long ones on, or do I not? So I've got, you know, options here. Do I want that on there? Do I need to link it out? I could even put little bits across. So these ones here, I really sort of go with this wonderful background in the back. So what you want to do really is do this. My advice is stamp it twice, and then what you can do is collage. But just to show you now, I am just going to pull out a tiny bit of colour, and all I'm doing is just pulling the colours out. And because the colours are different, I've added colour like yellows and stuff. You will see that the images, it's almost like the old magic paper. The images start to come out. Now, if you haven't got enough colour, don't worry. All you do is you get the colours that you were using and introduce more colour. So there's the daisies, you know. So I think now I'm just going to put a little bit of colour and bring the colour across there. And I might add a little bit of purple in there. So what I mean is, what you can do is just flood some purple in like that. Don't do that with some pens, they don't like it. Ecolines are fine, but some pens don't like them. So I've just added that in there. Too much water, just pull it out again. That's the beauty of this. And then pull the colour through. And then in the background, I am just going to, and this is seriously all you do, is just bring the colour out just with a damp paintbrush. You're not doing a lot, you're trying to give it that vintagey feel. So almost like days gone by and it's been hidden for ages. But my advice is when you get this, make sure that that blends out like that. So that way it's not too overpowering. Right, where the flowers are, I'm just going to bring in, so the purple comes out, bring that out a bit there, dab it off. Have a tissue ready because you don't want to obliterate the stamping, you just want to bring out the colour. Can you see now that's too heavy? But you just stamp it off. Now what I am going to do is get the dark colour that's behind the stamp that I used. If you remember, if you go back, I used black at the very end. And I'm just going to get a little bit more black onto my mat. And I'm just going to create a shadow because actually it might be better with a grey. I'll show you what I mean. Grey isn't as harsh. So if I was to show you the difference, we've got, it's really quite subtle. Can you see? So maybe the grey, and it just bring the colours out. Feed them out there. I like that. I really like that. So soft. You can. I like the watercolour. Actually, I like the idea of having the black with it as well, and the brown. So you can sort of make some areas really dark. Oh, I love that. And then others quite light and brown. Yeah, that's it. That's how you do it. So you can see you've got that nice bit of yellow coming out. Now feed a tiny bit of grey and black with it. It's a warm sort of shadow. blend it all out and do the same round here. So I could do this for hours and hours and hours, but again, come back to the thing, the actual stamp has done all the work. Like the Seahorse one, like them all, they've all done the work. The stamp is there, the elements are there. All you have to do is use your imagination and a few pens, and that is all you have to do. So hopefully come back in a little few minutes when I've had my mindfulness of just painting, and we'll see the end result.
I love the way that Lou just draws out the colour, draws out the detail by using that wet brush. It's incredible, isn't it? You can see all of the show again. It will be available on Rewind for you. So when you get your stamps home, remember it's on extended delivery, dispatching on the 20th of April. I nearly said January then, of April. When you get them home, you can watch the shows again. And you can watch those demonstrations from Lou, so you can craft along with her. It's brilliant, it really is. Now, I do need to tell you, this fall collection, 3/4 of the stock has gone. 3/4 of the stock now gone. We have had queues on the phones, but you've bared with us, and it's okay now. The queues have gone. You can order on the website as well. £53.91 as a Freedom member. You've got your savings from the one-day special carried over into your complete collection. But the price is dividable by 3, but you don't need to divide the stock by 3. We'll send everything out to you in one go, and we only divide the price into 3. That's 3 payments, £17.97 if you're a Freedom member, no P&P to pay. But if you're not a Freedom member, you're also getting a great saving, and you can also divide the cost into 3 as well. So if you're not a Freedom member, the price is £59.90, saving £26. It's a great saving, it really is, and an ideal opportunity within this one-day special to get it. £19.97, 3 payments if you're not a Freedom member. However, I'm just saying, I don't know whether it's going to last the hour, because 3/4 of the stock has gone. It's been tremendously busy, tremendously busy. So that is for the complete collection from Studio Light. Now, the details for the individual one-day specials are at the bottom of the screen. So you've got 2 individual sets. You've got set number 1, which is right there, and you've got set number 2. Set number 1 is called, if I remember rightly, that's it, your Voyage from Home. And then you've got the Flora and Fauna, which is set number 2. So that's your one-day special. And those are the details at the bottom of the screen. 1 item number, 2 options by name. Your 3rd option that we've got right here, including washi tape, that lovely washi tape from Studio Light. You've got your 2 dies in there and your 4 stamps. That, the details are at the bottom of your screen, £29.98, 193 173. But so many are going for the full complete collection, and why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? It's a marvellous deal. We've got some great detail in these stamps, and the demonstrations from Lou are incredible, giving you inspiration. Talking of Lou, let's go back and have a look at some more demos from Lou.
Right, okay, I've let it dry a little bit, but I've done nothing else to it, because I want to show you now how I sort of do my mindfulness now. And the way I do it is I'm going to do some pointillism, and pointillism means exactly that, point, and it's where you create depth by adding dots, but the nearer the dots together, the denser, the darker. So I'm just going to show you what I mean. So if I just put loose dots around this flower, you can see there's an outline, but if I then bring in these dots and make them loose outside towards the end but dense in the middle, let me just show you what I mean. And now I'm creating light and dark. So this is how some of the artists who dealt with pointillism used to do it, with lots of different colours. But I just want to show you how just a little act of mindfulness, and you're just looking at how dense the dots are, and then going in between. So you do that all, and I'm just going to do around the flowers, because I don't want to do anything else. I mean, it could be the word, but I'd have also like a sentiment here. But it's just, everybody talks about mindfulness, but what does it look like? Well, to me, this is what it looks like. And I have all sorts of manner of different size pens. This is the 0.5, and it's easier for you to see on the screen. So you can see I'm just making it denser there underneath the leaf, but as it comes away from the dense part, it's, you know, the spaced apart. So I really enjoy this part, and this is normally the part you don't get to see because it's all sort of time, you know, scarce really. So that's what we do. And then the other part that I do is I create a wash in the background, but the problem is you create a wash with some of these pens and they will be ruined. There is a little trick I've found that you can do with your pens, and that's a little bit of sandpaper, but it doesn't always work, but it seems to have worked for me. So I'm just going to go around here. Now I'm not going to show you all of it, but just going to show you that when you have done that, you can do the same around here. You can leave them as dense or as light as you want, but as you can see now, that creates a whole, and you don't have to be knowledgeable about where the dots, you just, if you want a blacker area, you put more on, if you want it lighter. So you can see all this tiny area now, and if you've really made a right sort of peak tongue of your stamping, as long as you don't try to do it in lines, this is a real get out of. And anyway, when you see dandelions and buttercups and stuff, you see they have little black dots in them, but that's the way of getting the central area to have more impact. So I'm just going to finish this little bit, only because I really want to. I'm really enjoying it. And again, you can get lots of different nib shapes and sizes. I'm just going to go right round, concentrate on that dark area to give it an outside edge. So I hope that helped, because I've often been asked about that. Then the background, all I want to do is, so the focal point is the actual flower, is I'm going to introduce a wash. Now I'm conscious that some of the dark colours will overpower, but the problem is you don't want to not do it, but you don't want it to run too much. So what you have to do is be a bit quick with it. And if you get some that's a little bit overpowering, that's not a problem. You just, but don't put your pen on them now. Leave that to completely dry. That's why I wanted to show you this. And then you can do the same. And then what you can do is add like little gems to the middle if you wanted. Actually, I can actually just put a couple on to show you what I mean. I've got some little gems here, and I'm just going to put a few on. So not everywhere, just one or two, because you don't want it to be too much. But what you can do is just do that, and then that's enough. You don't even have to have that many thinner ones if you want, smaller ones. But to me, that really, this beautiful mindful pointillism really has a great impact on your work.
Certainly will. Thanks for that, Lou. Right, we need to come over to the stencils. Over 80% of the stock has gone. Sorry, bit of a floating head at the moment. Right, if you want all 6 of the stencils, you also get the little ring binders. So you can put them all together. The full 6 that you're getting here, £22.94, saving £7. My word, that is a great deal. I'm just so jealous because I can't run out and get them. I would certainly be using these with some lovely textured paste. I think they'd look fantastic. If you do want 6, it's £22.94, saving £7. 042 325, but I'm being told they are flying out. They're going rapidly, were the words used. Right, let's have a look at the website. This is where you can see all the items that we've got for you on the show, so you can put them all into your basket if you want to. And when you're done, if your basket is £30 or more, you can divide the cost into 3 payments over 3 months. That's all part of our Easter Extra Flexi, which started on the 9th of April and ends on the 14th. Right, oh my word. I want to thank the girls and guys up in the call centre as well, because they've been extremely busy getting through your calls. I could hear how many of you were coming through for these. So, yeah, girls and guys in the call centre, thank you so much for working hard. Lots of you ordering on the website as well. What do we have for you? Well, your one-day special, you've got 2 options and a third option, but everyone's going for the 3 options together. Now, sometime in the future, we might have an extension to give you the full complete collection. So there might be some stencils coming in the future. So bear that in mind. Get these in your baskets today and check on out. So you've got these ready for when those stencils come out. £59.90. If you're a Freedom member, you are saving £31.99 on this price. And you can divide that cost into 3. It's a why not deal. £17.97 today, and then another payment in a month's time, and another payment in a month's time after that, because you can divide the cost into 3. It's all part of that special deal that we've got going on at the moment. And so many of you, oh my word, have gone for the 3 sets that we've got for you. You've got your sea collection, which is beautiful with the seahorses in there. You've got your fauna collection, lovely flora collection of flowers, and then you've got your dies and your stamps as well. So many different projects you can apply these to. Use them with your fabric inks if you want to make and create your tote bags, to make cushions, for example, aprons or table decoration. Use them for artwork, for your walls as well. Use them for your cards, for your journals. Use part of them, use all of them. Use them together, use them separately. There's so many different ways that you can build and create using the techniques that Lou has been showing us on her demonstrations. We'll have more demonstrations from Lou tomorrow in the live show. The next show for your one-day special is 8 o'clock tonight. It will be a repeat of this show. And you have repeats overnight. The reason why I'm telling you that is because we do get busy overnight. People come and join us at different times of night, and from all over Europe as well. And we're already 3/4 of the stock gone. Over 3/4 of the stock gone, and we're only just into our first hour of Studio Light. The extended delivery is on the 20th of April, and the price you're seeing on your screen at the moment is everything that we have here, including that fabulous washi tape as well. In fact, I'm going to bring these over because we're not separating these. You're going for the 3 sets together. £53.91 Freedom members saving £31.99. You've got so many of you putting these into your baskets. Here's the thing though, you do need to check out your baskets to make sure it's yours. If you leave it in your basket for longer than 10 minutes, if you're online at the moment, somebody might come along and take it from you. Just the way it is. So check out your baskets, make sure you get the collection. It's absolute brilliant deal, it really is. I want to thank Lou Withers as well. She was with us in video and telephone form. It's great to speak to her today, it really was. Do go and check her Facebook lives as well in between the shows, but stay where you are. We've got more coming up on Hochanda. Right, we've got another chance to see the Dremel show. After that, Studio Grunge collection, and another chance to see the Spellbinders show that was on earlier today.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very, very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and we're really excited to still be working with you guys here on Hochanda. We were there from the very, very beginning, and we're still bringing you lots of really exciting soft crafts. We design and manufacture all of our kits and all of our fabrics here in the UK, and we love bringing them to you. So if you're an experienced sewer or you're just starting out in soft crafts and sewing, join us. There's tips and fabrics for everybody. Make sure you don't miss our shows and come and craft yourself silly on Hochanda.
Welcome to Hochanda's Easter Extra Flexi event. Join us from 6 p.m. Thursday the 9th of April to 6 p.m. Tuesday the 14th of April, as we'll be offering you an extra special treat to help ease the cost of your Easter purchases. All of your crafting favourites will be here with us, celebrating the Easter break by demonstrating and showcasing their latest products. So, not only will we reduce the flexi basket value from £60 to £30, but you will also be given the opportunity to spread the cost of your purchase over 3 exciting flexi buy payments instead of 2. So get cracking and take advantage of our Easter Extra Flexi event from the 9th of April at 6 p.m.
Hi, I'm Anna and I'm a founder of Craftbox UK. Craftbox is a box full of craft supplies that we send to our customers monthly. The company has been going for a year and a half, and as a crafter, I wanted to find a box which I could receive every month and would be full of craft supplies. As I couldn't find such box, I decided to create it myself, and that's how Craftbox started. Every box contains at least 15 products, which are beautifully hand-packaged by a team based here in Cambridgeshire. All products are placed in a beautiful, sturdy box, which is ribbon tied, and we hope that by receiving this box you will feel like it's Christmas every month. Make sure you don't miss the Craftbox shows on Hochanda.
you can see just here, so you've got the outer layer in the light and the inner layer there with the pink. 4 dies in total, £19.99. 364973 is the item number if you want to go for that one, which is perfect. Now, we're going to speak to Nikki now. Oh, okay. We've got our lovely Nikki San on the line now. Hello, Nikki.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, I'm really good, thank you.
Now, how's your day been, Nikki?
Busy. Prepping for more shows that I've got coming up.
Ooh.
So in the craft room as usual, but it's a beautiful sunny day and I have been in the sun a little bit.
Now, have you been out hunting eggs?
No. No chocolate in the house.
Is there not? Oh.
I've been really good.
Are you? Well, you need to treat yourself with something, so maybe treat yourself with some craft. But it's a real treat that you've come onto the show today, Nikki.
Oh, you're welcome.
Can you tell us a little bit about Spellbinders and your affiliation and love for the brand?
Right, so Spellbinders are one of the first eye companies that I ever worked with many years ago. They're from the USA. They're a very, very well-known brand, and what I love about them is that they actually bring designers in. So we've got lots of designers working alongside Spellbinders, so you get lots of different varieties of dyes. Fantastic company.
Now, I know you are a crafter, and you love to craft, and you're with us on quite a few shows here on Hochanda with different brands. Have you had a lot of fun designing the samples that you've sent in to us?
I love this one, purely because weddings isn't something that you do on a daily basis when you make your cards. And although I think you mentioned it earlier, you've got the wedding dress and tux, but that isn't just the weddings. You can use that dress for maybe a prom, maybe a good luck card. And you've got all the elements there, so you can put different colours on. You can create your own, as that one, variety, a red and black one. It can be for an anniversary. Beautifully well designed, and then nice size as well. And I love the fact that you can layer them up.
Yeah, it's not. And do you know what I like about them as well? Because they're not joined at the hip, not yet, they're getting married, but they're not. Yeah. If it's a bride and a bride or a groom and a groom, you've got the capability of doing that very, very easily without having to snip in between.
Yeah, I mean, yes. So, so many different ways that you can use them. It's just thinking outside the box sometimes, because although we're classing it as the wedding, like you just said, it could be civil ceremony, it could be anniversary, it could be 2 people just going away in the sunset somewhere, maybe.
Oh, how lovely that would be. How lovely. What are you doing over the next 3 weeks? No, I'm only kidding. We can't do that at the moment, can we, Nikki?
We can't, unfortunately.
No,
but...
we can't go dancing off into the sunset. Anyway, I don't know what Catherine would say if I did that with you. Now, we've got some nesting and layering dies on the show. How important are these dies to have in your crafty stash?
Right, nesting dies are, to me, a must, because you need them to do your mat and layering. You can do them nice and easily. The ones you're just looking at now, the gilded nested rectangles, something a little bit different. You've got good sizes there as well. And they've got a nice size to them, so when you mat and layer them, you can see the colours behind them.
And that's always nice, isn't it, when you've got your different coloured cardstock that goes well together to actually use that to build up the layers.
And there you can see always inspiration on the back of the packaging as well, which is great.
Yeah, it certainly is. Oh, Nikki, it's been lovely for you to phone in.
Thank you.
I know it's it's a busy day and a family day on a Sunday, especially Easter Sunday. So thank you very much for sparing the time.
You're welcome.
And thank you for all your lovely samples as well. They're gorgeous.
Oh, that's fine. I really, really enjoyed doing them. So just can't wait to get back in the studio.
I know, we do miss you guys, but we do have some demonstrations coming up from you on video form. So we look forward to that. Thank you, Nikki.
Okay. Take care.
Love to you and
Bye.
yours. Happy Easter.
And
Bye.
Happy
Bye.
Easter.
Oh, isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely? Now, we have got a competition. There is a chick on the set, not talking about myself or Catherine, but there is a chick hiding somewhere on the set. And I believe someone's emailed in already. Pamela has found it already, but have you? We'll tell you where it is at the end. Oh, isn't that lovely? Lovely, Nikki. Right, we've got some more items to show you. Now, I've done a couple of shows with Nikki where she's demonstrated this particular stamp. I do like it. It's absolutely full of detail. You've got that whole bouquet of flowers within that love heart. So something a little different. You can still see the shape of the heart, but of course it's filled with all of those flowers. You can colour the flowers whatever you like. And then you also have the 2 extra flowers at the bottom right there. So 3 stamps in total. This is a great price, $10.99. It really, really is. This is a kind of stamp that you can use all year round. You could have it just like this on a card. It could be a romantic gesture for somebody, or just to say that you're thinking of someone. And you can also use this to build patterns as well. So think about layering up your different patterns, whether you're using your stamping platform or whether you're just using this by hand, for example, but you're going in and you're building up those patterns because you've got really beautiful design on there. Now, the actual stamp itself, if I just take that off, you can see that you have the red rubber stamp, so you get that fabulous detail, and it's also mounted as well for you. So you don't need to buy any cling mount, it's already done for you. So 3 fantastic stamps. I do love this set, and I've seen lots of demonstrations with this and how you can colour it in and use it to make patterns, and it's only £10.99. 695820 is your item number if you want to go for that one. Now we've got a charm and sticker embellishment set for you now. So these are the extra details that you can add to your wedding cards, the extra details that you can add to your designs, for example. I'll just pop that there, I'll leave that there for a moment. Let's take a look at what you're getting. So lots of love hearts in here. And I believe if I grab that sample, if I just bring this in for you, you can see what a difference it makes to that particular card when you add the embellishments. So you've got that love heart, but see how they're twinkling. Almost looks like diamonds. That is brilliant. Now these are $9.99 and you are getting 3 at the bottom here, so you can see those. You've got these lovely charms. Aren't they quite substantial? Do you know what? Instead of putting that on a card, I would get some twine, or if you've got like a leather strap or something like that, you could actually make a necklace out of that. That would look absolutely beautiful. These are part of the wedding collection, but of course you can use them for so many different occasions as well. You've got your little, they're like little lockets, aren't they? In the shape of love hearts. And then you've got your other embellishments as well. How lovely. Oh, look, it says thank you. So they could be for your party favours. And again, it doesn't have to be for a wedding. It could just be to say thank you to someone. And if you're making anything, well, you've made it with love, so you can add that on. It's a nice little touch. They're only $9.99. You're saving £9.70. It's almost a half price deal. 175501 is your item number. Right, we have got some Stencils glitter gel. Now, I don't know if I can open these. You'd get all 3. If I'm strong enough, I can open one, but I don't think I can. So let's lift those up. So you can see there the lovely sparkles that you've got. You've got the moon dust, you've got the nebula, and you've got the asteroid. Now glitter gel is really, really handy to use because the glitter is within the gel. You can just take some, just pop it onto your hand, and you can rub it over certain designs, for example, a little bit like gilding wax, but you're adding glitter. And because it's in the gel, it will get into those little tiny detailed areas on your craft artwork. Love those. £15.99, 944 837 is your item number if you want to go for those. Let's turn them around the right way. Perfect. So we've come all the way down the counter. That chick is in there somewhere. There is a chick hiding on the set. If you know, email in. It's just for fun. As promised, we've got some demonstrations coming up from our lovely Nikki, and here's the first one.
So for my first video, we're going to be using the wedding dress and tux die set by Spellbinders. We have 10 dies in total in here. As you can see, you've got the trousers, you've got the arms, you've got lots of different elements to each set. So you've got the dress here, and then you have the tie and the bow tie here for your tuxedo. So you can choose what you want to use. On the back, as always with Spellbinders, you do have a nice
finished sample, so it will give you an idea on how it all goes together and how you put it together. As I say, it's a nice way to be able to put different colours to it. On mine, what I've done is I've done the suit in black here, so there's my main bits there. You've got your shirt separate, then you have two tiny bits. Now what I find is I'm using like this is like a candle wax picker up kind of tool, and then you can glue that all together. So we're going to start with putting the tuxedo together. So they're my collars, and then you've also got here, if I can just pick this little bit up, these are the sleeves to the shirt, because they're just going to poke out at the end of the shirt arms. And then I've done the kind of collar to the actual suit itself in like a silver black, so it's got like a bit of a shiny bit to it. I thought that'd look nice. And then you've got a choice on whether you have the bow tie there or you have a tie. So I'm going to start with just gluing my shirt inside. As you can see, I've already put some foam tabs on there, so I'm just going to add some glue down the edge of the, if I can just get my glue out, let me just use my pokey tool there just to get the glue out. So I'm just going to pop the glue just on the edge, just a little bit there, and then I'm going to pop my shirt right way facing down. You can see it needs to end there, look. So when I turn that over, I've got my shirt there. If you're going to put the tie on, I would say put the tie on before you actually glue it all down. So the next step would be to just add a bit of glue at the top there, and then I'm going to use my poker tool again just to pick up those shirt collars. So they're going to kind of go in like a V shape. Okay, so all these elements cut out separately, so you can put whatever colour shirt you like on. So there's the collar of the shirt, and then I'm going to use the bow tie. So I'm doing the bow tie in pink there, and just pop that just there on that shirt collar. As you can see, it's already beginning to look like a shirt and jacket. So I'm just going to add the like lapels to the shirt and the tuxedo on that side, on this side. Ready? It's looking quite smart. Okay, and then I'm just going to pop that to one side for a second, because I'm going to bring the actual card in itself, which we're going to pop them all on. So for this one, I'm doing some matte and layering, and I've used the gilded nested rectangles for this. So we have these on the show today. These are really nice and easy to use. As you can see, you've got a nice matte and layer between them. I've used the large outer one, and I've done that in pink. So I'm just going to lay that on my card blank, and then I've done exactly the same, used the next size down, used some foam tabs, some dimension, and that's going to go on top of pink. You've got a nice matte and layer there, like so. And now I can start putting the card together. So the card that we're actually going to create is something very similar to this one. So I've done this one in golden cream. I've also used the Mr. and Mrs. from the Mr. and Mrs. wedding cake, which is this one here. So that's that one there. So there you can see that sentiment there. That works really well together. Again, we have that on the show today. Put that down. So as I say, we're going to put the card together now. It's up to you whether or not you put the bride or groom left or right. I've done left for the groom and right for the bride. So I'm going to put the groom together first. So I'm going to just lay my legs down on there, the trousers, just there, make sure I've got it in place. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. So I'm going to put the trousers flat there, and then I'm just going to take the back of my foam pads off of there and then pop that down just over there. You can see where it needs to go, just down below those trouser tops. And then I've got the arms, so you've got your left and your right arm obviously, and then just pop them in place before you glue them down, just to make sure you've got it all right. So I'm going to glue those flat, just pop that leg down with a bit of wet glue on there, just pop that up there, just coming from the shoulder, and try not to put the glue right at the bottom, because then we can add the shirt cuffs in a second. So just move that up, just coming off of that shoulder. So the mane of that is all down, and then what you need to do is just add a bit of glue there, using wet glue, because then I can sort of like move them around to make sure I've got them in place. And then I've got my left cuff there, and then I've got my right cuff to go on here. So it's nice if you've got a poker tool like this, because you can actually move them around. Just move that under the collar, that needs to come down slightly. And there you can see you've now got your cuffs on there, all done there. So then I'm going to put the wedding dress together. So for this, I've done it pink, not your traditional white. So I'm going to pop this together to make sure it's all in place before I glue it down. As you can see, I've already got some foam tabs there. So I'm just going to glue this down. So pop that dress at the top there. And then you need to leave a gap, because then you've got like a panel that goes round the top of the skirt of the dress. So that I'm doing flat, so I'm going to pop that on first before I pop the skirt on, like that. Just put that under there slightly. Oh, gone a bit too far, so I'm just going to lift that up and just pop that there. And then take my foam pad off of the dress, and then you can see it's got some score lines, so I'm just lifting that up slightly to add some dimension, and then that goes down there. Got a waist to the dress, so we're just going to pop that on, and I'll get that in black, so just going to pop that down there. And the glue will dry clear there. And then you've got shoulders straps, so just pop a little bit of glue each side of this, and you can see which is the left and which is the right. Yeah, so this is the right, so just pop that there, and the same with the left hand. Just going slightly under the dress, and there's my dress all put together. So then, as I said, I am using the Mr. and Mrs. from the Mr. and Mrs. wedding cake die set. So just going to add a little bit of glue on that. Don't need that everywhere, just enough to make sure it sits on there nicely. And then I'm going to pop that just there. So I've done that in the nice silver mirror card. So once I've got it in place, then I can see if I need any more glue. So I'm just going to pop a little bit more glue down there. I might add a little bit more glue down there just to make sure that's flat. And then what I'm going to use next is we've got some embellishments on the show, and I'm going to put a couple of these hearts. I'm going to use these silver ones here, so I'm going to pop one down there, and these just really finish your card off lovely. They've got tiny cute little bows on top of these hearts. Just going to pop one in each corner, just make sure that sentiment goes down flat.
And then I think I'm finished. Of course, you can add some glitter if you like and some embellishments. You can add the little corsage there as well. So as you can see, I've added that corsage on this one. I haven't got one on this one. As you can see, beautiful card using the wedding dress and tux die set. Really pretty, really lovely. And
oh, they are very, very pretty. Thank you, Nikki, for that demonstration. We do have another demonstration coming up from Nikki a little later on. Okay, so if you like the dies that you saw in that particular demo, then here they are. It's a brand new deal today, and you're saving a lot of money, especially if you are a Freedom member, saving £15.30, and you can split that 3 ways. And because we're in the Easter extravaganza, it's just going to be £12.89. Today, as a Freedom member, there's no P&P to pay. We'll send everything out to you, and then we'll take another payment in a month's time and another payment a month after that. So we only divide the cost into 3. We don't divide your goods into 3. So it's a great way to buy, and it means you get the whole kit right there. If you're not a Freedom member, you can also divide the cost into 3 as well. There are 29 dies in total for you to use for your celebratory cards. It could be for a wedding, it could be for an engagement, it could be for a prom, it could be just going out, or it might be that you just want to use a dress on a card for a birthday occasion. So I think the versatility of this particular kit is very, very good indeed. 574469 is your item number, and that gets you 29 dies in total, including that great sentiment as well of Mr. and Mrs. Is it Mr. and Mrs. in there? Yeah. So you get that sentiment, and you get the happily ever after. I'll just turn that around so you can see. You get the happily ever after, which is one sentiment just there, and then you get your bride and groom. So let's turn that around so you can see what that's like. The bride and groom, which is perfect. So I'll turn those around. So now, if you're going for your dies, you're thinking, right, I need some paper. I've got some paper pads for you. Let me move this particular sample out the way so you can see these. It's from the paper tree. This is Nature's Song. 48 sheets, it's 8 by 8, and it's only £9.99. Those are your designs. Let me just turn this way and flick through those designs for you so you can see. Now the GSM on these is 160 GSM. Some really nice tones in there actually, with the pinks and the greys. And we've got some sage colours as well with the silver. You've got your stripes in there, and you've got your dots as well. These will be great with those nesting and layering dies that we've got available for you. So £9.99 if you want to go for that, £4.99, £4.31. If you want to go for more than one of these, you're more than welcome to do so. So that's your first option. We've then got another one from Paper Tree, and this is a touch of romance. Again, this would look great with your nesting and layering dies, but also with your dies that you're getting in this particular bundle. So those are the different patterns that you're getting. You can see the different colour tones that are in there. 160 GSM, 48 sheets. Let me turn this upside down just so we can have a look at them. Some really nice patterns in these actually. That's actually fantastic. It's like a Moroccan tile. And then you've got your plain, your stripe, and that runs through, and then you go for your different colours. So it's the same designs, but running through with your different colour tones in there. Perfect. Again, if you want to go for more than one, you're more than welcome to do so. 190184, £9.99 if you want to go for that. Right, now Helen and Shelby have emailed in at studio@hochanda.com, and they've spotted the chick. There is a chick on set somewhere. It's just for fun. If you see it, email in. Email in. Don't know why I said it like that. Anyway, it really is great to have your company, and we've got the company of Nikki as well. And we've got another demonstration coming up right now.
So for this demo, we're going to be using the Mr. and Mrs. Wedding Cake die set. We have 13 dies in total. So you can see you've got the cake parts, you've got some flowers in there, you've got a Mr. and Mrs. sentiment, you've got all the elements to create absolutely gorgeous cakes. So there's one of the tiers of the cakes there that I've already done. As you can see, you've got little bows on there, you've got your little ribbon across the top, and then you've got your icing along the bottom. So to put these together, as always, you have got your inspiration on the back, so please do take a look at that because that's very useful. It shows you where all the elements need to go. And to put that together, so what you've got is you've got your outer edge to your cake layer, and then you've got the part that goes on the top. So when you cut those out, you want to cut them out in 2 different colours. So again, you can choose the colour. So when you cut them out, this is the top part, which I've done in ivory just to show you how this goes together. And then you've got the bottom part. So I've done this in pink so you can see that when that goes on, when you glue it on, so I'm just going to glue this on and just show you how it goes together. That goes on there and it looks like you've got little tiny bits of pink coming through those dots there. And that gives it kind of like a 3-dimensional effect and looks like you've got some pink icing on there. You've then got your layer sort of like that goes around the bottom, so that's more icing effect, and that's this one here. So you've got the small one and the longer one for both tiers. Just pop that on there. So that wants to go along the bottom of that cake tier. So just a second. And then I'm just going to add some glue along the bottom. And I'm just going to use my pokey tool there just to bring that on. And as you can see, that adds dimension and makes your cake tier look very effective and pretty. If I just lift that up, you can see then what I've done there. Look, you can see that little tiny icing effect down the bottom. And then you've got your bows and your like ribbon that you'll put along the top. So that's really easy to do. So you're going to cut these parts out. So you've got small ones and large ones, depending on what, whether you're doing the top tier or the bottom tier. So I'm just going to add some glue around about here on the cake. And then I'm just using my pokey tool and I'm going to pick these up. So I'm going to put one each end there. I'll wipe this glue off as I go along. Dries nicely, and then I'm going to pop this one in the middle there. At the moment it doesn't look much, but it's when you start layering it up and putting it together. So you've got your little tails for the cake here, so I'm just going to add some glue here just to glue those down. So you want 2, so they're going to go in between that like ribbon, and then don't worry too much if they don't lay flat, because I think that adds more kind of realism to the actual card. And just adding a bit of glue on each one of those at the top. And then I'm picking the bow up. Again, these look really great if you use different colours. But I've done it in white so that you can actually see what I've done. So if I just bring that up closer to the camera, there you can see that's created that really pretty kind of bows and ribbon effect on the cake tier. So this is the 2 cake tiers that I've already put together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start putting the card together. I'm going to show you what else I'm using. So this is kind of roughly the card that we're going to create. If you can see there, you've got the cake. This beautiful decorative die here is from the Candle Wick Circles die set. There, look, and you've got lots of different sizes. So I've just used the outer one in the silver, and then I've cut a white circle out to mat that out on that card. But the one that I'm actually going to be doing, I've done it in gold. So this paper here, really pretty paper, is from the Touch of Romance paper collection there. So as you can see, it's got lots of pretty colours in there. You've got some stripes in there, you've got your decorative colours, and then you've got some plains in there as well. So I'm using one of the decorative, and I'm just going to put that straight onto my card blank with some wet glue. And I've just left a little bit of a edge around the bottom, around the card. Just make sure it's straight. And then I've already put some foam tape on my candle wick circle. So I'm going to pop that on the left hand side of my card. So I find it's best if you put this together first and then layer your card up when it's actually on the card itself. So there's my white circle. And then I've got my cake tier. So I'm going to glue these flat to my card. If you want, you could use some foam tape. And I'm just going to bring that just towards the bottom of that circle. As you can see, I've done the outer edge of the cake tiers in white and then that bottom mat in gold. So you can see those gold decorative parts showing through. And I've also used some diamantes just in the middle of each of those bows. And then in the actual die set, you've got some leaves here, look. Got some singles, you've got little sprigs here. And then you've got some flowers as well. So I've die cut some flowers out in purple and pink. I've used diamantes for the centre, but you have on the actual die set got some little circles there. So if you wanted to use some coordinating colours, you can cut the middles out for your flowers from that die there. As I say, I put little diamantes on mine. Okay, so I'm going to bring the card back and then I'm just going to add some glue to the leaves. So I'm going to put the leaves on first, just 2 sprigs down the bottom. There. Just kind of have that coming off of the cake, off the edge there. And then I'm just going to take, I think, 1 purple flower and 2 pink. So I'm going to take 2 pink flowers and put the pink ones on first. One there and 1 here. You can use your flower shaping tools to create a little bit of dimension on these flowers as well. And then I'm going to just add that purple one just on top there, like that. And I think I'm going to add 1 more gold leaf just there, and that's just going to go under there. And then the next one I'm going to put on the right hand side of the cake tier. So just going to put the gold leaves on again. I always start with the sprigs first. That's going to give me an idea on where I want to go with the flowers. So put 1 there, and then the other one I want to come down over the first tier. So I'm going to bring that down here, just coming down there. And then I've got 3 purple flowers. So I'm just going to add, I'm going to put 1 there, 1 there, 1 there. So just put them flowers there. So I've got 2 of the larger flowers in the purple, and then I've got a smaller one here. Really delicate and pretty these are. They all coordinate beautifully, and it's nice that you've got all the elements there to create the actual card. You don't have to go through a different die set to grab flowers. You've already got them in here. And I'm just going to pop that one there, and then just add maybe 1 more leaf just under here, I think, or maybe just here. Just have a play with it and see where you think and what's pleasing to the eye. There, try not to cover up too much of that bow. So there's my cake, and then I'm using the Happily Ever After die. So I'm just going to make sure I've got all my bits out. So I've cut this out in gold mirror card, and I'm just going to pop them on the card there. So the Happy Ever After die is this one here. So it all die cuts out in one, but then they come out in 3 different words all separately. Okay, that's a really nice sentiment. So these are great if you're making invitations or you're just doing the odd wedding card. Put that one there. The Ever just there. I can always add a little bit more glue once I put that down. So I think the Happily needs a little bit more on there. Just there. And Happy Ever After. About there. I'm going to bring that over slightly like that, and then just add a bit more glue on that Happily at the top there. That will dry clean there once that's dry. And I quite like that, the way that's set out. But just to finish off my card, I'm using some of these absolutely gorgeous heart embellishments. We have them on the show today, and they look absolutely gorgeous once put on your card. And I think on this one, I'm going to put one just in the middle of each of those sentiments, just to finish off my card. Might even put one near the cake as well. So I'm going to pop these down first, like that. That just finishes off the card, and it makes a really luxurious card. And having that cake on there as well, with that gold coming through, coordinating with my sentiment, I think it all flows really well. And I do really love this cake because it is so pretty and delicate, and it's fun to create. This could be for an 18th. It doesn't have to be for a wedding card. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to put this. I think actually I'm going to put that heart just on the top of my cake there, and then that will bring that through. And yeah, I really like that. As I say, really easy and fun to create. If I just bring that up closer, you can have a really good look at that look.
Oh, thank you, Nikki. That's what Crafty's all about, having fun. It's fun to create, those words. Perfect, isn't it? If you do want to get hold of the collection, there are 29 dies in this collection. It's brand new today from Spellbinders. And if you are a Freedom member, you're saving £15.30. It's a great saving, and it's a why not deal. What do we mean by that? Well, if you're not a Freedom member already, become a Freedom member today for £6.97 here in the UK. Your Freedom membership will start instantly, and you will get that saving of £15.30. I know you've just paid out for your membership, but you'll still be making a saving, and then you don't pay any P&P on any of the products we send out to you, and you get further discounts as well for being a Freedom member. 3 payments of £12.89 as a Freedom member. We'll send everything out to you. It's just the cost that we divide over 3 months. Now, we are in the midst of our Easter Extra Flexi, which means anything of £30 of value or more, you can divide the cost of that into 3 payments over 3 months. It's a brilliant way to buy in this current climate, because it means you get all your crafty stash, and you can start doing all kinds of different inspirational ideas. If you're not a Freedom member, then you're still making a great saving, and you can still divide the cost into 3 payments over 3 months. 574469 is your item number. A delightful set of dies, 29 in total, so you can have fun creating all of those special occasion cards. Right, now when you have created them, if you'd like something else, how about this beautiful, lovely nesting dies here of your circles? But they're circles with all of the detail going inside. These have been designed by Becca Feekan, and if you've not seen Becca Feekan before, her designs are very, very beautiful, but there's lots and lots of detail in them. So for example, this is that beautiful circle. You've got your 2 outer parts to the circle, but then the centre part that's running around, as you can see just there, if you wanted to add any glossy accents or any self-leveling dots or anything like that, you could really bring out that detail. This is your Candlewick Circles etch die, £19.99, and in total you are getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dies in total. It does say it there at the bottom, doesn't it? But I thought I'd give them a count anyway. 852590 is your item number if you want to go for that. Remember, we also have the paper tree pads that they would work beautifully with. They really would, for nesting and layering up your dies. You can find the details for these on the website. They're £9.99 each, so you've got a choice on. If you want to go for both of them, you can. Just an idea for your matting and layering. Right, we've got some sentiments for you. Reply, Civil Play, RSVP. And we also have thank you and save the date. So if you do know someone that is getting married this year and they are having a celebration outside of what we're going on at the moment, maybe it's later on in the year, then this is something that you can use to build and create the invitations, and also save the date and your Reply Civil Play. I'm just going to show you the dies just so you can see the size of the dies. They're a good size for placing on the card, and they really will make a statement because of the size of the dies and the sentiment you'll be using. £14.99, 369000. Remember to look out for that chick. It's on the set somewhere. I had lots of people email in about that. It's just for fun, just to pass the time of day. Now, I do like this particular die. This is your bird singing. The die is across the top just here. I'll bring in the die to show you. I'll just drop it in. So there you go. That's the size of the die. So you've got your birds and you've got the foliage and you've got the flower in there. You can see that is what it has designed. You can use this across the top of the card as Nikki has done, or you could actually take that and maybe stick it onto the card at the bottom. It's beautiful. £16.99 is the flower garden. You've got your lovely birds at the top there. 466 890 is your item number. Now, we've talked about becoming a Freedom member. If you want to become a Freedom member, it's 888 in your basket, or you can give us a call and the call centre will take you through the details. And here's our lovely Alex to tell us more.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you will benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And you know the best bit? You can cancel any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you will also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom member discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Just look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 10,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being a part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm now going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
It's lovely because you have the special offers, don't you, that give you a nice discount off, sometimes up to 20%.
I don't have to worry about the postage. I can spend a £5 on something that I've seen as and when I've seen it, or I can spend 20 or 30 or 50 pounds. It doesn't matter.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see? You could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no ongoing monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 88888. So don't forget, you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and a members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Oh, there's our lovely Alex. Was Alex in today? I think she was earlier on this morning. Lovely, lovely Alex there telling us all about freedom. Right, if you have just joined us, it's great to have your company. It really is. And we are running through the dies that we've got for you from Spellbinders. Excellent quality dies. They are kind of the originators when it comes to dies. A company, a family-run company in America, but of course worldwide now. And it's a privilege to have them here on Hochanda. And we've got some great prices, and remember, anything you buy, if your basket comes to £30 or more, you can divide the cost into 3 as part of our Easter Extra Flexi event. That ends, by the way, on the 14th of April. Now, if you want to nest and layer your mat and layer, or nest and layer, mat and layer, your dies, your cards, here's a great chance to do so. Something a little different, something very elegant as well to use on your cards. So what we've got here are your nesting dies. You've got 4 in total, but I really like the angled corners on there. So you can see on this sample just here how lovely they look, just to really bring out the detail that you've popped in the middle. In this one, it's cake. Oh, what I'd do for a slice of cake now. Did you know that carrot cake is quite traditional with Easter? I love carrot cake. I love carrot cake, or coffee and walnut cake. Catherine, what's your favourite cake? Carrot cake. Kirsty, what's your favourite cake? Lemon. Oh, a bit of lemon drizzle. Andy, what's your favourite cake? Andy's our director. Ooh, a little bit of pecan nut cake. And how about Katie? She's our producer. Oh, she likes a red velvet. Ooh. Oh, I could demolish a cake now. certainly could. Right, you don't have to demolish a cake, but if you are cutting one out to put onto your car, it's not a real cake, that'd be daft, it'll get squashed in the post. You've got your nesting and layered dies just there. £19.99, 364973. Right, I do like this stamp set that we've got for you. I've seen Nikki colour this in before and build and create some lovely designs. So you've got your main stamp, which is the heart that you can see just here on that card. You've got your different colours, you could colour flowers, whatever you like, but they do create that shape of the heart. And what I like about it as well is that you don't have the black line running around the heart itself. The line that's running around is made up of the flowers. So that's really very, very organic. Now, you get the 2 extra stamps as well with the flowers. So you get the 2 extra stamps. There's 3 stamps in total. And if you want to start to build and create your backgrounds and maybe your patterns, I think this would be a really nice stamp to do so, whether you're using it on your platforms or whether you're just using it freestyle, free-handed, for example. £10.99, 695820 is your item number if you want to go for that one. Now, as we're building, as we're making, as we're creating, we've got the dies to start us off, we've got the nesting dies, we've got the sentiments as well. So when it all comes together, we might want to add some embellishments. We've got some for you, so we sorted that out. And it really does make a difference to your cards, but not just to your cards, you can use these in other crafting areas as well. There's a really nice Diamante style heart there. Isn't that lovely? Very nice. Add a bit of bling. Then you've got the little trinkets here. You could add these to bracelets. You could add these to your handmade items, for example, saying thank you to somebody for buying it. Maybe put it on a little tag. You could make those larger love hearts. They could be necklaces, possibly. Lots of items to choose from, as well as your embellishments and your stickers to go on your cards. Just to show you the difference that these can make, I'll just drop this in here. There's your card with the bride and groom, but you can see that embellishment. Look at the sparkle that you've got on there. Doesn't that make a difference? £9.99, it's almost a half price deal because you're saving £9.70. You can have as many sets of these as you like if you want to build up your collection. Take advantage of that discounted price today. 175501 is your item number. Now, we've got, these are brilliant. These are your stickles. Now, this is gel with glitter in. Very, very easy to use. You could even just pop some of these onto your finger, as long as you're not allergic to any of the ingredients that are in there. It should be absolutely fine. And then you can just put this onto your card detail. What's great about this, because it's on a gel, because you've got that fluidity to your glitter, it will get into the nooks and crannies of all your different craft arts. Whether it's a box that you're making and you want to add some sparkle, whether you want to put these onto cards, for example, maybe you've got a bit of depth with your die cutting, or maybe you've added some texture paste to a project and you want to add some glitter. I've been using something very similar to this on one of my projects, and you'll be amazed at how much glitter is in there and how much you can use. £15.99. You get the moon dust, the nebula and the asteroid. Great names there. 944837. Right, did you email in to let us know where the chick is? I wonder where the chick could be. Yep, there it is, little chick, and there it's little chick poo. It's quite a big chick actually, but there you go. That's where he was, or she was. Can't really tell. There's no variation marks on there. Might hide him in the next show if you want. Follow the chick around the next 3 hours. I'm not talking about myself. Oh, Catherine's coming up.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. We have an extensive range of clear and rubber stamps and we're proud that they're all manufactured in Britain. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people. This is why I enjoy being part of the Hochanda family, because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping. So make sure you join me, Jenny Mays, on Hochanda.
Welcome to Club G45 from Graphic 45. These are monthly tutorial kits that allow you to create beautiful projects by accessing step-by-step instructional videos that are viewable online. You'll get almost everything you need to create both of these projects from scratch. The first kit is Club G45 Birdsong Explosion Box and Origami